Chapter 1. The Tale of the Veil of Heaven. The 9 Dragons Pulling the Coffin. The story continues from the last time. In the chaotic ancient era, the path to immortality was severed, and the pinnacle of humanity marked the end. Someone arrived in response to the calamity. Their name unutterable, they opened up the path to immortality, advancing to the status of a quasi-mortal emperor, slaying foes from another realm without a rival. After their battles against darkness, they achieved the fruit of becoming an immortal emperor, wielding a sword that could sever the ages, cleaving apart 2 worlds. The Great War of the chaotic ancient era shattered the heavens and the earth, along with the burial grounds, and under the convergence of many fallen powerful beings, a new world was born. In this world, cultivation is arduous, as the cosmic rules are far more fragmented than in the chaotic ancient era. The ancient methods of cultivation were abandoned, and the beings of this realm practiced the path to immortality created by that unnameable being, which we shall temporarily refer to as the mystical body secret realm method. This universe finds itself in an age of decline, where ordinary beings struggle to cultivate their spiritual essence. Even those who practice the mystical body secret realm method, at their utmost peak, can expect no more than a lifespan of 10,000 years. And to attain enlightenment, looking back, who does not walk upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? In such a world, a being comparable to that unnameable existence was born, and it is this very individual of whom I speak. I shall call this tome The Veil of Heaven, and thus I shall narrate. After 30 wandering scholars gathered years later, they shared their personal experiences, revealing their myriad dispositions. Among the crowd stood a man named Yi Fan, who had a penchant for ancient tomes and possessed a tranquil demeanor. Though he had achieved modest success in his endeavors, there were always those who sought to trouble him. Following a cordial banquet, they ascended the mountain together for recreation. The mountain they climbed was known as Mount Tai, a site of solemn ceremonies for emperors throughout the ages, grand and magnificent, renowned as the foremost mountain in the world, with the sentiments of predecessors echoing. One must stand atop the summit to behold the diminutive peaks beneath. Upon reaching the celestial peak, however, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A colossal bronze coffin, pulled by the remains of 900-foot black dragons, descended from the universe, crashing down upon the celestial peak and revealing a 5-colored altar. It was with the emergence of this bronze coffin that Yi Fan's extraordinary life began. The veil of heaven commenced from this point. In the tea house, Han Lian wore a serene smile, observing the crowd of listeners below, speaking with poise and eloquence. The scenes painted by his few words captivated the hearts of the audience, and even those with doubts or dissatisfaction dared not voice their objections, fearing they might disturb the storyteller's mood. If someone nearby found the narration displeasing, it would not matter to them, yet they would still be reprimanded by others for their lack of decorum. Some even prepared their writing tools from the outset of the tale, scribbling notes as they listened, only for their ink-stained papers to be snatched away for reading. Yet, there were always those who, regardless of the circumstances, received preferential treatment. In a room by the window of the inn adjacent to the tea house, 2 individuals engaged in casual conversation, discussing the storyteller, Han Lian. One was clad in monk's robes, his white brows drooping, as he manipulated a string of prayer beads the size of walnuts, exuding a sense of zen amidst his frail figure. The other was a tall, breathtakingly beautiful maiden, her face partially veiled in silk. Though her beauty was striking, her air of detachment from the mundane world and the coldness that kept others at bay rendered her unapproachable. It appears that beneath his renowned reputation lies genuine skill. This Han Lian indeed possesses some measure of talent. Setting aside all else, the veil of heaven is not something an ordinary person could conceive. The old monk listened as tales of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin and Mount Tai unfolded, accompanied by vivid allusions, and couldn't help but express his admiration. As a guardian of the cold mountain palace, he had long since attained profound mastery, a true grand cultivator. To be praised by such a formidable figure signifies that he was indeed enraptured by the narrative, unable to extricate himself. This Han Lian is impressive. The maiden's voice was cold, her gaze directed towards Han Lian, revealing no discernible emotion, yet a hint of curiosity flickered in her depths. She wondered how such a tale could have been conceived by Han Lian, and despite her extensive knowledge of the Cold Mountain Palace's texts, she found certain aspects difficult to comprehend. Coupled with Han Lian's handsome appearance and mellifluous speech, she couldn't help but ponder what kind of power he hailed from. Amitabha, who would have thought that the holy maiden of Cold Mountain Palace would actually commend someone? Lung Han Shan, have your skills improved to the point where you can now control your emotions? The old monk's face broke into a gentle smile as he glanced at Han Lian, his expression enigmatic. Indeed, if one were to judge merely by appearance, he was quite remarkable, his looks comparable to those of my youth. If his backing were substantial, it would not be unfathomable. Yet, alas, he remains a mere mortal. Elder Wooding, have you taken to teasing me as well? As a practitioner of the Zen teachings, this is a breach of conduct. The icy maiden couldn't help but retort to his words, her tone tinged with mild reproach before reverting to her previous frigid demeanor. Ah, yes, indeed, this is a breach of conduct. The old monk, observing the woman before him, was filled with mirth as he quickly replied. However, upon noticing the change in her expression, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he remarked, "But you've already referred to me as Elder Wooding. Do you not know that I practice the unfixed Zen? This form of Zen does not adhere to the trivialities of the 4 meditations and 8 determinations." Upon his words, the coldly beautiful maiden offered little reaction, merely responding with an before lapsing into silence. Seeing her reaction, Elder Wooding wished to say something further, yet ultimately sighed in resignation as he turned the prayer beads in his hand. If a profound cultivator were present at that moment, they would surely recognize these 2 figures. The stunning maiden was none other than Lung Han Shan, the contemporary holy maiden of Cold Mountain Palace, a rare prodigy in the realm of cultivation. Having sat in meditation for over a decade, she had reached the transformative butterfly phase, a true embodiment of icy beauty. Though few tales circulated about her, they nonetheless instilled considerable pressure among the younger generation. Her talents surpassed those of her predecessors, and she comprehended the secret texts of the Cold Mountain Palace's shattered void. She was the chosen successor of this top-tier power, the Cold Mountain Palace. According to internal accounts, this era is none other than Lung Han Shan's epic. What outsiders do not know is that upon her entering the butterfly phase, the palace's spirit weapon, the Cold Moon Wheel, awoke from dormancy and chose her as its master. As for Elder Wooding, he was even more enigmatic. Having suddenly appeared at Cold Mountain Temple hundreds of years ago, he was a pinnacle figure in the Purple Mansion realm, his origins shrouded in mystery, known to few. Yet the 23 prayer beads in his possession were forged from the essence of 23 powerful beings of the Purple Mansion realm, all acquired through his own prowess. The unfixed Zen master, who had slain a supreme demon of the magic sect, was widely acknowledged as the foremost figure in the Purple Mansion realm. For 30 years, he single-handedly guarded a crucial pass against monstrous forces. Though he spoke of compassion, his actions were decidedly ruthless. Amitabha echoed in the air as he sent away whom he wished. The presence of these 2 figures raised eyebrows among those unaware of the circumstances. Their appearance here could only be attributed to the serendipity of fate. Though Lung Han Shan lacked for resources in her training, the methods of cultivation still required worldly experiences to refine one's heart and elevate one's realm. Coincidentally, they had received word of a powerful entity from the Black Lotus sect, a demonic cult of the 5th realm, prowling the lands of Tian Nan Dao, leading them to this place. Little did they expect that upon arriving in Tian Nan Dao, they would not find the Black Lotus sect, but instead hear of a remarkable figure like Han Lian. The mere fragments of his narrative, mentioned briefly before the tale began, drew the pious practitioners of Tian Nan Dao to him like moths to a flame. The scenes he conjured in their minds were nothing short of mesmerizing, provoking exclamations of astonishment. Initially, the unfixed Zen master had merely considered it a fleeting thought for amusement. However, he had not anticipated that within this storytelling, he would discover a power akin to unlocking the heart and mind. Refining the heart through worldly experiences seemed to be no more than this. Moreover, it was not only about heart refinement, even the historical contexts and realms recounted by Han Lian compelled him to remain immortal and indestructible existence. offering a being from the universe, could yield vitality. A single speck of dust could fill the ocean. A sword could sever the ages. In the unknown, a single wave could signify a shattered world. In Han Lian's mouth, merely unfolding the backdrop caused their hearts and minds to sway, leaving them utterly astonished. What pursuit of the Black Lotus sect? What refining of the heart amidst the mundane? Before the telling of this tale, they unconsciously leaned back, for both sensed that they could glean something profound from Han Lian's narrative. And just as they were lost in thought, Han Lian's gaze swept over the audience below, pausing momentarily before proclaiming, "It is precisely because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin fell upon the celestial peak of Mount Tai that all unforeseen changes came to pass." Chapter 2. The Great Thundersound Temple, the Celestial Palace within the Celestial Palace. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin seemed to have drifted from an unknown realm, drawn by some inexplicable force. There are not merely one, but dozens of 5-colored altars, at the center of which lies a massive stone altar. Though the bronze coffin and dragon corpses plummeted from the universe, shattering the celestial peak, all the 5-colored altars remained unscathed. That a multitude of individuals plummeted into the 5-colored altar, whereupon they beheld the ancient bronze coffin, faintly revealing a deity weeping. The 5-colored altar emanated a spectrum of divine light, with the yin and yang of Taiji revolving and the Bagua materializing, astonishingly opening a celestial ancient path. To their astonishment, the 9 black dragon corpses began to stir, carrying the bronze coffin as they embarked upon the ancient path through the cosmos. When the 5-colored divine light dissipated, everything, including the group of wandering scholars, vanished without a trace, all having been drawn into the bronze coffin. Within this enigmatic space, they glimpsed a series of indistinct bronze engravings, revealing but a fragment of the myriad divine beasts from the ancient texts of mountains and seas, where the essence of these images still lingered. Moreover, it appeared that there existed a celestial map above them. While they speculated on their circumstances, the bronze coffin seemed to be influenced by an unknown external force. Flipping open to unveil its heavy lid, all the energy was absorbed by the coffin's interior. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, believing they had narrowly escaped peril. But upon emerging from the bronze coffin, they found not only the 5-colored altar, but also a massive stone inscribed with seal script, upon which 2 robust characters loomed. As night descended, the group finally comprehended their predicament. Overhead, a large and a small moon accompanied them. Upon further exploration, they stumbled upon the ruins of a celestial palace. Deep within these ruins, they discerned the faint outline of an ancient temple, standing resolute against the passage of time. As they gazed upon it, they beheld a solitary Buddha statue, unwavering, and a single lamp flickering like a mere beam. In front of that ancient temple stood a Bodhi tree, so large that it required the embrace of 7 to 8 individuals, yet it bore only a handful of green leaves, sporadically dotting its height. Beside the ancient temple, the signboard lay askew, and Yi Fan vaguely recognized the inscription, "Delay in C." As for the circumstances of Yi Fan and his companions in this place, and what opportunities they might encounter, if you wish to know what transpires next, stay tuned for the next installment. At this juncture, Han Lian paused slightly, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow, as if he had exhausted himself. There was something peculiar about this realm, a certain limitation that rendered him unable to articulate certain topic terms, such as the Emperor of the Wild Heavens or the Celestial Court were akin to taboos, utterly beyond his capacity to utter. Even the name of Delay in C, when spoken from his lips, required considerable mental exertion. However, the tales he shared, despite their taxing nature, were distinctly different from the narratives of others. Anyone enthralled by Han Lian's storytelling could vaguely perceive the vast cosmos unfurling, revealing a desolate crimson starry expanse, where the depths of the celestial palace ruins and the ancient temple's Buddha flickered in and out of view, reminiscent of scenes like the 9 dragons bearing the coffin or the collapse of the Jade Emperor's Peak. As he concluded, the audience in the tea house snapped back to reality, erupting in applause. One individual led the charge, and soon a chorus followed. Yet, amidst the cheers, many were left wanting for more, clamoring for an extension. Mr. Han, please hold on. We were just getting into the spirit of things, and now we must wait for the next installment? Indeed. That temple you mentioned is still swirling in my mind. It is cruel to leave us hanging. We're not short of funds, why not continue? And we shall reward you handsomely. To wait 3 to 5 days for the next tale, how shall we endure? Han Lien merely smiled and shook his head, offering no response. As he was about to step into the backstage of the tea house, a voice rang out from the crowd. Mr. Han, I comprehend the principles of the teleportation array, however. Did the celestial ancient path connected to the five-colored altar truly alter the stars and heavens? Before he could respond, another listener interjected, evidently knowledgeable about the world of cultivation. The ruins of the celestial palace. Mr. Han, such a title is indeed grand. Even the prominent sects of cultivation would hesitate to label their own domains as celestial palaces. The last to dare call their sect a celestial palace was the Blood sect's Blood God Palace. But they say it was utterly annihilated. Upon this declaration, questions surged forth like a tidal wave, creating a cacophony. At that moment, a robust young man pushed through the crowd, emanating a palpable aura that involuntarily quieted the surroundings. He spoke in a deep voice. Though the Blood sect may have faded, it was once the supreme sect of this realm. How dare you pose questions as a mere mortal? Yet, since someone has drawn a comparison between the Celestial Palace ruins and the Blood God Palace, I wonder, Mr. Han, how do you perceive the glory of the two in their prime? His words carried a hint of bloodthirst, dampening the atmosphere and casting a pall over many faces. The mere phrase mere mortal instilled a sense of unease in the crowd, as they revered cultivation, driven by a yearning for the paths of enlightenment. The listeners fell silent, their expressions filled with anticipation as they turned their gazes toward Han Lien. Ultimately, this tale was his to tell, and the final interpretation lay with him. Any interjection from others could only be seen as an impertinent intrusion. Han Lien paused slightly at this remark. He raised his eyes to regard the young man, surprise flickering across his features, and replied deliberately. While the Blood sect was indeed the legitimate supreme demonic sect from 8 centuries past, its apex combatant was merely a nirvana-grade being. Such power, while rare in today's world, carries consequences when one exceeds their capacity. The young man, still unwilling to relent, suddenly had a realization and inquired, what of the delay in the depths of the Celestial Palace? If the Celestial Palace has been reduced to mere ruins, why does this temple still endure? Han Lien chuckled lightly at this question, then assumed a serious demeanor. The sound of the Buddha's teachings reverberates like thunder. This is the essence of delaying. As for why it still stands, allow me to keep an air of mystery, for to deem this delay as the Celestial Palace within a Celestial Palace would not be an exaggeration. Its profound Zen essence, if thoroughly comprehended, would surely yield insights. Regrettably, Nietong, your cultivation of the Blood sect's soul sacrifice technique has ensnared you in a bloody path without guidance. You shall never grasp its depths. Chapter 3. Questioned and debated. Regarding the prodigy Nietong, the disciple of the blood sacrifice cult, a peerless talent of the demonic path. Upon hearing Han Lien's words, someone suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in surprise. As the sound of their voice faded, the surroundings of Nietong became considerably more desolate. Observing this scene, Nietong's expression remained unchanged after the blood sacrifice cult's failure to establish the Blood God Heavenly Palace. It had nearly been branded as a nefarious demonic sect, reviled by all. Fortunately, the blood sacrifice cult held a strong reputation, adhering to the principle of acting according to one's will, thus not falling into the category of sinister demons. Despite the diminished strength of the demonic path in Tiannan Dao, as a legitimate demonic sect, he was indifferent to such matters. However, as he listened to the Buddhist resonance and Zen-like phrases emanating from Han Lien's mouth, he momentarily sensed something elusive, yet could not grasp it. He yearned to inquire further, but his pride prevented him from doing so. In his eyes, Han Lien was merely a mundane individual. After a brief hesitation, he chose to depart directly. Yet as he left, he cast a cold glance at the person who had previously spoken ill of the blood sacrifice cult, stating icily, the blood sacrifice cult must not be lightly insulted. Were it not for your lack of cultivation, I would not deign to act. Otherwise, you would have already learned what blood magic truly is. Han Lian observed his retreating figure, merely sipping his tea, refraining from uttering further words that he had not anticipated that his storytelling would attract such a remarkable genius. After Nie Tong's departure, the discussions among the audience gradually veered off course, transforming into a debate about the various cultivation factions within the Falling Feather Realm, and which could possibly rival the forces found within the Heavenly Palace ruins. Amidst their heated discourse, the topic inevitably gravitated back towards Han Lian. May I ask, Mr. Han, could you elaborate on whether the current cultivation factions in the Falling Feather Realm possess any comparable strength to those within the Heavenly Palace ruins? As the query was posed, a notification panel began to shift in his mind. Completion of novice guidance task increased. Hidden reward obtained. This question bore the potential for conflict, yet, how splendid! Han Lian's expression brightened. But he tempered his inner excitement, responding, how could the current cultivation world possibly compare to the Heavenly Palace? The light of a firefly cannot contend with the brilliance of the full moon. As his words settled, a stir arose from below. Although the assembly was predominantly composed of ordinary folk, they were nonetheless part of a prominent city, where connections often led to those within the cultivation realm. Han Lian's statements were rather hurtful. However, before he had even spoken, he had already prepared a rebuttal. While it is true that the factions of the current cultivation world cannot be compared to those in my narratives, there exists a disparity among these factions that it is not impossible to establish a ranking. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent, expressions filled with anticipation. Yet, Han Lian did not continue along this line of thought. Instead, he shifted his tone. However, even if I were to rank the sects, certain factions would inevitably be discontent that if this were to incite sectarian strife, would it not be my fault? Furthermore, among the younger generation of prodigies, their strength can, to some extent, represent their sect, that if a ranking were to be established, Han, would be willing to test the prowess of the many prodigies of the younger generation within the Falling Feather Realm. Upon sensing an opportunity for entertainment, the audience grew animated, engaging in private discussions. Naturally, each held their own candidate in mind. After some deliberation within their small circles, several voices rose in unison, proclaiming, no need to mention others. But our Tian Nandao's star-plucking hand, Chao Yuan Liang, can undoubtedly contend for the top spot. Hearing this, the others ceased their discussions, nodding in agreement. The star-plucking hand, Chao Yuan Liang, was a household name in Tian Nandao and even in the Xuanfeng dynasty, renowned for his youth and cultivation already at the threshold of the fifth realm. Even against two opponents, he had once turned the tide and slain one, showcasing his unparalleled prowess. Yet, this was not the crux. The essence lay in the fact that he was one of their own from Tian Nandao. Should Han Lian acknowledge this, they would experience immeasurable excitement and satisfaction. However, Han Lian did not acquiesce. Instead, he shook his head slightly. Those who seek fame may attain it, yet they have not garnered strength that matches their reputation. The star-plucking hand, Chao Yuan Liang, can only be regarded as a genius. Within the realm of Tian Nandao, he may barely rank among the top 3, let alone within the entire Falling Feather Realm. Once these words were uttered, the audience's expression shifted, eager to clarify with Han Lian. If this were indeed the case, they would be unable to save face. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. In the Falling Feather Realm, the Xuanfeng dynasty alone possessed dominion over 7 territories. To have their touted genius reduced to such a state was unacceptable. Mr. Han, could you have made an error? They protested. Chao Yunyang's strength is evident to all. Even neglecting his feats of defeating 2 opponents, he has never suffered defeat against the many prodigies of various sects. Indeed. Perhaps within the span of our discussions, Chao Yuan Liang has already stepped into the butterfly transformation realm. How can Mr. Han portray him in such a light? Since Mr. Han speaks thus, he must possess confidence. Pray tell, how would you rank these prodigies? Yes, we implore you to name a few, lest we remain unconvinced. In an instant, the tea house erupted into chaos as listeners clamored to hold Han Lian accountable. Such matters could not be spoken of lightly. Meanwhile, within the inn, Lung Hanshan, having overheard the commotion, furrowed her brows in displeasure. Chao Yuan Liang. Even if he masters the star-plucking hand to perfection, he merely reaches the 7th realm. The Purple Mansion, that he himself is aware of the gaps in his strength. Yet these listeners are clamoring for his renown, that if we were to compare, Even that Nietong from earlier would surpass him by leagues. Upon hearing this, the previously dazed Wuding Zen master regained his senses. Casting a glance at Han Lian, his expression tinged with suspicion, he did not follow up on Lung Hanshan's words but remarked, "Hanshan, beware of the voices of the masses. In this world, good people are often mistaken for villains, while the wicked are exalted. The line between right and wrong is blurred. Your purpose in coming here was to refine your heart, and I hope you can see clearly. Moreover, we may both be mistaken. This Mr. Han may not be as simple as he appears." Within his purple mansion, a faint sound resonated, reverberating with an ethereal quality. Lost in his contemplation of the shattered scenes of the great Thunder Sound Temple, he had, through Han Lian's mention of Zen, grasped a fleeting insight into the thunder sound. This resonance seemed to have rekindled his dormant cultivation, allowing him a modicum of progress. Unaware that others were speaking on his behalf, or that someone had found enlightenment through his storytelling, Han Lian remained unfazed by the dissenting voices. Since he had spoken, he possessed his own confidence. With a swift flick of his fan, he calmly stated, "Whether you believe me or not, it is for you to decide." That AS's words settled. The audience fell silent. Han Lian lowered his fan and continued. "The Falling Feather Realm is vast, teeming with prodigies and powerful beings. Some pursue fame, while others toil in silence. The world encompasses all manner of existence that I in the extreme northern snow-capped mountains of the Falling Feather Realm. There exists a secret Zen sect, where the current Zen master was born mute, practicing silent meditation. When demonic beasts once besieged the sect, he uttered 4 words, instantly slaying 4 demonic beasts at the butterfly transformation realm. The Wuxing sect of the Falling Feather Realm has its Daozi, Yu Huang, who wields 3,000 spiritual artifacts and comprehends the true essence of the path of life and death, having turned white-haired overnight. His slaying of evil demons exceeds the count of 100. In the Xuanfeng dynasty of the Falling Feather Realm, the prince, Yun Fiang, practices the Great Wind technique. Intertwining with the dynasty's fate, he can already soar alongside the winds, transforming into a dragon, marking him as the foremost bloodline of the Xuanfeng dynasty in its 1,700-year history. In the Tiannan Dao's Jinyan Temple, there is a youth, a half-human, half-demon being, possessing the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, and having awakened bloodline abilities that he has long engaged in playful contests with dragons and fierce beasts, embodying a heart of innocence. Among the younger generation at the butterfly transformation realm, his physical prowess is unrivaled. In the Shaoxiang Dao of the Falling Feather Realm, there exists a maiden who, having inherited the ancient Shaoxiang bamboo flute from the empress of the ancient Zhou dynasty, practices the 8 sounds of Shaoxiang and the 24 laws. Capable of conjuring heart demons and now commanding multiple butterfly transformation cultivators simultaneously. In the Cold Mountain Palace, the holy maiden, Lung Hanshan, has already attained the butterfly transformation realm. The residual moon transformation is a legacy passed down through generations, and she wields the palace's spiritual artifact, the Cold Moon Wheel. She alone can suppress the Cold Mountain Palace, which houses beasts comparable to the dragon of the Tongyu realm. In the presence of these individuals, it would be no difficult feat to suppress Chao Yuanliang with a mere flick of the wrist. Chapter 4. The Astonished Holy Maiden. This individual is deceptively exceptional. As Han Lian's voice faded, the entire tea house fell into a hushed silence, soon erupting into a cacophony. Hundreds of listeners wore expressions of sheer astonishment. None had anticipated that this Mr. Han, when faced with provocation, would not only effortlessly defuse the situation, but also name several prodigies in one breath. The mute Zen master, who slays demonic beasts with a single utterance. The one who commands butterfly transformation cultivators through the 8 sounds of Xiaoxiang. In addition to the cold cicada, the holy maiden of Hanshan Palace, who can suppress the dragon of the void realm and command the palace's spiritual artifact. Hanshan Palace is a behemoth within the realm of Liu. Even the blood cult mentioned previously, at its zenith, pales in comparison to such a formidable force. The power of the palace's spiritual artifact is beyond their comprehension. To claim disbelief is one thing, but upon hearing Han Lian's unwavering assertions, they found themselves at a loss for words. Unsure how to refute him, they were reluctant to accept the truth. Yet upon careful comparison, it became evident that ignorance breeds no harm. Meanwhile, within the inn, the cold cicada, who had been attentively listening to Han Lien recount tales of prodigies. Suddenly emanated an aura of frost, as if wishing to freeze her surroundings. The chill dissipated almost instantly, yet the astonishment reflected in her eyes revealed her inner turmoil, that if it were a matter of prodigies, she was confident in her ability to secure a place among them. However, the revelation of her inheritance from her ancestral master, which allowed the palace's spiritual artifact to recognize her as its master, was a closely guarded secret, known only to her master and a few elders in seclusion. The dragon she subdued resided within the forbidden grounds of Han Palace, and apart from the dragon itself. Only the indeterminate Zen master was privy to this secret. Such confidential matters, unless she wished to disclose them, were unlikely to be known by others. Who would have thought that Han Lien would so casually reveal such information? How did he come to know? The cold cicada pondered, her clenched hand betraying her agitation. Beside her, the indeterminate Zen master, who had been scrutinizing what Han Lien might reveal, momentarily faltered, his hand leaving a mark on the prayer beads. Yet he remained oblivious. Amitabha, this truly is perplexing. The indeterminate Zen master rose, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of enlightenment, seemingly intent on seeing through Han Lien. Yet no matter how he scrutinized, Han Lien appeared to him as an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation. He suspected Han Lien possessed some insight, but after hearing those words, the beads in his hand spun rapidly, rendering him unable to find peace. Indeterminate elder, I believe you now. This Han Lien is indeed extraordinary. The cold cicada's expression had grown serious as she remarked, if this Han Lien were to casually disclose one or two matters, it would be one thing. However, the intricacies involving the 3,000 stupas of the lifeless cult, or the bloodline connections to the Xuanfeng dynasty, such matters are deeply confidential. Furthermore, the secrets regarding the Xiaoxiang bamboo flute of the Xiang dynasty's empress, which I only learned after becoming the heir to the next sect leader, are also highly classified. Even my identity as the Holy Maiden of Han Palace does not grant me access to such secrets. And the Jinyan Temple, the Zen sect in the Great Snowy Mountain, I have never even heard of. Han Palace is a prominent sect of this age, having birthed the pure Yang ancestor, and is nearly capable of wielding the righteous path's authority. The fact that information unbeknownst even to her, the Holy Maiden, could be so effortlessly articulated by a mere storyteller with no cultivation left her incredulous. Suppressing her curiosity, the cold cicada took a deep breath and stated, Indeterminate elder, it seems we must investigate this storyteller's background. Upon hearing this, the indeterminate Zen master merely fixed his gaze on Han Lien's figure, solemnly nodding in agreement. Did I end the tea house? Han Lien was attuned to the notification in his mind indicating the completion of the novice guide phase. And without wishing to prolong the matter, he snapped his folding fan shut and clasped his hands, addressing the assembly. Esteemed guests, today's storytelling has concluded. Please await our next session in 3 days. After delivering his farewell, he proceeded towards the tea house's back room. Yet despite his departure, some remained unconvinced, calling out loudly, Mr. Han, your assertions sound plausible, but how can we ascertain their veracity? Han Lien heard the inquiry, but did not pause. Descending the tea house without a backward glance. How could anyone pose such a question? He had read this book cover to cover. There was no way it could be false. It was no jest to make. Indeed, Han Lien was not a native of the Liu realm. He was a transmigrator. When he initially read this novel, he became so engrossed that he inadvertently entered the fantastical world within its pages. In other words, he was the one who knew all the plot lines. He had originally thought he would embody a character akin to the Yellow Dragon Scholar or become a formidable villain, but unexpectedly activated the storyteller system that as long as he narrated tales and captivated listeners, he would earn storytelling points. This was why he lingered in the tea house to share his stories. However, weaving in some prophecies while narrating also enhanced his image as a sage. According to the system, storytelling points could be used for draws to improve his strength, though he had not yet engaged with the mechanics of this process. Fortunately, the novice guide period had concluded, and he was on the verge of receiving rewards. Returning to his room at the inn, he suppressed his excitement, exclaiming inwardly, System, claim the novice guide rewards. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice guide tasks and receiving the Storyteller Newbie Gift Pack. The Storyteller Newbie Gift Pack is now opening. Storyteller Newbie Gift Pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 10 consecutive draw reward. This 10 consecutive draw is unrestricted by rank and encompasses the Jintianquan universe. The rewards are unknown. Hidden rewards for the storyteller newbie have been activated. Would you like to claim them? Hearing the system's various notifications, Han Lian calmed his racing heart, taking a deep breath. This storyteller system was indeed generous. From what he knew, the exchange for storytelling points was ranked. Currently, he could unlock 4 types of treasure chests: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Opening a bronze chest required 100 storytelling points. For the subsequent silver, gold, and diamond chests, the required points increased tenfold with each tier. The higher the chest's rank, the greater the likelihood of obtaining valuable items. The fact that the 10 consecutive draws were unrestricted by rank, with 1,000 storytelling points being his, and possibly even 1,000,000, was exhilarating. He stared at the 10 consecutive draw button and the claim hidden reward button on the system interface, taking a deep breath, but refraining from clicking either. He had already informed the innkeeper to prepare hot water in advance, intending to take a fragrant bath before claiming his rewards. The act of drawing was not to be taken lightly. It was a matter of profound significance. Once he had bathed and refreshed himself, he inhaled deeply and began to chant inwardly. No bad luck, no bad luck, may the Emperor Yi bless me. And let me draw something good. 10 consecutive draws, grant me fortune. Chapter 5. Soaring Realms, Chaotic Body. Just as Han Lian clicked the draw button, an ancient little treasure chest appeared before him. This chest, forged from gold, silver, and bronze, was adorned with intricate patterns and studded with various gemstones. Buzz, as the chest began to tremble, his heart raced in tandem. Moments later, the chest suddenly flung open, and with a flash of brilliant light, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Transcendence Pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Primal Pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Fruit of the Immortal Tree. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Spirit-Linking Treasure, the Jade Folding Fan. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining an advanced cultivation talent in the fantasy world. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the undeveloped physique, the chaotic body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a fragmented forbidden artifact from the Dao Palace. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a brick from the Heavenly Palace ruins. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a medium-grade source stone. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a character fragment of Wang Tung from the Talented Scholars Pavilion 1. Collect 10 character fragments to summon the character into the world. A series of notifications resonated in Han Lian's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Gazing at the claimable label in his system backpack, he found himself lost in thought. This newbie gift pack seemed far from typical. Could it be that the Emperor Yi truly was watching over him? Taking a deep breath, Han Lian leaned closer to his system panel, fearing that he might be witnessing a mirage, that it was not his fault for being inexperienced. This wave of novice rewards had utterly bewildered him. Under normal circumstances, Wun Ti 10 consecutive draws guarantee at least a small reward, and 100 draws a significant one. He had participated in draws before. As a non-lucky person, it was disheartening to think about it. Han Lian had never been this fortunate in drawing rewards. After he managed to steady his emotions, he began to examine the 10 consecutive rewards. All these rewards stemmed from Jintianquan, a world he was well acquainted with. That if there was anything he had yet to encounter, it was this so-called cultivation talent. This talent corresponded to the fantastical realm he now inhabited. Possessing an advanced cultivation talent, while not on par with the Holy Maiden of Hanzhan Palace or the Prince of the Xuanfeng dynasty, as he had previously narrated, placed him among the more prominent individuals. With such a talent, practicing within this world would entail far fewer obstacles and bottlenecks. After all, cultivation does not solely rely on talent. It encompasses martial prowess, mastery of techniques, and various other factors. After acquiring this talent, Han Lian did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately consumed the Transcendence Pill, swallowing it as effortlessly as one would a piece of candy. The pill dissolved instantaneously upon entering his mouth, transforming into a stream of pure energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. This energy morphed into spirals of spiritual essence, ultimately converging into his dantian. The aura emanating from him began to shift gradually, marking his entry into the realm of transcendence. Feeling the exuberance coursing through his body, a slight comfort appeared on Han Lian's face. Upon stepping into the transcendence realm, he was no longer an ordinary mortal. The cultivation hierarchy within the falling feather realm comprises 10 levels, known as 9 to the extremes, 10 returns to 1, which are transcendence, innate golden body, celestial phenomenon, butterfly transformation, profound clarity, purple palace, nirvana, pure yang, and fragmented void. Each major realm is further divided into 10 tiers, symbolizing the same meaning as the realms, derived from the principle of returning to oneness. Transcendence signifies shedding the mortal coil. Upon entering this realm, one could rightfully be called a practitioner. 1 Transcendence pill has the efficacy to elevate one's level by 1 tier. Yet this singular transcendence pill is equivalent to 10 ordinary ones. Transcendence at the first tier is merely the beginning. As the effects of the pill gradually unfolded, his cultivation began to rise slowly. Transcendence Tier 2. Transcendence Tier 3. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of Transcendence Tier 10. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Lien retrieved the innate pill from his system backpack and swallowed it whole. Boom! The moment the innate pill entered his mouth, its medicinal effects erupted like a thunderclap, igniting a firestorm, manifesting instantaneously. The innate realm is far more intense than the transcendence realm. Its metamorphosis process is considerably more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, his blood began to boil, his heart thundering robustly as it circulated the blood throughout his body. Minute blood droplets, tainted with impurities, expelled from his body, in the innate realm. The bloodlines are more refined. Should he bear offspring, they would surpass the ordinary mortals. Within just a few breaths, his previously stagnant cultivation surged dramatically. The barrier between transcendence and innate felt as if it were non-existent, allowing him to smoothly enter innate Tier 1. The transformation into the innate realm was surprisingly not much slower than that of transcendence. With the activation of his cultivation talents, his aura soared rapidly. Innate Tier 2. Innate Tier 3, Innate Tier 9, Innate Tier 10. Upon reaching Innate Tier 10, the effects of the innate pill began to manifest even more. The spiritual essence within the pill still had a surplus, propelling him forward with an overwhelming force. Crack! A resounding explosion echoed from within his body as the innate aura circulated, enveloping him in a faint, golden glow. 1 Innate pill had propelled him into the golden body realm. At this moment, the spiritual essence from the pill was finally exhausted. Han Lien took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, as a visible wave of energy manifested before him. Rising gradually, he heard the sound of his bones cracking as they resonated in unison, a soft golden light emanating around him. When he reached for the teacup on the table, he barely applied pressure before it shattered into dust. His physical form now rivaled that of a weapon forged 100 times over. In the golden body realm, Han Lien surveyed the teacup remnants scattered before him, feeling quite pleased. The golden body realm serves as a significant threshold within the falling feather cultivation community. Among the younger generation, one could indeed be regarded as a minor genius. Had he possessed such cultivation upon entering the falling feather realm, even without a system, he would have thrived effortlessly. Many captains from the provincial cities and guest cultivators from esteemed families possess this level of cultivation. However, Han Lien is different. He possesses a system. After reveling in his newfound strength for a moment, he looked towards the system and clicked to claim the chaos body. 2 streams of chaotic energy swirled forth from his dantian, initiating a monumental transformation in his physical form. The chaotic energy coalesced into a representation of Tai Chi, with yin and yang in perpetual motion, rendering his entire demeanor imbued with an air of mystery. An immense power, far exceeding that of his golden body realm, penetrated deep into his bones. This chaos body. Han Lien pondered deeply, and in an instant he was astounded. This undeveloped chaos body was not the creation of the ruthless great emperor, but rather a manifestation of the Taiyin and Sun energies. Chapter 6. Celestial Aura and Destiny. Renowned throughout Yunzhou. It is important to note that the Taiyin and Sun are among the most supreme physiques found within the texts of the heavens. Besides the chaos body cultivated through this method, there exists another physique birthed from 2 supreme essences, known as the innate sacred body Tao. The potential achievements of such a physique left him astonished. Han Lien examined the other rewards, retrieving the spirit artifact, the jade folding fan, and with a flourish he opened it. The resonance of its Tao invigorated him, elevating his aura further as for the other items. The fruit of the immortal tree, a rare treasure for extending life, was of little immediate concern as his lifespan was still ample. Additionally, he possessed a fragmentary forbidden artifact as a safeguard, ensuring his safety for the foreseeable future. The Source Stone would likely enhance his physique considerably. The only aspect that surprised him was the unexpected acquisition of a brick, an item that seemed utterly trivial to him. Surely, it was not intended for him to construct a celestial palace for storytelling. Upon reflection, however, it was quite normal for such random rewards to appear in a lottery, and occasionally receiving useless items was to be expected as for the character fragment of Wang Tong. It brought him a small delight. Despite being a villain, he would not mind collecting its fragments, for its strength would likely render it nearly unbeatable in this realm. Genius, before this so-called reincarnated ancient emperor, who possessed one of the 9 secrets. Who truly qualifies as a genius? After organizing these rewards, Han Lian suddenly recalled an additional hidden reward and promptly claimed it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hidden reward, acquired fate, celestial aura, descending upon the mortal realm. Celestial aura descending upon the mortal realm. I am originally of celestial descent, cast down into the mortal realm. Your celestial demeanor is unparalleled, and your charm is impeccable, subtly influencing others' perceptions of you. Your aura contains a trace of celestial essence, enabling you to perceive heavenly secrets more easily, rendering you immune to any divination. Celestial aura descending upon the mortal realm. Han Lian gazed at the description of this fate, unable to suppress a deep breath, blinking in astonishment. Though he was already quite handsome, this positive buff was indeed irresistible for the ability to perceive heavenly secrets that felt somewhat superfluous. Being a book reader, he was already detached from heavenly secrets and could not be divined. It merely served as an embellishment. Upon integrating this fate into himself, the impurities that had lingered upon him naturally fell away, leaving no trace of filth, celestial aura descending upon the mortal realm, untainted by dust. While Han Lian was immersed in his cultivation, the tales he had shared earlier began to spread to the outside world. As it stands, it has been over a month since Han Lian began his storytelling. The content from the transmission of the heavens had garnered significant attention in the southern lands, where such fresh narratives were unprecedented. However, this was merely regarding the tales themselves. Not only ordinary mortals, but also some cultivators from various provinces began to converge upon his location in Lingnan province. Those who could not reach him quickly gave rise to the industry of transcription and printing. Various bookshops employed scribes who worked tirelessly, hastily transcribing and printing tales to distribute across the southern lands, resulting in substantial profits. Even without the myriad phenomena that accompanied his oral storytelling, the tales were undeniably remarkable. Yet, a mere mortal storyteller daring to critique the prodigies of the falling feather realm, and doing so with reason and logic, had already caused quite a stir. Not only in Lingnan province, where Han Lian currently resided, but nearly the entire southern lands had reverberated with this news. Some places, even beyond the southern lands, began to spread the word. Those who caught wind of the matter initially found it absurd, yet soon began to accept it. However, acceptance was only partial. There were still many voices of dissent. By late night, the manuscript of Han Lian's storytelling finally reached the Qinglu Academy in Xishan province. This academy had produced countless top scholars of the Xuanfeng dynasty and was home to 2 prominent literary ministers, serving as the gateway to the literary path in Xishan province. The responsibility of disseminating the written tales to educate the populace of Xishan province fell squarely upon this academy. After all, entertaining the masses while earning renown was a lucrative endeavor. The academy's head, Lu Mo, examined the thick stack of letters and manuscripts in his hands, weighing its heft, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. This is at least 5 pages more than last time, but he could already foresee a significant influx of wealth flowing into their coffers that he proceeded to light incense and wash his hands. Using the candlelight to open the letters as he grasped the manuscript, it was evident that he could hardly contain his eagerness. Rapidly reading through it, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The 9 Dragons' Coffin. Such grandeur. Time for a cup of tea. How intriguing, truly fascinating. The starry sky as a formation. Such a grand array is unheard of. Time for a cup of tea, and I in the land of Mars. The term carries ominous connotations. Yet it inspires intriguing thoughts, much like a cup of tea. After several pots of tea had been consumed, Luomo finally completed the reading of the text, exhaling softly. However, upon raising his hand to sift through the contents, he discovered more beneath, prompting a subtle arch of his brow. Could it be that this Mr. Han has infused his narrative with personal biases? I respect you as a scholar, but do not obstruct my means of livelihood. Lu Mo pondered this, his thoughts tinged with complexity. For literati, it is customary to interweave personal insights within their works, which can be rather displeasing. Should there be taboos rendered unsuitable for publication, the glimmering silver would surely elude him. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately glanced towards the back. Yet, upon laying eyes upon the subsequent content, his pupils constricted, and he trembled as he flipped backward. Once he had finished reading, brilliance ignited in his eyes. And he slammed his palm on the table, lifting the teapot to hastily drink, wishing he could consume the pot itself. The teachings of the lifeless Taoist, Yu Huang, had reached such heights of power. He could be deemed the foremost of the younger generation in the demonic path. Who could have anticipated that the cold cicada of Cold Mountain Palace was so deeply concealed? And what of the prince of the Xuanfeng dynasty and the Jinyan temple? He found himself struggling to maintain composure. After shattering the teapot, he hurriedly exited the study, his voice resonating like thunder as he called out to the entire academy that do not sleep. Inform the students to gather and print this manuscript. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed towards the printing area, disregarding his own image. Originally, Mr. Han's storytelling was somewhat niche, appealing mainly to the common folk. However, after today, everything had transformed. The momentum of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, the ancient temple of the blue lamp, and the celestial ruins had laid a sufficient foundation. Furthermore, it boldly evaluated him as the prodigy of the Liu realm, speaking with such conviction that it would be difficult for the entire cultivation world to maintain their pride. Most importantly, that master of the flicking stars, Chao Yuanliang, hailed from his very own Xishan Prefecture, Chapter 7. The enraged Chao Yuanliang seeks to slay Han Lian in the Liu realm. The cultivation world is intricately linked with the mundane. The Xuanfeng dynasty, which governs the 7 paths, stands as a pinnacle of power within the Liu realm that a bookseller capable of establishing themselves in such a dynasty must possess a certain level of strength and discernment, naturally recognizing the opportunities therein. Thus, not only at Qinglu Academy, but also among booksellers and educational institutions across various regions, similar scenes were continuously unfolding. Countless printing houses worked tirelessly throughout the night, tirelessly reproducing the stories within the heaven-blocking chronicle. Of course, the text regarding Mr. Han's commentary on the first prodigy of the Liu realm was an indispensable addition at the ENDWY morning as dawn broke. Copies of the heaven-blocking chronicle were snatched up by the populace. The appended content successfully ignited the curiosity of cultivators throughout the realm, spreading like wildfire. In the southern realm, Xishan Prefecture, as one of the rare cities bordered by lakes on 3 sides, had long been plagued by disturbances from the water spirits of Shrouding Lake. Despite slaying countless water spirits, they continually re-emerged. Eventually, a descendant of the Azure Dragon was summoned from the East Sea to become the lake's Dragon King, which alleviated the trouble significantly. On this day, with the waters calm, a thunderous roar echoed, resembling a clap of thunder, as a water dragon formed from the flowing waters coalesced, exuding a sinister aura. That moment, a young man emerged from the water, gazing at the lifelike water dragon above him with indifference, laughing boastfully "Oh, Dragon King of Shrouding Lake, the treasures in your underwater palace are indeed exquisite. Too bad they shatter easily under mere handling. What a pity. Preposterous." The water dragon bellowed in response, its tail transforming into solid ice as it struck towards the young man. The youth's expression shifted to one of seriousness, yet he continued to laugh heartily. A glimmer of light flickering in his hands, akin to starlight. "Behold my flicking stars." As his words fell, the starlight swirled and fell upon the dragon's body, momentarily hesitating before the dragon's form dissipated into the flowing water. Having executed this move, the young man wore a triumphant smile and turned to leave. Moments later, the surface of Shrouding Lake began to churn, waves rising violently as the sky darkened. A magnificent dragon head slowly emerged from the depths, its gaze fixed upon the direction of Xishan Prefecture, a glimmer of wariness flashing in its eyes, its roar filled with fury. "Humans, you have gone too far." As the words fell, a brilliant light appeared, and an elder's figure materialized not far from the dragon's head. Upon recognizing the true form of the dragon, his expression shifted slightly, And he admonished, "Dragon King of Shrouding Lake, what madness compels you to stir such tumult?" Madness? I initially agreed to come to Shrouding Lake to harness the waters of this lake to nurture offspring into the Azure Dragon bloodline. Now someone has extinguished my butterfly transformation, and the dragon pearl suppressing the water veins has shattered, ruining 300 years of toil. That I demand an explanation from you. The Azure Dragon raised its body slightly, its scales flaring in anger, its voice laced with fury. If I do not receive a satisfactory answer, I shall summon my brethren and flood the 3,000 miles of Shrouding Lake, drowning this Xishuang prefecture. The elder, upon hearing this, felt a sudden sense of foreboding. However, observing the surging waves, he found the situation peculiar. The Azure Dragon lineage from the East Sea is fraught with internal strife. Otherwise, you would not have been forced to come here. The destruction of the Dragon Pearl must have been caused by your own kin. Yet you seek to slander my people. The Dragon King, upon hearing this, was so enraged that he could not find words to respond. With a flick of his azure form, he parted the waves, revealing the underwater scenery done on a certain erase pattern. Several large characters were clearly visible. Chao Yuanliang visited here. Unbeknownst to Chao Yuanliang, he was already outside Xishuang Prefecture City, gazing with satisfaction at the prepared carriage. Just as Han Lian had said, he placed great emphasis on his ostentation and reputation. The carriage, adorned with gold and silver, complemented with jade, appeared exceedingly opulent. Moreover, the horses pulling the carriage were a rare breed of white dragon steeds, each possessing a cultivation level at least that of the Golden Body realm. Such a carriage traversing the city would undoubtedly attract countless gasps of admiration. Turning to the young man beside him, he maintained his composure, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Xin Lang, spread the word. Today, this young master is off to the Dragon Palace of Shrouding Lake. The treasures of the Dragon Palace are of little consequence, especially after defeating the Dragon King and leaving unscathed. Yes, young master, Xin Lang replied, his expression unchanged as he nodded in acknowledgement. However, after a short distance, Chao Yunyang's keen senses detected something amiss, and he transmitted a thought. Xin Lang, why do I feel that everyone is looking at me strangely today? Has some tale of my exploits spread? Young master, it is not convenient for me to elaborate, but you will know upon seeing. Xin Lang, seemingly anticipating the inquiry, produced a book from his bosom and handed it over. That a new volume of the Heaven-Blocking Chronicle? Chao Yunyang's eyes gleamed as he seized the text. The words of Han Lian held considerable allure for him. Without delving into specifics, merely the content within promised to provide him with immense satisfaction. He quickly flipped through the pages, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, as he reached the final sections, his expression darkened. Just a mere storyteller dares to evaluate me in such a manner. What secret sects are these, Zen sect, Jinyan temple, that I have never even heard of? How can they rank above me? In an instant, his demeanor soured, and the oppressive aura he exuded caused the white dragon steeds at the front to falter. It is said that one should not expose the shortcomings of others, for those who cherish their reputation. Nothing is more abhorrent than being labeled as a name-seeker. He was well aware of the rapid dissemination of the Heaven-Blocking Chronicle, and soon, any mention of him, Chao Yuanliang, the master of the flicking stars, would no longer be the foremost among the younger generation, but rather synonymous with being a name-seeker. Initially intrigued by Han Lian, all interest had evaporated, leaving only a chilling intent to kill. Chao Yuanliang tossed the book aside, channeling his spirit energy, causing the text to disintegrate into fragments. Xin Lang, redirect the carriage towards Lingnan Prefecture, that I wish to see how this storyteller intends to meet his end. Understood. Xin Lang acknowledged without further inquiry. Just as he complied, a powerful voice echoed from afar, filled with fury. Chao Yuanliang, you cannot escape. You have stirred up a great mess, and even your master may not be able to protect you. Chao Yunyang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, yet a fierce glint remained in his eyes. That it appears that I have encountered a bit of trouble. Xin Lang, you must go to Lingnan Prefecture and ensure this storyteller is silenced. Remember, before he dies, make him clear my name. Chapter 8. The inquiry of Cold Cicada. The celestial beauty of one's fate is indeed formidable, yet I am not one who relies on looks for sustenance. However, one must consider, should I venture forth to tell tales with such a visage, what if someone covets my form? Han Lian gazed at his reflection in the copper mirror and couldn't help but smile wryly. When selecting his fate, he had only considered the benefits it would bring him. Little did he anticipate that it would far exceed his expectations. After all, he had touched upon the essence of immortality. The transformation of his appearance left him somewhat at a loss. After a night spent exploring the chaotic realm, he felt invigorated and in remarkably high spirits at that moment. He remained blissfully unaware of the profound impact his storytelling from the previous day had wrought. As he leafed through the intriguing tales of the falling feather realm, his thoughts drifted far afield. His narration yesterday had inadvertently offended Chao Yuanliang, the star picker, a man of lofty ambitions yet petty temperament. If he were to harbor malicious intentions towards Han Lian, it could prove quite troublesome. Though he had completed his novice task, thanks to the man's influence, if the latter were to approach him with murderous intent, uttering "listen to me, thank you," would surely exacerbate matters to ensure his own safety. He needed to enhance his abilities. Contemplating this, he found the book in his hands suddenly devoid of interest. A sense of oppression settled upon him, prompting an instinctive glance out of the window. Noticing the sky was just right, Han Lian decided it was time to step outside for some fresh air, but he promptly took up his folding fan and proceeded to exit. System. Activate the map and conceal my cultivation level. As the thought crossed his mind, his entire cultivation was instantly shrouded, rendering him an ordinary mortal in the eyes of outsiders, in a place invisible to others. A square map materialized before him, with various colored dots moving across its surface. Gazing at the luminous points on the map, Han Lian's expression tightened. Within a radius of several miles, there were at least a handful of Golden Body Realm cultivators. Moreover, marked on the map was a red, signifying a practitioner 2 major realms above him. Adjacent to it was a deep red, indicating a presence that had exceeded the current detection range of his system. The system's warehouse, concealed cultivation, and system map were all functions acquired after obtaining the system. Apart from the size of the warehouse increasing with Han Lian's cultivation advancement, the system map's detection of cultivators also had its nuances. Using Han Lian as a reference, it could identify practitioners within 2 major realms above him, marked in green, blue, and red. Those beyond this detection range were represented by a deep red, signifying extreme danger. Previously, upon his arrival in the Falling Feather realm, he had activated this function, but due to the multitude of red dots in his vicinity, he had abandoned it out of fear. Now, seeking to calm his mind, he was surprised to discover hidden formidable foes nearby. After all, the red that represented a practitioner of the butterfly transformation realm, while the deep red signified at least a master of the concealed essence realm. Although he was in Lingnan Prefecture, he was not within the city itself, making the presence of a butterfly transformation cultivator rather absurd, let alone one above that. Unsurprisingly, whether these 2 individuals were there for him or not, they were certainly connected to him. It appeared that caution was warranted. Having stepped out of his room, Han Lian scrutinized the 2 luminous points, hesitating momentarily, contemplating a return to his quarters at that moment. The returning Lung Hanshan and her companion happened to spot Han Lian, and recalling the information concerning him, Lung Hanshan momentarily lost her composure, exclaiming, "Mr. Han?" Hearing someone call out to him, Han Lian's thoughts were jolted back to reality. He looked up to see Lung Hanshan, veiled, and the seemingly slumbering Wooding Zen master. Not recognizing either of them, he felt a flicker of confusion arise within him. "May I inquire who you are?" he asked. Lung Hanshan, captivated by Han Lian's appearance, found it difficult to avert her gaze. "Mr. Han, we are your listeners. Might we have a word?" Upon hearing this, Han Lian regained his composure, realizing that she had mistaken him for an audience member. "I am immensely grateful for your support, Mississippi. However, the story of the Great Celestial Transmission will unveil itself in 2 days. I cannot narrate it now. It is not the Great Celestial Transmission, but something else." "Something else?" Han Lian's intuition began to stir. No wonder his discussion on the prodigies of the Falling Feather realm had attracted the attention of the curious. Noticing her remarkable demeanor and the conversation having progressed to this point, he nodded and gestured invitingly. "Since you have invited me, it would be impolite to decline." Inside the inn's room, Han Lian and Lung Hanshan sat across from one another at the table. Wooding Zen master, with his prayer beads, resembled a statue in the cold mountain palace, where men were a rarity. Lung Hanshan found herself unconsciously drawn to Han Lian's appearance. Although her expression remained unchanged, her heart brimmed with increasing curiosity. She suddenly realized that merely his looks had stirred her affections, that it is essential to note that she was a peak practitioner of the butterfly transformation realm. At this stage, her soul had begun its metamorphosis, making it exceedingly challenging for mere appearances to sway her heart. Furthermore, Lung Hanchan had already acquired information about Han Lian, yet that information bore no distinction that a top-tier force in the falling feather realm. The Pure Yang sect had conducted an investigation into an untrained mortal, only to discover that he had arrived in Lingnan Prefecture a month prior. They asked for other details. It was a blank slate, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Such circumstances ignited a flicker of curiosity within Lung Hanchan that a figure as handsome as Han Lian, who spoke with such charm, had never graced her presence before. After finishing a cup of tea, Han Lian noticed her continued silence, which left him uncertain, prompting him to clear his throat. "You invited me for a discussion. May I inquire what you wish to ask? Your accent and attire suggest you might not be a local of Lingnan Prefecture. Are you?" Upon hearing this, Lung Hanchan snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. "That my surname is Shan. I hail from the Shinan Prefecture, and I have come to Lingnan Prefecture to seek someone Shan. That surname is indeed uncommon." Han Lian mused inwardly, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. "There are no outsiders present. Miss Shan, please feel free to elaborate on the matter you wish to discuss with me." "Indeed," Lung Hanchan responded, her agreement punctuated by a nod. "This matter is quite simple. It pertains to your discussion on the prodigies of the falling feather realm yesterday. The information regarding those prodigies is likely concealed by the major sects, kept under wraps. Who would have thought you would possess such knowledge? Truly remarkable." Her voice was cool, tinged with an ethereal quality that left Han Lian feeling refreshed. He chuckled. "Miss, you jest that I merely spoke offhandedly to appease those busybodies. The reality is far more complex, and I cannot draw conclusions based solely on that." "Spoke offhandedly. Might I inquire how you came by such information on those prodigies? Perhaps you have connections?" Lung Hanchan pressed. Her curiosity piqued. For some reason, she felt an aura of mystery surrounding him, obscuring her ability to see him clearly. Han Lian, avoiding her gaze, continued to respond, "I am merely an ordinary storyteller. How could I possibly know those prodigies?" Lung Hanchan, filled with curiosity, couldn't help but question further. "Your words strike me as implausible. It is said that the celestial transformation of the Cold Mountain Palace is a legacy handed down through generations, and the mastery of the Cold Moon Wheel is known to feud up Mr. Han. With such knowledge of her, how would you assess this young lady?" Chapter 9. The Holy Maiden's Romantic Tribulation and the Zen Master's Speculation. As Lung Hanchan spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Han Lian, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. As the Holy Maiden of the Cold Mountain Palace, she had never cared about the opinions of others. Yet in observing Han Lian, she found herself eager to discern how he would evaluate her. In that moment, anticipation welled within her. Lung Hanchan. Han Lian paused, momentarily taken aback, although he had surmised that this woman sought him out for idle conversation with ulterior motives. He had not expected her to inquire about such matters. After a brief contemplation, recalling the descriptions from novels regarding Lung Hanchan, he replied, "Lung Hanchan possesses exceptional beauty and unparalleled talent. In comparison to contemporary prodigies, she stands unrivaled and could be deemed the foremost." Upon hearing this, even Lung Hanchan's icy demeanor softened, her heart swelling with joy. Was her status truly this esteemed in Mr. Han's eyes? Yet, unbeknownst to her, Han Lian had more to say. Gazing at his teacup, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Alas, this young lady is fated to endure a romantic tribulation, tormented by love and ensnared in its grasp. Since her emergence from the Cold Mountain Palace, she has sought to resolve the calamity entwined within her cultivation. Yet her tribulation is the most arduous of all. Love's tribulation. The calamity reflects her innermost heart. A fleeting mirage, leaving only emptiness. It is a pity for this infatuated soul, for no matter the circumstances, they are destined to remain apart, ultimately succumbing to their tribulations. Beauty and misfortune. I find myself moved. Startled, Lung Hanchan abruptly rose to her feet. She yearned to refute his words, yet found herself at a loss for words. Although her exterior remained unchanged, a tempest raged within her heart. This young lady is fated to endure a romantic tribulation, tormented by love and ensnared in its grasp that a fleeting mirage, leaving only emptiness. Ultimately succumbing to her tribulations, beauty and misfortune, I find myself moved. Could it be that Mr. Han has foreseen my demise at the hands of love's tribulation? Cold Han Chan gazed intently at Han Lien's somewhat melancholic countenance, her mind a tumultuous whirlpool of chaotic thoughts, engulfed in a haze of confusion. Miss Dan. Han Lien lifted his gaze towards Cold Han Chan. Noticing her momentary daze, he queried with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing his words, Cold Han Chan snapped back to reality, replying, Mr. Han, what is it? It's nothing much, but Miss Dan, you seem to bear some hidden worries. Han Lien remarked, observing her expression, momentarily perplexed that I merely spoke casually. Whether you believe it or not rests entirely with you. Spoken casually, you say. A flicker of contemplation crossed Cold Han Chan's mind as she suppressed her myriad emotions. Forcing a smile that I am merely puzzled as to why, as the saintess of the Cold Mountain Palace, I cannot transcend even the tribulation of love. Upon hearing her words, Han Lien felt compelled to elucidate. For this tribulation is not merely about love. Even the founding ancestor of the Cold Mountain Palace would not have anticipated that the method she established to sever tribulations would evolve into such a predicament. Miss Dan, do not dwell further on this. It is a matter of fate, and to seek change would be to act against the heavens. Fate? Acting against the heavens? Cold Han Chan was taken aback by his words. Unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, Mr. Han, does your mention of acting against the heavens refer to? Hearing her inquiry, Han Lien felt a peculiar sensation stirring within him, fully aware that this matter could not be pursued further. He shook his head and replied, there is a saying, the great way has 50, heaven manifests 49, and one must be evaded. This slim chance of survival is not to be divulged. Having spoken, he rose, clasped his fan, and bowed courteously before making his exit. Thank you, Miss Dan, for your hospitality. I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger. Cold Han Chan also stood, watching his retreating figure, her heart brimming with questions, yet unable to voice them. Once Han Lien's silhouette vanished from sight, she pondered his words, uncertain of what to make of them. Elder Wu Ding, what are your thoughts? Cold Han Chan suddenly recalled her protector, the monk Wu Ding, who had been by her side all along, and could not help but pose the question that as a mighty figure at the peak of the seventh realm, he could undoubtedly discern the underlying nuances of Han Lien's words. As her voice fell, Wu Ding, who had been standing quietly, let out a low grunt, his body trembling slightly, and the 23 prayer beads in his hands scattered in disarray. Clattering to the ground, he opened his eyes, revealing a terrifying brilliance, and said in a low voice, what a profound statement. The great way has 50, heaven manifests 49, and one must be evaded. Han Chan, this Mr. Han is likely more formidable than I previously surmised. Do not try to comprehend his words. You cannot withstand the backlash. There lies great terror within. After uttering this, Wu Ding's expression fluctuated before returning to normal, but he then opened his palm, gathering the prayer beads back into a string. Looking at Cold Han Chan with a glimmer of affection in his eyes, he comforted Han Chan. As Mr. Han said, whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Your master entrusted me to protect you, ensuring your safety. However, should you ultimately fall to tribulation, I can at most safeguard a fragment of your soul for reincarnation. Whether you remain you in that rebirth depends on your own karmic ties. Cold Han Chan, gifted with intelligence, discerned the implications of Wu Ding's words, stating, Elder, do you mean to say that what Mr. Han has posited could indeed be true? Wu Ding, upon hearing her query, refrained from giving a direct answer. He sighed, a gravity settling in his gaze. Han Chan, had these words been spoken by another, I would not have believed them. Yet, to this day, I have sensed something. This Mr. Han must possess an extraordinary background. Have you noticed the folding fan in his hand? If I am not mistaken, it is a spiritual artifact. While he seems devoid of any cultivation, my spiritual perception hints at an ancient aura surrounding him. Indescribable in words that if my conjecture is accurate, he may possess the ability to peek into fate. That folding fan is a spiritual artifact. To possess the ability to peek into fate, could it be that everything he has said holds a grain of truth? Cold Han Chan, upon hearing Wu Ding's words, felt her previously calmed emotions once again spiral into turmoil. Regarding her tribulation of love, she had never placed much significance on it, for for the saintesses of the cold mountain palace throughout the ages had practiced methods to sever tribulations, minimizing their own calamities to better face their cultivation. Yet today, Han Lian's various utterances echoed incessantly in her ears, unsettling her mind that a fleeting illusion, a beautiful face faded from misfortune. I see and feel pity. She murmured softly, momentarily lost. What kind of tribulation of love could render me unable to reach it? Chana, I cannot fathom. As her thoughts trailed off, she inexplicably recalled Han Lian's visage, his every gesture leaving her momentarily entranced. If Mr. Han indeed possesses the ability to peek into fate, then it stands to reason that he knows much more than he lets on that he appeared before me, candidly stating that I suffer in love, ensnared by it. Could it be that my tribulation of love is in fact him? Chapter 10. As the feathers fall and the wind rises, the storyteller speaks again. The content of Han Lian's storytelling. Owing to the inherently fantastical nature of the narrative combined with his critiques of numerous prodigies, far exceeded everyone's expectations in terms of popularity. Not only did it spread wildly throughout Tiannandao, but within a single day, its tales reached beyond its borders that I in Long Chuan Dao. At the Qingchu Mansion. This mansion was once a vast wetland, but a powerful being, in a moment of stillness, took action to carve rivers, channeling the waters into the eastern sea, thus bestowing prosperity upon the region. With a single strike of his sword, he cleared an 800-mile-long channel, which remains to this day, thereby bestowing the name Qingchu Mansion upon this place. Above the Qingchu, a white-haired youth stood upon the water's surface, a snow-white floating dust hanging from his arm, exuding an ethereal quality beneath his feet. The once clear waters of the channel were stained crimson with blood, dozens of lifeless bodies cluttering the surface, attracting ferocious fish to feast upon the remains. Yet, the youth regarded the scene with indifference. Retrieving a blood-stained tome from his sleeve, the cover of the book was nearly obscured by blood, but faintly, 3 characters could be discerned. Zhetian Chuan. How intriguing. Merely a storyteller, yet he possesses such extensive knowledge. Even about the 3,000 floating pagodas in my possession. Yet, can someone of that caliber truly belong on the same page as the likes of Yunfei Yang? He was none other than Yu Huang, the disciple of the Wuxing sect, as referred to by Han Lian, that in pursuit of his path of slaying and protecting life, he trusted no one but himself. The corpses before him belonged to a band of water bandits, their leader possessing cultivation at the heavenly manifestation realm, having terrorized the area for years through the use of water techniques, truly deserving of their ill fate. With a light chuckle, he tore out the final page containing Han Lian's commentary on the prodigies of the falling feather realm. And in an instant it turned to ash, drifting downward as he gazed at the ashes. Yu Huang slowly closed his eyes and sighed. The waters of the channel were infused with spiritual energy, making it easier for its aquatic inhabitants to attain sentience. Alas, you delight in the flesh and blood of the human race. Should you transform into demons in the future, you will surely bring calamity to this region, that if that is the case, do not blame me. With another sigh, the floating dust upon his arm quivered, the strands of dust extending rapidly, forming a vast net that plunged into the Qingqiu in the blink of an eye. The bodies and fish that had once floated above were transformed into white bones. Sinking to the depths of the pool, upon the floating dust in Yu Huang's hand, a faint crimson hue flickered, and a tinge of red appeared on his visage. Once his deed was complete, he lifted his gaze towards the southeast, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. This storyteller, judging by his narratives, was undoubtedly a scholarly genius. Yet he wondered what insights he might offer regarding his path of slaying and preserving life. Upon the completion of his words, Yuang exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. With a delicate flick of the floating dust in his hand, he stood upon a solitary boat, drifting downstream with the clear waters of the canal. The Longchuan Path itself was a highland of the Xuanfeng dynasty, a source for countless rivers. To travel downstream at a rate of 1,000 miles a day was no mere jest. Moreover, Yuang was not the only one hastening towards the Lingnan prefecture of Tiannandao. Many prodigies from the Liu realm, both those mentioned in the texts and those not, seemed to share an unspoken understanding, collectively departing from their sects, putting aside personal matters, and making their way to Lingnan prefecture. That a phrase from the book became the crux of their journey. The strength of the younger generation of prodigies within a sect could to a certain extent, represent the overall power of the sect itself. The emergence of this phrase had transcended the affairs of individual prodigies. It was now tied to the reputation of the sect and the dignity of their lineage. Even if they were to face defeat, it would matter not. Acknowledging one's inferiority was a matter of course. However, should they choose not to go, they would surely become the subject of much gossip. On the first day after the storytelling, he engaged in cultivation and savored tea. That on the second day, he continued with the same routine. That as the curtain rose on the grand tale of Jitian, an unknown number of visitors flocked to pay their respects. Han Lian initially intended to greet them all, hoping to become familiar with their faces. However, upon glancing out the window at the throngs below, his interest waned entirely. After all, he was not particularly adept at socializing. His previous conversation with the aloof Han Chan had been spurred by a fleeting whim. The current situation, however, made him reluctant to show his face. Thus, he chose to avoid all visitors, isolating himself in his room for 2 days, embracing the life of a recluse. During this time, he thoroughly solidified his golden body stage and fully mastered the intricacies of the jade fan in his possession. This fan, with its dual offensive and defensive capabilities, was a marvel of versatility, and being a product of the system, he found its refinement effortless. Compared to the fan he held, even those wielded by higher-tier cultivators were commendable weapons. After all, it was a spiritual artifact, a rarity in the Liu realm. That on the third morning, before the dawn had fully broken, the inn and tea house were already abuzz with activity. That as Han Lian turned into the tea house, he noticed that it and the inn were packed to the brim with eager listeners. The once spacious chairs had vanished, replaced by tightly packed small stools, forming layers of spectators inside and out. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. Han Lian discovered that the original walls of the tea house had been dismantled at some unknown time, leaving only a simple entrance. Despite the crowd's clamor, distinct voices could still be heard calling out, "Mr. Han, this is already the 3rd day. Hurry up, or the flowers will wither. 3 days, 3 entire days. Do you know how I've spent these 36 hours? 144 quarters? We can't indulge Mr. Han's bad habit. 3 days for a single story is unacceptable. I propose at least 3 tales a day. I gathered everyone from the Martial Arts Academy just to witness Mr. Han's storytelling. It's enough to simply hear a few extra words from the next tale." The lively scene reminded Han Lian of a celebrity concert in a previous life, where delivery personnel searched for their intended patrons. After sipping a cup of tea to moisten his throat, he felt it was about time and ascended to the elevated platform of the tea house at a leisurely pace, with a crisp sound emanating from the jade fan in his hand. The crowd took notice of his presence, and the tea house fell silent. Han Lian surveyed the sea of eager faces below and clasped his fan, bowing slightly. "I apologize for keeping you all waiting." Without further ado, he proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Placing the jade fan upon the table, he cleared his throat and declared, "Let us continue from where we left off. The 5-colored altar opens the ancient path. The 9 dragons pull the coffin. An otherworldly guest lands on the Mars star. The ancient celestial palace reveals the old temple." Chapter 11. The 9 dragons pull the coffin, repelling the divine crocodile. Whether it was the Bodhi ancient tree or the great Thunder Sound temple, both held significant histories in their minds. The former was said to be the site where Shakyamuni attained enlightenment, with Bodhi symbolizing profound wisdom. The latter, as recorded, was the place of this enlightened being's teachings. Everything they understood was derived from texts in their original world, and witnessing it all reappear here left them in a state of bewilderment. As the group ventured deeper into the ancient temple, they encountered dust-covered remnants of shattered artifacts. Yi Fan picked up a lamp, and as he held it, he faintly heard the supreme 6-character mantra of Buddhism. This mantra conjured an illusion, drawing his consciousness back to an indeterminate time in the past. Upon regaining his senses, he felt that the artifacts in this place were extraordinary. The others, too, began to sense something remarkable. Searching the temple and yielding various treasures to Yi Fan, recalling that the Bodhi tree was no ordinary entity, sought beneath its branches, and ultimately discovered a Bodhi seed the size of a walnut. This seed, imbued with the essence of the Bodhi tree, bore natural patterns that coalesced into the form of a Buddha. The group meticulously scoured the temple, each finding something of value, whether it was a Vajra pestle, wooden fish, fishing drum, or incense burner, all artifacts of the Buddhist temple, to Yi Fan's friend, Peng Bo. After a fruitless search, redirected his attention to the plaque reading Great Thunder Sound Temple outside the temple. Upon lifting the plaque, the six-character mantra resonated, causing all the Buddhist artifacts in their possession to emit brilliant light, transforming everything. The ancient temple, Buddhist statues, Bodhi trees, into ash just as the crowd expressed their astonishment. A tempest erupted upon Mars, sweeping through the area, red sand swirling in the air. Within that red sand, something dreadful seemed to lurk, and as they retreated from the five-colored altar, that ominous entity began to assault them. Did I end the silence? Lives were lost upon the desolate Mars. Han Lien paused momentarily, glancing at the tea prepared for him, sipping leisurely. Below, the listeners were already engrossed in the tale, their minds still captivated by the imagery of the red sandstorm. When suddenly, they snapped back to reality upon noticing Han Lien's pause. Mr. Han, why have you stopped? Please continue. What was that ominous creature? I am exceedingly curious. Do go on, Mr. Han. I am certain that these creatures must have significant backgrounds. Surely you must agree, Mr. Han. Listening to the clamoring voices, the crowd looked at him with eager anticipation. Feeling a bit bashful, Han Lien raised his hand, gently calming them with his jade fan. After clearing his throat, he continued, among the gathered scholars, one named Wang Zun discovered a broken bronze bell within the ancient temple. When the ominous creature attacked, the bell instinctively shielded him, enveloping his form in golden divine flames, rendering him as if he were a deity descending to the mortal realm. Not only did the artifacts in his hand exhibit extraordinary phenomena during the assault, but others who were attacked also found their artifacts responding, averting their crises. Those who had not acquired artifacts could only submit to the slaughter of the ominous beasts. Had it not been for Yi Fan's suggestion to jointly wield the artifacts, many more would have perished. Under the protection of the Buddhist artifacts, the remaining survivors eventually returned to the safety of the five-colored altar. Although the five-colored altar began to activate slowly, the events were far from over. After all, wherever there are people, conflicts arise. Greed, jealousy, and malicious intent are the roots of all problems. Lu Yun's and Li Chongqing coveted the power of the green lamp in Yi Fan's possession, secretly inciting their companions to seize the Buddhist artifacts from Yi Fan and the others. However, their attempts failed, and they faced retribution instead. That I end this instance. One might refer to it as moral coercion, which aptly describes the situation. Amid the disputes, a fearsome beast infiltrated the barrier of the five-colored altar. After they joined forces to slay it, they discovered it bore the appearance of a crocodile, lacking legs, yet adorned with a dark sheen. Ancient texts recorded this creature as a descendant of the divine crocodile. In times of yore, when demons ravaged the land, the Buddha subdued them, ultimately imprisoning many beneath the temple. After much deliberation, the group concluded that beneath the Great Thunder Sound Temple lay the imprisoned progenitor of the divine crocodile. Upon its release, it sensed their intent to escape via the five-colored altar and commanded its progeny to attack. The chilling wind surged forth, howling towards them, and the Buddhist artifacts in their hands seemed to resonate, unleashing a radiant light, illuminating the sky. The plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple emitted thunderous Buddhist sounds, and under its chant, countless divine crocodile descendants perished. Yet, those descendants seemed inexhaustible, without someone to command the artifacts. They autonomously protected their wielders, but even that would eventually reach its limit. Many fell victim to the waves of beasts, their artifacts lost in the chaos. At this moment, the progenitor of the divine crocodile broke free entirely, its aura soaring to the heavens, causing the earth to crack and blood to surge forth. Its blood-red eyes, resembling lanterns, merely gazing upon them, nearly shattered the resolve of the onlookers. At that moment, the long-accumulated five-color altar finally illuminated in its entirety, reopening the ancient celestial path. The 9 dragons carried the coffin, racing toward the starry sky. Confronted with the complete liberation of the crocodile ancestor, the Buddhist artifacts in everyone's hands resonated, experiencing an extreme elevation. They witnessed the ethereal manifestations of numerous Buddhas, a myriad of extraordinary phenomena, all converging upon the crocodile ancestor. The crocodile ancestor, a formidable demon who had survived countless ages, merely swayed its form to obscure the stars and moon. Enveloping the heavens with a thunderous roar, a crimson glow flickered in its eyes. It not only countered the onslaught of the Buddhist artifacts, but also sealed the ancient celestial path, halting the advance of the 9 dragons carrying the coffin. Its target was not solely the crowd, but also that bronze coffin. Although the 9 black dragon corpses attempted to repel it, they remained relentless at that moment. Upon the bronze coffin, the ancient beast adorned with rust revealed a faint, hazy radiance amidst the images of primordial ancestors. Within this flickering light, a semblance of great terror seemed to surface, causing the crocodile ancestor to recall something, which inexplicably drove it back. The 9 black dragon corpses, embodying a defiant roar, broke through the crocodile ancestor's confinement, re-entering the celestial portal and gliding through the cosmos toward their next destination. However, the matter did not conclude there, for within the bronze coffin still resided the remnants of divine crocodiles. Han Lian spoke eloquently regarding the confrontation between Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and others with Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing, maintaining a narrative until the true culprit was finally uncovered. The listeners displayed expressions of discontent. And when Pang Bo struck Lu Yunji, their faces relaxed slightly, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 12. The Astonished Master Wu Ding. The Maiden's inquiry as for the destination of the 9 dragons carrying the coffin. It was clearly indicated. Within the bronze coffin lay a celestial map, its destination marked as the Beidou star domain, the Z-Wei star. As the words fell, an ancient star map flickered in the minds of the crowd, with the 7 stars of Beidou connecting into a formation, a brilliant star growing ever larger. Han Lian perceived the toll on his mental strength as he spoke these words, but dismissed it. Continuing, since Yi Fan obtained the Bodhi seed of the innate Buddha, his insight into the heart surpassed that of ordinary people. As he gazed upon the bronze coffin, he vaguely discerned the copper patterns upon it, resembling the scriptures of the Tao. The Tao is fundamentally simple. If one were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be the way of heaven diminishes excess to replenish deficiency. Yet within it lies an unknown multitude of Tao scriptures, which cannot be articulated. Upon uttering these words, he felt a significant drain on his mental faculties and hastily ceased speaking, instead continuing. The 9 black dragons bore the crowd aloft, and amidst their vigilance, they descended. Upon emerging from the bronze coffin, they found themselves upon a towering mountain, encircled by 9 majestic peaks that formed a vast, bottomless pit, resembling an abyss. The 9 black dragons and the bronze coffin were drawn into this abyss by an inexplicable force. Their previous fall from the universe to the Jade Emperor's summit had shattered the ground, leaving merely a few fissures upon this mountain. A testament to their descent, that as they explored, they discovered a weathered stone tablet, upon which the words ancient forbidden were barely legible. Just as they pondered the nature of this place, they observed a great rock, akin to a divine bird, soaring through the sky. All were troubled by the scarcity of food, prompting them to seek sustenance. Yi Fan and Pang Bo stumbled upon a pool of water, where they beheld 13 small trees, resembling jade, each about 1.5 feet tall, adorned with 5 fruits. Among them, tensions had already arisen, as these fruits incited a fierce competition for possession. Han Lian recounted the events of Yi Fan slapping Li Chongqing and ultimately casting him into the tiger's den, which resonated with the crowd, releasing a collective sigh of pent-up frustration, leading some to quietly cheer. Han Lian did not intervene but continued. The remaining individuals proceeded along the path toward the celestial palace, ethereal as it was, ultimately reaching the periphery, where they discovered a stone tablet inscribed with ancient forbidden grounds. Upon arriving at this location, an unexpected transformation occurred. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and others transformed from youths into young boys, while those who had not partaken of the spring water or fruits aged dramatically in the blink of an EYE. This juncture, Han Lian snapped his folding fan, producing a crisp sound that drew everyone's attention back to the present. He stood there, his demeanor markedly elevated by the dual influences of celestial grace and chaotic essence. The crowd gazed at Han Lian, momentarily entranced. Among them, Xun Lang concealed himself in a corner, observing Han Lian with a mixture of confusion and longing. The Beidou star domain, the Z-Wei star. He lamented his birth in this fallen feather realm, lamenting the inability to witness the grandeur of the 9 dragons carrying the coffin. Furthermore, matters concerning the ancient forbidden grounds could only be gleaned through the words of this Mr. Han Didi lowered his hands from his sleeves. The murderous intent that once consumed him had significantly waned. Listening to Mr. Han speak a few more passages seemed reasonable, for the young master had only tasked him with assassination. Without specifying a time limit, he pondered this, feeling an unquantifiable anticipation building within him. Even more astonishing was the protector of Lung Han Shan, Master Wu Dinged at this moment. He was employing his unpredictable Zen powers, forcefully anchoring his consciousness to the celestial map, seemingly suspended in the void, faintly perceiving the silhouette of the crocodile ancestor. The pressure emanating from it traversed the ethereal, nebulous expanse, bearing down upon him. This aura nearly overwhelmed his senses, compelling him to sever this thread of thought. Upon regaining his composure, he found himself incessantly manipulating his prayer beads, unable to quell the turmoil within, his very essence feeling diminished. The crocodile ancestor was at least of the fragmented void realm, if not higher. As he collected himself, he once again heard Han Lian utter the phrase, the sound of the Tao, causing his mind to falter anew, nearly shattering his consciousness. When he forcefully stabilized his thoughts, he was confronted with the extraordinary tale of aging in an instant, throwing his mind into further disarray. Master Wu Ding lifted his gaze to Han Lian, noting his unperturbed demeanor, devoid of any signs of mental fatigue from his storytelling, which left him in awe and prompted a reconsideration of his suspicions. This Han Lian was indeed extraordinary. His origins must be connected to a fallen practitioner awakening past memories, playing the role of a mortal. Merely the phrase the Tao is fundamentally simple was beyond the grasp of someone within his realm, or even the nirvana stage. Regardless, for the sake of the girl Han Shan, I shall endeavor to probe him further. He resolved this in his heart, contemplating his approach to testing Han Lian. As Han Lian paused at just the right moment, the atmosphere became chaotic as all regained their senses. That's it. I did not expect Mr. Han to be so brief. Indeed, I waited beneath this tea house for 3 days, only to find this aging in an instant. What next? I wonder if our fallen feather realm has such fruits and springs, emerging from the forbidden grounds. Who would have thought it would consume one's lifespan, truly deserving of its name? Han Lian listened to these comments without responding, merely smiling in acknowledgement. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd that Mr. Han, you mentioned that Li Xiaoman and Yi Fan were childhood sweethearts, having harbored feelings for each other, yet they ultimately did not become partners. I find this difficult to comprehend, that in your eyes, what truly is love? As this question was posed, the listeners fell into a thoughtful silence, their eyes flickering with curiosity. Some began to entertain other notions. Contemplating, had Mr. Han always been alone? Han Lian turned toward the voice, discovering it belonged to a girl of about 15 or 16 years. This youthful maiden, in her blossoming years, naturally struggled to grasp certain matters. Upon noticing Han Lian's gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. He pondered for a moment, then sighed, saying, love encompasses myriad joys and sorrows, akin to a bond and a lament. What is love, if not a force that compels one to pledge life and death? His words and demeanor emanated an inexplicable sense of melancholy, prompting Lung Han Shan to rise abruptly, momentarily captivated. Chapter 13. Another Lottery. The indestructible heavenly art. Regarding the tribulation of emotions, Lung Han Shan possesses a modicum of understanding. However, her knowledge of what emotions truly are remains scant. She is well aware that throughout the generations, every disciple and saintess of the core cultivation techniques of Hantan Palace must inevitably confront this emotional tribulation. Yet, despite her esteemed position as a saintess of a supreme sect, dedicating all her time to cultivation, it would not be an exaggeration to describe her as a not F in matters of affection. Prior to leaving the sect, she had gathered several volumes concerning love, yet found those poorly crafted tales utterly devoid of resonance upon reading that a few days ago. In an attempt to gauge Han Lian, she inquired about this matter, only to receive an answer from him that she found difficult to accept. Gazing at him then, an inexplicable sensation left her momentarily disoriented. Today, upon hearing his words, she felt a disquietude in her heart and mind. She pondered, what exactly is this thing called love that binds people in life and death? It was as if she murmured softly, lost in thought, as Lung Han Shan looked at Han Lian, her mind adrift. Not only she, but many of the listeners present also displayed flickers of confusion in their eyes as they began to reminisce. With each sigh that echoed through the room, faint sounds of weeping emerged from the audience. Several scholars, originally engrossed in transcription, found their eyes moistened, tears mingling with ink, rendering their writings impossible. That am I perhaps overstepping? Han Lien mused silently as he observed the audience's reaction. Yet, contemplating this was one thing. Voicing it another. Should such an opportunity arise again, he would not hesitate. After all, he was not the one who had initiated this discourse. Watching the expressions of the listeners, Han Lien hesitated only momentarily before the sound of his jade fan broke the silence, calling their attention back to him. Once their focus returned to him, he smiled gently and said, "As for the tale of the Veil of Heaven, we shall conclude here for today. It is not that I am unwilling to elaborate further, but rather that it is beneficial for all to bring this chapter to a close. After all, what follows will truly unfold the story, will it not?" Upon finishing his statement, he noticed the audience's spirits were evidently low. So he refrained from saying more and began to withdraw towards the back. This moment, a listener finally regained their composure and called out, "Mr. Han, are you truly departing? Even if you wish to refrain from discussing the Veil of Heaven, would you not share your previous thoughts on the prodigies of our Liu realm?" Hearing this, Han Lien silently accessed his system map, observing a deep crimson point, 2 red points, and scattered azure and blue points. He smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "While I can certainly discuss the prodigies of the Liu realm, it shall not be today. After all, even if we were to deliberate on the prodigies, we must wait until they arrive." Before Han Lien's words could fully settle, an eager listener chimed in, "Mr. Han, how can you be so certain they will come?" "They will undoubtedly arrive," Han Lien replied, gazing skyward, his tone laden with significance. "For what they contend for is not merely fame in the realm of prodigies, but rather the tides of power." With that, he clasped his fan and performed a courteous bow. "Esteemed guests, may the verdant hills remain unchanged. We shall meet again in 3 days." The mention of the tides of power left many listeners feeling bewildered, grappling with a sense of profundity that eluded them. Only a select few among the audience experienced a tremor of realization, their expressions shifting as they departed. While Han Lien's storytelling was commendable, a significant portion of the audience had come not solely for the tales. Upon reaching the back of the tea house, Han Lien took a sip of the cool tea that had been prepared for him. Just then, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 4,000 storytelling points." Ding. Storytelling points have been credited. The host may choose to conduct 40 draws from the bronze treasure chest or 4 from the silver treasure chest. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Han Lien nearly choked, hastily regaining his composure. 4,000 storytelling points. Was that truly the sum? He placed the jade fan into his pocket, one hand supporting the teapot while the other rested on his chin, unable to suppress his contemplations. Initially, he had anticipated that a single storytelling session would yield around 1,000 points at most, yet he had never expected the amount to far exceed his estimations. As for whether to draw from the bronze or silver treasure chests, Han Lien hesitated briefly, then silently inquired, "System, what is the value range of the rewards in the bronze and silver treasure chests?" No sooner had the words left his mind than the system's response echoed within him. The rewards from the storytelling point treasure chest derive from the Veil of Heaven, along with a few cultivation elixirs from the world. Specifically, the bronze treasure chest corresponds to rewards from the Wheel of Sea and the Dao Palace's secret realms, while the silver treasure chest pertains to the Dao Palace and the 4 Extremes secret realms. The golden treasure chest is associated with the 4 Extremes and the Transformation Dragon secret realm, and the diamond treasure chest corresponds to the Transformation Dragon and the Immortal Platform secret realm. During the drawing process, there exists a possibility of acquiring higher quality fragments, allowing for more economical collection. A gentle reminder: drawing should be approached with caution. Participation is key. Upon reading the system's message, Han Lien could not help but mentally scoff. What do you mean by participation being key? I have always been under the protection of the luck of the European monarch. As for how to draw, as a self-proclaimed European monarch, he naturally intended to take risks. With that thought settled, he could no longer contain himself. By the time he reached the door of his guest room, he suppressed the urge to draw and began his bathing and dressing routine. After completing the entire process, he sat cross-legged by the window, joining his hands in prayer. "O European monarch, may you depart swiftly. Yi Tiendi, please bless me once more. Silver treasure chest, grant me all draw." With a whoosh, in Han Lien's mind, a colossal silver treasure chest rose from the ground like a mountain. exuding an ancient and wild aura that a crack appeared, and radiant beams of treasure light spilled forth, causing Han Lian's heart to race with excitement. Boom! With a resounding crash, the silver treasure chest burst open, revealing a blue and 3 orange light pillars before his eyes. Moments later, ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the Dao Palace phenomenon. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden body elixir. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received the indestructible heavenly skill wheel of Sea Scroll. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired 5 fragments of Wu Changqing's character. A series of notifications reverberated within Han Lian's mind. In the next moment, the items he had drawn appeared in his system warehouse, quietly awaiting his retrieval. An ethereal, yet vaguely wild image of a dragon elephant, along with a brilliantly radiant elixir adorned with intricate patterns. A page of golden paper emanating faint tendrils of chaotic energy, and 5 fragments of Wu Changqing's character lay before him. Han Lian's expression brightened with a hint of joy as he gazed at the items he had drawn. Chapter 14. Ascending Realms, Celestial Phenomena of Duality. These items were all treasures. If one were to assess solely based on the lottery, he would indeed consider himself quite fortunate. Han Lian gradually calmed his emotions, silently reflecting. Each of these items was something he currently needed. Though Wu Changqing's strength was not formidable, receiving 5 character fragments in one go indicated that he could easily collect them in terms of value. The most precious among them was undoubtedly the indestructible heavenly skill wheel of Sea Scroll. The indestructible heavenly skill was an imperial pathway technique created by the unparalleled emperor of the Veil of Heaven. There existed 2 imperial techniques he devised. One was named the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Technique, which could refine all manner of physiques in the world into a chaos physique. Han Lian had already drawn the Taiyin Sun chaos physique earlier. And while the Heaven-Swallowing Demon Technique was powerful, employing it to devour would only yield impurities. The indestructible heavenly skill, however, was different. It was inherently designed to be cultivated by a chaos physique, making it perfectly suitable for him. Yet if one were to consider what he most urgently required at this moment, it would undoubtedly be the golden body elixir. This elixir was an exclusive creation of the system. And if it were to truly appear in the Liu realm, it would undoubtedly drive countless individuals to madness. With a flick of his hand, Han Lian retrieved the golden body elixir, and upon merely gazing at it, a look of intoxication washed over his face. Within it, he sensed an abundance of pure spiritual energy. Simply resting it in the palm of his hand awakened an overwhelming desire to consume it. He forcefully calmed his mind, and once his aura stabilized, he swallowed it whole. Crackle! The moment the golden body elixir entered his mouth, before Han Lian could even react, it disintegrated, flooding his meridians with torrents of ferocious and blazing spiritual energy that surged toward his dantian. The efficacy of this elixir far exceeded Han Lian's expectations. As the bottleneck of the golden body realm felt insubstantial within his body, that a faint golden light began to emanate from him. His flesh becoming translucent, with bones and muscles clearly visible, as the effects of the golden body elixir raged within him. A trace of chaotic energy flickered deep within his dantian. This chaotic energy flowed and coiled, embodying the duality of yin and yang as it traversed through his body. That it was the chaos physique Han Lian had refined, and after this period of dormancy, it finally began to reveal its formidable might. Under the support of such forces, the medicinal effects gradually transformed into a gentle state, initiating a series of breakthroughs, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the 10th level of the golden body. Not only that, but with the enhancement of the chaotic body, the impurities within his constitution silently dissipated, leaving him in a state of perfect unity that if the 7th realm master, Master Wooding, were present, he would undoubtedly recognize Han Lian's current condition, the pinnacle of the golden body realm. The golden body without leaks. If I were to step out like this in my previous life, even if I claimed to be a deity, no one would believe me, Han Lian mused as a fleeting thought crossed his mind. However, before his thoughts could disperse, a thread of utmost yang and a thread of utmost yin materialized before him, gradually rising. Behind him, ethereal manifestations of spiritual power began to emerge, transforming into his indistinct silhouette. In the outside world, several hours had passed since Han Lian concluded his storytelling. Most of the audience had already departed, leaving only a few reluctant souls who had claimed their seats early. Intent on outlasting the others, the night grew dim. A faint golden light appeared above the inn. The moment this ethereal figure materialized, ominous dark clouds began to churn in the sky, silent thunder rumbling. Yet carrying an air of celestial might that weighed heavily on the hearts of those mundane and lesser cultivators, causing them great discomfort that a few Golden Body Realm cultivators, witnessing this phenomenon, could not help but feel a flicker of envy and reverence in their eyes. For they understood that this was the manifestation of a heavenly tribulation. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, the first three realms posed no obstacles, but from the fourth realm onward, heavenly tribulations would descend. If one could survive, they would ascend another level and extend their lifespan. Failure, however, could result in hopeless stagnation or even annihilation. Just as the celestial image was coalescing, the thunder tribulation descended without hesitation. Crashing down, such a spectacle caused many to change countenance in their understanding. While thunder tribulations were formidable, they typically awaited the completion of one celestial manifestation before striking. Yet now, the celestial image was but a nascent form, its features obscured, its momentum unseen, far from completion. Yet, even in this embryonic state, the thunder tribulation was impatient to descend, indicating something extraordinary was at play. Boom! Deafening explosion resounded, thunder rolling with a breath of destruction. However, upon striking the celestial image, it merely quivered slightly before vanishing without a trace. Han Lian sensed that the thunder tribulation had transformed into pure energy upon its descent, and with a subtle shift of his mind, he summoned the energies of utmost yin and utmost yang, infusing them into the celestial image. In the next moment, a radiant light flashed, and above the celestial image, a bright moon and a great sun emerged, their brilliance shining forth, rendering the thunder tribulation utterly ineffective. Yes, the sun followed the moon's rise, and the moon chased the sun's shadow. No laws could intrude. Furthermore, the thunder tribulation seemed to act as a colossal battery, supplying him with thunder attributes spiritual energy, preventing his inner energy from depleting, a continuous flow coursing through him. His celestial image was rapidly coalescing. Within the inn, Master Wooding, burdened by his thoughts, had already sensed the aura the moment the heavenly tribulation manifested. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward, bringing along the infatuated Lung Hanshan, and appeared several dozen yards away, swiftly escaping the range of the thunder tribulation. When he raised his gaze towards the tribulation clouds, contemplating whether he had overlooked the cultivator, Han Lian's extraordinary manifestation caused his expression to grow solemn. This, the sun and moon sharing the same sky, he felt a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Such a celestial phenomenon he had only glimpsed in ancient texts. In reality, no one had ever reported witnessing it. That if such a prodigy were to rise, surpassing Lung Hanshan and his generation, it would be an inevitable outcome. Just as he was calculating, a thunderous dragon roar erupted, and a dragon silhouette surged into the clouds, breaching the thunder tribulation with a tremendous force. Yet this was not the end. Following the dragon's roar was a sound filled with desolation. As an elephant's trumpet echoed, its ivory tusks piercing the heavens, directly overturning the thunderclouds, Master Wooding paused his calculations, seemingly wary, rubbing his hands together. Recently, he had faced considerable backlash while probing the heavenly secrets, and witnessing the emergence of dual celestial images at the onset of the celestial realm. He felt it prudent to refrain from further calculations for fear of drawing blood. Indeed, he had just sensed the necessity of employing the Tao Palace's extraordinary manifestation, the dragon elephant suppression of the abyss, which he had won in a previous draw. This manifestation was truly formidable, directly confronting the thunder tribulation upon its appearance. Chapter 15. The Bitter Sea of Life. Someone follows as the second manifestation emerged. The previously fragmented thunder tribulation in the sky, though still raging, had diminished in power to the point where it could scarcely inflict harm upon Han Lian. The progression to the celestial realm had become almost inevitable. Recognizing that the pure spiritual energy from the thunder tribulation was of little use to him, Han Lian did not hesitate. He activated his chaotic body, beginning to absorb the energy continuously. Moreover, he retrieved the remnants of the imperishable heavenly art from his system warehouse. As soon as the page of the imperishable heavenly art manifested, Wisps of chaotic energy began to swirl upon it, the faint pressure distorting the surrounding space. This page of scripture did not linger in the outside world. As if born with sentience, it directly entered his dantian in the blink of an eye. Under the enhancement of the chaotic body, this scripture opened a second dantian within him, revealing a tumultuous ocean filled with the raw essence of chaotic energy. Upon introspecting, Han Lien understood this scene. It was his bitter sea, unlocked by the imperishable heavenly art, allowing his physical form to practice the methods contained within the scriptures of the heavens. However, relying solely on the spiritual energy of this world to cultivate the techniques of the heavens was still somewhat challenging. With this thought, the thunder tribulation in the sky grew increasingly violent. Yet, as it struck Han Lien, the pure thunder spiritual energy was absorbed by him, nourishing his physical body. Seizing this opportunity, he suddenly remembered that he had rewards from previous draws stored in his warehouse. With this thought, he flipped his hand and retrieved a medium-sized source stone, polished to perfection through multiple purifications, roughly the size of a walnut. He placed this source stone in his palm, activating the imperishable heavenly art, and slowly positioned it in front of him. Without needing guidance, the chaotic body, the moment it appeared, resonated with waves of longing as it eagerly devoured the pure source power. The moment this source stone fell into the bitter sea, it stirred up a tremendous tempest, causing the entire bitter sea to tremble. The surface of the sea faintly revealed strands of chaotic energy, converging towards the location of the imperishable heavenly art. As Han Lien silently operated the method, he felt a whirlpool gradually forming, within which the energies of utmost yin and utmost yang intermingled, incessantly devouring his life force and the chaotic energy within him. The wheel of life turned, and the life spring was opening. Before one's eyes, his hair began to transform from black to white. Sensing the rapid depletion of his life force, his expression shifted slightly, and reluctantly, he retrieved the fruit of the immortal tree from his warehouse and swallowed it whole. The flavor of the fruit had yet to register in his senses when it dissolved in his mouth, flooding his body with an overwhelming vitality. His white hair turned black once more, and even his visage appeared slightly more youthful. With the aid of this fruit from the immortal tree, Han Lien successfully opened his life spring. Resembling a black hole that rotated with the energies of utmost yin and utmost yang, strands of chaotic energy emanated from the life spring, continuously spreading towards his bitter sea. The life spring was established. Han Lien sensed the changes within himself and could not help but release a sigh of relief. Within his bitter sea, the ethereal images of the celestial phenomenon and the Tao Palace's secret realm both faintly emerged. Yet due to the power of the secret realm, they remained concealed. The time taken to open the bitter sea and condense the life spring was brief, and when Han Lien regained his senses, the thunder tribulation above had just begun to dissipate. Has one truly become a cultivator of the celestial realm? Excluding the realm of the life spring, I feel as though I could take on 5 opponents single-handedly. Han Lien clenched his fists, savoring the surge of power coursing through him, feeling a lingering sense of unfulfilled potential. Under normal circumstances, ascending to the celestial phenomenon realm and condensing celestial manifestations would require immense expenditure of one's energy and foundational strength. At the moment of his ascension, disregarding the celestial manifestations, his overall strength was even inferior to that of a golden body practitioner. However, bolstered by the chaos body, Han Lien felt remarkably well, even unexpectedly invigorated. In the celestial phenomenon realm, most individuals can only condense a single celestial manifestation, yet I now possess 2. I must be considered a formidable force among my peers in this realm, he mused, pondering how his combat prowess compared to that of the butterfly transformation realm cultivators. This fleeting thought quickly dissipated as he chuckled to himself. Among the cultivators of the ethereal realm, there are only 2 nearby, and setting aside the one I am unaware of, only Lung Hanshan remains. Even if I am a powerful celestial phenomenon cultivator, I doubt I could match her. Though Lung Hanshan ultimately fell victim to the tribulations of love, she was nonetheless the foremost figure of the younger generation in the current grand scheme of things. Han Lien assessed his state and discovered that under the influence of the thunder tribulation, his celestial phenomenon realm was remarkably stable. Pushing open the window to gaze outside, he noticed the moon was bright and the stars sparse. That in a good mood, he felt an urge to take a stroll. As a cultivator of the celestial phenomenon realm, His skills were commendable. He moved silently, not disturbing anyone, and leaped down from his room on the third floor, surveying his surroundings and finding no one. He retrieved a jade fan, elegantly unfurling it and gently swaying it as he walked out in high spirits. He couldn't help but hum a tune. Sister's legs are not legs, the spring waters by the Seine. Sister's waist is not a waist, the curved blade of the death-dealing saber. As he hummed and walked, unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared behind him, clad in a light blue robe and with hands tucked casually. The figure showed no intent to conceal their presence. From a distance, both Master Wooding and Lung Hanshan noticed this person, and fearing for Han Lien's safety, Lung Hanshan was about to act, but was stopped by Master Wooding's hand. Master Wooding? Lung Hanshan was slightly taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at her protector. "Do not act rashly. Simply observe," Master Wooding advised, his gaze fixed on Han Lien, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. Then, realizing that Lung Hanshan might not be able to contain herself, he explained, "Hanshan, have you considered that Mr. Han is merely a mundane storyteller, even if he has enemies? It is rare for a powerful transcendent to take action against him. But do sense the realm of the person behind Mr. Han." Upon hearing this, Lung Hanshan extended her spiritual awareness, and her expression subtly shifted. The person was of the same butterfly transformation realm as herself. Such cultivators were seldom seen among common folk, and if they were sufficiently strong in combat, they could easily become a city lord in the underworld. "Hanshan, have you pondered that this person might have witnessed your visit to Mr. Han and wishes to lure you out using him?" Upon hearing this, Lung Hanshan was indeed led away by Master Wooding, her icy aura beginning to coalesce. Master Wooding nodded inwardly and said, "Do not worry about Mr. Han. For now, let us observe. With my presence, he shall not come to harm." As Master Wooding spoke, he kept a keen eye on Lung Hanshan, who was clearly preoccupied with thoughts of Han Lien. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on how, despite reaching the pinnacle of the seventh realm, he could still not discern that his saintly disciple's heart was entirely focused on Han Lien. His disciple was commendable in many ways. Yet she was still too naive, having only listened to a few tales, to have become so emotionally invested in another. It left him feeling helpless. But perhaps this is for the best. After all, Mr. Han is merely an ordinary mortal, and in less than a century, he will turn to dust. When that time comes, it will not be too late for Hanshan to sever her ties. Yet even now, he could not fathom why he had said that Hanshan would ultimately fall victim to the tribulations of love. Master Wooding slowly twirled the beads in his hand, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Han Lien, seemingly trying to uncover some deeper truth. Han Lien had already detected the presence of the figure behind him, yet he chose to remain unperturbed. After all, he was traversing a secluded path, and at this late hour, who would be as leisurely as he? As he quietly opened the system map, discovering a blue dot following him, he was taken aback. Now that his realm had ascended to the celestial phenomenon realm, the blue dot indicated a practitioner of the butterfly transformation realm. What should he do with a butterfly transformation cultivator tailing him in the dead of night? Time was of the essence. While Han Lien contemplated striking first and then making his escape, he hesitated, wondering if the other harbored no ill intentions. But if that were the case, why follow him at this hour? Moments later, he could no longer contain his impatience. He slowed his steps and turned to face the figure not far behind him, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "You have followed me for quite some time. May I inquire as to your intentions?" The person seemed taken aback by Han Lien's direct inquiry, but it saved him the trouble of thinking through a response. After a brief pause, he replied, "Since you have discovered me, you must realize that there is no escape for you now. Blame only your careless words for offending the wrong person." Careless words? Offending the wrong person? Han Lien's mind raced with various thoughts before he calculated. "You must be Chow Yuanliang." Upon hearing this, the figure's expression shifted slightly, but Han Lien continued, "No, you are not him. Chow Yuanliang is eccentric and craves fame. If you truly were him, you would have already made a move against me." And beside him, suddenly, an idea struck Han Lien, his eyes brightening as he declared, "You are Xin Lang, aren't you?" "Ah!" Xin Lang, who had believed himself to be unnoticed, was taken aback that Han Lien had unraveled his identity so swiftly. He responded with intrigue, "Indeed, I am Xin Lang, sent by my young master to take your life." Upon hearing this, Han Lian had initially intended to strike first and flee, but was surprised when Xin Lang tossed the paper and pen from his robe. You have spoken ill of my young master and shown him great disrespect, which warrants your life. However, having heard you tell stories, I perceive some talent in you, and thus I have developed a sense of pity. If you transcribe the subsequent tales of the shrouded sky for me and vindicate my young master, I shall assist you in escaping unharmed. But if I do that, I can no longer tell stories. Correct? Han Lian gazed at the paper and pen, feeling somewhat astonished. Seeing him remain silent, Han Lian deduced the answer. Yet he did not reach for the paper and pen. Instead, he contemplated the information he had on Xin Lang and slowly spoke. Xin Lang, the scion of the Xin family, known for taming and slaying demons, possesses rare talent among his kin. After the Xin family suffered a calamity at the hands of the demons in his youth, he was the sole survivor. Later, he was taken in by the Chao family, becoming a servant to Chao Yuanliang. The world knows only of Chao Yuanliang. How many are aware that you have been silently clearing the way for him? Am I correct, Sleeve Dragon? Xin Lang? As Xin Lang listened to Han Lian's words, his expression remained unchanged until he heard the phrase Sleeve Dragon. His demeanor shifted, and a palpable killing intent emanated from him. You are but a mundane storyteller. How do you know my secret? The phrase Sleeve Dragon had only occurred to Xin Lang on his journey to Lingnan. Han Lian, upon hearing this, realized that various events had already transpired, but he refrained from answering directly, and after a moment's contemplation, stated, Xin Lang, I am aware of your background, and I also understand the methods of your demon-taming family. The Dragon King of Shrouding Lake, in pursuit of a son, nearly sacrificed his chance to ascend to Nirvana. Now, the matter has come to light, reaching the East Sea Dragon clan. Even if you can fully command that Azure Dragon, what does it matter? To enslave the Dragon clan is not as beneficial as slaying it altogether. As for Chao Yuanliang, he remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing it merely a chance for glory. But when the old Dragon King reports to the East Sea and summons his brethren, commanding the waters of Shrouding Lake, not even Chao Yuliang's master can control it, let alone the Dao master of Tiannan. Hearing this, Xin Lang's expression flickered through various shades of distress. After a prolonged silence, he let out a bitter sigh. I am aware of all that you speak of, but on the day my young master visited the Dragon Palace of Shrouding Lake, he destroyed the Dragon Nurturing Cave. The life of that Azure Dragon hangs by a thread. Had I not employed my beast-taming techniques to keep it alive, it would have long since become a disaster. Indeed, every time Chao Yuanliang ventures out, he inevitably stirs up trouble. Yet in gratitude for past kindness, Xin Lang consistently follows behind, diligently managing the ensuing chaos. However, this time, the predicament has escalated significantly. Upon hearing these words, Han Lian naturally discerned a hint of helplessness within them. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, there is a way to address this, that as the saying goes. The Dragon Clan never submits as a slave, unless provided with food and shelter. Now, the young Azure Dragon you possess has already attained consciousness and can distinguish right from wrong. If you wish to completely dominate it, it will certainly prefer death over submission. However, if you adopt a different approach, cohabitation and beast mastery, sharing honor and disgrace, perhaps success can be achieved. The method of cohabitation and beast mastery. Xin Lang, upon hearing Han Lian's suggestion, felt a stir of interest but then slowly shook his head. If my Xin family were still intact, this method might indeed work. Yet such techniques have long since been lost with the fall of my clan. Although I am the legitimate son, I remain ignorant of them. You may be unaware, but I am not, Han Lian responded, observing a flicker of light in Xin Lang's eyes. The so-called cohabitation and beast mastery merely requires the melding of blood and bone. By utilizing your own beast mastery techniques to exchange dragon bones and reconstruct your golden body, you could ensure its survival, thus alleviating the crisis facing the Azure Dragon clan. However, the inherent dangers in this endeavor are apparent, and whether it ultimately succeeds remains uncertain. Chapter 17. Encountering an attack, Sun and Moon traversing the heavens. Exchange dragon bones and reconstruct the golden body. Xin Lang's expression grew solemn as he contemplated Han Lian's words. Being the legitimate heir of the North Sea's Xin family, despite the incomplete inheritance due to his family's downfall, he retained some understanding of beast mastery techniques. His earlier rescue of the near-death Azure Dragon fledgling at Shrouding Lake was guided by his own experience in beast mastery. In the present situation, he had managed to tether the fledgling's life using his own blood, precariously tapping into its innate abilities. Originally able to preserve its life, Xin Lang had already risked a decline in his own realm. Leaving him with no other options, after considering Han Lian's suggestion, he felt a flicker of hope. However, the method of exchanging dragon bones was far too daunting for him at this moment. Attempting it would be akin to scaling the heavens. Lacking the lineage to this technique, any rash action would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Noting Xin Lang's hesitation, Han Lian recalled the process described in his texts and suddenly spoke, "I know your current abilities are lacking, rendering you unable to perform this technique. However, Xin Lang, you are assisting Chao Yuanliang in resolving troubles. Even if you cannot succeed, you must consult the Duan family of the Southern Wilderness Beastmasters. For the Azure Dragon fledgling has not truly perished. Should you exhaust all other options, entrusting this matter to the Dragon Clan may yield a glimmer of hope that as for whether or not to inform that little star. That is beyond my purview to determine." Indeed, Han Lian's advice was drawn from one of the methods recorded in novels. Chao Yuanliang, enamored with reputation, often found himself embroiled in calamities, with Xin Lang frequently stepping in to mitigate conflicts from behind the scenes. However, when the trouble becomes insurmountable, it is only a matter of time before it cannot be contained. Following the incident, the Dragon King of Shrouding Lake summoned 5 siblings of the Purple Mansion realm, with one even at the Nirvana realm, stirring the waters of Shrouding Lake for 3,000 miles, intending to leverage the lives of the common folk in Xiangxi to deliver Chao Yuanliang to the Dragon Clan for judgment. During this tumultuous period, numerous twists and turns occurred, and the true details were likely unknown to Xin Lang. Yet, thanks to Han Lian's storytelling, he had momentarily distanced himself from the eye of the storm. The ultimate trajectory of events remained shrouded in uncertainty. After considering Han Lian's words, Xin Lang reached a resolution that he turned to Han Lian, a hint of hesitation crossing his features as he sighed. "This matter, I am truly grateful to you, did I, Xin Lang, believe in clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity. Since you are willing to offer your guidance, I cannot repay kindness with ingratitude. However, sir, your involvement with the Tianjiao matters is extensive. So I implore you to tread carefully. Please, take care." Upon finishing his statement, a resolute expression flashed across his face as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Han Lian. In an instant, mysterious patterns began to emerge around him, coalescing into a formation. Witnessing this scene, Han Lian momentarily found himself in a daze, suddenly recalling something vital, exclaiming, "Be cautious of the little star," at the sound of his voice. Xin Lang hesitated but did not respond. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. Observing this, Han Lian silently shook his head, losing interest, and turned to retrace his steps that Wu Ding Zen Master and Lung Hanshan watched the unfolding drama. Their expressions softening slightly, especially Wu Ding, whose curiosity deepened that as a cultivator of the 7th realm, he found little merit in employing techniques to eavesdrop on their conversation, yet he clearly perceived the malice that had approached and the ensuing worry in its departure. "I told you so. Look, Mr. Han is indeed favored by fate and will remain unharmed." Before he could finish his sentence, under the moonlight, Han Lian's shadow flickered, and in an instant, it spread like paint, enveloping him in a shroud of malice. As an ominous consciousness invaded his mind. "Kik, at last, I've found the opportunity. Let me seize your spirit and uncover the source of your vast knowledge." Wu Ding, witnessing this figure, could not contain his fury. What audacity! With that, he flipped his hand to grasp a prayer bead, preparing to strike. However, in the final moment before his attack, he sensed a slight fluctuation emanating from Han Lian and, filled with doubt, restrained the impulsive Lung Hanshan. Patience, let us observe further. Facing such a scenario, Han Lian exhibited no signs of panic, but he merely flipped his palm, retrieving a fragmentary forbidden artifact he had long held. This imperfect artifact resembled a small box about 3 inches in length. With a slight incantation, it trembled and opened just a crack that in that instant. A resounding clang of a sword echoed, and from within the box, countless flying swords emerged, aimed squarely at the shadow. The shadow screeched and recoiled, only to be struck skyward by the swords. Once the sound of the swords faded, a hunched figure emerged from the air not far from him, its trembling arms propped upon a crimson cane. A mere glance revealed the shadow darting about. The figure gazed at Han Lian, its eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. Yet, refusing to relent, it swiftly conjured a headless black-robed, celestial form, extending its 5 fingers to suppress Han Lien. This celestial manifestation had fully materialized, surrounded by a tricolored halo, clearly reaching the 3rd transformation of metamorphosis. What does it matter if you possess forbidden spiritual weapons? How many times can you wield such a weapon? Han Lien did not respond, his expression remaining unchanged as he regarded his adversary. As the black-robed, celestial form's attack approached, his spirit stirred, unleashing a torrent of heat and cold that surged forth. Boom! An ancient and robust phantom rose from behind Han Lien, radiating a luminescence akin to jade, adorned with intricate patterns formed from the convergence of both yin and yang energies. Surrounding it, the phantoms of the sun and moon faintly flickered, revolving around him as the attack neared, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. The celestial manifestation of Han Lien's chaotic body cultivation technique, sun and moon traversing the heavens. As this celestial form materialized, witnessing their attack easily nullified. The figure's expression turned to one of disbelief, prompting an immediate retreat. Since you choose to oppose me, do you think you can come and go as you please? With a cold snort, Han Lien commanded the sun and moon celestial form to raise its hand, striking towards the shadowy figure. Though seemingly distant, the black-robed figure, along with the celestial form, appeared to be frozen in place. Desperately struggling, the headless celestial form revealed a continuous flow of tricolored halos as the figure tore open its own chest, revealing a bloodshot eyeball that emanated a pitch-black beam. Yet before this spectacle, the seemingly illusory sun and moon celestial form rendered it mere decoration. The hand pressed the beam back into the celestial form until the two made contact. Accompanied by an indescribable sound, the headless celestial form shuddered slightly, subsequently releasing an overwhelming chill that encompassed the entire celestial manifestation. The tricolored halos gradually retreated under the influence of this frigid aura. Dissolving into nothingness. Chapter 18. The eerie shadow sect can no longer hold. Observing the collapse of his celestial manifestation, the figure was engulfed by sheer terror. Realizing he could not linger, he hastily activated his cane, the shadow expanding outward from his center, shrouding his figure until no trace remained. Han Lien, you undoubtedly harbor great secrets. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. The figure, relying on his escape techniques, could not suppress his bitterness. Unable to resist uttering a harsh remark, "Tio, come and go as one pleases. Such is not the way of this world." Han Lien listened intently as the other party fled, contemplating the harsh words they had exchanged before. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Behind him, the celestial bodies of the sun and moon began to rotate, stirring the surrounding spiritual energies. Under the influence of the chaotic forces, all spiritual power reverted to its most essential state. The person who had slipped into the shadows was forcibly drawn back into visibility by Han Lien's actions. Without granting the opponent an opportunity to speak, the moment they reappeared, Han Lien brandished his jade fan and struck down with great force. With the intent to eliminate any potential future threats, he unleashed his full power in this attack. The azure light on the jade fan flashed momentarily, and the fan's ribs, resembling long swords, effortlessly shattered the opponent's spiritual barrier, piercing through their brow. Witnessing the lifeless body, Han Lien approached and discovered the figure was that of a sinister-looking old man. "You cannot blame me. After all, it was you who sought to seize my memories." Han Lien muttered, seemingly to himself, yet directed at the lifeless form. After uttering these words, he elegantly unfurled the jade fan, unleashing a gust of fierce wind that swiftly eroded the corpse, leaving no trace behind. Once the ashes were cleared, a metal plate remained where the body once lay. Han Lien lifted the plate, feeling a chill seep into him. Upon seeing the ominous inscription Gaying Sect, his brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, it was them that he silently acknowledged the trouble this presented and promptly stored it in his system's repository. In the realm of cultivation, there had always been a rivalry between the barbaric, the demonic, and the practitioners, but the primary force opposing them was still the Xuanfeng dynasty. Practitioners often maintained a meditative state, only intervening when their sect's interests were threatened or when the conflict reached their very doorstep. Due to the varying states of cultivation, mindset, and celestial phenomena, the cultivation world implicitly divided all sects into two categories: the orthodox and the demonic. The distinction between the two was not particularly clear-cut. It was largely defined by the whim of each sect's ancestors. The only notable differentiation was found within the demonic faction's Guiyao sect, that if the demonic path was somewhat extreme in its methods. The Guiyao was devoid of humanity, a true pestilence of the demonic realm. Thus, both the orthodox and the demonic factions sought to eradicate them. Sects like the Black Lotus sect, previously pursued by the Cold Cicada, and now the Guiying sect, were classified under the Guiyao category. Their brutal methods were beyond reproach. The plate's function was not only a symbol of identity for the Guiying sect, but also served a tracking purpose. However, once stored in his system repository, no matter how capable they were, it would be difficult for them to trace his whereabouts through the plate. As his thoughts flowed, he dispelled the celestial phenomena. Reflecting on the battle he had just faced, beginning a process of self-reflection, that he realized that he had not acted decisively enough. The next time he encountered an enemy, he would unleash his full power at the first opportunity. To avoid the hassle of retaliation or escape, his ability to detect the Guiying sect's presence in advance stemmed from his decision to keep the map open during Xinlang's appearance. The conspicuous blue that moving towards him was impossible to overlook. Regarding other matters, Han Lian raised an eyebrow, following the markers on the map towards the locations of Wooding Zen Master and Cold Cicada. Though he could not ascertain the distance, he was certain that there was at least one formidable figure of the Purple Mansion realm in that direction, their intentions unclear. The existence of such an unstable factor stirred feelings of unpredictability within him. As various thoughts flashed through his mind, that he wondered whether the other party had noticed the skirmish he had just engaged in. After all, being a significant figure, they likely regarded the minor altercations between the celestial and butterfly transformation realms with indifference. Han Lian silently reassured himself, grasping the incomplete forbidden artifact from the Dao Palace realm in his hand, finding a semblance of peace. The cultivation technique of the covering the sky method, in conjunction with the Wheel Sea realm, corresponded to the top 4 realms of this world, while the Dao Palace realm's 5 levels were self-evident in their implications. Though his Dao Palace realm's artifact was flawed, it could still unleash 2 peak-level attacks. Comparable to that of the Dao Palace realm, that it could be said that, until he grew stronger, this item was his greatest safeguard. Unbeknownst to him, every action he took was under the watchful gaze of Elder Wooding and Cold Cicada. As Han Lian returned to the inn, Elder Wooding, with a calm demeanor, silently rotated the prayer beads in his hand, struggling to suppress the surging chaotic thoughts within him. This storyteller was not an ordinary individual. What could he possibly gain by performing in the mundane world? With the Guiying sect's presence here, along with the earlier intelligence regarding the Black Lotus sect, it seemed increasingly likely that this storyteller was tied to those events. Observing the sun and moon celestial phenomena, it was evident that he had previously endured the celestial tribulation. The celestial influence was indeed domineering, capable of countering the butterfly transformation realm, coupled with the dragon and elephant celestial phenomena he had exhibited earlier. This man's methods were as ruthless as his own, not only eliminating his foes, but also turning them to dust. Moreover, the earlier confrontation he had with that individual did not seem to be within the capabilities of someone at the celestial realm. Elder Wooding had even sensed a hint of danger emanating from it. Wait, since he is a practitioner and has spoken so extensively about the Cold Cicada, he must have some understanding of her. Could it be that his intentions are directed towards our side? As the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. After Han Lian displayed the celestial phenomena of the sun and moon, Elder Wooding found it difficult to maintain his composure. Recalling how he had previously nonchalantly approached Cold Cicada, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Han Lian had mentioned Cold Cicada's emotional tribulations, and now he had unwittingly become her emotional trial. He cast a glance at Cold Cicada beside him, noting her frosty expression, realizing she was silently taking note of the Guiying sect, and sighed inwardly that he could no longer hold back. Initially, he had planned to observe for a while longer. But given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to confront this Mr. Han directly. This matter involved Cold Cicada, and he could not afford to overlook it. After all, he was not merely her protector. Chapter 19. What significance does it hold? Seeing that Elder Wooding was reluctant to allow her to intervene, as the battle concluded, Cold Cicada gazed at Han Lian's retreating figure, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. After all, Witnessing the person she cherished excel only heightened her sense of fulfillment that I had long known that Mr. Han was no ordinary man. I never expected him to manifest such celestial phenomena. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, celestial phenomena were classified. Typically, the method to discern celestial phenomena was to use one's own spirit to probe the force of the phenomena, although there were no stark distinctions. The force could manifest in various degrees. Within the celestial phenomena of the sun and moon, she felt an oppressive aura that could overwhelm her. If I were to truly fall due to this emotional entanglement, I would very much like to see how it unfolds, she mused silently, suddenly recalling something that caused her expression to become solemn, the icy aura around her threatening to solidify. The Guiying sect? I never imagined these audacious individuals would also appear in Tiannandao, daring to lay a hand on Mr. Han. Should I encounter them, they shall certainly face my wrath. Cold Cicada silently jotted down a note in her little book. Vaguely sensing something amiss, she turned to glance back. Unbeknownst to her, Elder Wooding had been watching her with a troubled expression. After a moment's hesitation, he finally sighed and said, "Cicada, have you truly made this person your emotional trial?" Elder Wooding, how did you know? Cold Cicada instinctively replied, her admission surprisingly candid. Elder Wooding couldn't help but twitch his mouth at her straightforwardness, subconsciously fiddling with his prayer beads to center himself. After a long pause, he finally voiced his thoughts. "Cicada, I observe this person's appearance and demeanor. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a prodigy, far from ordinary. What, then, is his background? Beyond his eloquence and looks, what else about him captivates you?" Seeing her silence, Elder Wooding continued, "This person has predicted your potential downfall due to emotional tribulation, indicating he possesses knowledge of the cold mountain palace's method of severing emotions. Have you considered that he may have already recognized your identity and devised a way to make you infatuated? If in the end you cannot bring yourself to act, would you not fall into despair? Indeed, the method of severing emotions from Cold Mountain Temple is quite literal. Once that emotional bond ceases to exist, there will naturally be no lingering attachments in one's heart." Cold Cicada listened to his words but did not respond, merely turning to walk towards the inn. Yes, her current feelings were merely unrequited. Even Han Lien was unaware of her affections. Just as Elder Wooding had said, her emotions were stirred solely by Han Lien's ethereal beauty and the captivating tales he spun. Yet, were these not enough? What constitutes a suitable match for oneself? As for those who pursue her, driven by desire, she regards them with disdain, finding them utterly repugnant. Observing the figure of Lung Hanshan, the Zen master Wooding's lips quivered slightly. Yet his words remained unspoken. With a sigh, he turned the prayer beads in his hand, his gaze momentarily drifting into the distance. Indeed, he had long been acquainted with the emotional entanglements associated with Han Palace. This mere character, composed of just a few strokes, had given rise to an abundance of helplessness. Within the inn, for reasons unknown, Han Lien found it difficult to concentrate. He gazed at the moonlight streaming through the window, idly playing with the jade fan in his hands that he was preoccupied with thoughts. The appearance of a fifth-tier practitioner from the Guiying sect had set off alarm bells within him. According to the narrative progression in the fantasy tome, practitioners from the Guiying sect should not appear in Lingnan Prefecture at this juncture. The moment they manifested, they intended to strike at him, evidently because his very existence had altered numerous trajectories within the original storyline. This indicated that the more tales he narrated, the broader the scope of such influences would expand. Eventually, many matters might indeed slip beyond his control, that if this were truly the case, it would be quite arduous. However, in his current state, overthinking was futile. He could only strive to tell stories, amplifying his influence in order to enhance his own strength. For the time being, it seemed prudent to take things one step at a time. Han Lien sighed, then sat cross-legged, commencing the nurturing of his. The previous battle had invoked celestial phenomena, revealing that his was also stirred. The interplay of the two powers had proven far more effective than before. Once he had refined his weapon, his strength would surge. Thus, nurturing this would equate to augmenting his power. Time flew by rapidly amidst his cultivation, and before he realized it, the dawn had arrived, the sky had lightened, and the faint sounds from the outside world seemed to breathe life into this small town. Han Lien tidied his attire, and upon seeing his reflection in the mirror, couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Resting his forehead on his palm, such a visage made it rather challenging to step outside. He was simply too handsome. Once he calmed his emotions, he ventured forth as usual, settling at a wonton stall outside the inn. The stall owner, an elderly man, was accompanied by his 6 or 7-year-old granddaughter, eking out a living. Upon spotting Han Lien, a glimmer of light flickered in the old man's eyes, and he approached with a genial smile. "Mr. Han, good morning. Shall we adhere to our usual custom?" "Good morning, yes, let us stick to the usual." Han Lien replied with a smile as the old man turned and walked away. Moments later, his granddaughter came out bearing a bowl of wontons, accompanied by 3 sesame cakes and a plate of pickled vegetables. Noticing Han Lien, the little girl nervously placed his meal down, cleared her throat, and imitated her grandfather's tone, saying, "Brother Han, my grandpa said that you are our family's savior. Your willingness to eat here is a blessing for us. Just like before, we want to charge you that if you insist on paying, then you should kneel and bow to him first." Han Lien, upon hearing this, paused with his chopsticks mid-air. Momentarily caught between laughter and tears, he looked at the timid girl and suddenly burst into laughter, beckoning her over. The little girl, feeling his warmth, timidly approached as Han Lien savored the wontons in his bowl. He looked at her and asked, "Jiu Liang, did you manage to write the characters I taught you last time?" "Ah." The little girl perked up immediately, excitement illuminating her face. She gazed at Han Lien, nodded earnestly, then dipped her finger in the tea water, attempting to write the character on the table. Though the strokes were incorrect, her effort was evident. Han Lien observed this and smiled gently, dipping his finger in the tea water to write the character. "Jiu Liang, this character is pronounced Tan. When combined with the wonton you learned recently, it forms wonton stall, precisely the business your grandfather runs. You wrote the character correctly, but the strokes were off. Let me teach you once more." Han Lien wrote the character again, then fished out a small piece of silver from his pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he shaped it into a coin and placed it in her hand. "Here, this is for you after you write correctly. Once you gather enough coins from me, take them to your grandfather and ask him to find you a private tutor. Remember, this is a secret." The girl's eyes flickered with intrigue, but remained hesitant. Sensing her reluctance, Han Lien resorted to his trump card, adopting a serious demeanor. "If you don't accept it properly, I want to come again." The little girl panicked at his words, hurriedly clutching the silver and cautiously stowing it in her little pouch. Judging by its bulging form, she had accumulated quite a bit already. Han Lien continued eating, swiftly finishing his meal. As he prepared to leave, he wrote the character on the table once more before departing. Just as Han Lien was about to walk away, a dispassionate voice suddenly resonated in his ear. "Mr. Han, I find myself somewhat perplexed. This girl possesses no cultivation aptitude, and her spiritual perception reveals nothing extraordinary. She appears to be an ordinary mortal. What significance lies in this?" Chapter 20. Attaining Clarity and Enlightenment. Upon hearing this remark, Han Lien initially sensed nothing amiss. Instinctively, he opened the system map and discovered a deep crimson that had appeared beside him. Causing his entire being to tense up, he swiftly grasped the secret artifact of the palace, prepared to unleash it at the slightest provocation, ready to engage in mutual destruction. Turning around, he found an elderly man holding prayer beads standing behind him. A familiar sight. Upon careful recollection, he realized this was the same elder who had accompanied Miss Dan to inquire about him a few days prior. Could it be that this old man was a formidable figure? He had overlooked this detail when last consulting the map, that a thought flickered through Han Lien's mind, leading him to inwardly acknowledge his carelessness. Recently, his rapid rise in strength from the lottery had made him somewhat complacent. With the secret artifact in hand, he felt a surge of confidence, calming his nerves slightly, and asked, "May I inquire what brings you here?" The one seeking Han Lien was none other than Wooding Zen Master, the protector by Lung Han Chan's side. Observing Han Lien, he momentarily halted his grip on the prayer beads. That sensation. Indeed, this youth possesses means that could pose a threat to me. Wooding Zen Master contemplated this thought, maintaining an impassive expression, and stated, "I have long observed Mr. Han, but out of curiosity, I hesitate to intrude. Please forgive my boldness." Han Lien, upon hearing this, was flooded with a multitude of thoughts, momentarily at a loss regarding the elder's intentions. After listening to the elder's words, Han Lien's vigilance did not diminish significantly. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke, "This is not an appropriate place for discussion. Perhaps we should relocate, as you wish." They seated themselves at a window-side table in the tea house, both enveloped in a slight silence. Han Lien, driven by curiosity about the elder's purpose, felt compelled to initiate the conversation. "How should I address you?" Hearing Han Lien's inquiry, Wooding Zen master visibly relaxed, saying, "It has been many years since I last used a name. You may call me Hong, and let it suffice to honor Mr. Han." Upon hearing this, a flicker of contemplation crossed Han Lien's eyes as he remarked, "Elder Hong, you are inquiring why I wish to assist that little girl?" "Indeed. Elder Hong likely heard me call the little girl by name. She bears no surname, for she cannot bear the weight of one. When she was born, she weighed merely 9 taels, nearly perishing in the process. Hence her nickname Juliang, a remembrance of her mother, who died in childbirth. This elderly couple barely scraped by, and it was my habit to come here for a meal, which brought some vitality to their establishment. Yet, what can be done? The little girl is illiterate. In just 3 to 5 years, she will likely end up as a child bride in some household, living a life of drudgery and discomfort that I provide her with silver to learn characters, simply out of a fondness for her. Ultimately, I simply wish to spare her a life of aimless existence that I end this world. One ought to possess the right to feel joy for what they love and sorrow for what they grieve. Thus, clarity of thought is attained." Hearing Han Lien's words, Wooding Zen master felt a tremor in his heart. He wished to refute but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he sighed. "In this world, there are countless paths. Among the myriad mortals, Mr. Han's actions are but a drop in the ocean." Han Lien, upon hearing this, chose not to respond. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Earlier, Elder Hong asked me what significance my actions hold. If I were to say there is no significance, because I seek nothing, what would you think? Meaningless, with no desires. Upon hearing these words, Master Wooding was instantly incredulous, for he believed that Han Lien must be a reincarnation of some formidable being unknown to him. Yet he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Reluctantly, he opened the window to the heavens and directly inquired, "Mr. Han, last night I truly witnessed the nefarious figures of the Guaying sect. You, now at the very least a 4th realm celestial practitioner, are here telling tales." Upon hearing this, Han Lien felt a slight chill in his heart, but in the next moment, a thought struck him. "Old Mr. Hong, I do know someone by the name of Hong Dingxue, but I wonder." Indeed, Hong Dingxue was my original name. However, he should have passed away 200 years AG, or that I end this world. There is no longer any Hong Dingxue, only the Master Wooding of the Hanzan Palace. When Master Wooding heard Han Lien utter his name, he was taken aback and immediately acknowledged it. Within his heart, he began to form a judgment. This individual before him was either an ancient spirit who had lived for many years, or possessed a certain degree of discernment. After all, the number of those who knew his original name was limited, and he could count them. Having confirmed the other's identity, Han Lien internally muttered. As expected, that a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and he quickly clasped his hands in respect, saying, "It is indeed an honor to meet you, Master Wooding, the great sage of the Purple Mansion who slays and attains nirvana." At this moment, Han Lien had already surmised the elder's purpose for coming. Before the other could speak, he continued, "I surmise that your intention in coming here is to test me, then inquire about the matter of the cold cicada I mentioned the other day. Is it not?" Upon hearing Han Lien's words, Master Wooding's gaze sharpened, and his aura began to coalesce. He was eager to know how Han Lien would respond. Noticing the other's silence, Han Lien, naturally calculating, seemed to be speaking to himself while addressing him. "The reason I say this is merely for the sake of clarity of thought. What is the nature of emotional tribulations? Surely, Master Wooding should understand even better. As long as one can achieve clarity of thought, everything else becomes inconsequential. But what if, no matter what, clarity eludes one?" At this point, Master Wooding's expression had already shifted subtly. Han Lien paid him no heed and continued, "If clarity of thought is unattainable, and one cannot let go, then the crossing of tribulations becomes meaningless, and one's realm cannot advance that a lifetime spent ensnared in such a predicament, even with the awakening of past wisdom through reincarnation, would yield little change. Surely, the Master is not unaware of this. The Buddha discovered that demons can attain the semblance of Buddhahood, and once told a demon, 'Lay down the knife and become a Buddha on the spot.' The demon replied, 'If I sever the evil within, I am naturally a Buddha.' Thus, becoming a Buddha does not necessarily mean one is a true Buddha, and becoming a demon does not preclude one from being a Buddha, that if she can comprehend this, she can naturally escape emotional tribulations. The sea is vast, and fish may leap freely. Even in the shattered void, there remains a glimmer of opportunity. The variables lie within her, not within me. The Master's inquiry of me is profoundly misguided. Having finished speaking, he did not look at Master Wooding, drained his cup of tea, and turned to leave as he had surmised. This pinnacle of the seventh realm, a great being of the Purple Mansion, did not impede his departure. The other sat there, a certain light flickering in his eyes, seemingly deep in contemplation, for at this moment he had entered a state that was difficult to articulate and no more. The realm of falling feathers has demons, but no Buddhas. Chapter 21. Wooding's Crossing of Tribulations. A new discourse. Becoming a Buddha does not necessarily equate to being a true Buddha, nor does becoming a demon negate the possibility of Buddhahood. Master Wooding sat there, seemingly lost in profound thought. After a brief silence, he gazed at the reflection in his teacup and suddenly smiled faintly, shaking his head and sighing. Ha ha, 300 years have passed, and all matters are but fleeting shadows. What is there to hold on to? All is merely the self-inflicted turmoil of the mundane. Indeed, if it were merely a matter of the Purple Mansion realm, there would be no opportunities whatsoever. Clarity of thought, clarity of thought. I, too, should learn to let go. Upon finishing his words, he raised the teacup and walked outside. Once he reached an open area, he turned to glance back at the inn not far behind him, then poured the tea from a cup in an instant. The tea transformed into a torrential flow, coalescing into a door. From the outside, it appeared as a barrier, revealing the scene beyond. Master Wooding stepped through, and in that moment he vanished from sight. Yet a voice echoed into the ears of Lung Hanshan within the inn. Hanshan, I have matters to attend to and cannot remain by your side to protect you. Until my return, please be exceedingly cautious. Should you detect the traces of the nefarious beings, do not act rashly, that I have left behind an avatar to assist you. Should the need arise, invoke it without reservation. This voice, conveyed through a method of spiritual transmission, was faint and ethereal. By the time Lung Hanshan regained her senses, she could no longer feel Master Wooding's presence. She stood there momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Master Wooding had been by her side since her childhood, and this was the first time he was leaving in over a decade. However, this expression of confusion was fleeting, soon replaced by a glimmer of excitement. She realized that previously, Elder Wooding had consistently obstructed her from approaching Han Lien, but now that he had business to attend to, there was a sense of liberation. With this newfound understanding, she felt invigorated, moving to the window to gaze outside, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, observing the bustling crowds below, she hesitated, feeling a mix of determination and uncertainty about how to proceed. Meanwhile, Master Wooding, with a flicker of his form, manifested upon a snow-covered plateau. He stood at the mountain's peak, gazing downward, an aura of enigmatic serenity enveloping him as he looked down at the pristine, snow-capped mountains. He sighed deeply. Though dust returns to dust, if I do not cross tribulations here, I shall forever struggle with clarity of thought. Perhaps my nirvana is not the nirvana of the body I envision, but rather something that is neither Buddha nor demon. As for what constitutes a Buddha, what difference lies between Buddha and demon? What does it matter? With those words, he casually tossed the string of prayer beads in his hand. The beads, once a string, scattered, each one transforming into the size of a grinding stone, crashing down heavily. The moment this commotion erupted, the mountains beneath him began to tremble, leading to an avalanche. The thick snow cascaded down like an enraged dragon. A sight to behold. When the snow settled in the valley, remnants of a shattered sect were revealed beneath the snow. Master Wooding gazed upon this scene, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Then joined his hands in prayer and sat down. Fellow disciples, Master, Grandmaster, Dingshu has come to understand that some matters should indeed be laid to rest, had it not been for this little girl's protection. Encountering a remarkable individual, Dingshu might still be ensnared. Yet, there remains something I cannot comprehend. Although this person has guided me, what manner of identity and sect do they possess? With my current perspective, it is difficult to fathom. And Lung Hanshan seems equally ensnared. How this came to be, I do not know. As these thoughts settled, a fragment of the Purple Mansion emerged from within him. with a gentle flick of his finger. It transformed into a single prayer bead. The 24 beads began to rotate, forming a grand array, an inexplicable aura emanating from it, rendering his entire being ethereal and elusive. Above, the rumbling thunder of tribulation swiftly approached, enveloping the entire snow-capped mountain in its brewing tempest. Thud, thud, thud. After leaving the tea house, Han Lien returned to his guest room and downed a jug of cool tea, finally managing to calm his tumultuous mind. Reflecting on his recent conversation with Master Wooding, he felt a surge of relief that it was the current Master Wooding he had encountered. Otherwise, the forbidden device in his possession might not have been so easily retained. He pieced together what he knew about Master Wooding's narrative, made some deductions, and successfully deceived the Elder. Little did he expect it to come to fruition. His reasoning was straightforward. In this realm, there exists the Zen sect and the beginnings of meditative practices. Even the phrase Amitabha has emerged. Yet Buddhism has not yet been born here. The notion of Buddha, as expressed by Han Lien today, can be deemed an extraordinary principle. Once articulated, it naturally yields some effect. Although it is conceivable that even without Han Lien's involvement in this narrative, a Buddha may still emerge in the future, it is essential to note that this Buddha is not the same as that Buddha. Not only does he lack the ability to universally save sentient beings, but he may also cause them to suffer immensely. As for the reasons behind this, he currently finds himself unable to contemplate or articulate them. At that moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and a faint bitter smile appeared on his face. Indeed, at the root of it all, the reason the other party sought him out to test him is undoubtedly linked to his earlier pronouncement regarding the matter of Lung Hanshan. One could only blame his own impulsiveness in wanting to maintain his esteemed persona, failing to anticipate that Lung Hanshan would come to him for guidance. He cannot help but wonder what the scene will look like when they meet again. In retrospect, it is rather awkward. Master Wooding's inquiry into him is merely an interlude in his otherwise mundane life that in the days that followed, aside from venturing out for breakfast, Han Lien remained secluded within the inn, diligently practicing his craft. Apart from observing the increasing number of blue and green dots on the map, there was little else of note. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed. As usual, Han Lien ascended to the tea house's high platform, where an observant patron spotted him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Han has arrived." "Is it true? Mr. Han is here. This marks the 4th time today, doesn't it? It truly is Mr. Han. Over the past 3 days, I have lost count of how many times I have perused his storytelling content. Just look, I've practically worn it out." Upon seeing Han Lien, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, each expressing their delight. Han Lien, witnessing this, offered a gentle smile, elegantly unfurling his jade fan and lightly pressing it down. The crowd, understanding the cue, promptly fell silent, their expressions brimming with anticipation. Han Lien surveyed the audience, briefly pausing before folding his fan and striking his palm. Continuing from our last tale, the 9 dragons pull the coffin from the crocodile's mouth. The ancient road of the starry sky leads to the Big Dipper. The forbidden land of antiquity reveals the celestial palace, and time slips away, leaving beauty to grow old. Chapter 22. Interactive storytelling. After arriving at the outskirts of the ancient forbidden land, Yi Fan and his companions, save for a few who had consumed the mysterious fruits, found themselves aging prematurely. Their vitality and lifespan appeared to have been stripped away under some inexplicable rule. Amidst their growing anxiety, a young girl descended like a rainbow, exuding an ethereal aura. Upon learning of the group's origins, she expressed considerable astonishment, particularly upon discovering that Yi Fan and his companions had partaken of the fruits within the ancient forbidden land. This place is known as the Ancient Desolation, a realm devoid of life, harboring primordial forces capable of siphoning vitality and concealing countless secrets. According to the young girl, there had once been a prestigious immortal sect that, in a bid to explore this ancient forbidden land, dispatched its entire contingent. The outcome was dire. Out of countless elite practitioners, only a mere handful escaped with their lives, resulting in a severed lineage. The most elite among them succumbed to the encroaching forces of the ancient, losing their consciousness and becoming ancient slaves forever bound to guard the forbidden land. Upon realizing that the group had narrowly escaped this self-destructive fate, a sense of dread washed over them. However, they were fortunate. Those mundane individuals who survived within the ancient Forbidden Land gained the power to unlock the sea of suffering and cultivate their abilities. Under the guidance of the young girl, they finally reached her sect. Here, not only were Yi Fan and his companions taken aback by the situation, but the elders of the sect were equally astonished. The artifacts in their possession, such as the green lamp and the alms bowl, bore divine inscriptions that far exceeded their own capabilities. The sect deliberated on how to accommodate Yi Fan and his companions. Nearby sects caught wind of their arrival and rushed over, eager to recruit them as disciples. These factions, known as the Six Celestial Realms, Lingshu, Jinxia, Yuding, Yinxia, Xiang, and Xie, stood at the pinnacle of the realm, known as Yin, safeguarding the country while seeking out individuals capable of unlocking the sea of suffering to bolster their strength. Regardless of Han Lian's appearance, he and his companions had already opened the sea of suffering, and their survival from the ancient desolation marked them as extraordinary, given the frequent rivalries among the celestial realms. What do you suppose will happen in the competition for disciples? Han Lian inquired, pausing slightly to pass the question to the eager listeners below. The audience, initially engrossed in the story, momentarily paused at Han Lian's query before their spirits revived, clamoring to respond. If they are destined to be disciples of the top sects, they should naturally be allowed to choose their celestial realm. After all, once they grow stronger, they can offer protection. That is incorrect. Sects are lofty and detached. How could they care for a few individuals? Though they may be somewhat extraordinary, I suspect they will be evenly divided for balance. Evenly divided. This was discovered by Lingshu Celestial Realm. What do you know of sharing equally? While seated by the window in the inn, Lung Hanshan, who had been listening to the tale, felt a flicker of curiosity upon hearing Han Lian's question. However, as the crowd's discourse grew increasingly crude, she could not help but furrow her brow, slightly enhancing her cultivation to drown out the surrounding voices, stating, between these celestial realms, given their frequent rivalries, it is unlikely they will remain peaceful. It stands to reason that there will be a contest, with only the victors possessing the power to choose. Yi Fan and his companions' influence will depend on their innate talent. Should they possess extraordinary gifts, their status will be elevated. Conversely, if they are mediocre, they will be indistinguishable from others. At her words, the crowd fell silent, each lost in thought. Upon hearing her remarks, Han Lian's eyes brightened, but upon turning to identify the speaker as Lung Hanshan, his heart skipped a beat. Nevertheless, he clapped his hands in amusement, saying, "What you all speculate is not far from the truth. When words fail, it is in action that we reveal our true mettle." The experts of the celestial realms wasted no time and quickly sought out an open area to conduct a contest. The ultimate victor, naturally, was the local Lingshu celestial realm, to avoid offending the other 5 realms and facing hostility from all sides. They selected 2 individuals, distributing the others among the remaining celestial realms. Although initially 30 students set forth, only a handful emerged from the ancient Forbidden Land. The elders of the celestial realms, with their superior cultivation and vision, immediately discerned that Yi Fan and Pang Bo, having consumed the divine spring water and fruits, were brimming with vitality, thus selecting them. However, after assessing their physiques through bone measurement and spirit assessment, they were left deeply regretful regarding Yi Fan. Indeed, his physique was remarkable, a peerless sacred body of ancient times. Yet lamentably, this physique belonged to an era before the ancient, making it increasingly difficult to manifest its extraordinary potential. His life will lay dormant. The sea of suffering is firm as divine iron, steadfast as a mountain, and utterly unshakable, rendering him incapable of cultivation. In other words, in their eyes, Yi Fan was an utterly unremarkable individual destined to languish in obscurity. The audience, upon hearing the description of Yi Fan, could not help but express their sorrow. They perceived him as a pivotal character within the narrative, unable to fathom such a convoluted fate, seemingly oblivious to the audience's expressions. Han Lian continued, however, now that the 6 celestial realms have divided their choices, it is impossible to alter the outcome. There is no recourse but to bring Yi Fan and Pang Bo into the Lingshu celestial realm. When I mention the celestial realms, you may wonder what they truly are. In the cultivation methods of the Luoyu realm, there exists a realm known as Purple Mansion, wherein one opens a space within oneself to nurture their consciousness. The Lingshu celestial realm, on the other hand, serves a similar purpose. It was originally an ancient ruin unearthed by predecessors. Unlike the Purple Mansion, which can only harbor consciousness, the celestial realm comprises an entire world, allowing individuals to inhabit and cultivate within it. The size of a celestial realm is considerable, measuring at least a mile in diameter. The life forms here seem to bask in the essence of the sun and moon. Even the ordinary flora appears exceptionally verdant. Akin to being sculpted from jade, it boasts towering ancient trees, fragrant herbs, soaring spiritual birds, rare beasts roaming freely, and divine springs flowing abundantly. Upon entering the Lingshu celestial realm, the focus of Pang Bo and Yi Fan diverged from that of ordinary individuals. Their first thought was how to secretly roast the spiritual cranes and spiritual deer for a feast. Chapter 23. The Veil of the Heavenly Law, the Tomb of the Demon Emperor. A crowd of listeners, upon hearing the thoughts of Yi Fan and Pang Bo, could not help but chuckle softly, finding the conversation to be most entertaining. Han Lian had long anticipated such a reaction. He paused slightly, allowing the laughter to subside before continuing. However, this matter cannot simply align with their desires. Although they have successfully opened the sea of suffering, it is, after all, achieved through external forces to truly embark upon the path of cultivation and to practice the profound method of Tianfa. One must first cultivate the heart and nurture the spirit. Thus, they find themselves devoid of wine, lacking meat, and even the faintest trace of flesh is a rarity. What is the Tianfa? It is said that one flower encompasses a world. Even the dust of the earth is imbued with vastness. To cultivate the Tianfa, one must perceive the true self. What is the true self? Within the realm of the falling feather, there exists a method of cultivation where practitioners assimilate the spirit into the dantian, transforming both body and consciousness. This process of gradually pursuing one's original heart is, in essence, the journey to discovering the true self. The Tianfa is rooted in the life wheel beneath the navel. The life wheel. For mortals, it signifies procreation. For Taoists, it embodies the essence of existence, the foundation of all cultivators. Within this life wheel lies an infinite sea of suffering, and from the inception of cultivation, one faces countless tribulations. The moment one steps into the sea of suffering marks the awakening of their Tianfa. The life wheel is both the origin and the conclusion of all things. And after traversing the sea of suffering, the subsequent realms include the source of life, the divine bridge, and the other shore. To carve open the sea of suffering, to cultivate the source of life, to construct the divine bridge, and to reach the other shore. This encapsulates the cultivation journey of the life wheel. Upon reaching the other shore, one achieves true refinement and attains the secret realm of this wheel of existence. Han Lian reminisced about the realms described in the texts, speaking with fervor. While the listeners appeared to comprehend only in part, their expressions largely clouded with confusion. Nevertheless, as Han Lian narrated, ethereal phenomena began to manifest. Before them, a phantom of a bronze figure emerged, its navel area swirling with a vortex that connected the source of life and laid the path for the divine bridge, seemingly revealing the cultivation journey of a practitioner. Almost everyone harbored a singular thought. Mr. Han is attempting to teach us. Those capable of cultivation felt a profound stirring within, utterly astonished, while the common listeners gazed on with a hint of yearning. Lung Han Chan observed the ephemeral bronze figure, her heart momentarily shaken. She turned her gaze to Han Lian, a flicker of doubt surfacing within. Could it be that such methods of cultivation truly exist? Never mind, I shall not dwell on it for now, that he truly is someone I admire. Even if he spins tales, he can conceive such ideas. Unbeknownst to Han Lian, the listener's thoughts were shifting. He felt his energy depleting as he spoke of the Tianfa, and quickly shifted the topic, moving on from the matter. The Lingshu Cave Heaven, being one of the 6 great blessed lands of the Yin Kingdom, naturally possessed formidable methods of cultivation. This method is known as the Tao Jing, the pinnacle of human celestial texts from the eastern wastelands. Its only flaw lies in the fact that part of the text has been lost. Although it is an exceptional method, it lacks continuity. The one responsible for imparting their techniques is an elder named Wu Qingfeng, who has shared considerable knowledge with Yi Fan and Pang Bo, proving himself to be quite deserving of their respect. The subsequent tale became somewhat mundane, entering a lively yet leisurely phase. Following the narrative of the Zhetian Chuan, Han Lian commenced his recounting. Upon hearing of Han Feiyu being bested and the theft of the Baijiao liquid, the audience erupted in a hearty laughter, reveling in the amusement. They were delighted by Yi Fan's establishment of the Golden Sea of Suffering. Yet grew solemn upon learning that behind Han Feiyu stood another elder, their expressions turning anxious at this juncture. Han Lien paused slightly, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. With a flourish, he opened his jade fan, capturing the attention of all present, and stated earnestly, "Do you all recall that bronze coffin which carried Yi Fan and the others from Mount Tai to the Beidou Star Domain?" "Indeed," the crowd responded in unison, recalling the inquiry with clarity. Seeing this, Han Lien nodded slightly and continued, "That bronze coffin, capable of traversing the starry void and shielding the common folk, is truly remarkable. Its surface is inscribed with numerous ancient runes. Due to Elder Han's covetous gaze upon them, Yi Fan, in a bid for caution, contemplated departing from the Lingshu cave heaven. After all, in their eyes, Pang Bo is a celestial seedling deserving of protection, while Yi Fan is merely an outsider. Yet, Yi Fan, being a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, sought to transcribe the ancient characters etched upon that bronze, intending to relay them to Pang Bo. However, those ancient characters were extraordinary, containing an essence of force that, when connected, bore an inexplicable aura, rendering them impossible to inscribe upon paper. Mundane materials could scarcely carry such power. With no other recourse, Yi Fan ultimately decided to withdraw, planning to leave the Lingshu cave heaven directly. However, during this process, he discovered that the very Han Feiyu he had disciplined was secretly trailing him. Left with no choice, Yi Fan resolved to wait for a few days until Wu Changqing led an expedition to the Primal Ruins, seizing the opportunity to depart. The Primal Ruins are a trial ground within the cave heavens, fraught with peril. Even elders cannot afford to tread lightly in such dangerous lands. Upon entering, after much exploration, they finally stumbled upon a treasure, the Jade Snake Orchid. This item, to them, could easily be deemed a heavenly material that, as the saying goes, where there are treasures, there are dangers. The peril associated with the Jade Snake Orchid was none other than the Jade-Horned Serpent. Seeing the ferocity of the Jade-Horned Serpent, Yi Fan and Pang Bo devised a plan to divert the creature's wrath towards Han Feiyu. However, to their astonishment, the Elder Han arrived, employing his skills to slay the Jade-Horned Serpent outright. As Yi Fan and Pang Bo had surmised, this Elder Han harbored ill intentions. Under the guise of encouraging the younger generation, he left his mark upon Yi Fan. Had it not been for Wu Qingfeng's timely arrival, it is likely that Elder Han would have acted directly against them. Upon entering the Primal Ruins, they could vaguely hear a rhythmic thump-thump echoing intermittently. Each sound resonated like a drumbeat. The source of this noise shall remain a mystery for now. Deep within the ruins stood an ancient palace. Upon their arrival, Pang Bo, for reasons unknown, found himself ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendering even the elders of the Lingshu cave heaven powerless to assist. The emergence of this ancient palace piqued the interest of both humans and the great demons of the demon race. Within the Lingshu cave heaven, as they quarreled, the true secret of this place was unveiled. The Primal Ruins are the burial site of the last great emperor of the demon race from the eastern wastelands. Do you recall when I previously mentioned that the Dao Jing was incomplete? The missing portion resides within this emperor's tomb. Chapter 24. The story concludes. The Black Lotus sect appears at this point in his narration. Han Lien felt an intense drain on his spirit. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized it was the perfect juncture to pause, and casually picked up a teacup to take a sip. Suddenly, he was taken aback. On the map before him, a series of blue light points had inexplicably emerged, with an additional several dozen green points appearing. Though not many, upon closer inspection, the blue points numbered at least a dozen. Each blue light point represented a formidable practitioner at the butterfly transformation realm, warranting his utmost vigilance. That it is noteworthy that while he narrated, his system map had remained active, and at that time, there had been merely a handful of green points. Had these butterfly transformation practitioners appeared one by one, it would have been manageable, yet such a sudden influx raised suspicions. Just then, as Han Lien ceased his storytelling, the vivid images birthed in the minds of the listeners dissipated instantly, prompting them to gradually regain their composure. Gazing upon Han Lien atop the platform, they could not help but voice their dissatisfaction. "Mr. Han, is that all for today? Mr. Han, we were just getting into the spirit of it. You cannot simply stop now. With such a sudden halt, it seems you want to continue today. Alas, I'll have to drown my sorrows in wine for the next 3 days. And what troubles you? How can one not feel distressed after only receiving half of such a tale? Indeed, count me among the drinking companions. Listening to the commotion, Han Lien simply smiled and clasped his hands in apology. With a swift motion, he closed his jade fan and remarked, "Everyone, today's storytelling concludes here. Do not lament, for the Jitian Chuan still has much to unfold." Upon hearing Han Lien's words, the audience's complaints gradually subsided. At that moment, one listener seemed to recall something and inquired, "Mr. Han, you previously spoke of the prodigies of our falling feather realm, and mentioned that Xiao Yuan Liang was not as he seemed. Now that several days have passed, when will you resume discussing the prodigies of our realm? I remember you promised to rank the contemporary prodigies of falling feather." As the listener began to speak, the eyes of the many onlookers sparkled with clarity, and they ceased their complaints about the absence of the Jitian Chuan narrative, promptly inquiring further. Observing this, Han Lien raised his hands lightly, suppressing the din of voices, and smiled, saying, "What you all mention, I, Han, certainly remember. However, to speak of it now may not be the right time. After all, such rankings cannot be determined by mere words from me. Once I conclude my narration, their true capabilities will need to be demonstrated. There is no need for haste in this matter. I believe it will come soon." Upon hearing Han Lien's words, the listeners fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into a frenzy thereafter. Having listened extensively, they understood the implication of his statement. The illustrious figures of the Luoyu realm would likely converge upon this modest Lingnan prefecture. Although they had previously heard Han Lien speak of a great contest, it had mostly eluded their comprehension, leaving them aware only of an impending spectacle. Yet, they had not anticipated such an extraordinary gathering. What a sensational revelation! Noticing the renewed excitement among the listeners, Han Lien sensed an ominous premonition as the number of azure lights on the map did not diminish. Thus, he lowered the volume of voices once more and stated, "Since our storytelling session has reached its conclusion today, I kindly ask you all to disperse, for it seems that other matters may soon unfold in this place." With these words, the voices of the audience quieted, and expressions of skepticism flickered in their eyes. What was about to happen? At that moment, amidst the crowd of listeners, 8 formidable auras manifested, slowly levitating around Han Lien's tea house with an imposing presence. Ignoring the onlookers below, they gazed down at Han Lien. Their tone frigid. "Han Lien, Mr. Han, our sect's master Lianqing has emerged from seclusion and is aware of your narration of the Jitiancha, but he has long held an interest in your talents and wishes to invite you to our sect to share your tales. Might you oblige?" Though the words were a semblance of a request, they lacked any genuine courtesy, their elevated stance betraying their true intentions. Master Lianqing. Han Lien paid them no mind. Upon hearing the name, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as an unexpected plot twist unfolded in his mind. Despite their rudeness, as a dignified storyteller, he could not forsake decorum. Thus, he smiled, fanning himself gently, and replied, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I have many listeners here and cannot abandon them for the sake of one." That upon uttering this, even though the listeners harbored a tide of pent-up frustration, they silently praised his words. Simultaneously, concern began to creep into their hearts, for more than one practitioner had remarked that Mr. Han, like them, was merely a mortal. Defying such prominent figures within the sect could spell trouble, just as they feared. The leader among them felt an ominous hue rise in his gaze, palms pressed together. "In that case, we shall simply sacrifice them to the Brahma." With these words, a shroud of black mist enveloped him, howling as it obscured the sky, a low chant resonating in their ears. Black Lotus Great Law, salvation from suffering. Furthermore, even the celestial practitioners of the Black Lotus sect, positioned at the periphery of the crowd, began to weave their spells, sealing off the surroundings. The Black Lotus sect. They were the sinister cultivators of the demonic path. Upon hearing this, all the listeners were plunged in a panic, gazing at the encroaching black mist with a sense of despair. The Black Lotus sect, one of the few demonic sects that dared to prey upon mortals, would not hesitate to slaughter an entire city. Lung Hanshan had already sensed the presence of the 8 formidable practitioners, and upon realizing their butterfly transformation realm, her expression turned grave. The appearance of so many butterfly transformation practitioners signaled the presence of even more powerful figures behind them. The master Lianxing they spoke of was, according to the intelligence from Han's Han Palace, a figure of the Transcendence realm. Seeing them prepare to strike at Han Lian, Lung Hanshan could no longer restrain herself. However, just as she was about to reveal her identity to assist him, Han Lian acted decisively. Without a moment's hesitation, having understood their identities, he focused on the black mist above, and his spirit stirred, summoning an illusory, celestial manifestation. The chaotic essence coalesced into a celestial phenomenon. The sun and moon traversing the heavens. Boom! As the celestial manifestation materialized, the great sun blazed fiercely, and the shadowy moon glimmered softly, the interplay of these two opposing forces dissipating all pressure, but he stepped forward to the edge of the elevated tea house. Tilting his head slightly to gaze at the butterfly transformation practitioners of the Black Lotus sect hovering above, his brows arching. My listeners are not to be trifled with. Chapter 25. The Black Lotus Great Sacrifice. Mere celestial phenomenon, I do not appreciate being spoken to from above. Han Lian raised his gaze towards the butterfly transformation figures looming over him. The benevolence that had graced his features vanished entirely. His spirit surged, and the hand of the celestial phenomenon rose abruptly, crashing down. Though merely an illusion, wherever it passed, all spiritual energy transformed into strands of chaotic essence, gradually solidifying the celestial manifestation. Boom! With a resounding thud. The powers of the butterfly transformation practitioners were nearly stripped away, flung like sparrows in an arc, crashing heavily to the ground. The leader of the Black Lotus sect was left aghast at this sight. His previously lofty demeanor shattered. Yet, deep within, countless doubts arose, nearly convincing him he was hallucinating. How could a mere celestial phenomenon practitioner possess such strength? I do not believe it. He seemed to bolster himself. Roaring in fury. Activate the celestial phenomenon and strike this man down. Even if we only return with his spiritual essence, it will suffice to fulfill the elder's task. As his voice fell, celestial phenomena erupted from the ground. Among the myriad of illusory, celestial manifestations, 8 had solidified into reality. Upon these celestial phenomena, a tricolored radiance flowed, reflecting their cultivation. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite this display, the leader felt a lingering sense of inadequacy. He altered his hand seal, calling out, "Do not hesitate. Unleash the Black Lotus Great Sacrifice." As his words echoed, an ominous black mist began to envelop him, rapidly staining his celestial phenomenon. All the practitioners of the Black Lotus sect tore open their chests. Heedless of the torrents of blood, extracting ribs to channel the black mist and begin etching intricate designs. Throughout this process, they showed no signs of pain, appearing almost frenzied as the black mist coalesced. It absorbed the powers of dozens of celestial phenomena, faintly forming a colossal silhouette, gradually animating under the incantation. Han Lian had already sensed a gaze peering towards him. Lung Hanshan, who had initially intended to intervene, grew solemn upon witnessing that silhouette. She raised her delicate hand, an incantation forming faintly before her. She had resolved that this silhouette must not be allowed to manifest. The Black Lotus Great Sacrifice. Truly a detestable technique. Han Lian coldly scoffed inwardly, raising his jade-green fan, a brilliant emerald light flashing forth as a fierce wind surged from within. This gale was sharp and relentless, sweeping over the Black Lotus practitioners and scattering nearly all of their celestial manifestations. It was evident to the naked eye that the backlash was already manifesting within them. Some coughed blood, while others appeared pallid. Moreover, the illusory silhouette formed by the Black Lotus Great Sacrifice began to disintegrate as well. As if sensing this, the phantom raised a hand towards Han Lian. Accompanied by the approach of that hand, a whisper began to echo in his ears, instilling a sense of oppression, stirring his innermost thoughts. Han Lian remained unfazed, continuing to wield the jade-green fan, infusing it with his own spiritual energy and urging it twice more as a spirit weapon. It was anything but ordinary. 1 Sweep dispersed the celestial phenomena. 2 Swept away the vitality, and with a third, those of lesser cultivation among the celestial practitioners were reduced to mere remnants, their essence extinguished. The solidifying silhouette, too, disintegrated as it neared Han Lian. vanishing as if it had never existed. Han Lien snapped his fan shut with a flourish, observing the remnants of the Black Lotus practitioners with a frigid expression. Although I, Han, strive to be amicable and avoid unnecessary conflict, there are always those who perceive me as a soft target to exploit. Since you seek my life, then you shall not depart unscathed that I, Han, have always been kind-hearted. Thus, I shall send you all on your way. As his words echoed, a chaotic essence began to diffuse around him, the indestructible heavenly art unfolding. The sun and moon shone brightly as the essence and vitality of the butterfly transformation practitioners were forcefully obliterated, absorbed into his fate wheel, the figures of the Black Lotus sect. In the blink of an eye, turned to mere bones, with a gust of wind, they were reduced to dust, leaving no trace behind. Such is the tyrannical nature of the indestructible heavenly art. After accomplishing all of this, Han Lien quickly reverted to his humble demeanor. Observing the audience below, who were still in a state of shock, he sighed inwardly and once again raised his jade fan, that a gentle breeze emerged, distinct from the previous fierce winds that stripped away both flesh and spirit. This breeze contained a power that nourished the soul, enveloping the listeners in a refreshing warmth that as the breeze settled. Everyone gradually regained their composure, feeling an immense sense of relief. That I apologize, dear guests, Han Lien began. I did not anticipate that I would attract the covetous gaze of the Black Lotus sect, and I sincerely regret that you have been frightened. It seems this place will not be tranquil. Should you wish to hear me tell stories again in the future, even if it is merely to observe the imprint, it shall suffice. As Han Lien's words fell, the crowd appeared still dazed by the unexpected turn of events. When they finally grasped the situation, they were left astonished, struggling to articulate their disbelief. The sole thought resonating within their minds was, this seemingly mundane Mr. Han is, in fact, a formidable master. There is no need for such apologies, Mr. Han, though we owe you our gratitude for saving our lives. Had it not been for your presence, it is difficult to imagine what might have transpired in this county. As this statement echoed, the crowd erupted into a chorus of voices, clamoring in agreement. How can Mr. Han apologize to us? We should express our thanks instead. Upon returning home, I shall erect a longevity tablet in your honor. Indeed, I have made up my mind. My son shall take the surname Han in gratitude to our benefactor. If Mr. Han truly wishes to apologize, perhaps he could regale us with a few more tales to distract us from our fears. Listening to the enthusiastic chatter of the audience, Han Lien felt a measure of comfort, but he chuckled softly, shaking his head, and raised his hand to quiet them, asserting, please, do not jest any further that today's storytelling has come to an end. And given the current unrest, it would be prudent for you to depart sooner rather than later. With that, Han Lien offered a slight bow and turned to descend from the platform. The incursion of the Black Lotus sect, though appearing formidable, was merely a tempest of insignificant forces. What truly mattered was, he possessed a system. As long as he was engaged in storytelling, or the tale was yet unfinished, his power could rise without bounds. Today, he had effortlessly dispatched the Black Lotus sect cultivators, seemingly exhausting all his spiritual energy while, in fact, suffering not the slightest depletion. Observing Han Lien's nonchalant resolution of the Black Lotus sect's threat, Lung Hanshan, who had been emanating an astonishing aura moments before, felt her mind reeling in astonishment as she absent-mindedly dispersed the intricate seals she had conjured, glancing at her own palm and reflecting on her cultivation. A mixture of confusion and delight flickered in her eyes. That this, the one who stirs my emotions. Chapter 26. The Return of Wooding. The truth revealed, it was hardly surprising for Lung Hanshan to entertain such thoughts. In the world of cultivation, the disparity in strength across different realms was vast. Typically, it was impossible to confront cultivators of a higher realm to surpass a cultivator of a significant realm. One required exceptional talent, top-tier techniques, and spiritual artifacts, all indispensable elements. Such individuals, when they emerged, were indeed extraordinary. Like Wooding Zen Master of the Cold Mountain Palace, who had no rivals within the Purple Mansion realm and dared to claim equivalence within the Nirvana Great Master realm. It was precisely this kind of presence that alleviated countless worries for Lung Hanshan. Just a few nights ago, she had been astounded to witness Han Lien slay a butterfly transformation cultivator with celestial techniques. Yet the scene unfolding today could only be described as a profound impact on her cultivation mindset. The TO cross a major realm and eliminate a butterfly transformation cultivator was already astounding. But to take down an entire group in retaliation, had the Black Lotus sect not been annihilated, she might have suspected they were mercenaries hired by Han Lian. With Wooding Elder absent at this moment, Lung Hanchan gazed at Han Lian's figure, her eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue, albeit still hesitant. However, upon hearing Han Lian approach the inn, the sound of his footsteps drawing nearer, she could no longer restrain herself and pushed open her door to step outside. What a coincidence, Mr. Han. You have returned from storytelling. Han Lian, momentarily taken aback by the melodious voice, looked up to find it was Lung Hanchan, that a flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze. She was no ordinary person. Possessing keen spiritual awareness, attuned to even the slightest disturbances within a radius of several dozen yards, that if she truly focused on sensing spiritual energies, it would be challenging for anything within a range of several miles to escape her perception. What could this girl possibly want? Han Lian mused, his thoughts racing, but maintaining a composed exterior. He smiled and inquired, Miss Dan, what brings you here? I wish to speak with you. Lung Hanchan, meeting Han Lian's gaze, had lost the confidence she had displayed during their previous encounter. Her words somewhat stammering, I asked there's something of concern. I currently have pressing matters to attend to and may not have the time to chat. Han Lian replied, though he felt a pang of curiosity. Surely you jest. Having just concluded your storytelling, now is the time to reap the rewards. Why would you squander it in conversation? He thought, despite acknowledging her beauty. It paled in comparison to the rewards from his storytelling that I in his mind. The rewards from today's storytelling had already been credited. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 5,000 storytelling points. Ding, storytelling points have been credited. The host may choose to conduct 50 draws from the bronze treasure chest or 5 from the silver treasure chest. Although this time system reward was merely 1,000 points more than the last. He felt no dismay, for he knew the main event was about to unfold. After all, what would allow him to complete the novice task and gain renown across the entire Tiannan Dao was the discourse on prodigies. As those prodigies made their way to Lingnan Prefecture, he remained unperturbed. While conversing with a beautiful woman could ordinarily be a delightful pursuit, at this moment, his mind was elsewhere. Lung Hanchan, upon hearing Han Lian's response, appeared momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something important. She hastily retrieved a vial of elixir, exclaiming, Mr. Han, were you injured during the battle? I have a vial of Lingshu pill here, which works wonders for cultivators below the concealing spirit realm. Please take it. I shall assist you in healing your wounds. Han Lian, observing her frantic demeanor, found himself somewhat bewildered, yet it did not deter him from politely declining. Miss Dan, there is no need for such concern. I truly am uninjured and have pressing matters to address. However, Lung Hanchan, misinterpreting Han Lian's words, assumed he was gravely injured and beyond recovery, rendering her healing pill ineffective. Panic surged within her as she thrust the pill into Han Lian's hands. Her words tumbling forth as she fretted, Han Lian, please do not push yourself. Take the pill, and I will use a communication technique to summon the elders from the sect to assist you in your recovery. You mustn't perish with that. She grasped Han Lian's sleeve and forcibly dragged him in her room. Outside, numerous onlookers witnessed Han Lian being pulled inside by Lung Hanchan, their expressions filled with envy. What is happening? Han Lian pondered, watching as Lung Hanchan began to activate her communication technique, utterly perplexed at that moment. He and Lung Hanchan seemed to exist on entirely different wavelengths, merely sensing that she was behaving unusually today. Just as the communication technique was about to illuminate beside Lung Hanchan, its brilliance was interrupted by a hand emerging from the void. Han Lian, seeing this, swiftly retrieved a concealed artifact from his possession. But upon recognizing the visitor, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Stepping forth from the void was none other than Wooding Zen Master, albeit looking somewhat gaunt, his once recognizable visage now altered, save for the prayer beads still in his grasp. The moment he emerged, Han Lian sensed an overwhelming aura of snow and wind emanating from behind him, causing a moment of realization to dawn upon him. This seventh realm powerhouse must have embarked on a perilous journey. Yet, as Wooding Zen Master settled into place, Han Lian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. 3 faint golden lines of energy shimmered upon his brow. This was the Nirvana celestial pattern. In just a few days of absence, he had ascended to the Nirvana realm. Wooding Zen Master, who had been nurturing his own realm, detected Lung Hanshan activating the communication technique and returned promptly, only to find Han Lian and Lung Hanshan in close proximity. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired in a gentle tone, "What has transpired that necessitates the involvement of our fellow sect members?" While his outward demeanor exuded concern, internally he was relaying a message to both individuals. "Mr. Han, could it be that you have realized you are the object of Lung Hanshan's affections, thus entangling yourself in her emotional tribulations? Lung Hanshan, you may not yet be aware, but Mr. Han has already recognized my identity. And it stands to reason that he has surmised yours as well?" "What?" To both Han Lian and Lung Hanshan's eyes widened in shock upon receiving Wuding Zen Master's telepathic message. Yet, observing Han Lian's expression, Wuding Zen Master felt a moment of confusion. According to Lung Hanshan's disposition, if he were not present to oversee her, she would undoubtedly succumb to the urge to express her feelings to Han Lian. Could it be that he had miscalculated? Cold Hanshan, having listened to the words of Master Wu Ding, originally intended to tend to Han Lian's injuries, but found herself delayed. She hastily conveyed a message. Inquiring, "Elder Wu Ding, what else does Mr. Han know?" Master Wu Ding hesitated slightly before responding. "It seems Mr. Han is already aware that he has become your emotional tribulation, as I have stated." Cold Han Shan. She glanced at Han Lian, then at Elder Wu Ding, feeling as though her toes were gripping the floor. Chapter 27. Expressing Intentions. The method of tribulations at this moment. Cold Han Shan had long since shed the frosty demeanor befitting a pinnacle sect saintess. Upon hearing Master Wu Ding's words, her mind went blank, leaving her at a loss for thoughts. She slightly parted her lips, but ultimately refrained from speaking, a faint blush surfacing on her face. Summoning her courage to face her emotional tribulation was one matter, yet discovering that she had become the last to know about it was entirely different. Since you are already aware, there is no need for me to say anything further to Mr. Han.my feelings are as such as for other matters. I cannot articulate them. Cold Han Chan cast a glance at Han Lian and softly spoke. Having said this, she disregarded whether Han Lian would respond and walked straight to the window. Harnessing her escape light to vanish into the distance to this moment, she was overwhelmed by the multitude of events she had encountered and yearned for solitude. After all, as a young girl who had yet to confront such matters, no amount of reading could prepare her for the reality of it all. Master Wu Ding observed this, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his gaze. His mind stirred, and a bead from his prayer beads fell, transforming into a silhouette that promptly pursued Cold Han Chan after this. Master Wu Ding waved his large sleeve, and tea had already been prepared on the table without him noticing that he looked at Han Lian, took a deep breath, and bowed, saying, "My ascension to the Nirvana realm is entirely due to Mr. Han's enlightening words that I bow to you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me, and I shall comply." Han Lian was taken aback by this declaration this moment. He still felt somewhat dazed, his mind lingering on Cold Han Chan's earlier words. Thoughts swirled in his mind, but he accepted the bow, smiling as he lifted him up, shaking his head. "Elder Wu Ding, you are mistaken. To say it is enlightenment would be less accurate than to say the time was ripe. After all, if you had wished, you could have ascended in these past 200 years that Mr. Han should understand that it is not the same." Upon finishing his statement, he noticed Han Lian merely smiled in silence and made a gesture of invitation. "Mr. Han, shall we have a conversation?" Han Lian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what the other party wished to discuss. However, considering the adage of dealing with challenges as they arise, he felt it inappropriate to refuse the request of a newly ascended Nirvana master, and thus nodded slightly. "All right." Once the two were seated and tea was served, Master Wu Ding gazed at Han Lian, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Han, I have returned from the bitter cold lands to Lingnan Prefecture today. An hour ago, I had already enveloped the entire county with my spiritual consciousness. Not long ago, the filthy individuals from the Black Lotus sect came seeking trouble with you. Did they not?" Upon hearing this, Han Lian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head. "They did seek trouble, but it seems not solely for me." After he finished speaking, he noticed Master Wu Ding's calm demeanor and added, "Elder Wu Ding, you must understand that my cultivation has not been revealed. To send out a celestial phenomenon and a butterfly transformation realm cultivator is already quite the limit. However, previously, the Black Lotus sect had 8 butterfly transformation cultivators and 32 celestial phenomenon realm cultivators. While they were concealed, they laid down a forbidden formation and could utilize the Black Lotus Great Sacrifice, but it was not solely for me. Regardless of whether I was abducted or faced the slaughtering by demonic forces, all righteous and demonic sects would unite to resist. Having said this, Han Lian's words abruptly trailed off. As a clever individual, some matters need not be spoken too explicitly. Master Wu Ding nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "Your deductions align closely with my own thoughts, Mr. Han. The Black Lotus Great Sacrifice is among the top 3 combined techniques of the Black Lotus sect, and it inflicts significant harm upon the cultivator. When such techniques are unleashed, their intentions are certainly suspect. However, it is of no concern. I have traced the technique's mark and found the old wretch that he must have endured 3 of my prayer beads. So he cannot be faring well." Han Lian was taken aback by this revelation, his heart growing heavy. The essence of the Black Lotus Great Sacrifice was to sacrifice one's own vitality, energy, spirit, and lifespan to summon the incarnations of those within the Black Lotus sect who had reached the 7th realm or above. Once an incarnation was formed, the true body, upon paying a certain price, could descend to this realm. The fact that the incarnation could withstand 3 of Master Wu Ding's prayer beads suggested it was no mere Nirvana realm being, but rather a formidable existence among the Purple Mansion realm. Master Wu Ding regarded Han Lian, manipulating the prayer beads in his hand, the 3 Nirvana celestial patterns on his forehead subtly glimmering. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Mr. Han, from your previous words and actions, I did not expect you to become Han Chan's emotional tribulation. Indeed, the main event has arrived." Upon hearing this, Han Lian felt a tightening in his heart, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, stating, "It is indeed the case. This alteration of fate is beyond my expectations that I had previously wondered why Elder Wu Ding sought me, but it seems you have already sensed cold Han Chan's feelings." Not merely sensed. Her emotions were practically written on her face. Master Wu Ding silently cursed in his heart, and upon hearing Han Lian's words, his eyes brightened as he said, "Since we are now discussing the fate of Han Chan, does this imply that—" Han Lian understood the implications of the other's words, but was reluctant to have it articulated. He raised his folding fan to halt the conversation, saying, "Emotions are emotions, and emotional tribulations are emotional tribulations. Even if it is indeed an emotional tribulation, some tribulations cannot be altered. Within the Cold Mountain Palace, there exists a method to sever emotional tribulations, yet do those demonic sects not possess methods of sowing tribulations as well?" As Han Lian spoke to this point, he noticed Master Wu Ding's expression shift slightly, prompting him to cease, rising to take his leave. Master Wu Ding did not attempt to retain Han Lian, allowing him to depart without further discourse. That he watched Han Lian's retreating figure, the prayer beads in his hand having long since stilled. Suddenly, his form wavered slightly, and he let out a muffled groan. The 3 celestial patterns on his forehead brightened at once, then one extinguished. Indeed, even with ascension to the Nirvana realm, one cannot alter tribulations. How perplexing. Just who is this Mr. Han, awakened to such wisdom? As for the methods of sowing tribulations, his thoughts raced, and a hint of malice surfaced within him, transforming his demeanor entirely. Just who is scheming against Han Chan in the shadows? I must ensure that I capture them. Han Lian hastily traversed the corridor, returning to his guest room, swiftly opening his jade-green folding fan and fanning himself to calm his tumultuous emotions. That he collapsed into a chair, the earlier momentum dissipating. Only in solitude could he feel a semblance of safety. Chapter 28. The mantid catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Once Han Lian's mind had settled completely, he took a deep breath. Upon recalling cold Han Chan, his expression fluctuated between light and dark. His very existence had begun to influence the trajectory of the narrative. The longer this continued, the greater the variables would become. As it stood, inexplicably, he had become cold Han Chan's emotional tribulation. To understand. In the original text, her exceptional talent had incited the jealousy of the demonic forces, ultimately leading to a coalition of 3 sects. Nearly on par with the Cold Mountain Palace's Nirvana Master, who had utilized the spiritual artifact guarding the sect to execute the method of sowing tribulations against Cold Han Chan to avoid detection by the Cold Mountain Palace. The emotional tribulation they sowed was based on the shadow formed by Cold Han Chan's own moonlight, crystallizing into a demonic shadow of tribulation. This emotional tribulation was formless and intangible, and due to certain reasons. It was exceedingly difficult to predict. Furthermore, since this tribulation was intrinsically linked to Cold Han Chan's own shadow, it was exceptionally familiar to her when Cold Han Chan attempted to employ the method of severing tribulations. It would be akin to self-sabotage. Even those above the Nirvana realm could find themselves powerless if they did not detect it in time. To preserve her residual spirit's reincarnation would already be a considerable feat. It seemed that previously, the butterfly transformation and celestial phenomenon cultivators of the Black Lotus sect had employed the Black Lotus Great Sacrifice, not merely to probe Cold Han Chan's defenses. Who could say whether the news of the Black Lotus sect's butterfly transformation cultivators appearing in the southern heavenly region was a deliberate release? Yet at this moment, Han Lien reflected on Cold Han Chan's earlier words, instinctively touching his cheek. Celestial grace and destiny. This damned charm. Meanwhile, Cold Han Chan's figure had already retreated several dozen miles. Her cheeks still bore a faint blush, and her thoughts were a chaotic jumble. She paused atop a hill, gazing at the scenery below, and couldn't help but exhale deeply. Indeed, expressing my feelings to Mr. Han is even more exhausting than cultivation itself. Only she herself knew how much mental energy she had expended to utter such words. She was weary, as she found herself lost in thought while gazing at the pairs of animals frolicking in the mountain woods. She vaguely sensed something amiss. Her brows furrowed slightly as she turned her gaze towards a distant figure beside her. Gradually, a form emerged, a rotund man with a broad face and large ears. Reclining lazily on a palanquin, clutching a bloodied leg of some unknown creature, gnawing at it ravenously. Upon noticing Lung Hanchan, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he chuckled. I truly did not expect to encounter the holy maiden of Hantan Palace here. If I could capture you and take you back, I imagine the esteemed ones would grant their consent to an audience with the great Brahmin. Lung Hanchan regarded the newcomer, her mind racing quickly. Yet her expression shifted as she realized the gravity of the situation. With a swift motion, she summoned a protective moon wheel that enveloped her entirely. Her countenance darkened as she declared coldly, "You are Lianqing Zen master of the Black Lotus sect." Indeed, indeed. I never anticipated that the illustrious holy maiden of Hantan Palace would recognize me. It is truly an honor, he responded with a grin, suddenly opening his mouth wide and swallowing a chunk of meat that was nearly half his size in one gulp. After leisurely wiping his mouth, he extended intricate patterns from the palanquin into the surroundings. Little holy maiden, since you recognize me, you must understand that escape is futile. Why not surrender peacefully? I am aware that in the butterfly transformation realm, you have no rivals, able to suppress even the serpent pool that houses a creature akin to a dragon of the ethereal realm. However, you must also know that I have lingered at the pinnacle of the ethereal realm for 30 years. As his words fell, he reached out towards Lung Hanchan, his palms suddenly expanding to several zhang in size, casting a shadow over her. The moon wheel emitted a resonant chime, accompanied by bursts of fiery brilliance, prompting Lianqing Zen master to laugh heartily. Holy maiden Lung Hanchan, wielding the palace's spirit artifact, the cold moon wheel. Yet against me, you resort to such mere replicas? In response, a cunning glint flashed in Lung Hanchan's eyes as she altered her hand seals. The moon wheel, which seemed incapable of harming Lianqing Zen master, suddenly radiated a brilliant moonlight, slicing through one of his enormous fingers in an instant. To be why the time Lianqing Zen master reacted, it was too late. The wheel whirled, stripping the flesh away, leaving behind only stark white bones. Reluctantly, he had to retract his technique. Gazing at his bloodied arm, where flesh began to slowly regenerate, his expression darkened. He swiftly formed a hand seal, summoning an ominous celestial phenomenon, which faintly emitted an 8-colored glow, accompanied by a colossal beast-like shadow behind him. With a roar, he directed the celestial phenomenon towards Lung Hanchan, exclaiming, "Lung Hanchan, are you seeking death? Why do I feel that the one courting death is you?" Just as Lung Hanchan prepared to unleash her ultimate technique, the voice of Wooding Zen master unexpectedly echoed from all directions. Upon hearing this, Lianqing Zen master's figure stiffened slightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. In the next instant, he tore off his robe, intending to abandon the palanquin and flee. The robe soared into the air, transforming into a talisman that shifted into an ethereal visage amidst the swirling light. A brilliant beam descended upon Lung Han Chan. "To be still," came a furious shout as Wooding Zen Master stepped forth. He flicked his fingers, unleashing a radiant light that pierced through the visage, binding Lianqing Zen Master in midair, leaving him with no escape. Lianqing Zen Master had not anticipated that his backup plan would be rendered useless so quickly that a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he prepared to fight desperately. However, upon seeing the 3 nirvana patterns on Wooding Zen Master's brow, he froze, a wretched smile forming on his face. "That I do not die in vain. I didn't expect the mighty Wooding to have ascended to the nirvana realm." As he spoke, his features suddenly contorted, and in the blink of an eye, his figure inflated like a balloon. Wooding Zen Master, observing this, gently closed his fingers. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as Lianqing Zen Master was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood, leaving no trace behind. What a tyrannical restraint. It has indeed made your demise rather simple. Wooding Zen Master regarded this scene with narrowed eyes, then turned to Lung Hanshan, a gentle smile flickering in his gaze. "Hanshan, return and converse. Should you encounter such vile individuals again, utilize the techniques I have bestowed upon you to prevent future troubles." As his words faded, Wooding Zen Master's essence swiftly dissipated. Lung Hanshan stood, momentarily dazed, a hint of yearning reflected in her eyes. This, the method of the Nirvana realm, to temporarily confine the surrounding space. Chapter 29. 5 consecutive draws, summoning a character in the inn. Han Lian was deep in thought when he suddenly sensed an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy. Rising from his seat, he moved towards the window, looking out in the direction where Lung Hanshan had battled Lianqing Zen Master. As he perceived the energy spike, it abruptly muted, leaving him with a sense of unease. Could it be that Wooding Zen Master, who had just ascended, had made his move? Han Lian pondered uncertainly that if this were true, it seemed formidable forces had set their sights on this place, and he needed to strive to enhance his own strength. With this thought in mind, he lost interest in the outside world, securing the doors and windows before commencing his familiar routine, bathing and changing. The act of drawing rewards was enigmatic. He did not wish to invite misfortune by failing to pay proper attention. How could I even think such thoughts? Truly bad luck. Han Lian chastised himself, swiftly embarking on the process he had long mastered, executing it with fluidity, since it was 5,000 storytelling points, and judging by the drop rates. He certainly would not draw a bronze treasure chest, as before. Han Lian took a deep breath, silently praying, "May the Emperor Yi bless me. I, Han Lian, shall ensure your mighty deeds are known throughout this world." 5 consecutive draws for a silver treasure chest. Here we go. With that thought, a familiar scene unfolded. A massive silver treasure chest rose from the ground like a mountain, exuding an ancient and wild aura. A crevice appeared, and streams of treasure light spilled forth, seemingly concealing countless secrets within their radiance. With a loud clang, the silver treasure chest burst open, revealing 5 beams of light, 4 blue and 1 orange, before his eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. After a few breaths, he received the notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of the So beans to create Soldier's Method. 1 celestial bean. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spirit artifact. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 celestial phenomenon pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 celestial phenomenon pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 fragments of the character Wu Changqing. Prompt. Congratulations, host. You have gathered all fragments of the character Wu Changqing. He has automatically descended into this world of Tianen Dao and will appear beside the host within 1 hour after being summoned. Will you summon him? Prompt. Due to the restrictions of the rules of heaven and earth, certain powers from the Covering the Heavens narrative cannot be exercised and will be automatically transformed into this world's realm. Have I truly collected a character's fragments? Initially, Han Lian was still immersed in the disappointment of the 4 blue and 1 orange treasure light, but upon hearing that the character he summoned had actively descended, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly chose to summon S for the reduction in strength. It was hardly a concern. What he needed now was a loyal aid, upon receiving Han Lian's summoning prompt. The interface indicated that the summoning was in progress before transitioning back to the post-draw reward screen. He gazed at the rewards and sighed. Only 1 orange reward. Is this my consolation prize? Though it may seem like a mere complaint, he skillfully accessed the system warehouse and retrieved the flawless azure robe, a spirit artifact of remarkable quality. Upon grasping it, his spiritual consciousness made contact. And in an instant, it began to refine itself, automatically draping over his form. That moment, the information regarding the flawless azure robe was also displayed before him. Flawless azure robe, forged from the pristine silk of the dragon transformation secret realm. It is transparent and immaculate, untouched by dust, in its unrefined state. It is invisible, only revealing itself when a fated individual appears. After refinement, it can shield the host from 30% of physical damage. Enhance cultivation speed by 10%, increase spiritual energy absorption speed by 10%, and reduce the spiritual energy consumption of techniques by 10%. This spirit artifact possesses quite a unique character. Han Lian gazed at the array of data presented, feeling quite satisfied, and nodded appreciatively. While refining the azure robe, he continued to browse the system warehouse and took out the remnant immortal bean used in the bean soldier technique. Though the bean was no larger than a soybean, it felt remarkably heavy, weighing at least several dozen pounds. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see a crack on its surface. Its refinement was relatively simple. Han Lian merely needed to send a wisp of spiritual consciousness into it and could faintly sense the ability to activate it. Remnant Immortal Bean, crafted from the essence of the bean soldier technique. When activated, it can condense 10 avatars with 50% of the host strength for 1 hour. Usage count: 3. Strength limit for extreme secret realm. This item is indeed intriguing, though regrettably not permanent. Han Lian rolled the immortal bean in his hand, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he envisioned the scene when he would employ this bean. Fellow cultivator, shall we engage in a group battle or a one-on-one duel? What do you choose? This lottery draw, as long as it yielded a realm pill, would not be a loss. Han Lian looked at the 10 celestial phenomenon pills in the warehouse and, without hesitation, tossed one into the air like a candy and swallowed it. As the celestial phenomenon pill entered his mouth, pure spiritual energy dispersed instantly, circulating through his limbs and bones, and in the blink of an eye, a radiant glow began to coalesce. His celestial phenomenon sensed the power of the celestial phenomenon pill and manifested in his mind. Within his consciousness, a celestial phenomenon of the sun and moon was seated upright in the center of his mind. Beneath this celestial entity was a whirlpool that resembled a black hole, continuously rotating, with strands of chaotic energy spilling forth, nourishing his physical body while merging into the celestial phenomenon. This was the external manifestation of his sky shield technique, the undying heavenly merit within his mind. Although he had already opened the sea of suffering and the life spring within his body, as long as he did not activate it, the technique would not reveal itself. Sensing the spiritual energy of the celestial phenomenon pill, the sun and moon celestial phenomenon faintly illuminated, unconsciously raising its palm, with all the spiritual energy converging towards the palm as center. The dragon elephant suppressing prison celestial phenomenon also became more animated under this spiritual energy's nurturing. Unfortunately, it seemed to fear or lacked the requisite cultivation level, only able to absorb a fraction of the residual spiritual energy from the sun and moon celestial phenomenon, lacking even the qualification to seize it. Yet, in this mutual sustenance, a certain balance was formed. As the spiritual energy nourished the sun and moon celestial phenomenon, the celestial phenomenon began to reciprocate, enhancing Han Lian's physical body and spiritual consciousness. Under this enhancement, the dragon elephant suppressing prison celestial phenomenon was also gradually improving. Once the celestial phenomenon partially materialized, the spiritual energy of one celestial phenomenon pill was completely consumed. Is this the effect of the celestial phenomenon pill? It feels less effective than the golden body pill. If only I could have a celestial phenomenon great pill, it would be utterly perfect. A thought flashed through Han Lian's mind, yet his actions did not cease. He consumed another celestial phenomenon pill and immersed himself once again in the process of refining the elixir. Chapter 30. Sealing the space. The calamity pool emerges. Each celestial phenomenon pill consumed seemed to contain similar spiritual energy. Yet there were subtle differences in Han Lian's perception. These celestial phenomenon pills appeared to possess a form of sentience, sensing his current realm and drawing just the right amount of spiritual energy. Though the amount of spiritual energy consumed for realm advancement was increasing, Han Lien continued to consume the celestial phenomenon pills, progressing at a rate of 1 realm per pill. Celestial phenomenon 2nd level, celestial phenomenon 3rd level. With each celestial phenomenon pill consumed, his realm swiftly ascended to the celestial phenomenon 10th level. The 2 celestial phenomena manifesting in his mind, the sun and moon cycle and the dragon elephant suppressing prism, had also solidified into a tangible form, each movement brimming with vitality that asks for the final pill. Han Lien tossed the last celestial phenomenon pill in his hand, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Crack, at the moment of swallowing. A crisp sound echoed from the depths of his mind. Han Lien probed with his spiritual consciousness, and suddenly discovered a crack had appeared atop his celestial phenomenon. Witnessing this scene, his heart skipped a beat, and he held his breath slightly. The metamorphosis of the celestial phenomenon had begun. In the next instant, his 2 celestial phenomena, no longer under his control, directly manifested in reality. The 2 celestial phenomena soared into the sky, radiating a considerable oppressive force, resonating with one another, evoking a profound understanding that as the celestial phenomena emerged, a dark whirlpool formed in the sky, crackling with electricity, flickering ominously within. Upon sensing Han Lien's impending tribulation, the thunder calamity arrived in response. He looked up, perceiving the oppressive aura from afar, and through layers of buildings, he could almost see the thunder calamity forming. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Lien waved his sleeve and opened a window. Darting towards the sky, the whirlpool of thunder calamity expanded rapidly, growing several miles in size, continuously converging. Wooding Zen Master and Lung Hanshan had long sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the inn. But upon witnessing the thunder tribulation, they were still utterly astonished. Wooding Elder, I recall that the condensation of celestial phenomena should not have taken many days, right? Indeed, not many days. Wooding Zen Master clutched the prayer beads, gazing at the thunder calamity in the sky, exhaling deeply. However, this butterfly transformation calamity is no trifling matter. Both were aware of the true protagonist of this tribulation, and as they watched the increasingly tumultuous thunder calamity, concern flickered in their eyes. Suddenly, Lung Hanshan thought of something, removing a bracelet from her wrist and handing it to Wooding Zen Master. Elder Wooding, the thunder calamity has yet to descend, but its power is already comparable to the 3rd thunderbolt I faced during my tribulation. Would you be able to use a technique to deliver this calamity-evading item to Mr. Han? Wooding Zen Master contemplated her words, glancing at the surging thunder calamity, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Hanshan, during a cultivator's tribulation, external interference is most tabooed. If I intervene, it may do more harm than good. Before he could finish, he noticed a glimmer of moisture in Lung Hanshan's eyes, seemingly recalling something. He sighed inwardly. Very well, now that I have ascended to the Nirvana realm, even if I cannot provide Mr. Han with any assistance during his tribulation, I should be able to protect his life, should he fail. As his words fell, he prepared to use his abilities to hasten towards the direction of Han Lien's tribulation. However, in the next moment, Wooding Zen Master sensed something amiss, and his expression turned grave. We cannot proceed. Someone has sealed this space, possessing strength not inferior to mine. Upon finishing this statement, he seemed to fear Lung Hanshan's worry, and added an explanation. However, in my spiritual confrontation with this person, I sense no malice, merely a warning against interference. It seems there is no ill intent. In the sky, the thunder calamity roiled and roared. Han Lien stood resolutely in midair, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the thunder calamity above, his expression devoid of fear. Tribulations, after all, are merely a contest of the depth of celestial phenomenon foundation. With his own resources, why would he fear failing to endure the thunder calamity? Indeed, before he could even activate it, the dragon elephant suppressing prison celestial phenomenon surged forward into the calamity clouds that had matured as a celestial phenomenon and was already aware of its impending tribulation. The furious dragon surged, the fierce elephant trumpeted. The lightning force struck the celestial phenomenon, fracturing its originally condensed form. Within, a more distinct celestial body began to take shape bit by bit. The celestial phenomenon grew, increasingly restless, and the calamity thunder became ever more ferocious. When the first bolt of calamity thunder truly descended, it tore open a wound nearly spanning half of the celestial body. Yet this wound did not heal. A crisp sound resonated as most of the celestial remnants peeled away, faintly revealing a glimmering treasure light on its surface. Moreover, this celestial phenomenon was not merely passive. The dragon-elephant suppressing prison celestial phenomenon embodied not only the dragon and elephant, but also the suppressing prison. As the thought of Han Lian descended, a magnificent silhouette resembling a dragon and elephant emerged, pressing down upon the entire tribulation clouds, causing them to stagnate for a brief moment. This ethereal figure appeared to be a palace, resembling a city, yet it also bore an indistinct essence. Once again, 8 bolts of tribulation thunder crashed down, striking that silhouette, which absorbed them directly. Above the dragon and elephant suppressive celestial phenomenon, the original celestial manifestation shattered with a resplendent glow. This celestial phenomenon had truly metamorphosed into the butterfly transformation stage, with the radiance above serving as testament to its evolution. Even if the tribulation were to cease at this juncture, Han Lian could already be regarded as a great practitioner of the butterfly transformation stage. However, with Han Lian's profound foundation, how could he simply acquiesce? As his thoughts flowed, he found himself standing atop the celestial phenomenon of the sun and moon, facing the tribulation, and calmly sat down. The tribulation seemed to react as if provoked, suddenly expanding over twice its size. Beneath the surging vortex, it appeared as though something was yearning to emerge at this moment. Master Wu Ding was observing from a distance, his expression initially normal, but upon glimpsing the hazy fragment within the thunder, he could no longer maintain his composure, involuntarily exclaiming, "Tribulation pool! A tribulation pool?" Cold Chan, upon hearing this, wore a look of slight bewilderment, but then seemed to recall something, gasping in surprise. Since arriving in Lingnan Prefecture and meeting Han Lian, her once aloof demeanor had nearly dissipated. The path of cultivation inherently involves seizing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to merge it with oneself. For practitioners, this is beneficial. However, for the world, it is not necessarily a good thing, as the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is finite. Typically, when practitioners reach the 7th realm, a tribulation pool will manifest, intensifying the tribulation to heighten the difficulty of overcoming it. Yet Han Lian was merely undergoing the 5th realm's tribulation. Currently, the tribulation I am undergoing is not the butterfly transformation tribulation, so why is there a tribulation pool appearing? Han Lian gazed at the roiling tribulation above. Sensing the summoning pressure within, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. The tribulation pool. This phenomenon is indeed perilous. In today's Liu realm, most tribulations beyond the 7th realm will exhibit a tribulation pool, emanating either a summoning or a repulsive aura towards the practitioner undergoing the tribulation. One must not be deceived by it. Should the practitioner recognize its call or merge their consciousness with the pool, they would be stripped of their spiritual awareness and become a mere puppet beneath the tribulation pool. Even if that does not occur, it would still consume a portion of one's life essence, ultimately diminishing their achievements. When another practitioner undergoes tribulation, they will manifest as the spirit of the thunder tribulation, wreaking havoc upon the tribulation practitioner. The existence of the tribulation pool is essentially a scheme devised by a certain ancient entity for its own selfish ends, and its methods are unparalleled. And no matter what promises you make, I am aware of your true nature and shall not be deceived. Han Lian mused internally as he contemplated the tribulation pool. In the next moment, he hesitated no longer. As his thoughts flowed, the entire celestial silhouette suddenly soared, vanishing into the heart of the tribulation. As bolts of thunder descended. Amidst the chaotic flow, they transformed into the finest nourishment for his physical form and celestial phenomenon. Upon witnessing this, the tribulation pool unleashed 12 bolts of tribulation thunder before disappearing without a trace. When the tumultuous tribulation faded, Han Lian dispelled the butterfly transformation celestial phenomenon, standing serenely in the air. His expression calm. The power of the butterfly transformation stage is indeed remarkable. It not only allows one to manipulate celestial phenomena, but also to utilize the attributes of the 5 elements to enact techniques akin to divine powers. Regrettably, the spiritual essence in this realm is somewhat lacking, preventing true manifestation of divine powers. To achieve the might of such powers, one would likely need to reach the Purple Mansion realm, harnessing their inner world for condensation. As Han Lian contemplated this, he gazed at the lingering dark clouds above with a sense of dissatisfaction. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a jade fan and, harnessing the spiritual energy from his ascension to the butterfly transformation stage, he suddenly fanned it open that a fierce wind howled, akin to a tornado, and the clouds swiftly parted, leaving the sky clear and bright. Indeed, the sky is now a boundless expanse, and the refreshing sight lifted his spirits considerably. After his realm ascension, he instinctively activated the storytelling system to review his attributes. Host, Han Lian. Fate, celestial grace among mortals. Physique talent, yin-yang chaos body, advanced cultivation talent. Realm, first level of butterfly transformation. Butterfly transformation celestial phenomenon. Sun and moon circling the sky, dragon and elephant suppressing the abyss. Heavenly concealment technique. Indestructible heavenly merit, wheel of seas volume. Fate spring realm, divine weapon and treasures. Tao Palace divine repository forbidden object, incomplete. Flawless green garment sentient, jade fan sentient, system warehouse. Remnant immortal beings, Wang Tung fragments 1, celestial palace ruins brick 1, storytelling points, 0. Summon character, Wu Changqing, Tao Palace secret realm. As Han Lian's thoughts drifted, he suddenly focused, as if discovering a new continent. Tao Palace secret realm, uncertain. He raised his hand to access Wu Changqing's information. Wu Changqing, character from the Concealing the Heavens narrative, unremarkable, follows the Tao of nature, summoned by host Han Lian, cultivation in the Tao Palace secret realm. Note: all characters summoned by the host retain their individuality while exhibiting a loyalty of 100%. At that moment, he sensed a presence approaching and turned to see an elderly man in simple robes, traversing the air towards him. The old man exuded an extraordinary air, embodying the essence of a celestial being. Upon reaching Han Lian, he slightly bowed and said, "Old Taoist Wu Changqing, paying respects to my lord." Unremarkable, indeed unremarkable, Han Lian mused, somewhat astonished by the old Taoist demeanor. However, reassured by the knowledge of his 100% loyalty. He relaxed slightly to Wu Lao. "There is no need for such formality. Though I am your lord, I do not favor being addressed as such. Henceforth, you may refer to me as sir." "Understood, my lord," Wu Changqing replied with a nod. Han Lian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "Wu Lao, since you were summoned by me, how do you feel about arriving in this realm?" "Feelings?" Wu Changqing pondered for a moment before furrowing his brow. "I felt a sense of confusion, and suddenly my mind cleared to be by the time I regained my senses, I had already descended into this world. However, upon careful reflection, I realized that my cultivation has been somewhat solidified, and the manifestations of the secret realm seem to have taken on a tangible form. Moreover, it appears I possess a certain level of control over the surrounding space. Although my full strength cannot be exerted, I believe I can manage to display a fair amount of power. Additionally, after accepting the summoning, I sensed that someone seemed intent on altering the space of your tribulation area, but I managed to repel them." Control over space? Han Lian mused, piecing together the implications. Under the celestial suppression of the Liu realm, only those at the Nirvana stage could wield spatial powers. Given that Wu Changqing was a rare expert from the Tao Palace secret realm, he should be comparable to local Nirvana practitioners. As for the mention of someone attempting to alter the space, Han Lian casually opened the map, discovering that within a radius of several dozen miles, there remained only a single crimson, leading him to an understanding. It seemed that Master Wu Ding had attempted to employ some method against him, but had been interrupted, though this usually indicated an intention to leave a contingency plan. He nonetheless cautioned Wu Changqing, "Wu Lao, if you sense any fluctuations in the surrounding space in the future, be sure to inform me at once." Upon Wu Changqing's agreement, Han Lian gazed down at the barren hill, struck by heavenly lightning that he raised his hand to gather a modicum of spiritual energy, letting it disperse above. Ultimately, it was due to his own tribulation, though he could not restore life to the beings affected. It served as a form of atonement. After completing these acts, Han Lian, accompanied by Wu Changqing, returned to the small city of Lingnan Prefecture. This small city, owing to Han Lian's storytelling, had become increasingly vibrant, nearly surpassing an ordinary prefectural city. Observing this, the Tiannandao intended to establish the county as an independent prefecture, Upon his return, Han Lian chanced upon a group of second and third realm cultivators diligently repairing the city walls. And the original sign above the city gate had been replaced with Dongling Prefecture. Looking at the sign, he couldn't help but grimace at its unappealing nature. The cultivators worked with remarkable efficiency, stacking hundreds if not thousands of stone bricks effortlessly, and it was not long before a substantial structure began to take shape that he glanced at the map and promptly entered the city that it was satisfactory. Befitting the standards of a prefecture, he noted that there were 2 additional cultivators of the Tongyu realm in the vicinity. With their presence to guard the entrance, he could focus on his storytelling without concern. Chapter 32. The Gathering of Cultivators. Prohibition of weapons. Once inside the city, many who spotted Han Lian lit up with excitement, approaching him with friendly greetings. Witnessing this scene, he smiled in return, nodding appreciatively. At present, he wielded considerable influence within the city, and maintaining his image was paramount. After a brief exchange, they arrived at the inn. Although the innkeeper claimed there were no available rooms, Han Lian's insistence led to a seamless resolution. With such a companion by his side, he felt significantly more at ease. With idle time on his hands, he began practicing the Zhitian technique. During this period, the newly appointed prefect of Dongling Prefecture paid him a visit. But after a few exchanged words, he sent them on their way. In the blink of an eye, a day had swiftly passed. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Han Lian idly opened the interface, his gaze narrowing slightly. On the panel, faint azure light points had emerged, numbering at least 20. It was noteworthy that his cultivation had reached the butterfly transformation realm. Should 20 individuals of this realm converge in one place, it would be manageable if they remained composed. However, should any turmoil arise, the official power of a single prefecture would likely prove inadequate to maintain order. While it was said that he could rest easy, the reality suggested otherwise. That it seemed necessary to find an opportune moment to impose some constraints on their actions. Otherwise, should chaos ensue, it would be he who first came to mind as the source of trouble. With this thought in mind, he lost interest in lingering further and hurried back to the inn. Outside Dongling Prefecture, a palanquin gracefully descended from the sky as it approached the city outskirts. It gently landed and seamlessly slipped into a concealed nook. When the spiritual light dissipated, 2 women adorned with bamboo hats and veils emerged. One of them took a deep breath, somewhat startled, and patted her chest, exclaiming softly, "Princess, you spent the entire journey reading, without lending a hand to Xiaolan, that I nearly ran out of spiritual energy." Yes. It's just that the book is too captivating," the other woman instinctively replied. However, recalling something, she quickly covered the mouth of the girl beside her, saying, "Xiaolan, did I not say we must remain discreet outside? You should address me as Miss." After saying this, she released her hand upon seeing the girl nod vigorously and returned to her book. The cover of the book boldly displayed the title Zhitian Chuan. "Miss? Miss, you have already perused this book several times," Xiaolan remarked, giggling at her princess's enthusiasm. She leaned closer to examine the indecipherable characters, her expression immediately shifting to one of frustration. Although she could recognize some characters, she struggled with many. Despite having heard the entire story before, she found it challenging to connect the dots and identify the characters. "Your mind is filled with thoughts of roasted chicken and goose buns, yet you can't even read properly," she quipped, glancing at her maid, who wore a forlorn expression, continuing to flip through the book. She mused to herself, "You simply do not understand. The person who could pen such a work must possess extraordinary insight. Just the discussion of the Tianjiao in the falling feather realm is enough to make this author renowned. Not to mention the captivating narrative. Moreover, I wish to see what abilities those who share a name with my younger brother possess. You must know my younger brother is among the top 3 geniuses in the royal lineage of the Xuanfeng dynasty. This generation of prodigies is certainly remarkable." Upon hearing this, the maid appeared momentarily taken aback, before murmuring, "Miss, did you not say we snuck out to secretly listen to Mr. Han's storytelling? Why would Prince Yan also be coming?" "Of course, we are here to listen to him. It is said that Mr. Han's appearance surpasses even that of the beauties in father's harem," she replied, standing confidently, her figure curvaceous, and her demeanor graceful, yet her laughter was lighthearted. "While it is true we slipped out to listen to stories, I am even more eager to see what Mr. Han looks like. Miss, enough with your questions. This time we are out, feel free to buy whatever food you like." "I will not interfere." Such scenes continued to unfold within Dongling Prefecture. Monks, beggars, exotic tribesmen, and fair-faced Taoists, all manner of individuals were converging here. With the establishment of the new city of Dongling Prefecture, there was initially scrutiny of those entering and exiting. However, following the issuance of a decree, the city gates became deserted. The merchants within the city, seemingly informed of something, cleared large areas around where Han Lian performed his storytelling. Even those with previously thriving businesses remained, leaving only a few essential trades. Standing by the window, Han Lian felt the gentle breeze as he observed the comings and goings of the people below. Occasionally glimmers of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Those who arrived in Dongling Prefecture during this period were few, either confident in their own abilities or in the talents of their sect to be recognized as prodigies. Most, however, came to partake in the excitement. After all, news of Han Lian's discussions on prodigies had long since spread. Once the winds of rumor began to blow, it was only a matter of time before a crowd gathered. As the saying goes, in this world, all are bustling for profit. When the world is in turmoil, all are driven by gain. This fame was indeed a form of profit. Even if not for fame, one must still partake in the trending tide. After all, Han Lian himself had stated that such fame contained elements of a greater trend, a manifestation of the will of the falling feather realm itself. To seize the momentum within this great trend, as long as one did not falter midway, their achievements should not be underestimated. He was not merely speaking idly, for he was a guest within the book. The very one turning its pages that it was not out of line for him to mention things that were to be confirmed in the subsequent plot ahead of time. Was it? However, as Han Lian became lost in thought, a sudden disturbance rippled through the city. Han Lian focused his gaze, witnessing two celestial phenomena rising from the ground. Although they appeared somewhat ethereal, they had solidified to a substantial degree upon their emergence. Han Lian recognized their origins at a glance, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. The celestial phenomena of Yu Jiang from the Eastern Travel Sect and the Lanjing from the Zhejiang Sect. If it were them, it would not be surprising. These two sects were branches of the falling sect located at Shrouding Lake, each with a history of rivalry. However, they both had produced formidable figures of the Zifu realm. And with no such figures currently within their ranks, they frequently quarreled, often resulting in mutual conflict over trivial matters. Yet under normal circumstances, such occurrences would be inconsequential if they transpired out of sight. But where was this? This was Dongling Prefecture. In other words, this was Han Lian's domain. He raised his hand, intending to intervene, but reconsidered, feeling it beneath his dignity, and thus sent a message to Wu Changqing. In just a few breaths, the two celestial phenomena abruptly vanished, only to reappear 10 miles outside the city, shattering with a thunderous crash. Dongling Prefecture forbids weapons. Violators shall not be permitted entry. Chapter 33. Difficult to bear, continuing the story since Han Lian had enlisted Wu Lao's assistance to clear out a group of troublemakers. The ensuing days in Dongling Prefecture had indeed grown significantly quieter. While some cultivators of considerable rank still roamed the city, each time they recalled recent events, a sense of trepidation would invariably surface within them. Gradually, news began to circulate throughout Dongling Prefecture. A formidable presence had taken root within the city. What constitutes a formidable cultivator? It is a title bestowed upon those who have reached the 7th realm of cultivation. Each of these cultivators carries with them countless stories that if one were to tally them, even the Tiannan Dao or the Xuanfeng dynasty would find several among their ranks. Upon learning this news, some who had initially not intended to visit the Dongling mansion were also drawn here with a mix of reverence and anticipation. It is needless to say that if one could receive the favor of a powerful being and learn even a single technique, it would suffice for advancing to the 5th or even 6th realm. Should one be accepted as a disciple by such a formidable entity, they could establish their own sect and secure a century of tranquility. This exemplifies the profound foundation and formidable influence of practitioners at the level of great power. However, Han Lian was not particularly concerned with the motives of these individuals for coming here. He was already overwhelmed by the matters at hand, that on the table before him lay a vial containing the 5 spirits transforming butterfly pill. This elixir holds little value for advancing cultivation. Its sole purpose is to stabilize one's realm. It proves exceptionally effective for practitioners striving to break through the 4th and 5th realms. The refinement of this pill requires a highly skilled alchemist. making it nearly impossible for ordinary factions to procure even a single one. Yet, before Han Lien, there was an entire vial. Gazing at the vial, the corners of Han Lien's eyes twitched slightly, and he felt a headache coming on. This pill was neither concocted by Old Wu nor acquired through a lottery. It was a gift from Lung Hanshan. Ever since Lung Hanshan became aware that Han Lien knew of her affections, all reservations seemed to have vanished, and her gaze towards him sent a shiver down his spine. After Han Lien had undergone the butterfly transformation tribulation, he merely rested for one night, upon awakening the next day. The pill was already on his table. What was most alarming was that he had been utterly unaware of it. Old Wu was aware, but that old fellow seemed rather unprincipled, merely stating that a young girl had come to his door, making it difficult for him to refuse, especially since there was no ill intent. Indeed, it is ever so challenging to resist the allure of a beauty's favor. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately took the pill in hand. After all, it had been delivered to him, and returning it would only lead to awkwardness. Moreover, this elixir held considerable promise. Consuming just one would save him at least several days of arduous effort. And with just a few more, his butterfly transformation realm would be thoroughly solidified. How delightful! In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. Under the expectant gazes of the audience, Han Lien ascended the high platform once more. With a swift flick of his jade fan, he signaled for silence. Once the crowd quieted, he opened the system map. Indeed, the map displayed no less than 50 practitioners of the 5th realm, not to mention the numerous practitioners of the 3rd and 4th realms. He surveyed the crowd with a slight chuckle and proclaimed, "Let us continue where we left off." Yi Fan, the one with the ancient physique, the wanderer from a foreign land who entered the cave heaven, the primordial ruins revealing ancient palaces, the volcano shaking, and the imperial tomb emerging. That I trust you all remember that I previously spoke of Yi Fan's friend, Pang Bo, who was possessed by some mysterious force and ultimately vanished without a trace. The power behind this was none other than the Demon Clan. The tomb of the Demon Emperor, located deep within the primordial ruins, belonged to a great emperor of the Demon Clan, the last of the ancient era. Naturally, his descendants were aware of this emperor's tomb. Due to certain circumstances, the Demon Emperor's tomb resurfaced, and numerous events were undoubtedly orchestrated by them. Before they made their move, many powerful demons had already gathered. For there was much discord between humans and demons, and both sides were willing to clash fiercely over the treasures within the ancient palace. What struck the heart of the spirit cave heaven the most was the missing portions of the Tao scriptures. With demonic energy surging and divine radiance soaring, the spirit cave heaven mobilized 4 supreme elders, creating a scene of chaos. In such an opportunity, it was not only for their own interests, but also for the benefit of the powers behind them. The heartbeat grew ever heavier, and the conflict intensified. Some supreme elders of the cave heaven fell, while others among the great demons were torn apart, reduced to ashes. Various hidden cards emerged, demonstrating the depths of their commitment. Meanwhile, Yi Fan found himself too weak to intervene, merely observing from a distance, which ignited within him the desire to become stronger. It was at this moment that Pang Bo reappeared, transformed from his previous self. Capable of battling numerous demons and nearly entering the ancient palace, he was both himself and yet not himself. To assist Yi Fan, he had acquired a fragment of the Tao scriptures, using it to slay great demons while secretly delivering it to Yi Fan. This scripture was what I had previously spoken of regarding the realm of the wheel. Yi Fan, through the Tao scriptures, opened the sea of suffering, and upon reading the contents of the wheel sea scroll, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes before he could fully comprehend. When he regained his senses, that night's Tao scripture had inexplicably entered his sea of suffering. It is essential to note that Yi Fan's constitution was that of the ancient sacred body, his vitality comparable to that of a dragon, making it exceedingly difficult to open a sea of suffering. Even with efforts 1,000-fold greater than that of an ordinary person, he had only managed to open a sea of suffering the size of a mung bean. Yet upon the entry of this page of Tao scripture, it unexpectedly triggered some changes within Yi Fan's sea of suffering. This page of scripture boldly suppressed Yi Fan's sea of suffering. Meanwhile, the struggle for opportunities within the ancient palace had not ceased. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. While the powers of the cave heaven and the great demons fought fiercely, an even more powerful force arrived. From the horizon appeared dozens of divine rainbows. The roars of savage beasts shaking the heavens, their might, merely a fraction of their power, far surpassed that of the previous cave heaven forces. The newcomers showed no signs of concealment, directly revealing their identities. A flag of spiritual weaponry fluttered, emblazoned with 4 grand characters. Yaoguang's sacred land. Following the arrival of this force, 18 ancient war chariots traversed the void, manifesting themselves, and this force stood in stark opposition to the Yaoguang sacred land. The arriving faction was none other than the ancient family of Ji, a lineage that had survived the fragmented annals of the ancient times, demonstrating their formidable capabilities. Amidst their standoff, though mutual caution lingered, they did not engage in the same brutal combat as the previous demon and human factions. Instead, they each acted according to their abilities. However, after revealing some hidden cards, they achieved little, suffering significant casualties. The once captivating heart of the Demon Emperor was drawn away by Pang Bo through some unknown means, vanishing into the void. The various factions, employing their techniques, were unable to retain it. Chapter 34. The Scheme of Imperial Weapons. The green copper fragments as Han Lian spoke, various scenes unfolded, and he paused momentarily at this juncture in the storytelling. It was prudent to stoke the audience's anticipation once more, and he snapped his jade fan to regain everyone's attention, and, once their gazes were fixed upon him, he chuckled lightly. Do you all know why numerous sacred land powers and ancient families are eager to enter the Demon Emperor's tomb? Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. You are the one recounting this tale. If you don't enlighten us, how could we possibly know? Though they thought this, they dared not voice it. Some quick-witted individuals regained their composure and said, Mr. Han, please do not keep us in suspense. You could tell us first and ask later. The moment this was said, many listeners returned to their senses, echoing their agreement. Seeing the atmosphere picking up, Han Lian lowered his voice, took a sip of tea, and spoke aloud. This Demon Emperor was the last of his kind during the ancient era. His existence embodies invincibility in this world. After ascending to emperorhood, he amassed treasures of great significance, all of which he ultimately buried within his tomb. The title of emperor is not merely a reflection of one's cultivation reaching that realm. It signifies the possession of at least one imperial weapon. Within this tomb, besides the imperial weapons he wielded during his lifetime and other artifacts, there are 3 hidden divine stores. These 3 hidden stores contain the Tao scriptures, the ultimate treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race, and the body of the Demon Emperor. The Tao scriptures, being the first imperial scripture of the Eastern Wilderness human race, if completed, would allow one to cultivate directly towards the Emperor realm. Furthermore, the already escaped heart of the Emperor harbors the legacy and Tao of this Demon Emperor. If refined, one could walk the path of this Emperor anew. The former has now been acquired by Yi Fan, seamlessly integrated into his sea of suffering, unbeknownst to anyone. The latter, however, was claimed by Pang Bo, who was possessed by an unknown entity, thereby slipping away. What remains is the ultimate treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race, the AS for who will ultimately acquire this treasure. Allow me to keep you in suspense. Upon hearing this, the audience was momentarily stunned, scratching their heads in confusion. Such storytelling feels akin to speaking half a tale. However, as soon as Han Lian opened his mouth again, their spirits were reignited, and all complaints vanished, as long as Mr. Han did not declare. This storytelling concludes here. They remained good friends. After a moment of contemplation, Han Lian continued, due to the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb, the commotion has been immense. Not only have the Yaoguang sacred land and the ancient Ji family taken notice, but even those from the Yaoqi sacred land have sensed the disturbance and come to investigate. They dispatched numerous experts, only to be thwarted by the arrangements within the Demon Emperor's tomb, resulting in countless casualties as they returned empty-handed. Upon that grave, there lay a profound pattern, the essence of the Demon Emperor manifesting. Swirling like an azure dragon plunging into the sea, while the Xuanwu roared, the powers of numerous divine beasts instilling fear in countless cultivators that in the blink of an eye, a divine vessel crafted from celestial jade emerged from the horizon, causing all factions to change countenance. This was indeed a figure of great significance. Upon his arrival, he seemed to discern the underlying intricacies, yet refrained from taking action. As 5 such figures gathered. Sensing the urgency of the situation, they acted in unison. The lethal force laid by the Demon Emperor had long since dissipated with the passage of time, under the overwhelming might of these great beings. The Demon Emperor's tomb was finally breached. The tomb shattered, and countless sentient treasures emerged, instinctively seeking their rightful masters. Prior to this, Yi Fan had sought the whereabouts of Pang Bo, only to be intercepted by a woman of near-perfect beauty, who ultimately returned him to this primordial wasteland. His position was rather peculiar, as various sentient weapons flew towards him. Yet before he could warm them in his grasp, a rotund Taoist snatched them away. This plump Taoist was quite the character. Upon seeing the sentient weapon in Yi Fan's possession, he forcefully claimed it, albeit with some justification, that he argued that the weapon was a harbinger of doom or that it had been transformed by demons. Regardless of Yi Fan's vehement curses and accusations, the Taoist remained unfazed. Wearing a constant smile that in a mere moment, he had seized 3 sentient weapons from Yi Fan, regarding him as a veritable treasure trove. Though he donned the garb of a Taoist and spoke with the gravity of a celestial being, Yi Fan found himself grinding his teeth in irritation. This man was known as Duanda, and in Yi Fan's eyes, he was clearly devoid of virtue. However, while his character may have been questionable, his disposition was not entirely lacking. The Demon Emperor's tomb, under the combined efforts of the 5 great figures, ultimately crumbled. Yet, the weapon of the demon monarch surged toward them. Sensing imminent peril for Yi Fan, Duanda hesitated not, seizing Yi Fan and fleeing. However, even after they had distanced themselves, he glanced back with regret, for he had discerned that Yi Fan's position likely concealed some extraordinary treasure. Yet, even if it were indeed a treasure, it would be hard-pressed to withstand the onslaught of the Emperor's weapon. As he sighed, the earth and stones split open, revealing a treasure. This artifact shimmered with a vibrant green luminescence, resembling neither a cauldron nor a basin. Upon seeing this, Duanda immediately recognized it as the treasure of the demon clan, the Gathering Treasure Basin. The basin manifested just as the woman who had previously returned Yi Fan to the primordial wasteland appeared, collecting both the Emperor's weapon and the Gathering Treasure Basin in an instant. Array patterns illuminated the surroundings, and she vanished without a trace, having long since set in motion numerous strategies, weaving the celestial patterns to traverse the void, retreating thousands of miles away. The great figures observed this without pursuing, for they understood that anyone capable of orchestrating such schemes to acquire the Emperor's weapon would undoubtedly have contingencies in place. A reckless chase could yield uncertain outcomes. More importantly, there remained other opportunities within the Demon Emperor's tomb yet to be unveiled. The most critical of these opportunities was the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race. Despite the destruction of the Demon Emperor's tomb, opportunities continued to emerge, and no cultivators departed. The rotund Taoist named Duanda re-entered the throng in search of fortune. In his current state of weakness, Yi Fan could only tread carefully amid such peril that if he were to claim a sentient weapon, he would undoubtedly become a target for all, even if it weren't taken by Duanda. Others would snatch it away, and a single misstep could endanger his life. After all, every opportunity would attract covetous eyes that in this precarious situation, Yi Fan stumbled upon a palm-sized piece of green copper. This green copper was no ordinary find. Upon being stowed away in Yi Fan's possession, it seemingly entered a sea of suffering, surpassing even that page of scripture he had previously acquired. Chapter 35. The Demon Emperor's tomb and Yi Fan's escape. Was this green copper truly more potent than the page of scripture Yi Fan had previously obtained? Could it indeed be the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race? As Han Lian paused in his narration, a listener below pondered, soon voicing their thoughts. The remaining listeners, upon reflection, found some merit in this speculation, their expressions revealing a flicker of realization. Was this conjecture reasonable? Quite so. After all, that scripture was said to be a divine secret concealed within the Demon Emperor's tomb, and if this scripture paled in comparison, then what else could it be but the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race? Following this conclusion, the listeners turned their gaze toward Han Lian, hoping to hear a definitive answer from him. As the storyteller, Han Lian's words held weight, and until he confirmed their assumptions, they remained mere conjectures. To Han Lian's surprise, he smiled faintly and shook his head gently. After finishing his cup of cool tea, he stated, "You are mistaken. The supreme treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race is not a fragment of green copper, but rather a vast tower. This tower, known as the 9 layers of the Wasteland Tower, possesses unfathomable might, standing as a symbol of eternal resilience. When activated, it can subdue all powerful beings within the realm. Upon hearing Han Lian's words, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if a great tower loomed above them. Intent on their subjugation, Han Lian paused slightly before continuing. The reason this tower is revered as the supreme treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race is due to its unparalleled ability to suppress. Even if it once stood invincible, what could it accomplish? The existence of this tower predates even the most ancient of eras, and countless formidable beings have perished beneath its might, surpassing even that of the Emperor's divine weapon. Those gathered had been listening to Han Lian for some time, and they were well aware that a mortal represented the pinnacle of transcendence. Yet if there were records of immortals in the Eastern Wilderness, it would surely be accompanied by tales of the Wasteland Tower. For all immortals had been slain by its hands. Upon hearing Han Lian's words, many listeners unconsciously swallowed. The power was simply overwhelming. Han Lian, unconcerned with whether the audience had grasped the implications, continued, "As for the Wasteland Tower, I shall set it aside for now. Returning to the matter at hand, although the green copper has entered Yi Fan's sea of suffering, the ensuing events are far from resolved. Although Duandu appeared somewhat reckless, lacking the demeanor of a proper Taoist, his origins were indeed extraordinary. Upon noticing the green copper, he suddenly regained his composure and sought to procure it from Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan was no ordinary individual. Once something was truly in his possession, it was not easily relinquished. Through Yi Fan's clever maneuvering, Duanda ultimately believed that the fragment of green copper had been discarded into a frigid pool. Despite his regrets, there was no recourse for him but to curse as he plunged into the cold waters, hoping to retrieve it. The icy depths of the pool were unfathomable, and after diving several hundred fathoms, he discovered that this place was known as the Ming Pool. Yet, the depths of the Ming Pool were truly formidable. Duanda had ventured therein multiple times, yielding no results. That it was at that moment that he vaguely comprehended the mechanisms of the Demon Emperor. This place was the very Yin tomb of the Demon Emperor. As the saying goes, one must embrace both Yin and Yang, maintaining the balance of the cosmos, allowing chaos to ebb and flow, returning all things to their origins. This Demon Emperor had seized the essence of creation, dividing his tomb into two. The source of his power, the heart of the Emperor, was interred in the Yang tomb, while his true body was buried beneath the depths of this Ming Pool. Yet, even with this knowledge, Duanda dared not descend further, that he understood that anyone capable of orchestrating such a trap would not wish for their eternal slumber to be disturbed. Moreover, as he delved deeper, he sensed the presence of formidable killing intent, the bones and blood of countless cultivators buried beneath this tomb. However, this very individual was also one prone to opportunism, and despite recognizing this place as the Ming Pool, he committed a grave error. Frustrated by his earlier misfortunes, he uprooted and hurled the stone tablet inscribed with "Cold Pool" into the depths. Yet, by the time he realized this place was the Demon Emperor's Yin tomb, it was far too late. The stone tablet triggered the mechanisms laid by the Demon Emperor within his tomb, awakening the numerous great demons interred alongside him, who surged forth instinctively to protect their resting place, thereby initiating the deadly trap of the Yin tomb. With no other choice, Duanda resorted to employing his own abilities, activating several sentient weapons, weaving an array of patterns to vanquish a horde of demon soldiers that as they fell, they swiftly disintegrated into dust and bone, leaving no trace behind. Upon inspection, it became evident that this was a technique employed by the Demon Emperor, manifesting soldiers from sand and assembling generals from corpses. Such a commotion could not be concealed, as the cultivators present had come in pursuit of opportunities, and among them were 5 great figures. With a mere cursory investigation, they confirmed Duanda's deductions. This place was indeed the Yin tomb of the Demon Emperor. Due to the fact that this matter was first discovered by Duanda, those prominent figures also vaguely sensed that Duanda was somewhat extraordinary, and thus they ensnared him, bringing him along to the cold pond of the Yin grave. After all, the methods and arrangements here have been entrenched for countless eons. Even the originally boundless powers have been nearly exhausted. It is no wonder that they are so eager to explore this place. For the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race has yet to manifest, and it is highly likely that it lies within this Demon Emperor's Yin grave. Once they enter the grave, A fierce battle ensued, as the mount of the demon emperor in life guarded this place. Although it was but a corpse, its might remained boundless. That mount, known as Hound, is an ancient creature that feasts upon true dragons. Their battle shattered the restrictions that had originally enveloped the demon emperor's tomb. Dwai Fan, now feeble in strength, had long harbored thoughts of escape upon hearing Dwanda's words. With the emergence of a breach in the restrictions, he naturally seized the opportunity to make his escape. However, although he wished to leave, Yifan was not keen to return empty-handed. He had indeed gathered a significant number of precious spiritual herbs from the perilous flames. After extricating himself from danger, Yifan did not feel at ease until he had traversed 2,000 miles, at which point he finally sensed a modicum of stability, though he had departed from the demon emperor's tomb. The events that were far from resolved that I in this moment, however, Yifan had no inclination to concern himself with such matters, for he was presently entangled in mundane affairs. The so-called mundane affairs referred to the realization that he had no money after dining. At this juncture, Han Lien paused slightly as he spoke, elegantly unfurling a jade fan, and remarked, "As the demon emperor's tomb reveals itself, the winds of the eastern wilderness rise." Thus, this storytelling comes to its conclusion. Should anyone have inquiries, feel free to ask. If not, I shall take my leave. Chapter 36. A Lotus in the Eternal Blue Sky. To ascend the list of talents. Upon hearing Han Lien's words, many listeners instinctively raised their hands to retain him. Yet others, more astute, began to ponder questions of their OWAT that moment. A voice, somewhat weighty, emanated from the crowd. "May I inquire, sir, is the treasure of the eastern wilderness human race located within the demon emperor's grave? Ultimately, in whose hands will it fall?" Upon hearing this, Han Lien raised an eyebrow. Noting that after one individual posed a question, the others fell silent, but he smiled faintly at their unspoken understanding. The nine-tiered Wild Tower, as I previously mentioned, is indeed a treasure of the eastern wilderness human race, and its origins are quite remarkable. Since the demon emperor possessed it, it must have its purpose. If it is not within the Yang grave, it surely lies in this grave that is for who it would ultimately fall to. Han Lien paused slightly and continued, "Since it is the last demon emperor of the eastern wilderness, his life and death are solely within his control. What use is it to conceal oneself? This wild tower has always been in the hands of this great emperor. If he does not bestow it, who can take it from him?" Upon hearing this, the audience was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in a clamor. Does this imply that this demon emperor is still alive? Han Lien, having discerned the thoughts of the listeners, nodded and smiled. Indeed, this demon emperor has not truly perished. But what his state is, I shall leave as a mystery. You have all been hearing me refer to him as the demon emperor. Are you aware of his imperial title? In the eager gazes of the crowd, Han Lien, with a hint of inscrutable emotion, sighed. This demon emperor is known as Qingdi, a lotus of azure that has conquered the heavens that I in this vast world, if one were to assess talent and ability. Only a mere handful could stand alongside him, of which I hold particular admiration. If I were to evaluate this individual. Han Lien paused, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed, "What does life matter, and what does death matter? Coming from chaos, returning to chaos, an eternal blue sky, and a single lotus." At this declaration, the entire tea house fell into silence, and after a brief moment, it erupted into a frenzy. What a magnificent proclamation! An eternal blue sky and a single lotus. Ha! Today's storytelling has truly been delightful. Our meeting is serendipitous. Let us drink together. Hearing this line from the gentleman today is worth it. As Han Lien listened to the uproar below, his heart remained unaffected, and he lifted his teacup to drink. However, upon noticing that the cup was already empty, he discreetly set it down again. Just then, the notification sound from the storytelling system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The content of the story has elicited strong emotions from the audience, resonating with them, and you have received a golden treasure chest from the world of Jetian. Can be claimed after the storytelling concludes. Upon hearing this, Han Lien's movements faltered slightly, nearly shattering the teacup in his grasp. After confirming the system notification once more, a flicker of surprise emerged in his heart. He was aware that there was a possibility of earning storytelling points during the process. But he had not anticipated such a bountiful experience this time. A golden treasure chest, equivalent to 10,000 storytelling points. The title of Qing Di is truly formidable. What a prophet, the audience, initially brimming with inquiries, found their curiosity eclipsed by Han Lian's few words about Qing Di, leaving them enraptured. Moments later, one listener finally regained their composure. In a guest room of the inn, a soft voice inquired, "Mr. Han, you previously mentioned that the nearly perfect-looking woman of the demon race set numerous traps to gather the imperial weapon of Qing Di. She had contact with Yi Fan. Could they possibly?" At this, a faint blush crept upon her cheeks. Many listeners turned their gaze toward the speaker, noticing she was a tall, exquisitely graceful woman, which prompted a burst of hearty laughter. Yet, the laughter was swiftly silenced by the glare of the maid beside her. The maid not only shot daggers at those who laughed at her lady, but also quietly transmitted her grievances. "Your Highness, miss, we snuck out this time. Did we not agree to conceal our whereabouts? Acting this way will surely draw attention. It's no matter. I'm merely asking out of curiosity." Han Lian, hearing this inquiry, also turned his gaze toward the woman, and a brief glance revealed a glimmer in his eyes. Her figure and beauty rivaled that of Lung Hanshan. What an exquisitely graceful lady. After pondering the question for a moment and untangling its intricacies, he replied, "Yi Fan is an ancient sacred body, and the heart of Qing Di is nurtured by his vitality. The lady in question is a descendant of Qing Di. Thus they are nominally partners, though without the substance of partnership. However, one of Yi Fan's romantic interests is indeed related to her, at this point." Han Lian's words trailed off, leaving the matter hanging. After all, some things should not be casually divulged. It is best to leave a touch of curiosity. The listeners, intrigued yet aware of the nature of this individual, refrained from pressing further. Had he wished to share, Han Lian would have done so long ago. If he chose not to speak, they could do nothing. For the next interval of tea, Han Lian answered a few more questions. As the voices began to dwindle, he prepared to take his leave when another voice arose from the crowd. "Mr. Han, some time ago you spoke of the talents of the falling feather realm, which left a profound impression on me. You mentioned the prevailing trends. We naturally came to inquire. Now that I have reached a level of cultivation, I wonder if you might speak of it now." His words incited an uproar among the listeners. Most were commoners and low-level cultivators, deeply invested in the matter of falling feather realm talents. However, among them were also several cultivators of the fourth realm, who regarded the sealed cultivator with frowns, their hearts brimming with disbelief. After all, they could not sense this person's cultivation level, not even that of the celestial phenomenon realm. Could he truly be a master of the butterfly transformation? "Miss, this person has quite the audacity." Xiao Lan, observing the individual, felt a surge of displeasure, biting into a pastry at the table. "His physique is not even as robust as mine. He dares to compare himself to a talent? One cannot judge by appearances. I actually think you would be rather well suited for him. If only there were a touch more romance," she scoffed, utterly unimpressed. "If I were suited for him, then what of you? Miss, your miss, is naturally Mr. Han. If someone as handsome as him were to take me home as a consort, you dream too beautifully." Upon hearing this name, Han Lian was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes that if it were someone else asking, it would not be the right time. However, since it was this individual inquiring, it seemed fitting to discuss the talents of the falling feather realm and rank them accordingly. Chapter 37. The Speculation of Elder Wu Ding. The doubt surrounding the 10th ranked as Han Lian's words fell, the previously somewhat chaotic crowd fell silent. But in the blink of an eye, it erupted again into a cacophony. One could say it was a veritable storm of voices that is what Mr. Han said true. He truly intends to rank the talents of the falling feather realm. Ha. I have journeyed 3,000 miles to partake in this auditory experience. Upon hearing Mr. Han speak of the Qing Emperor, I knew this trip would not be in vain. To my surprise, Mr. Han intends to unveil the Tianjiao list today, as someone who has witnessed it firsthand. I shall have the pleasure of recounting it to others, igniting their envy. Indeed, on that day, Mr. Han enumerated several prodigious talents, proclaiming that they surpassed Xiao Yuanliang of our Tian Nandao. Now, we shall delve into the details, and I am eager to discover who these exceptional individuals might be, capable of outshining Xiao Yuanliang. This sentiment resonates deeply within me. It is precisely what I have been contemplating, that I too share this sentiment. The majority of the audience erupted in excitement, yet among them, some harbored divergent thoughts that in the end, Upon hearing Mr. Han's intention to compile the Tianjiao list, Lung Hanshan's eyes sparkled with surprise, her heart brimming with anticipation. Although her gaze was predominantly fixed upon Han Lian, her mind wandered to another matter. It seems that Feng Xiu, the contemporary saintess of the Hanzhan Palace, practices an exceptional methodology that a flicker of silvery light danced in her eyes, followed by a slight furrow of her brows as she chose to avert her gaze. Master Wooding, what do you think of the Feng Xiu that the gentleman mentioned? Despite her discerning nature, she could not ascertain the depths of this individual. Coupled with Han Lian's remarks, she felt compelled to regard him with heightened seriousness. That I have long been aware of this young man, Master Wooding replied, not glancing again, but instead gently rotating his prayer beads. This lad possesses commendable roots. His cultivation talent is not unparalleled, yet it is rare in this world. It is understandable that you cannot discern his foundation. Merely from my initial observation, I can detect no fewer than 30 restrictions suppressing his cultivation. While he may appear as an ordinary mortal, should these restrictions be lifted, he would undoubtedly reach the butterfly transformation realm. As he spoke, Master Wooding paused slightly, exhaling softly, a hint of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. Moreover, I vaguely recall a senior from my past when I encountered him 3 centuries ago. His legacy likely stems from that meeting. Although he belongs to the lineage of cultivation, he does not align with either the righteous or demonic paths, remaining detached from the realm of the sinister. This predecessor once bestowed guidance upon me. And if indeed this young man is his descendant, I would be inclined to protect him. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanshan felt a mix of surprise, yet refrained from further inquiry. The protector by her side was akin to her own elder, possessing boundless virtues but seldom sharing tales of the past. Though she had inquired of her master before, the enigmatic demeanor he adopted lingered in her memory. However, if this Feng Xiu were genuinely a descendant of Master Wooding's predecessor, he must be extraordinary. As she pondered this, another thought crossed her mind, prompting her to ask, Master Wooding, do you have any insights into Mr. Han's origins? Upon hearing her question, Master Wooding's previously calm expression shifted slightly, his brows knitting together in contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed, deliberated, and finally spoke. After my ascension to Nirvana, I have sought stillness and reflection, and I once ventured forth to visit several old friends and mentors. Regarding Mr. Han, they are scarcely acquainted with him. While the realm of cultivation is not devoid of tales of ancient and modern marvels, they have provided some conjectures. That he paused briefly, catching sight of Lung Hanshan's luminous gaze before continuing. We believe Mr. Han to be the reincarnation of the master of the Zizai sect, who existed 5,000 years ago. This individual possessed unparalleled cultivation talent, reaching the realm of Suifeng after merely 500 years. He was an indomitable force in the falling feather realm, endowed with abilities beyond mortal comprehension. He could perceive the threads of causality among cultivators, determining their fates. That to promote his sex ascension, he became a target of universal enmity and ultimately vanished without a trace. As for whether Mr. Han is indeed this person, the likelihood is approximately 40%. Another possibility is that he may be Xintian Jinren, the master of Xintian Temple from 3,000 years ago. His talents are on par with the aforementioned, reputed for his unerring predictions over the last 300 years. However, he spoke too freely, provoking the wrath of heavenly tribulations, and eventually faded from existence. The chances of Mr. Han being this individual are at least 50%. Nevertheless, the fact that he attracted tribulations during his butterfly transformation indicates that the probability is further increased, as Xintian Jinren endured numerous lightning tribulations. As the names of the Zizai sect's master and Xintian Jinren rolled off his tongue, Lung Hanshan felt an inexplicable stirring within her mind, compelling her to quell her thoughts. Cultivators of profound realms often experience a phenomenon known as inspiration. Master Wooding, as an esteemed figure at the 8th level of Nirvana, could speak of such matters without issue. However, should she engage in similar musings, she feared it might lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, despite this, as she gazed at Han Lian on the platform, her expression was one of rapt fascination, a soft blush gracing her cheeks. The greater her beloved's prowess, the more profound her sense of satisfaction that on the high platform, Han Lian observed the audience's animated chatter without intervening, merely listening with a serene smile. Eventually, Someone recalled something and, with a sudden realization, directed an inquiry towards Han Lian. "May I ask, Mr. Han, why did you mention that if this feng Xiu inquired, you could provide an explanation? Is there some hidden truth behind this?" As this question arose, the previously boisterous crowd fell notably silent. Pondering the implications of the words spoken, their expressions tinged with a mix of realization and curiosity as they turned their attention to Han Lian. Indeed, they regarded feng Xiu with the same perspective as themselves. Neither his cultivation nor appearance seemed remarkable. What set him apart from them? Excellent question. Han Lian chuckled lightly, gesturing with his jade fan towards feng Xiu. The reason I assert this is that in my compilation of the Falling Feather Realms Tianjiao list, the martial enthusiast feng Xiu must rank 10th. This is the 10th. He appears rather unremarkable. Hardly impressive. Some spectators regarded feng Xiu with skepticism, their disbelief evident that Mr. Han, you claim this individual to be the 10th on the Tianjiao list. Do you possess any evidence to support this? Indeed, this hardly seems credible. I feel I could defeat 10 of him, that a cacophony of doubts arose among the audience. Their skepticism was understandable, for feng Xiu was a name unfamiliar to them. Observing this, Han Lian raised his hand to quell the noise. What evidence do you seek? Allow me to provide you with the basis for my assertion. Chapter 38. The martial enthusiast feng Xiu, disciple of the mountain-moving great Master Ding. Congratulations, host. Your words have successfully evoked the audience's intense anticipation and skepticism, rewarding you with storytelling points. 1,000 points. Within his mind, Han Lian heard the electronic notification from the storytelling system, his expression remaining tranquil as he addressed the questioning audience. Many among them were staunch supporters of Chao Yuanliang, whom they revered as the foremost Tianjiao. Learning that their idol could not even secure a place among the top 10 naturally incited their indignation. Seizing this opportunity, they sought to challenge Han Lian, hoping to tarnish his reputation and, in turn, restore Chao Yuanyang's standing. Nevertheless, the overwhelming majority of the audience was filled with eager anticipation, for Han Lian had never let them down. Amidst the crowd, feng Xiu remained undeterred by the surrounding discourse, fixating intently on Han Lian. Having painstakingly practiced his ancestral technique for over a decade, enduring trials that far surpassed those faced by ordinary cultivators, he had now achieved a modest level of success. According to his grandfather's words, he could now claim to be unmatched in the world. Yet, to find himself ranked only 10th in Mr. Han's estimation, initially filled with admiration for Han Lian, he now felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It appeared that this Mr. Han was nothing exceptional. He would not be swayed by such rankings. This thought flickered through his mind as he turned to depart, but just then, he heard Han Lian's promise of providing evidence. Feng Xiu hesitated, pausing in his tracks. Perhaps I should listen on. His grandfather had once said, with minor accomplishments, one is unrivaled among the Tianjiao. Yet he had also cautioned, do not underestimate any cultivator in the world. As Feng Xiu wrestled with his indecision, Han Lian had already begun to speak. With a flourish, he opened his fan and declared with solemnity, the martial enthusiast Feng Xiu is a foundling from the tumultuous Min River in the southwest. Upon his birth, his mother perished from complications, and his father, consumed by grief, followed suit. The villagers deemed him a spawn of demons and thus abandoned him to the river, leaving him to fend for himself. Though some listeners may be oblivious to the tales of the New Min River, allow me to elucidate. This river is renowned as the most treacherous of the Shaoxiang routes, famously declaring that no vessel can traverse its waters. Once one enters the New Min River, even the mightiest dragons are filled with dread. For 3 days and nights, he drifted upon the tumultuous currents of the New Min. And just as he was about to be consumed by a fish demon, he was fortuitously rescued by an old man. This venerable figure, who referred to himself as the old fisherman of the lone boat and bamboo hat, had spent over a century fishing upon the New Min River and, moved by the sight of the forsaken child, decided to take him aboard his vessel. The old man, nearing the end of his own life, recognized the child's extraordinary potential for cultivation, a rare gem among countless souls, and resolved to take him as his disciple, thus naming him Feng Xiu to ensure the continuation of his legacy. Feng Xiu, in turn, honored the old man as grandfather, marking the commencement of his arduous training. The name of this elder, though unknown to most present, would resonate with those who heard of him centuries ago. He was none other than Feng Lichu, the mountain-moving great master, whose formidable reputation struck fear into the hearts of the demon races across 800 miles of the southern lands. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively gasped. What is a great master? Only those who have attained the Nirvana realm may bear such a title. It had been countless years since they had heard of such an extraordinary being, an existence that was beyond their reach. Han Lian continued, seemingly undeterred by the audience's reaction. The legacy of this master is beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. To engage in his cultivation, one must first undertake a process known as bone shattering. What is bone shattering, you ask? It involves the painstaking act of shattering every bone in one's body, only to then utilize the strength of the human spine, the great dragon, to regenerate the entire skeletal structure. After enduring this grueling ordeal 9 times, one may finally enter the realm of cultivation. Following the bone shattering, one must undergo blood exchange and muscle regeneration, a series of trials that are almost unfathomable. Yet, Feng Xiu persevered, fully aware that he was the last glimmer of hope for his grandfather. Day after day, Feng Xiu toiled away at the teachings of the mountain-moving great master, practicing for 11 hours daily, nearly without rest. His innate potential validated the great master's predictions. Whereas the great master had taken a century to reach the butterfly transformation stage with the mountain-moving technique, Feng Xiu achieved the same in just 18 years. However, this technique initially demands an extraction of potential to its utmost limit, earning the grim moniker of 10,000 deaths. Hardly alive to cultivate such a path is no easy feat unbeknownst to Feng Xiu. As he worked to restore his vitality post-training, his grandfather was using his own life force to mend Feng Xiu's deficiencies. Within the depths of the New Min River lurked a malevolent serpent of the Purple Realm, which sought to transform into a dragon by devouring the river's dragon soul. Aiming to surge forth with its waters and achieve its transformation, thwart the deluge that threatened to inundate the Shaoxiang route. The mountain-moving great master expended his very essence to slay the vile serpent, leveraging the strength of 3 great mountains to stem the flood and save countless lives. However, this act depleted his own vitality, bringing him to the brink of death. Yet, the sacrifice was worth it. The mountain-moving great master had lingered by the New Min River with the intent of acquiring the river's dragon soul, a legacy for his final disciple. After vanquishing the serpent that consumed the dragon soul, both the serpent's and the dragon's essences fell into his possession. In his pursuit of righteousness, he acted for the greater good. But for his own disciple, he would have acted regardless, for this young man was like a son to him, that as he lay on the precipice of death, he transferred the dual souls of the dragon and serpent into Feng Xiu's being, establishing 49 seals upon him to temper and refine his power. Once a third of the seals were undone, Feng Xiu became nearly unmatched within his realm. With 2/3 of the seals released, he approached a state of invincibility among his peers. Should all seals be lifted, he would reach the pinnacle of the concealed realm, capable of transcending a significant boundary in combat. Following the fusion of the dual souls, Feng Xiu's own power advanced, solidifying his cultivation to a minor accomplishment. His grandfather, devoid of ulterior motives, revealed Feng Xiu's lineage to him. Upon returning to his ancestral land, although the bloodline remained, familial bonds were absent. Yet, compelled by his bloodline, he awakened his heritage, manifesting the bone cage. Once the bone cage was unleashed, he could ensnare those around him, determining their fates. That it was not due to Feng Xiu's weakness that those who had battled him perished. Rather, they had all succumbed in their encounters with him. The reason behind his fervent dedication to martial prowess lay in the nature of the mountain-moving great master's teachings, which diverged dramatically from conventional paths of cultivation. Representing an almost severed lineage known as the martial way. Chapter 39. A proper name, willing to face death for my teacher. The mountain-moving great master indeed moved mountains and redirected rivers to save the common folk of a single region. If Han, the esteemed teacher, had not spoken of it, such deeds might have remained unknown. This was truly a monumental act of virtue, one that would benefit the masses. That we must ensure this tale circulates. Establishing a shrine for the great master's eternal honor. A listener, regaining his composure, inhaled deeply and spoke softly. Once uttered, his words evoked a chorus of nods and expressions of reverence among the audience. In the realm of the falling feather, where the winds of cultivation are strong and the powerful are revered, The willingness of this great master to sacrifice himself for the mundane would surely be chronicled in history, securing his name for posterity. Yet some, upon hearing of the martial way practiced by this great master, could not help but voice their doubts from the depths of their souls. Martial way. What kind of cultivation is that? As this quiet inquiry arose, a flicker of confusion crossed many faces. They were unfamiliar with the concept of the martial way. Han Lien, perhaps anticipating such reactions, paused briefly before elucidating. The method of the martial way predates the current spiritual cultivation practices of the falling feather realm by several millennia. It was a technique learned by our ancestors from the demon races, designed to combat them, that it emphasizes the physical body over celestial phenomena, and once mastery is attained, few can rival one in the same realm. However, due to the harshness of this path, while entry is simple, mediocrity is common. A martial master's training demands tenfold or even 100-fold the resources compared to ordinary spiritual cultivation. Consequently, very few methods of the martial way have survived, and it has largely fallen into obscurity. To simplify, it can be summarized as learning from the demons to conquer the demons. Upon hearing this, the audience gained a vague understanding, quelling their curiosity. After all, they were merely interested in the origins of the martial way. As for its practice, who among the ordinary could endure the bone-shattering and muscle-severing? Yet even at this juncture, there remained listeners with lingering skepticism. They felt that Han Lien's focus had largely rested upon the illustrious great master, neglecting to elaborate on Feng Xiu's strength, questioning the validity of his 10th position on the celestial rankings. Mr. Han, even if you claim that those who battled Feng Xiu have perished, that does not substantiate the extent of his power. His position seems somewhat unearned. This merely Mr. Han's opinion. Before the speaker could finish, a thunderous voice erupted beside him, reverberating like a clap of thunder. The audience was startled, quickly turning to the source of the voice, only to realize it was none other than Feng Xiu himself. At this moment, Feng Xiu bore none of the arrogance or bravado from before. Instead, he appeared engulfed in sorrow, tears streaming down his face like a child. It turned out that when his grandfather had rescued him, he was already on the brink of death, yet still persevered to impart life force to Feng Xiu. His grandfather had fished in the New Min River not out of boredom, but entirely for his sake. Taking a deep breath, Feng Xiu murmured, and in an instant, a radius of over 10 zhang around him transformed into a chilling realm of bones, a harrowing aura emanating silently from him, reminiscent of a towering mountain. Surveying his surroundings with piercing eyes, he declared coldly, "If Mr. Ning places me at the 10th position on the celestial rankings, I, Feng Xiu, shall accept it. Should anyone disagree, I shall welcome the challenge. And let it be known, the contest will also divide life and death." Upon finishing his proclamation, he turned to bow respectfully to Han Lien, nearly in a gesture of reverence. My grandfather once said, "The common people are innocently caught in the throes of calamity and disaster, that if one is to save them, it should be regarded as a matter of life rather than afterlife, that if you, esteemed teacher, are willing to speak of this matter to vindicate my grandfather, I, Feng Xiu, willingly offer my life 9 times over." Once this declaration was made, regardless of prior doubts or disbelief, the audience fell silent. In their hearts, however, a flicker of uncertainty emerged, unsure of how to proceed. They understood that, judging by Feng Xiu's demeanor, there was a high likelihood that Han Lien's words held truth. Witnessing Feng Xiu's state, many cultivators present shifted their expressions, glancing at Han Lien with astonishment. That Mr. Han is truly an extraordinary individual, possessing knowledge of such profound secrets. With just a few words, he has captured the heart of a celestial prodigy. As Han Lien listened to these words, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he lightly waved the jade folding fan in his hand, and an inexplicable wave of energy emanated from it, swiftly dispelling the technique that had been unleashed, forcing it back into the confines of Feng Xiu's body. Only after completing these actions did he elegantly close the fan and, with a solemn expression, bow towards the air, saying, "What a splendid phrase! Let it be considered as affairs of the living, regardless of the name after death. The stature of the mountain relocating great respect commands my admiration. Allow me, Han, to pay my respects." After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards Feng Xiu, stating, "You may come and go as you please. I shall not impose any restrictions upon you. However, in this Eastern Spirit Mansion, combat is prohibited. Do not mislead yourself. This Mr. Han is remarkably formidable, perhaps even more so than I had anticipated, within the inn's chamber. Princess Yun Xiu toyed with the handkerchief in her grasp, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. Her gaze towards Han Lien appeared as if she wished to devour him whole. Ah, Your Highness, did you not say that Mr. Han is a talent not seen in a millennium, at the very least an 8th-level great respect reincarnated? Inquired her maid, Xiao Lan, unable to contain her curiosity. At that moment, her mind was momentarily bewildered, and if he is even more extraordinary than this, then who could he truly be? I can scarcely fathom that. In any case, you need not ponder it further, Princess Yin Xiu observed Han Lien, propping her chin upon her hand, her heart beginning to harbor a hint of anticipation. If Mr. Han is indeed pure of essence, I wonder what rank my younger brother would achieve. Following Feng Xiu's self-affirmation, the audience below had noticeably grown more solemn. The previous banter and skepticism had vanished, replaced entirely by anticipation. The desire for Han Lien to continue speaking was palpable, akin to gazing longingly at a distant star. Initially, they were mere spectators, but now they subtly realized they had become witnesses to a historical chronicle, an event worthy of being inscribed in their family lineage. The tale of the legendary storyteller, Mr. Han, ranking the prodigies of the Eastern Spirit Mansion. What a fortuitous occasion to behold! It was evident that with the emergence of the prodigy rankings, the heavens were destined to shift. Han Lien, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, gazed at the quiet listeners below, raised the jade fan in his hand, and declared, "Ninth on the prodigy rankings, Blood Godzi Nietong." Chapter 40. The Confusion of Nietong. One of the 3 prodigies I have previously mentioned that due to certain reasons, the blood worship sect encountered calamity, leading to the extinction of its beings. After the obliteration of the blood worship sect, the sect lay in ruins, with only the sole blood lineage surviving outside the sect due to their cultivation practices, thus evading disaster. Although this lineage retained some strength, they chose to conceal themselves from the cultivation world for self-preservation, allowing themselves to recuperate. Nie Tong is the contemporary disciple of the blood worship sect, a top-tier force 800 years ago. However, he was originally an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation talent. In his youth, due to his playful nature, a cold mountain blood locust burrowed into his body, continuously draining his vitality. Yet, it was precisely due to this locust that he acquired an extraordinary perception of blood energy. During a great drought in Yanbei, the common folk were left starving, reaching the point of cannibalism, with corpses littering the land. Due to the effects of the cold mountain blood locust, Nietong's body was frail. To prevent being a burden to his family, he leaped from a cliff in a bid to end his life. However, unbeknownst to him, at the cliff's base lay an ancient teleportation array of the blood worship sect. The blood energy activated the array, transporting him near the sect's remnants, drawn by the allure of blood energy. Nie Tong entered the dilapidated ruins of the blood worship sect, and, by a twist of fate, plunged into the blood pool of the sect. The blood pool was the essence of the blood worship sect, having accumulated its quintessence for 800 years since the sect's demise. All of this essence was absorbed by him alone, and within the blood pool, he obtained the sect's legacy, the blood worship soul sacrifice technique, transforming his very being and emerging as a genius not seen in a millennium. With his profound understanding of blood energy, he was ultimately found by the soul blood lineage and welcomed into the sect, becoming the disciple of the blood worship sect. His comprehension of blood energy had reached a level approaching the Purple Mansion realm, and he had even achieved the state of blood energy indestructible, blood god indomitable as the 800 blood godzi, an exceedingly enigmatic figure. Judged by his survival capabilities, blood godzi Nie Tong would undoubtedly be the foremost prodigy. However, as I previously mentioned, his entire cultivation is steeped in bloodiness, and as it was self-taught, his path forward remains uncertain, hence his placement at 9th. Should he continue this way, his ultimate limit would likely be nothing more than the next leader of the blood worship sect. Upon concluding this statement, Han Lien took a deep breath and continued. 8th on the prodigy rankings, miraculous melody Wu Miao Miao, hailing from the ancient dynasty of Xiaoxiang, renowned for her mastery of music. Having established a realm based on melody, governing the land of Xiaoxiang, the Wu Miao Miao is a direct heir to the legacy of the so-called greatest genius of the falling feather realm, the Empress of Xiaoxiang. The world knows her as an extraordinarily beautiful woman, with countless admirers. However, they remain oblivious to her mastery of the Xiaoxiang 8 melodies and 24 harmonies, which can manifest the deepest fears of one's heart through music, controlling cultivators and turning them into her puppets. Moreover, she has also inherited the Xiaoxiang sword art, making her a remarkable figure excelling in both the zither and the sword. For certain reasons, she has an old grudge with the Demon Sound sect. Even when beset by several cultivators in the ethereal realm, she can still escape unscathed. Furthermore, during this process, at least 3 ethereal realm experts have perished beneath her musical notes. As Han Lian continued, he took another deep breath and said, 7th on the prodigy rankings. Heavenly Blade Song Jiwen. The Xuanfeng dynasty, possessing the 7 paths of the Central Plains, is the most prosperous land in the Falling Feather realm. To the extreme west of the Xuanfeng dynasty, at the border of Jinping Dao and Yanbei Dao, lies an expansive desert. This desert was once a vast marshland countless ages ago, known as the Hanhai. Although the Hanhai has transformed into a desert, buried beneath the sands lies a sect long forgotten by history, the Hanhai Sword Sect, should one delve into the records of the Cold Mountain Palace. Wuxing Sect, Xintian Temple, or Lingjua Sect, the pinnacle forces of the cultivation world today, they might find references to the Hanhai Sword Sect. The Hanhai Sword Sect is scarce in population, with each generation passing down knowledge to a single heir. Yet each swordsman possesses at least the 7th realm of cultivation. The most powerful among them has reached the highest realm of this world, earning the title of One Blade to cut the Hanhai. Moreover, what is peculiar is that all Hanhai swordsmen wield a single blade. As long as the blade exists, so too does the Hanhai Sword Sect. Years after the Hanhai Sword Sect's destruction, the sword's soul reawakened, manifesting flesh and blood, acquiring a creation envied by heaven and earth, becoming a living being. Upon its birth, the entire desert trembled with the sound of blades, and an extraordinary phenomenon could be seen from thousands of miles away. Its name was known from the moment of its arrival. Song Jiwen hardly requires cultivation, as every movement he makes is an act of cultivation. From the moment of his birth, he exists in a state of unity between man and blade. However, this is not the apex of perfection, for the Hanhai blade is broken, that he inherited the fragmented memories of the blade, and, in search of its truth, descended into the mortal realm, that he upholds his sense of right and wrong, daring to draw his blade against the corrupt in the celestial transformation realm, and can obliterate the demon path in the butterfly transformation realm, single-handedly slaughtering the enigmatic Matza sect that I in the face of heavenly tribulations. He is unafraid to draw his blade, for the sword in his hand embodies his destiny. He is ranked 7th due to the incompleteness of his path and memories, making it easy for him to lose himself among what already exists. Should he uncover the path ahead and allow the broken Hanhai blade to forge a new tip alongside the blade in his heart, he would surely claim a place among the top 3 in this realm. Without pause for breath, Han Lian quickly recited the final 4 names on the prodigy rankings. Throughout this process, the audience below, including those within the inn, remained enveloped in silence. They had become utterly captivated by Han Lian's words. Yet among them, there was one exception, Blood Godzi Nietong, who had been placed in 9th. He gazed at his own palm, the visible bloodstains clear to see, and in his eyes, a flash of crimson light flickered. So, I am merely in the 9th position? Ultimately, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Ever since he had become the 800 Blood Godzi, he had encountered no rivals, and as a prodigy, he naturally harbored his own pride. However, upon hearing Han Lian lay bare his background and experiences, he felt momentarily perplexed that if there is a limit, how might one seek a way to transcend it? Chapter 41. Nietong Awakens. The innocent heart of Su Yixiao, what is it? Standing here, what thoughts occupy your mind? As Nietong found himself momentarily lost in thought, he was surprised to discover that Feng Xiu had approached him, inquiring with a tone that suggested ulterior motives. After a brief pause, he threatened, I must remind you not to harbor any ill intentions towards my master, although your position on the list of prodigies surpasses mine by a single rank. I, Feng Xiu, have no fear of you. Nietong, as a disciple of the blood cult, held a pride of his own. Upon hearing Feng Xiu's words, he regained his composure and coldly retorted with a look of disdain. What I ponder is none of your concern. that if you are indeed inferior to me, then you ought to present yourself accordingly. My master has already stated that your higher rank is merely due to your ability to escape danger. In a straightforward confrontation, you may not prove stronger than I doubt. If you doubt this, we can consult my master later. At that moment, Feng Xiu felt a sense of displeasure towards Nie Tong. Despite being astonished by his remarkable rise from a lack of cultivation aptitude to becoming a prodigy, he recalled how Nie Tong had previously contradicted their master during a lecture, leading him to suspect that he harbored no good intentions. Now, the significance of Han Lian in his heart had risen to unprecedented heights, and he could not muster any fondness for potential adversaries. Indeed, why should I toil in contemplation here, when I can simply inquire with Master Han? Upon hearing Feng Xiu's remarks, Nie Tong suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes lighting up with realization that if Master Han has indicated that my path ahead is uncertain, then he must possess knowledge of the exact course I should take. With this thought, Nie Tong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to Feng Xiu with genuine sincerity, saying, "Feng Xiu, thank you." Feng Xiu? After a brief silence, the audience finally regained their senses, erupting in a chorus of applause. However, this time, there was a notable difference. Before Han Lian could remind the audience to quiet down, they had already hushed themselves, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Everyone understood that the remaining prodigies yet to be unveiled were of utmost importance. Wu Miao Miao had been mentioned by Han Lian during his discussion of prodigies, and her exclusion signified that there were still unspoken names among the top 6. Moreover, Han Lian's ranking not only clarified their lineage but also illuminated their backgrounds, which was thrilling to contemplate. They had a premonition of what the scene would be like once Han Lian revealed all the prodigies inside the inn, although Master Wooding maintained his usual calm demeanor. The speed at which he twirled the prayer beads betrayed him. His mental state was more tumultuous than it had been in a long while, casting his gaze upon Feng Xiu in the audience. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes as he reminisced about his own youthful days as a wandering swordsman, relishing in the thrill of vanquishing demons and eradicating malevolent forces alongside fellow cultivators. Yet now, as he reflected back, he realized that one less figure from his memories remained. Having traversed 800 miles through the southern wilderness, even the demons trembled at the mention of him. Brotherly Chu, ultimately, was far superior to me. Those 800 miles were not mere ordinary distances, but rather treacherous territories filled with demon lairs and shamanic nests, where mountains were moved and paths forged. Such a character could even be undone by the passage of time. Regaining his composure, he summoned a spark of spiritual insight from his fingertips, directing it towards Feng Xiu, although Feng Xiu remained unaware. 2 ethereal dragon shadows materialized behind him. Upon perceiving the spiritual spark, they became agitated, immediately identifying Master Wooding's presence. However, as Master Wooding merely released a hint of his aura, the 2 shadows froze in place. Retracting like frightened kittens back into Feng Xiu's body, as Master Han had pointed out, these dragon shadows indeed possessed remarkable qualities. They had already learned to protect their master, and that was commendable. Satisfied with this realization, he nodded in approval. Conversely, Lung Hanshan did not share Master Wooding's tranquil mindset. Though she appeared indifferent, deep inside, she had already clenched her fists in anticipation. Only the final 6 remained. She could only wonder where Master Han would place her. In a corner of the audience, a young boy squatted, attentively listening to Han Lian's storytelling while counting ants. Beside him was a donkey, leaning in to observe alongside him. Unbeknownst to him, he had caught a green caterpillar, and he chuckled with delight as he watched the ants struggle to carry the insect into their nest. This Master Han feels akin to a teacher, possessing great prowess, he mused. Finishing his thought, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "The prodigy list. I wonder what my teacher brought me here for." However, it seems that the individuals Master Han speaks of are quite formidable. I imagine playing with them would be exhilarating. Amidst the eager gazes of the audience, Han Lian spoke. The 6th prodigy on the list is Su Yixiao, a paragon of pure-heartedness. There is a saying that goes, "The small conceal their presence in the wild, the moderate in the court, and the great in the market, that I in the southern region of the falling feather realm." There are 8 prefectures with countless counties beneath them. Within a small county in the Southern Territory, there exists a true word Taoist temple, home to 2 priests, one elder and one younger. the elder, a true word Taoist, whose name I shall refrain from disclosing, is a person of extraordinary capabilities that he has dwelled in the temple for centuries, never stepping foot outside its confines. His disciple, Su Yixiao, was born of a union between human and demon, naturally endowed with immense strength. When he first appeared beside the Taoist, he was on the brink of death, having intended to ensnare the true word Taoist in a scheme. Yet the Taoist discerned a connection with the boy and intervened, sharing a fragment of his vitality to grant him a second chance at life. Their fates intertwined. The boy, through misfortune, gained fortune, not only escaping the clutches of death, but also awakening his bloodline powers, becoming the favored child of both human and demon realms. Although Su Yixiao lacked comprehension of cultivation, he found it unnecessary to pursue it. Under the auspices of both bloodlines, his progression in power was meteoric, rivaling even the most gifted prodigies. However, all was not without its flaws. Despite his formidable prowess, his mind remained perpetually childlike. Yet this very disposition endowed him with an exceptionally pure heart, regardless of whether they were human or demon. If anyone required his aid, he would readily extend his utmost effort. Should he encounter any grievances, he would simply laugh them off. Due to his bloodline powers, his physical strength had already transcended the ordinary. In his leisure, he delighted in entering the well within the temple that connected to the vast seas, plunging into the depths of demon territories to frolic with dragon-like creatures and compete in strength with the mighty wild elephants. The reason he was ranked 6th was not due to any lack of ambition. Yet to place him lower would be a disservice to his impressive abilities. Chapter 42. The blood-stained robes of the bitter Zen master strike fear into the demons. The boy counting ants listened intently to Han Lian's announcement regarding the prodigy list, his eyes suddenly brightening as he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "This storyteller is indeed remarkable. He even knows my name." The donkey beside him, unable to restrain itself, rolled its eyes and muttered into his ear, "How could they possibly rank you 6th? It seems that the storyteller only recognizes your awakened bloodline powers, unaware of their terrifying implications that in my opinion, you should rightfully be ranked 1st. But what difference does it make between being 1st and 6th? Su Yixiao replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "My teacher once said that rankings are inconsequential. What matters is that our names are known, that we are here to have fun, not to compete for some trivial ranking." Hearing this, the donkey wanted to respond, but, seeing Su Yixiao's cheerful demeanor, let out a snort and drooped its ears. Indeed, even the most profound fates of the prodigy list amount to little more than a drizzle when it comes to you. However, this storyteller piqued my interest. His tone suggests he might be privy to the true word Taoist secrets. The secrets of my teacher. Su Yixiao pondered, momentarily forgetting about the ants, that he threw his arms around the donkey's neck. Laughing, "If that's the case, I must ask the storyteller about it. When I meet my teacher, I'll call his name and surprise him." Meanwhile, Han Lian, standing atop the high platform, remained unaware that many had already begun to contemplate him with varying degrees of intrigue. He continued to stand there, narrating the rankings of the prodigies. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "The 5th prodigy on the list is the blood-robed Zen master, Konghuan.in, the falling feather realm. The path of cultivation is classified not only by righteousness, demonic practices, and malevolent magic, but also by a lesser-known path of spiritual energy cultivation known as Zen. This pathway is considered a minor one, rarely discussed in the cultivation world. While I have my thoughts on Zen Buddhism, today's focus is on the prodigy list, so I shall refrain from delving into that. Zen practitioners often emphasize the cultivation of one's heart and mind, and their ranks are few. They drift between the paths of righteousness, demonic practices, and malevolent magic, yet remain ensconced within them. Consequently, the prevailing sentiment among most sects is to approach Zen with caution and respect. In the northernmost region of the falling feather realm lies a secret Zen sect, whose teachings revolve around the art of hardship. The phrase "to endure the deepest of sufferings" is to truly comprehend the essence of Zen. This generation's secret Zen master, Konghuan, embodies the essence of this truth. From the moment of his birth, he was beset by profound hardships, for he possessed no 6 senses. What are the 6 senses? They are sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thought. His lack of 6 senses does not imply an absolute absence. Rather, it signifies that his eyes cannot perceive, his ears cannot hear, his nose cannot discern scents, his tongue cannot articulate, and his body cannot feel pain. rendering him incapable of expressing his joys, sorrows, anger, or elation. Upon his arrival into the world, he bore the unimaginable weight of suffering, yet he greeted existence with a smile. The secret Zen school practices the arduous path of suffering Zen. Yet his very presence caused the Zen pagoda to tremble. Even the grand enlightenment achieved through the Zen sect's ultimate practice could merely allow him to perceive as an ordinary individual does. Everyone within the secret Zen school understood that should he regain his six senses, he would become the foremost figure of the sect, perhaps even surpassing its founder, leading the way for future generations. In light of such lofty expectations, they bestowed upon him the Zen name Konghuan, which signifies to restore the six senses. That Konghuan's practice of suffering Zen endowed him with advantages beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. While others cultivate the celestial eye through meditation, focusing solely on shutting their spiritual senses and disregarding their physical sight to unveil profound truths, it is a feat that most find challenging. However, Konghuan, without a teacher, naturally awakened to this ability in his youth, instantly becoming the disciple of the secret Zen school. Under the weight of such formidable talent, an ailing practitioner of suffering Zen bestowed upon him the culmination of their own physical cultivation, sealing his 100 meridians and forging an indestructible body, achieving the state of an incorruptible golden body. That I previously spoke of the great drought in the northern Yen region. That drought was not a natural disaster. It was a calamity of human origin. The secret Zen school, situated in the far north, was the first to perceive this calamity. Konghuan, practicing the path of suffering Zen, was acutely aware of the anguish endured by the populace amid such disaster. Although he could not resolve the root of this human calamity, he wished to extend his meager assistance. That as he ventured forth to aid the afflicted, he encountered the marauding demons seeking to invade Yen territory. Konghuan, determined to protect the people before him, would not retreat an inch. For he possessed not only a compassionate heart forged through suffering, but also the fierce means of a warrior. On that fateful day, he witnessed the demons besieging the city, their bloodlust rising like a tempest, causing terror to reign. Standing alone at the city gates, Master Konghuan unleashed his silent Zen, uttering 4 words that reverberated with the essence of Zen. And in that moment, he struck down 4 formidable demons of the butterfly transformation realm. Below the city gates, countless minor demons and barbarian tribes perished beneath Konghuan's silent Zen. Blood rained down like a torrential downpour, and all who heard the Zen sound trembled in fear. Until that day, Konghuan had never taken a life, but on that day, the disciple of the secret Zen school drew the line, fashioning demon heads into bowls and barbarian bones into a staff. Single-handedly defending the border city, the robes of Master Konghuan, woven from the essence of spiritual artifacts, were pristine white, untouched by dust. Yet after that day, this spiritual artifact was no longer white, no matter how it was nourished with spiritual energy. It remained stained with blood. Thus, it was that Han referred to Konghuan as the blood-robed Zen master. Enduring the depths of suffering, yet still harboring a compassionate heart, the blood-robed Zen master Konghuan exemplified greatness in both strength and character. Should he reclaim his 6 senses from the heavens and the earth, he would be invincible. Han Lian's words rang with conviction, and under his storytelling prowess, he seemed to draw all listeners back to that blood-soaked border. As his words echoed, the atmosphere erupted, the pressure from the cultivators dispersed, while the mortals rallied with unyielding resolve. The barbarous creatures of the dog moon truly deserved their fate. Indeed, those demons, persistently invading the borders of the Xuanfeng dynasty, were utterly detestable. What a remarkable blood-robe Zen master. We yield to him. Should our sect encounter conflict with him in the future, I shall certainly counsel our sect to retreat. When I first heard of the blood-robe Zen master, I thought him a figure of malevolence, yet to my astonishment, he is... I shall say no more. We must erect a longevity tablet for this Zen master. The emotions of the listeners ignited, their admiration for the blood-robe Zen master profound and genuine. Chapter 43. The Jade-Faced Prince. A great wind arises. Within the inn, Princess Yushio listened intently to Han Lian recount the tale of the blood-robe Zen master Konghuan, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Although she was naturally carefree and indifferent to matters of state, such great calamities did capture her concern. Moreover, Han mentioned that the drought in northern Yen was a man-made disaster. Xiaolon, My residence receives reports of major affairs from the court every few days. Why have I not heard of this calamity that Mr. Han speaks of? Xiaolon, taken aback by her inquiry, pondered briefly before shaking her head. Miss, I cannot recall this matter either. Perhaps it was deemed insignificant. And thus, the news was not delivered to the manor. What do you consider to be significant? Upon hearing this, Princess Yushio glanced at her maid, who seemed to realize her misstep and shrank back like a quail. Not wishing to dwell on her, the princess, however, began to contemplate that it appeared that treacherous ministers had emerged within the court, capable of deceiving both above and below. According to Mr. Han's words, this drought could not merely be a fleeting issue lasting a year or two. Reflecting on this, she straightened her posture slightly and retrieved a small mirror from her sleeve, biting her finger to write upon it. Investigate the drought in northern Yin. After completing this task, she exhaled softly. Feeling a sense of relief, Xiaolon, Mr. Han mentioned that the list of prodigies has now reached the 5th place. What do you think? How high can Fei Yong rank? Princess Yushio suppressed her thoughts and suddenly posed the question. Xiaolon had not anticipated the sudden inquiry and was momentarily stunned, instinctively responding, Miss, you previously mentioned that Prince Fei Yong's talent is so exceptional that he can be compared to the founding Emperor Taizo. Naturally, he should be first. First. How bold of you to say so. Princess Yushio, aware of her own family's matters, merely smiled and shook her head. His talent is indeed remarkable, but did you not hear Mr. Han speak of that Sui Xiao? No matter how high Fei Yong's talent, he may find it difficult to surpass him. Moreover, he does not dedicate all his thoughts to cultivation that if he were truly single-minded. I might believe he could contend for first place. However, do you think my brother can focus his mind? You are right, Mississippi Prince Fei Yong. Listening to the discussions of the audience below regarding the blood robe Zen Master Konghuan. Han Lien did not intervene, that he had exerted considerable mental energy during the preceding recounting and needed a moment to recuperate. Fortunately, he had reached the butterfly transformation realm. Otherwise, he might have struggled to endure. After a few breaths, Han Lien took a deep breath and declared, the 4th place on the list of prodigies, the Jade-Faced Prince, Yun Fei Yong. It is important to understand that within the realm of Luoyu, although numerous dynasties exist, the most expansive and powerful is undoubtedly the Xuanfeng dynasty. The Xuanfeng dynasty boasts immense national strength. Even if all the smaller nations were to unite, they would not amount to 1/10 of its power. This dynasty is the most prosperous land in the realm of Liu, with the wealth of its 7 provinces flowing ceaselessly into the imperial treasury, rendering its strength unimaginable. The Xuanfeng dynasty has stood for 1,700 years. Despite its might, the royal family has not flourished in numbers. Since the founding emperor established the dynasty, a decree was set to prevent the royal family from fracturing the realm or causing turmoil within the court. The emperor must not establish a harem. Thus, in this generation, the empress has given birth to only 2 daughters and 1 son, the eldest princess, Yushio, the youngest princess, Yun Shang, and the crown prince, Yun Fei Yong. On the day of Yun Fei Yong's birth, the heavens responded, the wind gathered, and extraordinary phenomena manifested, with dragons and tigers appearing as omens. Even the esteemed figures of the royal family were stirred, proclaiming his ascent to the throne. Foreseeing that he would ride the winds of fortune, breaking through 3 realms with ease, he was further blessed with the essence of the dragon, refining his spirit and marrow, with the royal dynasty's spiritual essence as his foundation and countless rare materials aiding him, making him a singular embodiment of extraordinary power. His innate talent and bloodline, within the 1,700 years of the Xuanfeng dynasty's existence, could be deemed unparalleled. Yun Fei Yong cultivates the royal great wind technique. Deeply understanding its principles that by the age of 12, he achieved the state of an incorruptible golden body. By 14, he mastered the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon, embodying the wind, tiger, and dragon. Before reaching 20, he had already attained the butterfly transformation realm. And now he stands at its zenith. As the crown prince of the Xuanfeng dynasty, he commands the Wind Fiend army, instilling discipline such that none dare defy him. He has trampled demons and barbarians, annihilating countless foes, and has even led his troops to pursue and vanquish a newly risen Purple Mansion expert across 3,000 miles, bringing back the head of a barbarian chieftain. His temperament, demeanor, and methods are all befitting of a wise sovereign. If one were to point out a singular flaw, it would be his appearance. Han Lian paused momentarily, gesturing to himself with the jade fan in his hand. Although Yun Feiyang's looks may pale in comparison to mine, he is undeniably a paragon of male beauty. As the commander of the Wind Slaughter Army of the Xuanfeng dynasty, his striking visage has even captivated the hearts of his subordinates. Yet such a beauty also brings him a different kind of vexation. Judging solely by his appearance, no matter how resolute he is in his decisions or how commanding his presence, he risks being overshadowed by his own looks. To elaborate further would be to describe it as breaking the immersion. Thus, in a bid to maintain his authority, Yun Feiyang must don the guise of the Jade-Faced Prince. This moniker I bestow upon him is no mere whim. Moreover, the tale of this jade-faced prince extends beyond mere aesthetics. He is, in fact, a romantic at heart. Han Lian, having reached this point, took another brief pause. Observing the eager gazes of his audience, he inhaled deeply and continued. During his cultivation journey, upon reaching the butterfly transformation stage, he sought solace by wandering through the realm of cultivation. However, to evade the scrutiny of the Tianxia Bureau of the Xuanfeng dynasty, he disguised himself as a woman during this sojourn in the course of his travels. He encountered Yu Li, who was also masquerading as a man to escape the pursuit of the Wuxing sect. Their relationship quickly became a tangled affair. Not only has Yun Feiyang found himself enamored by this woman, but he has also attracted the affections of several others, a situation not easily endured. While it is said that lovers ultimately unite, his romantic entanglements have not only disrupted his cultivation mindset, but have also created unwarranted adversaries. Yu Li happens to be the sister of Yu Huang, the disciple of the Wuxing sect. Han Lian refrained from delving too deeply into the intricacies of their romance, merely remarking, should the jade-faced prince fail to align his cultivation with the fortunes of his nation, he may become a liability, hindering his progress, ultimately relegating him to the role of a mere caretaker of his realm. Yet if he can untangle his emotional affairs or grasp the underlying truths, supported by the might of his nation, his path of cultivation shall undoubtedly be unimpeded. Should that time come, he will surely rise like the winds, dominating the seas and commanding nations, even daring to challenge the realms beyond. Chapter 44. On the shifting mindsets of the audience after delivering his final words. Han Lian composed himself, standing tall and exuding an aura reminiscent of a dragon or elephant suppressing the abyss, exuding an extraordinary might. Below, the audience seemed entranced, unable to extricate themselves from the spell he had woven. After a few breaths, one listener struck the thigh of his companion, leaping to his feet, gesticulating wildly. Truly, our Xuanfeng dynasty's prince has slain a young Khan of the barbarian tribes. Such regal demeanor. Such regal demeanor. The demonic sect has ceased its slaughter. Though they are human, they exhibit no humanity. The power of the Zifu. That is indeed the power of the Zifu. Even a recent arrival possesses unimaginable might. And yet the jade-faced prince has extinguished them in battle formations. Mr. Han is truly talented. What a phrase! As the winds arise, Yun Feiyang soars, commanding the seas and subduing nations. It ignites our fervor. Indeed, previously Mr. Han spoke of Chao Yuanliang, and I thought him merely boasting. Who could have imagined? If Chao Yuanliang were to face these prodigies, it would be far more than mere crushing defeat. Indeed, I have heard Mr. Han's list of prodigies, and these individuals spare no effort against the monstrous and barbaric. They triumph against the strong, living up to the title of prodigies. However, I have never heard of such matters concerning Chao Yuanliang. Thus, it seems that Chao Yuanliang is truly unworthy of mention. He cannot be deemed a prodigy. Haha, I'm already eager to see what the top 3 prodigies Mr. Han speaks of will bring forth. Yes, indeed, Mr. Han previously mentioned 6 prodigies. Yet according to rankings, there remains one unmentioned, the identity of which is still a mystery. Nevertheless, returning to the topic of Mr. Han's romantic affairs of the jade-faced prince, he only spoke half of it, and did not continue. The others, upon hearing this, glanced at Han Lian's countenance, and then collectively sighed, realizing something. Indeed, to be overly handsome can also be a burden. Moreover, such matters are not for them to discuss frivolously. Though the Xuanfeng dynasty permits free speech, some topics are better left unspoken. At this moment, the conversation took an unexpected turn, as one listener appeared somewhat dejected. I feel ashamed, truthfully, ever since I listened to Mr. Han's storytelling a few days ago. I was astonished by his appearance. Even upon returning home to see my wife, she seemed less appealing by comparison. What? You actually have a wife? How could someone so unattractive have a wife? Ding! Congratulations, host. Your words have successfully incited strong, emotional fluctuations among the audience. Reward. 2,000 storytelling points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your words have successfully instilled a sense of strong anticipation among the audience. Reward. 2,000 storytelling points, just as the atmosphere below was lively. The notification sound from the storytelling system echoed in his mind. Noticing the influx of storytelling points, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Extra rewards are always welcome. Speaking of which, in just this brief moment, he had already garnered such a wealth of storytelling points that if we were to measure rewards, while it may not rival the storytelling of the heavens, it is still quite substantial. Though it may prove challenging to stabilize the branch of storytelling point gained solely through this prodigy list. With a little effort, there is still wool to be sheared. Moreover, who says I can only present the list of prodigies? With this thought, Han Lian's mind began to teem with ideas, originally intending to continue with the list of prodigies once the audience's voices subsided. He now harbored other plans. This prodigy list had already reached the top 3, yet my name is yet to be mentioned. Within the inn, Lung Hanshan was tense, observing Han Lian with a hint of anxiety. Among the top 3, I must surely be included. Yet how I rank remains uncertain. The holy maiden of the Hanzhan Palace and a prodigious figure in the Lijiuji. She was acutely aware of the caliber of the prodigies Han Lian had previously mentioned. While she held confidence in herself, without having dueled, no one could assertively claim the top position. After a moment of hesitation, she turned to Master Wooding. Master Wooding, what do you think my ranking will be? Upon hearing this, Master Wooding pondered for a moment before responding gravely. Had you asked me before the prodigy list was revealed, I would have confidently placed you at the top. However, who could have anticipated that the current generation of young cultivators possesses such terrifying prowess? Just considering the 5th Blood-Robe Zen Master and the 4th Jade-Faced Prince, they are truly prodigies who appear once every few centuries. And now, the top 3 remain unconfirmed. His words paused briefly. Then he shook his head. You ask me, and I do not know. Below, the voices of the audience grew quieter, ultimately falling into silence. All listeners instinctively ceased their chatter, their eyes fixed intently on Han Lian upon the high platform. For the prodigy list still had the top 3 yet to be revealed. Everyone understood that when it came to rankings, the difference between 100th and 99th might be negligible, but in the context of the entire Lijiuji, especially among the top 3, even a single rank could signify a chasm of difference. Much like students in an examination, the second place with a score of 99 signifies their capability is limited to that number. Yet the first, scoring a perfect 100, attains that because the exam's full score is indeed 100. With the 5th Blood-Robe Zen Master and the 4th Jade-Faced Prince Yun Fiang already exhibiting such strength, one can only imagine the caliber of the top 3. That Han Lian's prodigy list had far surpassed their expectations. The news of this had first reached them through their own ears. With this in mind, the entire audience held their breath, eagerly awaiting Han Lian's words that on the high platform. Han Lian surveyed the audience below, inhaled deeply, and with a graceful bow of his fan, smiled and said, Esteemed guests, the rankings of this prodigy list shall conclude here for today. The hour is indeed late. I urge you all to disperse that I in 3 days' time, upon the completion of the tale of the heavens. I shall return to unveil the top 3 prodigies to you all. His words were delivered with poise and confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the smiles on the faces of the audience gradually faded. Each person seemingly struck dumb. I ask this truly how it ends. Did we hear incorrectly? It cannot be. The audience was momentarily taken aback, and soon various civil remarks erupted into calls of discontent, though none dared directly challenge Han Lian's authority. The myriad of complaints could be described as colorful and varied. Yet at that moment, Han Lian's thoughts were far from the audience. His mind was solely focused on returning to his room to tally his gains. Chapter 45. A silver treasure chest, 10 consecutive draws, abundant rewards. In the audience below, Feng Xiao, who had been engrossed in listening, momentarily froze upon hearing Han Lian mention that the rankings of the top 3 on the Tianjiao list would be announced 3 days hence. His expression darkened, and blue veins bulged on his forehead, for Mr. Han's words had indeed unsettled his state of mind. Upon hearing this, Nietong cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked nonchalantly, "Thus you find yourself ranked 10th. What of being 10th? Do you hold such disdain for the 10th position?" Feng Xiu retorted, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. The fragile vessel of their friendship threatened to capsize. I'm too weary to elaborate with you." Nietong, taken aback by Feng Xiu's response, shook his head in disbelief that as the disciple of the now-defunct Baishua sect, he had experienced much and possessed a broader perspective than Feng Xiu. Without reservation, he articulated his thoughts. "Do you not recall Mr. Han's assertion that this ranking of the Tianjiao is a contest of great momentum? When I first heard this, I was but partially enlightened. Yet today, I find it remarkably clear. Both of us are here because Mr. Han's tale has spread far and wide, and the process of ranking the Tianjiao is, in essence, a gathering of momentum that if previously 3 out of the top 10 had heard of this. Then with Mr. Han announcing the subsequent 7 today, the momentum has reached its zenith. I anticipate that in 3 days' time, all those who bear a name on the list will converge upon Dongling Prefecture. Even those who are nameless and unwilling to concede will come to join the fray, resulting in a fierce contest. That I ask that so." Feng Xiu pondered these words, momentarily stunned, and upon reflection, he found the reasoning sound. His admiration for Han Lian swelled, recognizing the latter's remarkable foresight. "Only now do you realize Mr. Han's brilliance." Nietong chuckled derisively. "Did you not disappoint Mr. Han's expectations and find yourself bested by others? That would be a most humiliating experience." Feng Xiu snorted dismissively, choosing not to engage further in this verbal sparring, merely muttering, "You may not comprehend the true strength of martial arts. Let alone someone besting me. I might just advance my cultivation in the coming days and surpass you first." "Haha, Brother Feng, you are indeed a man of great spirit. Today, let us toast to our newfound camaraderie. Come, I shall treat you to a drink." Let us hasten, for while I may be ranked lower than you on the Tianjiao list, does that mean I cannot outdrink you?" Their banter signified a deepening bond, reminiscent of a fragile ship that had momentarily capsized but was now righted once more, regardless of the words exchanged among the audience. They bore no relevance to Han Lian at that moment that he was presently occupied, holding a teapot in each hand, fervently pouring cool tea into his mouth. Having finished the tea by his side during the storytelling of Zhitian Chuan, he felt a parched throat after subsequently ranking the Tianjiao. Although he could sustain himself with spiritual energy, he was reluctant to forego such simple pleasures. Upon returning to his room, he eagerly glanced at his system panel. The tally of his storytelling points, once at 0, had now burgeoned to 15,000. Gently tapping the screen, various golden and silver treasure chests flickered enticingly, captivating his attention. Within the system warehouse lay a golden chest, patiently awaiting his claim that if one were to convert that golden chest into storytelling points, this haul could be deemed extraordinarily bountiful. However, he reminded himself that excitement must be tempered. After all, storytelling points and the conversion into treasure chest rewards were separate matters. Han Lian contemplated how best to utilize his storytelling points. Logically, the rewards from a silver chest included treasures corresponding to the 5th realm of cultivation in the Luoyu realm or higher. Yet, if feasible, he aspired to draw even better rewards. With 1,000 points, he decided to make a 10 draw from the silver chest, alongside the golden chest, eager to discover what treasures lay within today's for the remaining 5,000 points. He could wait until he amassed another 10 to draw for a guaranteed prize. Yet he mused, in his previous life playing games, a 10 draw often came at a discount. Why was it that in this storytelling system, the price remained fixed? His thoughts drifted, but once his mind settled, he resumed his previous ritual, bathing and lighting incense, preparing for the draw. Should he first draw from the 10 silver chests or the golden one? Ultimately, he decided on the silver chests, reasoning that they were bound to yield some desirable items. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands together and recited internally, "Yi Fan, Emperor Zhitian, may you surely bless me. I am the luckiest of all. Destiny favors me. Silver 10 draw chest, grant me your treasures." As his thoughts settled, the colossal silver chest materialized once again, its imposing presence rendering him momentarily breathless. With the sound of the chest opening, a radiant beam of light shot skyward, reminiscent of a dazzling firework display. With a resounding crash, the silver chest flung open, unleashing 7 blue and 3 orange beams of light, momentarily blinding him. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired Butterfly Transformation Pills 5. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the God Sealing List replica. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the phenomenon of Luanhai, Chaotic Seed Green Lotus. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 50 pounds of Jyotian Bilio Divine Jade. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 Celestial Ruins Blue Bricks. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained foundational knowledge of source techniques. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 10 medium pure source stones. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 battle soldiers from the Sacred Lands Dao Palace Secret Realm. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained a young beast egg of the exotic beast hound. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received the core of the Dao Palace Grand Formation, the Yin Yang Great Banner. The 10 draw concluded. Han Lian surveyed the results of his draw, utterly astonished, while the 7 blue and 3 orange beams appeared visually. The rewards from this 10 draw were such that he would believe them even if they were from a golden chest. The God Sealing List? Were it not for the replica, in parentheses, he might have leaped from his room to the street in ecstatic disbelief. Nevertheless, while the rewards were indeed bountiful, they did not entirely align with his expectations, for his primary concern remained enhancing his own cultivation for self-preservation. Currently, he had only just entered the butterfly transformation realm, and within the Liu cultivation world, he was merely akin to a small cat, barely noteworthy. Observing his rewards, Han Lian hesitated no longer and promptly retrieved the 5 butterfly transformation pills from the system warehouse. Consuming them in succession, the pure spiritual energy and myriad mysterious celestial phenomena coursed through him. Han Lian felt his 2 celestial phenomena nearing solidification. The solar and lunar celestial phenomena now radiated with 6-colored brilliance, their imposing presence leaving him feeling rather insignificant. Meanwhile, the dragon-elephant suppressing prison celestial phenomenon, though currently adorned with only 5 colors, exuded an extraordinary might. Once the effects of the 5 butterfly transformation pills had fully permeated his being, Han Lian slowly opened his eyes, assessing his newfound strength, his mind now more or less settled. It is no wonder that in this realm, the disparity between Tianjiao and ordinary cultivators is so vast. All roots lie within those celestial phenomena. Bolstered by the celestial phenomena, his strength in the 6th level of butterfly transformation had increased by approximately 70% compared to when he was at the 1st level. His 70% was no trivial matter for the average person to fathom. After elevating his realm, Han Lian did not rush to familiarize himself with his newfound power, but instead turned his gaze towards the glistening golden chest within the warehouse. The golden chest, acquired for 10,000 storytelling points, had the potential to yield treasures from the 6th level of the immortal platform's secret realm. Seizing the moment, he decided to continue his good fortune and open it. A thought flickered through Han Lian's mind, and he clasped his hands together, suddenly recalling something, murmuring, "A green lotus that astonishes the ages. O great emperor, you must bless me." As these thoughts lingered, Han Lian clicked on the golden chest. Boom! A sound akin to a muffled thunderclap resonated within his mind, as the golden chest, reminiscent of a star, hovered above in his consciousness. In his astonishment, he watched as the golden chest creaked open slightly. In that moment, Han Lian dared not breathe. With a swift motion, the golden chest burst open, releasing a beam of radiant red light that shot skyward. Red, red. Han Lian felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, as if his brain had momentarily short-circuited. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine concealment of the first body of the Green Emperor. The heart of the Green Emperor, 3-fold sealing. The heart of the Green Emperor? Han Lian gazed at the system prompt, as well as the heart that had appeared in the system's repository, which resembled a jade stone of a delicate azure. In an instant, he sprang up from his seated position, inadvertently shattering the floorboards of the inn beneath him. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to calm his racing heart, directing his attention towards the system's introduction. Heart of the Azure Emperor, triple-sealed the corporeal divine treasure of the last ancient emperor of the northern Dipper Star domain. The Azure Emperor, encapsulating the essence of an emperor's blood and the comprehension of imperial Tao. Due to the constraints of the world, the heart of the Azure Emperor is sealed with 3 layers of enchantments. The first seal, once unsealed, allows for the absorption of 1% of the heart's blood essence. The second seal permits the absorption of 10%. Evaluation. What is life? What is death? Emerging from chaos. Returning to chaos, a lotus in the eternal azure sky. It truly is the heart of the Azure Emperor. Could it be that I have indeed chosen the right mentor? After the initial excitement, Han Lien gradually calmed his emotions. Contemplating deeply within, he returned to his bed, continuing to browse the items in the system's warehouse. List of deities. Imitation, a rare treasure crafted in the ancient tale of the Blue Star. Akin to the divine list forged by the primordial emperor, possessing the profound ability to suppress spiritual consciousness in corporeal form. Writing a name on the list can enhance one's cultivation speed, dispel heart demons, and maintain a thread of clarity in consciousness, among other remarkable uses. Upon reading the description, Han Lien's eyes sparkled with delight. A splendid artifact. He envisioned inscribing the names of prodigies on the list after speaking of it. Indeed, that moment would witness the convergence of great talents. Taking a deep breath to dispel his thoughts, he continued to peruse. Sea of Cycles Anomalies. Chaotic Seed Blue Lotus. An insight into the anomaly of the chaotic seed Blue Lotus, which has the potential to give rise to an extraordinary phenomenon. The chaotic Bell Blue Lotus. This anomaly embodies the will of the Azure Emperor, featuring a three-leaf blue lotus that elucidates the principles of Tao. Nurturing all beings, shrouded in chaos, returning to the source of all things. The chaotic seed Blue Lotus. Han Lien squinted at the description, a yearning expression gracing his face. This anomaly of the Sea of Cycles was, in his memory, one of Yi Fan's anomalies. Yet that was not the crux. The essence of this anomaly contained the secrets of chaos, perfectly aligning with his own chaotic physique. However, regrettably, this anomaly currently existed only as a fleeting sentiment, and comprehending it would likely prove challenging. 9 Heavens Azure Divine Jade. One of the 9 Heavens Divine Jades, a material of sage-level quality, capable of forging royal-grade divine weapons, a supplementary material for sage-grade armaments. A marvelous item. With a flick of his hand, Han Lien retrieved the 9 Heavens Azure Divine Jade, feeling its profound essence, only to set it back down. Such materials, if used to nurture spiritual weapons, would undoubtedly yield the finest of the realm. Though 50 pounds may seem ample, in reality, it was not much. Further refinement might only yield small artifacts. Heavenly Palace Ruins Azure Bricks. Unremarkable azure bricks, imbued with a hint of temporal essence. More azure bricks? What do I need so many bricks for? Han Lien gazed at the azure bricks within the warehouse, unable to suppress the headache that began to form. Each brick was several yards in size, and 1,000 bricks could probably encircle a small town. That a small town? Wait! An idea suddenly struck Han Lien, causing his previously furrowed brow to relax, as if a plan had taken shape, suppressing his thoughts. He continued to examine the items. Fundamentals of source techniques. Essential foundational knowledge for source masters, containing principles of certain formations and forces. Tao Palace Secret Realm Battle Weapons. Practitioners of the Sacred Lands Methods. Comparable to the Butterfly Transformation Realm practitioners of the Falling Feather Realm. Capable of forming battle arrays. Extraordinary Beast Xiong, Young Beast Egg. An ancient extraordinary beast of top-tier aptitude, hatching to recognize its master autonomously. Upon adulthood, it can ascend to the Celestial Platform Realm. Tao Palace Great Array Core, Yin-Yang Sun and Moon Banner. The core of the Yin-Yang Dual Polarity Tao Palace Great Array, when deployed, can connect the Yin-Yang Dual Polarity Tao Palace Great Array. Self-sustaining spiritual energy, able to withstand Tao Palace Realm practitioners. Consuming Source Stones can resist peak Tao Palace practitioners. Having perused the rewards from this round of lottery, Han Lien's mind was filled with a sudden realization. With manpower at hand and materials available, more importantly, there existed a formation capable of withstanding nearly the top practitioners of the Falling Feather Realm. This silver treasure chest, 10 consecutive draws, seemed rather promising. With this thought, he approached the window. After a prolonged period following his lottery and the refinement of butterfly transformation pills, it was now dusk. Watching the sparse crowd on the streets, he had formed a rather clear idea in his mind. Yes, he intended to use these materials and the grand array to construct his own storytelling inn and tea house. However, before taking action, he had other pressing matters to attend to. Han Lien returned to his bed, collapsing onto it once more, and retrieved the heart of the emperor. Following the system's instructions, he opened his chest and pressed the jade-like heart of the Azure Emperor against himself. Chapter 47. Ascending the Divine Bridge. Condensing celestial phenomena, threads of spiritual energy, under Han Lian's manipulation, transformed into fine filaments, adhering to the heart of the Azure Emperor. The heart, once resembling jade, gradually revealed crimson patterns as Han Lian's blood essence guided it. In the next moment, it gently quivered, fully merging with Han Lian's flesh and blood. Thud. A powerful heartbeat resonated, echoing through the air before the energy dissipated entirely. Leaving behind silence that in the outside world, the people of Dongling City felt the surge of power, their hearts racing in response. The monk Wooding, who had been meditating within the inn, suddenly opened his eyes, a grave expression crossing his face as he swiftly exited the establishment. His 24 prayer beads activated, swirling around him like a divine being. After a moment, beams of escape light filled the air, their expressions wary as they employed their abilities to shield themselves amidst the gravity of the situation. There lingered a hint of confusion. What had transpired? Many cultivators communicated through their minds, discovering they were all equally perplexed. However, one practitioner recognized Wooding and couldn't help but change his expression, bowing in respect. Three Cloud Sect, ancient text, pays respects to Senior Wooding. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators also regained their composure and respectfully bowed to the monk. Wooding employed his abilities to thoroughly investigate all of Dongling City. After discerning there were no clues, he suppressed his thoughts and responded to the greetings, saying, "There is nothing amiss this time. You may all return." The multitude of cultivators accepted this and, without doubt, swiftly descended, returning to their residences. Yet Wooding did not depart. He remained suspended in the void, gazing down at the inn, his mind filled with speculation. This commotion, it must pertain to that Mr. Han. Recalling the spatial fluctuations he sensed when Han Lian underwent his tribulation, he began to formulate a plan, retracting his prayer beads as he descended. Best not to dwell on it. If it indeed relates to this individual, any disturbances would not be unwarranted. Within the inn, Han Lian was continuously attuning himself to the heart of the Azure Emperor. As his chaotic physique operated, he harmonized the essence of yin and yang with the heart of the Azure Emperor, achieving complete unification in his mind. An ethereal image of a blue lotus swayed gently. Azure Emperor, blue lotus. A lotus in the eternal azure sky. Various thoughts flickered through Han Lian's heart, and suddenly, he recalled the insight of the chaotic seed blue lotus from the warehouse. At the moment he confirmed the use, his mind momentarily blanked, as if all became a shrouded mist, chaotic and unfathomable. Just then, his chaotic physique activated autonomously, swirling threads of chaotic energy flowing through, intertwining with the heart of the Azure Emperor, embedding its essence deep within him. At this juncture, he had entirely merged into chaos, yet it was the essence from the heart of the Azure Emperor that granted him clarity. Observing this hazy, chaotic scene, he realized his current state. The chaotic seed blue lotus. This anomaly was not merely a blue lotus amidst chaos. It symbolized a rebirth from ruin, the flow of chaos, a glimmer of hope in ancient times. The chaos gave birth to the Pangu, who opened the heavens and the earth. The appearance of the blue lotus within chaos represented a manifestation of variable potential. With this thought, his heart opened considerably. Gazing upon the threefold sealed heart of the Azure Emperor, he lowered his gaze. Now, with a variable at my disposal, this blue lotus shall indeed be sown. However, I have just recently ascended in realm through the elixir. To further activate the anomaly of the Sea of Cycles may prove somewhat insufficient. But is there not still the heart of the Azure Emperor? Han Lian remained calm as water, utilizing the secret realm of the Sea of Cycles to pry open the first seal of the heart of the Azure Emperor. In an instant, within the chaos of his mind, a blue lotus sprouted, gradually flourishing, suddenly bursting into bloom. The anomaly of the Sea of Cycles, the chaotic seed blue lotus, materialized in the moment of its condensation. A surging and pure energy overflowed his Wheel Sea's secret realm. As if to flood the sea of suffering, it flowed ceaselessly within the tumultuous spring of his fate, akin to towering waves. Although it was merely the energy of the heart of the Azure Emperor, its potency was nearly enough to cause Han Lian's physical form to disintegrate. Moreover, the heart of the Azure Emperor encapsulated the path to ascendancy of the Azure Emperor. Imbued with an ineffable will, having been acquired through a system lottery, it had wholly transformed into spiritual energy, nourishing his consciousness. This energy, under the subtle urging of Han Lien's subconscious, began to coalesce at his brow, transforming into a small lake in but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, intricate patterns exuding a chaotic aura emerged, and under their delineation, they took on the form of azure lotus-like designs. The energy from a sea of suffering spring directly intertwined with it, projecting an ethereal image. The divine bridge of the Wheel Sea takes shape. Han Lien felt the energy within and consciously compressed a portion into the spring of fate for safekeeping. Drawing upon the remnants of his consciousness, he began to visualize the scene of the chaotic seed Azure Lotus, which gradually surfaced in his mind, having absorbed the energy of the heart of the Azure Emperor. He commenced its consumption here as the illusion crystallized, outlining various profound principles. Celestial phenomena of the chaotic seed Azure Lotus coalesce. As this extraordinary manifestation solidified, thunder began to gather in the heavens. The celestial phenomena of the fallen feather realm practitioners represented the essence of cultivation. Should one solidify a second celestial phenomenon or more, tribulation lightning would intervene. Han Lien sensed himself locked onto by the tribulation lightning, his expression remaining serene, devoid of any perturbation, that he casually stepped forward to the window, his figure vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, he released the condensed chaotic seed Azure Lotus celestial phenomenon. Behind him, a swirling chaotic illusion unfurled, revealing a colossal Azure Lotus that gradually emerged, its pure aura stirring the stormy tribulation clouds. Seeing this, Han Lien hesitated not, his flowing light propelling him directly into the heart of the tribulation lightning. In an instant, thunder roared with a resounding crash, enveloping the entire realm in a chilling aura of slaughter. The celestial phenomenon of Han Lien gradually solidified throughout this ordeal, radiant halos beginning to circulate. Within mere moments, 6 colored halos had manifested amidst the tumult of over a dozen bolts of tribulation lightning. This freshly condensed celestial phenomenon, bolstered by the tribulation's might, had successfully caught up to his cultivation level. Observing that the tribulation lightning showed no signs of dissipating, Han Lien shook the Azure Lotus, opening it suddenly to break through the storm of tribulation. What can mere tribulation lightning do to me? Han Lien's figure stood resolute in midair, hands clasped behind his back, as the 6-colored haloed Azure Lotus radiated a terrifying might. Dispersing the tribulation with ease, in that moment, he stood apart from the world, resembling a fallen immortal. Chapter 48. The reconstruction of the Yin as he transcended the tribulation and reformed the celestial phenomenon. He suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward a particular direction. On a distant hill, a woman stood, gazing at Han Lien with a hint of astonishment. This woman was none other than Lung Hanshan. Having sensed the aura of the tribulation lightning earlier, she fortuitously caught sight of Han Lien's figure and followed him, intending to provide him with protection. As their eyes met, Lung Hanshan's expression briefly faltered, quickly shifting to one of disbelief. Noticing this, Han Lien merely nodded slightly before turning to vanish toward the direction of the inn. However, Lung Hanshan remained rooted in place, allowing Han Lien's figure to disappear without taking any action. Mr. De Han's cultivation level. What on earth is going on? She murmured to herself, her entire being trembling as if her worldview had been shaken. It was because Han Lien had just ascended to the divine bridge, and the azure lotus patterns on his brow had not dispersed, being clearly visible to her. Yet such patterns were not ordinary in the fallen feather cultivation realm. They were the nirvana celestial patterns that could only be condensed at the nirvana realm. But Han Lien's cultivation level had been distinctly revealed during the tribulation. He had clearly only manifested the celestial phenomenon of the butterfly transformation realm. That much was undeniable, that if word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval throughout the entire cultivation world. Yet, judging by Mr. Han's demeanor, he seemed utterly unconcerned. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Lung Hanshan's mind, but ultimately, she suppressed this matter deep within her heart. Until Han Lien revealed this secret openly, she would never allow it to escape her lips, lest a third party learn of it. Upon returning to the inn, Han Lien activated the sacred land Dao soldiers. According to the system's prompt, these sacred Lan Dao soldiers would materialize within a radius of 100 miles around Han Lian in the span of 2 hours, making their way towards him. In his guest room, he did not rest, but instead summoned Wu Changqing. Although the latter was 100% loyal to him, it was not appropriate to treat him merely as a servant at this crucial juncture. Wu Changqing had been safeguarding Han Lian, and upon seeing him, bowed respectfully. "My lord, what do you require of me?" "I have an idea and wish to hear your thoughts," Han Lian replied, regarding the fact that Wu Changqing referred to him as my lord instead of sir. He did not contest at this time, merely smiling and gesturing for him to take a seat. "Before I summoned you to this realm, I was attacked by the Black Lotus sect of the Demon Path. Although they did not inflict any harm on me, they could potentially endanger my audience. Now that I have summoned 100 Dao soldiers, I thought it prudent to reconstruct a storytelling tea house to establish my own foothold." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Wu Changqing's eyes. "The Black Lotus sect dares to lay hands on my lord. I shall remember this, that my lord, your intention to rebuild the storytelling tea house is not unfeasible. But such mundane architecture hardly befits your stature. Listen, what is this? This is the art of language." Han Lian chuckled lightly at this remark, tossing Wu Changqing a small storage ring. Though Wu Changqing had never utilized such items in this realm, he was not entirely ignorant of their purpose. Sensing it, he was taken aback. "This aura, my lord, could this be something from an ancient relic? Though the formations inscribed upon it have long since worn away. The materials are still first-rate, that if we use this to rebuild the tea house and incorporate some of this realm's spiritual materials, it should suffice." Han Lian nodded in agreement with this assessment. His desire to reconstruct the tea house was not solely for defense, but also stemmed from other aspirations. With his reputation and strength barely sufficient for self-preservation, it was time to pursue a higher quality of existence. On the following morning, around the time breakfast had been served, the guests within the inn were perplexed as they were asked to vacate the premises. Han Lian had previously purchased the inn from the innkeeper, and now he was to manage it. The only difference was that this inn had become his private property. Originally, the innkeeper was reluctant to sell, but had no choice in the matter, for Han Lian's offer was simply too generous that if one were to inquire about the source of Han Lian's wealth, he would say that the content of his storytelling had been transcribed into books, which garnered a fee. Although Han Lian only claimed 30% of the profits, it was still effortless silver, leaving him free from financial woes. That as Han Lian emerged from the inn, he clasped his hands in a bow to the former guests, smiling as he apologized. "Haha, seeing the increasing number of people coming here to hear my stories, it appears the inn can no longer accommodate everyone. After much consideration, I have resolutely decided to renovate this inn and tea house. I apologize for the inconvenience, but please bear with me. Rest assured, once the inn is rebuilt, the first batch of guests will naturally be all of you." Upon hearing this, the guests felt much reassured. And Feng Xiu stepped forward from the crowd, expressing his eagerness to assist. "Mr. Han, rebuilding the tea house and inn is no small endeavor. Would you require our help?" Feng Xiu held Han Lian in high regard and sincerely wished to lend a hand. "No small endeavor?" Han Lian chuckled softly at this. "Should you wish to help, that can wait until after the inn is completed. As for now," he took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Where are the Dao soldiers?" With a sudden shriek, a group of exotic beasts charged across the sky, atop which were the sacred Lan Dao soldiers, clad in Dao-patterned armor, exuding an imposing aura. As they neared Han Lian, they came to a halt and knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to our lord." 100 Dao soldiers stood in formation, their presence reminiscent of the mighty roar of mountains and the crashing of ocean waves. The unwavering will they exuded caused countless cultivators present to pale in fear. Observing these soldiers, Wu Changqing nodded in satisfaction and emerged last from the inn, his gesture sweeping away the entire tea house in an instant. Simultaneously, the surrounding structures of the tea house were gradually leveled. Once the ground lay bare, Han Lian issued commands to the Dao soldiers who, without hesitation, began to solidify the foundation. That in but a brief moment, the construction was bustling with fervor. Large, several-foot square remnants of blue bricks were extracted by Wu Changqing, cut into smaller pieces, and utilized in the building process. The Dao soldiers worked tirelessly, not only depleting the materials from the East Spirit Mansion, but also procuring supplies from nearby estates. In just one day's time, the structure was nearly complete. By the next afternoon, the inn had been entirely rebuilt, featuring not only a storytelling hall, but also several floors with ample guest rooms. The area of both the inn and the storytelling tea house had increased several fold compared to before. Chapter 49, Tontian Pavilion. In merely a day and a half, an exquisite and grand pavilion had taken form. The former guests of the inn gazed from afar, awestruck by the speed and appearance of the construction, which at a glance appeared extraordinary. That Mr. Han's methods are indeed commendable. This edifice can rival the facade of any prominent sect, remarked one guest who scrutinized the structure. However, this statement incited a flurry of rebuttals from other patrons. In this day and a half, I have seen you lingering here. Could you possibly have overlooked the materials used in this construction? Such an aura of age. Have you ever witnessed it elsewhere? Yet, despite the praise for the building, the same guest felt that something was amiss. What could be lacking? Nearby, another listener, intrigued by the inquiry, leaned in closer. The first guest, taken aback by the question, chuckled awkwardly after a moment of contemplation. If you ask me, I cannot pinpoint it either. The other guests rolled their eyes in disdain, then dispersed in a clamor. Master, as per your request, the construction is complete, Wu Changqing reported to Han Lian after a thorough inspection. Upon hearing this, Han Lian's eyes brightened. He swept his spiritual sense across the entire building, nodding in satisfaction, for there were indeed no oversights. With that, he rose and strode outside, for all that was left was to hang the sign and commence operations. Outside the pavilion, Han Lian's appearance stirred a commotion among the onlookers. Typically, he did not reveal himself during storytelling, so his presence indicated an announcement was forthcoming. That as the crowd quieted, he clasped his hands together and spoke with clarity. Everyone, I, Han, have renovated the tea house inn, and it is now complete. There is no need to mention its former name. The time is ripe. I shall bestow a new name upon this establishment. With that, he retrieved the 9 Heavens Azure God Jade from the storeroom. Initially intended for crafting a weapon, he had changed his mind during the refining process. The jade had taken on a long rectangular shape, resembling a plaque, perfectly suited for the newly constructed inn. With a swift motion, Han Lian affixed the plaque created from the jade to at that moment. A fleeting azure lotus pattern flickered in his brow. And under the residual power of the heart of the Azure Emperor, 3 grand characters gradually coalesced. Tontian Pavilion. As these characters emerged, the plaque radiated a gentle glow, its spirit vibrant and alive. This spectacle drew gasps from the crowd. While this is indeed fitting for the inn, it hardly does justice to the Tontian name. A thought flickered in Han Lian's mind. With a swift gesture, he summoned 2 small flags into his palms. As he twirled them, the flags quickly expanded to dozens of feet, rustling in the air. These were no ordinary objects. They were the core of the Dao Palace battle formation, the Taiyin and Taiyang banners. Han Lian stirred the banners, causing the spiritual energy in the area to surge. That he unleashed the sun and moon circulation, celestial phenomenon, hurling the 2 large flags towards the heart of the building. In an instant, the banners landed at the core positions of the inn and tea house. Patterns of formations crystallized upon the Taiyin and Taiyang banners, spreading outward to connect the entire structure. During construction, he had commanded Wu Changqing to inscribe the Dao patterns, and now, with the formation's core established, they manifested beautifully. The grand array enveloped the area, yin and yang in harmonious flow, as ethereal mist of spiritual energy materialized. The characters' Tontian Pavilion shimmered subtly, infused with profound Dao essence. Having completed these tasks, Han Lian retracted the celestial phenomenon, gracefully descending as he clasped his hands together and smiled at the crowd. With a single thought, I reach the heavens. I declare my dominion over the world. Today, the Tontian Pavilion stands completed, and all may take residence at their leisure. However, I must lay down 3 rules. No fighting, no disturbances, and no disruptions to others' cultivation. Should anyone breach the Tontian Pavilion's prohibitions, they shall be barred from entering henceforth. Having spoken, he turned and entered the Tontian Pavilion, communicating with Wu Changqing. Old Wu, I have granted you a fragment of the Yin-Yang Grand Formation's authority. Refine it and guard this place. Show no mercy to those with ill intentions. Eliminate them without hesitation. Furthermore, the plaque has developed a spirit during the refining process, likely possessing the ability to discern good from evil. Keep a watchful eye on it, lest it lead to the demise of a life. Upon hearing Han Lian's words, Wu Changqing expressed no surprise. promptly accepting the command that he began to refine the authority of the grand formation. Sensing the spirit of the Tongtian plaque, and sighed internally. Not only would others covet it, but even cultivators from the four extremes and the dragon transformation's secret realm would go mad if they knew its origin. After all, it was the nine heavens azure god Jade. His unwavering loyalty to Han Lian meant that if such a scene were to unfold in the world of the heavens, it could incite a tempest of bloodshed. After Han Lian departed, the crowd outside the Tongtian pavilion hesitated, observing the ethereal mist rising that moment. Master Wooding and Lung Hanshan stepped forth from the throng, striding purposefully toward the inn. While it was understandable that others could not see clearly. What of Master Wooding? As a great Nirvana expert, though somewhat uncertain, his keen perception was undeniable. Upon entering the realm of the Tongtian pavilion, a strange aura caused him to pause momentarily, in that fleeting instant. He sensed a hint of danger, a thought flashed through his mind. There exists a force here that could threaten the Nirvana realm, perhaps even beyond, as he suppressed his thoughts and absorbed the rich spiritual energy. He was once again shaken. What sort of gathering technique could result in such a density of spiritual energy, transforming it into mist? It was known that even within the cold mountain palace, few places possessed such a concentration that he lifted his gaze to the heavens, seemingly seeking to discern something. However, his eyes narrowed, and his astonishment resurfaced. The Tongtian plaque was a spiritual artifact. Chapter 50. The Rise of the Prodigy's Wooding Elder. What is the matter? Lung Hanshan, noticing the unusual expression on Master Wooding's face, inquired telepathically. Nothing, let us first secure 2 guest rooms and discuss further, Master Wooding replied, feeling somewhat out of sorts that he suppressed his thoughts and explained to Lung Hanshan. Yet a new question arose in his mind. Tongtian. While the name exudes power, it is indeed rare, and to my recollection, there seems to be no notable figures or forces associated with Tongtian. Could it truly be as Mr. Han described? With a single thought, I reach the heavens. I declare my dominion over the world. No, it cannot be that simple. It seems I must send word to the sect and investigate further. For there may be matters relating to Dongtian that I am yet unaware of, as previously articulated by Han Lian. Any force that dares to associate itself with the character Tian seldom escapes unscathed. Even the blood cult, which boasts a lineage spanning over a millennium, faced annihilation simply for desiring to rebrand itself as the Blood God Palace. While it is true that Han Lian's establishment, a tea house, an inn, may not constitute a significant power, the audacity to adopt such a name indeed leaves him somewhat perplexed. Outside the Tongtian pavilion, upon witnessing the arrival of Master Wooding and Lung Hanshan, a flicker of intrigue surfaced among the crowd. Their purpose for being here was to listen to Han Lian's storytelling, and with the inn and the tea house now unified under one roof, convenience was further enhanced. The mere thought of enjoying tales from the comfort of private rooms ignited a gleam in their eyes, prompting them to head toward the Tongtian pavilion. One individual took the lead, and the others quickly followed suit, dispersing the previously gathered crowd in a rush to secure favorable accommodations. Unbeknownst to them, their prior hesitations transformed into an overwhelming eagerness once they entered the domain of the Tongtian pavilion. Atop the city gate of Dongling Prefecture, Princess Yunxiu and her maid Xiaolan sat gazing into the distance, seemingly awaiting someone. After approximately 15 minutes, a majestic tiger, measuring over several lengths, approached on the wind, followed closely by an intricately carved palanquin. The creature's overwhelming aura was so potent that it was detected by the city guards from miles away, who prepared to sound the alarm, only to be halted by Princess Yunxiu. As the tiger drew near to the city, it let out a triumphant roar, and from its side emerged a young man and woman, hand in hand, standing atop the city wall. The young man was strikingly handsome, with a bright and sunny demeanor, his eyes scanning the surroundings until they locked onto Princess Yunxiu, causing his gaze to brighten as he made his way toward her. Although the girl beside him was undeniably lovely, she exuded a subtle air of authority. Having noticed the 2 women accompanying Princess Yunxiu, she quickly tugged at the young man's arm, whispering, "Did you not promise to avoid entanglements with other women?" "Who are they?" The young man paused momentarily, yet his smile remained unperturbed as he replied softly, "What are you thinking?" "That's my sister." The individual in question was none other than the renowned figure Yun Feiyang, fourth on the list of prodigies as mentioned by Han Lian. Not far away, upon observing his hesitation, Princess Yunchio's initial joy upon seeing him diminish significantly. Feiyang, why are you still lingering? Come here at once. I'm coming. Yun Feiyang responded to her call, tugging the girl beside him as he approached her at this moment. The girl had entirely shed her earlier assertiveness, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as Yun Feiyang drew closer. Princess Yunxio scrutinized the girl beside him. While she found her appearance and demeanor quite satisfactory, she felt compelled to remind him, "Little brother, I sent you word days ago to arrive sooner, that I never anticipated you would delay until today. Furthermore, I must caution you that you are not the only one attending. Many prodigies on the list will likely converge here. That fellow from the Wuxing sect, Yu Huang, has already been confirmed by Mr. Han to be on the prodigy list. Although his ranking remains undecided, the top 3 positions are virtually assured. Your situation with his sister may already have dire consequences that I have heard he possesses a violent disposition, and bloodshed follows him readily. Bringing a girl along, do you truly believe his 3,000 floating pagodas are mere decorations?" Yun Feiyang listened obediently to his sister's admonitions, his smile gradually fading as her words sank in. After a brief pause, he finally spoke up, "Sister, this is Yu Huang's sister. Even if she is," Princess Yunxio's words trailed off as realization struck her mid-sentence. She stepped forward to take Yu Li from Yun Feiyang's side. Casting him a reproachful glance as she led Yu Li toward the city, "I was wondering which captivating girl it was. It turns out to be Sister Li. Upon closer inspection, she is indeed a fitting match for Feiyang. Rest assured, should he stray, simply inform your sister, for I have my ways to deal with him. Moreover, with you here, your brother will not act with lethal intent, will he? I have heard that Yu Huang only punishes the wicked." Yu Li, listening to these words, was at a loss for how to respond, merely following along mechanically. However, by the end, she could not help but add, "Sister Yunxio, rest assured, even if my brother were to confront Feiyang, it would only be a lesson at most. By the way, has my brother arrived yet?" "Huh, I haven't heard any commotion." "Huh. The sect had previously informed me that my brother departed long ago, and by my calculations, it has been about 10 days." At this point, she suddenly seemed to recall something, falling silent, for some matters were better left unspoken. Thousands of miles away, upon the river, Yu Huang deftly dispatched a ferocious beast with a flick of his sleeve, the blood spilling forth, enticing countless fish and shrimp to feast. Just then, the waters surged violently, and a dragon horse emerged from the depths, fixating its gaze on Yu Huang with a murderous glint. "I am the river patrol envoy of Liuguang River, overseeing the waters within 120 miles. Who are you to slay my river's night wraith?" "Night wraith." Yu Huang remained unfazed by the declaration, pointing toward a nearby ruin, and coolly declared, "Beasts that consume humans must be eradicated. What audacity! Even if our night wraith consumes humans, it is our duty to handle it. Should you dare intervene, you shall face dire consequences." With a roar, the dragon horse transformed into a humanoid form, revealing 2 small bulges atop its head. It extended its hand toward the water, summoning a steel fork from the currents, which it hurled toward Yu Huang. Yu Huang regarded it with cold indifference, and as the waves crashed upon him, he moved, ignorant of the facts and unwilling to inquire into the reasons. You govern a territory, yet allow your subordinates to wreak havoc. Such actions warrant punishment. As his words fell, countless strands of azure silk surged forth from behind him, piercing the waters and pinning the figure in place. In an instant, the dragon horse quivered and then exploded into a shower of flesh and blood. Witnessing this turn of events, Yu Huang showed no sign of surprise. Instead, he retrieved a map and scrutinized it with a serious expression before vanishing in a flash of light, leaving behind an enormous tome. Yun Feiyang actually ranks 4th on the prodigy list. Chapter 51. The Qin Maiden, the Zen Master, and the Swordsman on Xiong Island. By the shores of Beiqiong Lake, several ornate red boats floated in parallel formation. Although these vessels were several dozen zhang from the shore, the melodious sounds of laughter and song were distinctly audible. Complementing this ambience was a gentle, warm melody from a guqin, intermingling with the joyful voices, drawing listeners into a state of blissful immersion. Yet in the next moment, the formerly gentle guqin notes abruptly shifted to a rapid tempo, culminating in the sudden appearance of a 4-armed celestial figure. Radiating with a spectrum of colors, the figure wielded copper bells in each hand, striking them in unison to pierce a boat through its hull. threatening to sink it. Simultaneously, a commanding voice echoed from all directions. Wu Miao Miao. You cannot escape. With a resounding clang akin to a sword's cry, the Guqin's melody surged forth, overpowering the sound of the copper bells that in the next instant, the four-armed celestial figure shattered from the head down. Its body collapsing like a ragged sack from the sky. That moment, a woman donned with a cat-faced mask emerged from one of the boats, deftly plucking the strings of the Guqin in her arms. The resulting wave of sound pushed the nearly submerged boat back toward the shore. Those who had fallen into the water were also ushered to safety by the ripple. However, after executing these rescues, Wu Miao Miao displayed no semblance of joy. Instead, she appeared somewhat displeased as she adjusted the strings. The lifeless body, now devoid of vitality, suddenly rose to its feet, having inexplicably appeared behind her. I was hiding here quite well. Who could have anticipated that a storyteller from the southern region would divulge my identity? Just as I settled in for a few days, I must now prepare to leave again, Wu Miao Miao mused absently. But suddenly, her expression shifted, and she swiftly dodged into the the spot where she had just stood. A massive hand emerged from the water. Reaching out for her, above her, a pitch-black bell had inexplicably materialized, threatening to envelop her within its confines. A spirit tool of the Purple Mansion. Gazing upon the grand clock, Wu Miao Miao felt a subtle chill within her heart. However, she swiftly reversed her hand on the ancient zither and forcefully plucked its four strings. The invisible vibrations that ensued caused the great clock to momentarily falter. In that fleeting instant, she exhibited no hesitation and swiftly fled into the distance, though her strike had yet to yield success. Two figures emerged from the shadows, intent on pursuing her retreating silhouette. That moment, the corpse that had been standing behind Wu Miao Miao suddenly stepped forward, blocking the path of the two pursuers. Realizing they had allowed her to escape, the two did not continue their chase, but instead regarded the corpse with grave expressions. Although Wu Miao Miao's control over the corpse was only a fraction of its true power, they could not afford to underestimate it, given their shared realm of transformation. Several dozen miles away, Wu Miao Miao's figure reemerged, standing still with a somewhat distressing expression. This time, her mask was already in tatters, and a distinct wound was visible on her fingertip, crimson droplets of blood falling in an unceasing stream. It was indeed a perilous situation. In order to contend with her, 3 practitioners of the transformation realm had been dispatched, each above the 6th level of transformation. Observing the injury on her fingertip, she felt a surge of anger. Suddenly, Wu Miao Miao recalled something, unable to suppress a disdainful sneer. Humph, that storyteller has exposed my hiding place. Leaving me nowhere to go, I shall secretly conceal myself within his tea house, causing him a headache. In the northern Yin region, atop the snow-capped mountains, a solitary Zen master, clad in a simple robe, was diligently making his way forward, one hand cradling a begging bowl and the other grasping a Zen staff. Although anyone who beheld this master could sense an aura of tranquility surrounding him, upon closer inspection, he exuded a menacing presence akin to that of a demon. He was none other than the 5th ranked on Han Lian's list of prodigies, the blood-robed Zen master, Kong Kai. This great snow mountain spanned the regions of Yanbei, Jinping, Longchuan, and Xiaoxiao. Despite some interruptions along the way, it could be considered a continuous dragon vein. As he continued his journey, the path remained unimpeded. Yet at that moment, for reasons unbeknownst, he abruptly halted. If anyone were present, they would see, atop the mountain peak, a solitary figure standing still in the snow, entirely enveloped in ice and snow, resembling a snowman. Though Kong Kai was blind, he was not devoid of perception. After a moment's hesitation, he intended to shed his robe and drape it over the snowman. However, in the next instant, the snowman suddenly opened its eyes, a sharp glint of blade-like ferocity emerging from within. It exhaled a breath of murky air. It transformed into a swirling mist, the accumulated snow upon it vanishing in an instant. Revealed beneath was a swordsman cradling a blade. The swordsman had already sensed Kong Kai's presence and turned to face him, a flicker of intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Transformation realm. Yet blind. No, wait. This is the state of no 6 senses. He meticulously examined Kong Kai's aura, his expression tightening as a sudden realization dawned upon him that he retrieved a crumpled stack of papers from his bosom, which detailed the grand tales recounted by Han Lian. Flipping to the back and comparing the contents, his gaze ignited with fervor. Indeed, no doubt about it. He is Kong Kai. Drawing a deep breath, he radiated a fierce brilliance, clasping his fists in salute to Kong Kai. Master Kong Kai. I am Song Jiwen, seeking to inquire about your Zen teachings. After a brief moment, as Song Jiwen observed that Kong Kai still showed no sign of response, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his imposing aura to dissipate entirely. Of course, a being in the state of no sixth senses is inherently blind and deaf. Even if they possess Zen techniques to assist them, such powers are not constantly in operation. If he does not wish to engage me in combat, he could easily disregard my presence entirely. Alas, it seems my temperament falls short in comparison to yours. Why ranking on the prodigy list lags behind yours for a reason. As this thought flickered through his mind, another idea surfaced, and he muttered to himself, "This snow mountain is the confluence of Longchuan and Xiaoxiang, not far from Tian. The blood-robed Zen master has traveled thousands of miles to reach this place." Likely drawn by the prodigy list. Upon hearing these words, Kong Kai could not help but nod slightly. Witnessing this exchange, Song Jiwen was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment that it seemed that the Zen techniques wielded by Kong Kai were continuously at work. Simply unwilling to engage in conflict. Why did it feel as though, in an intangible sense, I am somehow inferior to him? As this thought crossed his mind, gazing down at the vast expanse of snow-covered mountains, an air of melancholy enveloped him. The forces of nature are united. The dragon vein, traversing multiple realms of the Xuanfeng dynasty, could surely reconverge, revealing its essence. However, how might I restore my severed blade? Chapter 52. Resuming the tale, the pursuit of the ancient Jiang clan. Time flowed swiftly, and within the span of 3 days, the world turned. Inside the Tongtian Pavilion tea house, the atmosphere was vibrant, with a throng of patrons having arrived early to take their seats. Most were already aware of Han Lian's renovation of the tea house and inn, yet this was their first time entering. Immersed in the rich, spiritual energy, many wore expressions of astonishment. Even those unversed in cultivation could feel the restorative benefits of the spiritual energy entering their bodies. Furthermore, Han Lian had employed a variety of remarkably scientific designs when constructing this tea house, allowing it to accommodate far more patrons than before. Despite the continuous influx of guests, the establishment showed no signs of reaching capacity. Moreover, the tea house now maintained order with the assistance of soldiers, ensuring that even in the event of an incident, the patrons could remain calm and collected. Han Lian had arrived at the tea house early, observing the patrons settling in with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this is the scene I envisioned. His heart stirred, and he raised his hand to open the system map, noting the myriad of light points displayed upon it. There were already several celestial realm cultivators, at least 300 in number, while nearly 100 were of the transformation realm, alongside a hidden multitude of ethereal realm cultivators. As he scanned the crowd, he noted that most of the distinguished individuals were from the younger generation, with older cultivators being exceedingly rare. The influence of the prodigy list of the Liu realm. It certainly seems wise to rank these talents. With this thought in mind, as he observed the 3 long incense sticks on the high platform nearing their end, Han Lian did not hesitate any longer and ascended the stage. Upon his appearance, a brief silence fell over the crowd, quickly followed by an eruption of excitement. Before the audience could raise a clamor, Han Lian, fanning himself with a jade green fan, smiled lightly and said, "Esteemed patrons, you are all the providers of my livelihood. Today marks the inaugural opening of the Tongtian Pavilion Tea House, and for all present, every morsel and sip of tea is on the house." Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. As the saying goes, a short mouth cannot bite the hand that feeds. Observing the patrons' understanding, Han Lian wasted no time, dramatically opening his fan and proclaiming, "Continuing from last time, in the sacred lands, the noble families gather at the Emperor's tomb, while the demon clan schemes for the Emperor's weapon. Ye Fan, through fortune, discovers the divine cache, and the Yin-Yang cemetery reveals the lethal trap. Yi Fan, realizing that the demon Emperor's tomb was beyond his involvement, fled thousands of miles away. However, upon arriving in the northern Dipper Star domain, he found himself within the Lingshu cave heaven, devoid of worldly wealth. After dining, he found himself unable to settle the bill. As the adage goes, a single copper coin can defeat even the mightiest hero. Driven by his own principles, he was unwilling to partake without paying. When his offer of jade artifacts to cover the meal was declined, coupled with nowhere to go, he ultimately remained. Observing the elderly Jiang family pair, Yi Fan was reminded of his longing for home, yearning to return to Blue Star to reunite with his parents. A desire that had become his obsession. At this juncture, it is essential to mention this grandfather and granddaughter duo. The young girl's parents were cultivators from the Yinsha Cave Heaven, both possessing remarkable talents. Yet their exceptional gifts also brought about their downfall, as they inadvertently offended the local clan, the Li family, who covertly employed means to bring about their demise. However, for the sake of appearances, they did not eradicate them entirely, but instead suppressed the grandfather and granddaughter, with the elder frequently suffering severe injuries. Their poverty was such that after Yi Fan consumed a chicken leg, the young girl, Ting Ting, would weep in distress. Despite their own suffering, they were compassionate, hearing of Yi Fan's homelessness and wishing to offer him solace. At this point, he was merely a novice in cultivation, and confronted with such injustice, he could only silently strive to grow stronger. Do you recall the Bodhi seed he obtained on the Yinghua star? This object was enigmatic, adorned with natural patterns, forming an image of a Buddha. As the saying goes, Bodhi aids monks in attaining enlightenment and becoming Buddhas. This Bodhi seed undoubtedly possessed numerous extraordinary properties. Through its mystical effects, Yi Fan was able to comprehend the scriptures that suppressed the sea of suffering, gaining insight into his own realm and advancing his cultivation further. Throughout this process, he utilized the scriptures to condense 19 divine patterns. And as these patterns coalesced, he transformed a cauldron into his life-bound object. What exactly is a cauldron? It is indeed a formidable artifact of the world that in ancient times, the division of the 9 provinces was established with the cauldron as a means to regulate the realm. He wielded that page of the Tao scripture as a weapon, meticulously imprinting the intricate patterns from the green copper shard amidst the sea of suffering onto his own cauldron, thereby gradually enhancing his strength. At this juncture, when confronted with the humiliation inflicted by the Li clan upon the grandfather and grandson, Yi Fan could no longer endure and retaliated with a fierce assault. He incited conflicts among the clans, employing cunning strategies to slay the young master of the Li family. Just as Yi Fan contemplated withdrawing after achieving his goals, a powerful faction arrived, inquiring of everyone whether there existed a family bearing the surname Jiang in this locality. The members of this faction, each mounted upon extraordinary beasts and clad in formidable armor, exuded an air of distinction and authority. You know why they seek the Jiang family, because they hail from the ancient Jiang clan, and their presence here is to locate their long-lost At this point, Han Lian paused slightly, allowing the audience to collect their thoughts. Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd below. I understand now. The Jiang grandfather and grandson mentioned by Mr. Han are indeed from the ancient Jiang clan. Upon hearing these words, those who had been deep in thought also began to awaken from their reverie, their eyes lighting up with anticipation as they gazed at Han Lian. Having heard Han Lian's earlier remarks, especially about the little girl Ting Ting, who was so perceptive it tugged at one's heartstrings, it seemed they had found a potential ally. How could they not feel hopeful? Han Lian, noticing this, clapped his hands in amusement and remarked, Indeed, their Jiang is the same as this grandfather and grandson. The ancient Jiang clan's power and status rivaled that of the Eastern Wilderness sacred land, marking them as truly extraordinary. This group, now aware of the backstory, swiftly annihilated the Li clan, seeking retribution for the parents of little Ting Ting, and targeted the misty cave heaven. As Han Lian spoke, he paused briefly to sip his tea before shifting his narrative. Although they sought justice for little Ting Ting, their attitude towards Yi Fan was markedly different. Due to their strained relations, compounded by his possession of a coveted source that eluded them, the Jiang clan dispatched knights to hunt him down. Relying on an instinctual awareness of impending danger, Yi Fan narrowly evaded capture. Had it not been for his consumption of the sacred medicine and his status as an ancient holy body, a single strike would likely have proved fatal. He traversed a treacherous ancient forbidden zone, only to find himself still pursued by the Jiang clan upon arriving in the realm of the Xiang cave heaven. In this precarious situation, the presence of the source within Yi Fan was detected by the elders of the Xiang cave heaven. Although they did not forcibly extract it, they were nonetheless tempted. For the value of the source was immeasurable. Their intentions were clear: to kill and seize the source. Chapter 53. Where in life do we not meet again? Yi Fan enters the Dan furnace. As the saying goes, those who kill are always killed in return. Unaware of Yi Fan's true strength, several cultivators from the Xiang Cave Heaven fell to his Tao scripture gold paper, among those pursuing him. He even spotted the silhouette of his former beloved, Li Xiaoman. The emotions stirred within Yi Fan were met with indifference, had it not been for a summons from the Xiang Cave Heaven calling its disciples. The unfolding events could have led to a deadly confrontation. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Fan finally managed to escape perilously. However, in the affairs of the world, it is often said that fortune does not come in pairs. And misfortunes never come alone. Just as Yi Fan had narrowly escaped death, he found himself already targeted by another. Do you all recall Elder Han from the Lingshu Cave Heaven? Han Lian paused briefly at this juncture. Addressing the audience below, Elder Han from the Lingshu Cave Heaven. Many in the audience were momentarily taken aback by Han Lian's sudden inquiry, but after a moment's reflection, recognition dawned in their expressions. For Han Lian had previously recounted the conflict between Yi Fan and this Elder Han, and now, with his arrival, it was evident that trouble was imminent. Han Lian had no real intention of seeking a response from the audience. He merely wished to grant them a moment of reflection. After a few breaths, Han Lian sipped his tea and continued. Elder Han possesses considerable cultivation and oversees the alchemical processes within the Lingshu Cave Heaven. Holding a significant position that as his vitality wanes and his lifespan dwindles, he has been diligently preparing to forge a revitalization pill for himself. Upon encountering Yi Fan, he explicitly stated his intentions that he sought to concern himself with Yi Fan by providing him with numerous precious spiritual herbs. Yet he lacked the primary ingredient. That primary ingredient is Yi Fan himself. At this revelation, the audience erupted in astonishment. Can a person truly be used as an ingredient for alchemy at that moment? Someone could no longer contain their outrage, standing up to vehemently condemn the act. To concoct human pills is an abominable act. Such wickedness deserves death. The audience, in agreement, voiced their discontent, echoing various expressions of outrage. Han Lian, witnessing this, did not intervene but quietly observed the audience below. Indeed, in the falling feather realm, there have been instances of human pill tragedies, and not merely once as humanity reigns supreme among all beings. Particularly newborns, who retain their innate essence, they are viewed as irreplaceable medicinal treasures by those with malicious intent. Initially, they utilized humans as medicinal materials to forge human pills, which served as a means for cultivators to shed their spiritual burdens and provided a potent catalyst for their advancement. A single human pill could equate to years of labor for a cultivator. However, such practices were soon condemned by both righteous and demonic sections. Once discovered, the sect responsible for human pill concoction was swiftly eradicated by both paths, leaving a trail of bones in their wake. The act of using humans for alchemy is a grave taboo in the cultivation world. Yet, remnants of such practices still exist, albeit in the shadows, with some noble families covertly supporting them. Han Lian's earlier mention of using humans as primary ingredients undoubtedly stirred painful memories for many. The most recent incident of human pill creation occurred 40 years ago in Tiannandao. Perhaps some among the audience had lost their kin during that tragedy. Their lives claimed to become the stuff of legends. After the audience had vented their emotions, Han Lian seized the moment, elegantly unfurling a jade fan to silence their clamor, and continued, "Do you know why Yi Fan became Elder Han's target for the human pill's primary ingredient? It is because, upon traversing the ancient Forbidden Zone, he consumed the sacred medicine of that realm and transformed into a youthful state. Why Yi Fan's innate constitution is that of an ancient holy body, his vitality and blood comparable to that of a juvenile dragon beast, if not exceeding it. The terrifying vigor of his blood, combined with the sacred fruit of the Forbidden Zone and the elixir of divine spring, rendered him a living treasure of heaven and earth. Even if Yi Fan absorbed the essence of the sacred medicine, remnants would undoubtedly remain within his blood and marrow, providing boundless benefits should he manage to refine even a fraction of it. Elder Han from the Lingshu Cave Heaven intended to concoct the revitalization pill, but with such a prodigious treasure before his eyes, he naturally became fixated on it early on. He had left his mark on Yi Fan long ago. Yet Yi Fan's journey into the depths of the primordial wasteland led him to the Misty Cave Heaven and then to the Xiang Cave Heaven, thus eluding Elder Han's senses. Initially, Elder Han sought to reconnect with an old friend to obtain spiritual herbs sufficient for refining the revitalization pill. However, upon sensing Yi Fan, he was overwhelmed with joy, reflecting on the serendipity of their meeting in life. Naturally, he altered his plan and resolved to capture Yi Fan directly to commence the alchemical process. In the face of such a vast disparity in power, Yi Fan found himself utterly powerless to escape, placing his hopes on the very Jiang clan knights who had pursued him. The knights, drawn by the scent of treasure upon Yi Fan, had been relentless in their chase that if they were to confront Elder Han, he might yet find a sliver of hope for survival. Yet, as is often the case, events rarely unfold as desired. Although the Jiang clan knights sensed Yi Fan's peril and pursued him, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the combined might of Elder Han and his ally. Despite suffering grave injuries, Elder Han's companion had already perished, leaving Yi Fan with no means to resist. Even when Yi Fan attempted to invoke his identity as a Jiang clan knight to intimidate them, a dying man pays little heed to such claims. To prevent Yi Fan from employing any methods of escape, Elder Han searched him thoroughly. He first discovered the shattered jade gifted by Duanda, dismissing it as worthless and casting it aside, prompting Yi Fan to inwardly curse Duanda's folly. As for the Bodhi seed, Elder Han's perceptiveness was lacking. He failed to recognize its significance. Regardless of Yi Fan's desperate attempts to devise a plan, Elder Han remained unmoved, unabashedly stating that he was in a good mood and would allow Yi Fan to choose a cauldron to jump into. Not only that, but he also pierced Yi Fan's limbs and chest with sharp instruments to facilitate the absorption of the medicinal effects, refining him gradually into a human pill. Within the cauldron, Yi Fan's vitality hung by a thread, his consciousness fading into obscurity as every aspect of his being wilted to its nadir. Soon, should his awareness succumb to the merging with the medicinal materials, he would be entirely transformed into the essence of the elixir, ultimately serving as a mere garment for Elder Han. As Han Lian spoke, his voice resonated with a deep melancholy, painting a vivid picture in the minds of the audience, a massive cauldron, within which a figure struggled, consciousness fading, teetering on the brink of death. In that moment, the listeners' emotions ignited, their fists clenched tightly as they lamented the cruel hand of fate to them. It appeared to be an inescapable predicament, one from which no solution could be discerned, no matter how hard they pondered. Chapter 54. The Ancients Do Not Deceive Me. Elder Han is a good man. Could it be that Yi Fan would meet his demise in such a manner? One female listener, deeply engrossed in the tale, found herself unable to conceive of a way out of this dire situation, and she could not help but let out a soft sob. Han Lian's narrative, centered on Yi Fan, had already carved itself into the hearts of the audience with its vivid characters. Noticing her distress, a young man beside her subtly leaned in closer. Many nearby observers, however, stepped back from the storytelling ambience, feeling somewhat disenchanted. Yet upon reflecting on Yi Fan's current plight, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy in previous perilous situations. Whether facing the divine crocodile or other lethal traps, Yi Fan had always found a way to navigate through. Now, having been pierced through the limbs and cast into the cauldron for refinement, how could he possibly escape? Han Lian surveyed the audience, recognizing that their emotions had reached a boiling point, and he spoke softly. Do you truly believe that Yi Fan's life hangs by a thread, with no path left for survival? As soon as his words left his lips, many listeners caught a hint of optimism in his tone, their spirits lifting slightly. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed their minds as they began to hope. Was there truly a way out? After all, Yi Fan possessed the ancient sacred body. Although his physique was currently unable to cultivate, it was the divine herbs and sacred waters that allowed him to open the gates of suffering, a vitality that could not be compared to that of ordinary mortals. Han Lian, observing the eager expressions of his listeners, smiled gently. Let us not forget that Yi Fan is presently immersed in a medicinal liquid rich with life essence. As the liquid envelopes him, despite the scorching flames, it is simultaneously working to mend his injuries. Just as Yi Fan was on the verge of losing consciousness, a surge of ancient characters flowed through his mind, stabilizing his spirit and gradually solidifying his awareness. His trump card was not an external entity, but the profound scriptures within him, the ancient characters woven into his consciousness. As his awareness revived, the first challenge he faced was the searing medicinal liquid. The pain was unbearable, yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. During this process, the unique spiritual energy contained within the flames gradually began to unravel the constraints binding him, allowing his limbs to regain mobility. Seizing this opportunity, he activated the scriptures to resist the refining effects of the liquid while simultaneously repairing his injuries. Once he had made some recovery, he extracted the lotus seeds from the dark jade divine lotus within the liquid and swallowed them for refinement. This rare spiritual medicine possessed extraordinary effects. Just one seed elevated his condition to its peak, and even more astonishingly, it began to manifest anomalies within his sea of suffering, slowly paving the way for liberation. Yi Fan's strength was vastly inferior to Elder Han's, so he could only create a minor commotion while concurrently refining the golden paper of the scriptures, hoping to deliver a critical blow to his opponent. However, no matter the commotion Yi Fan stirred, Elder Han interpreted it as the signs of a supreme elixir being successfully concocted. Listening to the sounds of crashing waves and thunder, he felt a delightful connection to the ancient texts, joyously declaring, "The ancients do not deceive me." Meanwhile, deep within the cauldron, Yi Fan observed that his opponent had no intention of opening the cauldron to check on the situation, so he focused on his breakthrough. During this time, he consumed several precious spiritual medicines, each refining process birthing extraordinary phenomena. Outside the cauldron, Elder Han, captivated by the sounds emanating from within, believed them to signify the imminent success of the treasured elixir, his heart soaring with excitement. Though they were in vastly different circumstances, both Yi Fan and Elder Han shared a similar mindset at that moment, that Yi Fan refined all the medicinal materials within the cauldron. The anomalies eventually ceased, yet Elder Han remained steadfast in his belief that the elixir was nearing completion, its essence coalescing, that he imagined the radiant light that would burst forth upon opening the cauldron. Filled with anticipation as he finally lifted the lid, what emerged was indeed brilliant, but it was the divine light of the golden scripture. Yi Fan struck out, nearly severing Elder Han's body, had it not been for the latter's profound cultivation and abundant life force. He would have surely perished at Yan's such a precarious state, combined with the exhaustion from battling the knights of the Jiang family. He ultimately met his end here. Witnessing Yi Fan's vibrant figure, he let out a final, anguished sigh as Yi Fan beheld Elder Han. Now powerless to resist, he expressed gratitude for the rare spiritual materials he had safeguarded, proclaiming, "In life, where do we not meet again? In the face of adversity, one must remain calm and collected. Opportunities are indeed reserved for the prepared. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me." Under the weight of Yi Fan's words, Elder Han could not muster any retort, ultimately succumbing to his own rage. Seizing the remaining precious spiritual medicines, Yi Fan advanced his life source further, successfully forging a vessel from the crude materials he had accumulated through 4 realms. After overcoming this tribulation, he found himself in a contemplative state, contemplating a return to the mortal realm for further cultivation. During this process, he gleaned a wealth of valuable information. Do you all recall my mention of the Demon Emperor's grave and the deadly traps beneath? Now, beneath these deadly traps, corpses lie in heaps, resembling a forbidden domain. Several previously exalted figures have also fallen within. Even those who have not perished are on the brink of death, fully aware that Yi Fan and his companions have successfully reached the depths of the ancient wilderness. They have dispatched individuals to procure the ancient sacred herbs, hoping to prolong the lives of those esteemed figures. The matter of the Demon Emperor's grave has spread not only throughout the eastern wilderness, but also reached the forces of the central continent, who are now aware of the treasures hidden within the grave and have sent prominent figures to investigate. The affair concerning the Demon Emperor's grave is far from over, while Yi Fan remains vigilant. He does not reveal any signs of trepidation to this moment. He is en route to the Jade Cauldron Celestial Cave, intending to pay a visit to his classmates. After all, time slips away like sand through fingers, and over 2 years have already passed. Han Lien paused in his storytelling, gently closing the jade fan in his hand with a smile adorning his face. Below, the audience remained entranced, slow to regain their senses. When someone finally snapped back, a chuckle escaped their lips, triggering a chain reaction of laughter throughout the tea house. The earlier somber atmosphere transformed into one of joy and mirth as they reflected on the phrase, "In life, where do we not meet again? I come to make you a wedding garment." That as for Elder Han, the very thought of him brought forth laughter. Who says otherwise? Those who commit wrongful deeds will inevitably meet their demise. The ancients do not deceive me. Yes, the ancients do not deceive me. Ha! It's wonderful. Although Elder Han was a figure of trickery, he truly is a good man. Indeed, he is a good man. Just thinking of Yi Fan's grateful expression brings laughter. Ah, Chapter 55. An encounter with the old madman beyond the forbidden grounds. Ding. Congratulations, host. The storytelling has elicited strong, emotional responses from the audience, awarding 1,000 storytelling points, as Han Lien ceased his narrative and listened to the audience's outpouring of emotions. A notification chimed in his mind, 1,000 storytelling points. Neither too many nor too few. A fleeting thought crossed Han Lien's mind, feeling it was well within his expectations. Indeed, upon realizing that Elder Han intended to capture Yi Fan for the purpose of concocting a human elixir, the listeners had already begun to feel indignant, their hearts heavy with frustration. Later, when they discovered Yi Fan had reached a dead end with no means of escape, they silently cursed Elder Han countless times. However, the abrupt turn of events brought immense relief. The more displeased they had been, the more joyous they now felt. Reflecting on it, they could only utter, "What a fitting retribution." This feeling of elation was a rare occurrence. Some audience members even stood, calling out to Han Lien, "Mr. Han, tell us another segment." Upon hearing this, the rest of the audience erupted into laughter, eagerly awaiting Han Lien's next move. Did I in their eyes? Mr. Han was a man of considerable integrity, refusing to accept tips and maintaining his own rhythm and storytelling, that if he wished to continue, none could hinder him. Yet if he chose to stop, no one could sway his resolve. After a moment of contemplation, Han Lien nodded, having not declared an end to his tale. The recent pause had merely been to gauge the contrasting emotional responses. Very well, let me share a little more with you all. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent in anticipation. Han Lien, pouring himself a cup of tea, continued, Yi Fan journeyed to the Jade Cauldron's celestial cave, not only to meet Lu Yi, but also to encounter an unexpected classmate, Zhang Wenshang. This individual, though of average talent and somewhat simple-minded, had only Lu Yi as a friend within the celestial cave. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he was equally surprised, and the two engaged in lively conversation. Entering a tavern to indulge in drinks and reminisce about old times, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin into the universe. Who could fathom the vast distance to the northern Dipper Star domain? Upon mentioning this matter, Zhang Wenshang could not help but be engulfed by sorrow, for when he departed, it was just as his wife was about to give birth. Now, as time hastens by, his return seems ever more elusive, leaving one to ponder how despair could be avoided to end the passage of ordinary lives. Reaching 70 is a rarity. He, having sacrificed his vitality in the ancient forbidden lands, now bears the marks of age. His path of cultivation obscured. Truly, he is weighed down by profound melancholy, which even mountains and seas cannot assuage. Hearing his words, Yi Fan could not help but feel similarly. His motivation for cultivation now revolves solely around the hope of one day returning to his homeland to serve his parents. The two men, immersed in their shared anguish, had lost count of how much wine they had consumed. However, amidst this poignant moment, it seemed that someone had come to disrupt their reverie. Zhang Wenshang, possessing only mediocre cultivation talent in a low realm, found himself overshadowed by Lu Yi, who entered the cave realm with exceptional gifts and was highly regarded. Some cultivators from the Jade Ding Cave, envious of Lu Yi's treatment but unwilling to offend her, sought to compensate by belittling Zhang Wenshang. Witnessing the sincere exchange between Zhang Wenshang and Yi Fan, they could not restrain their mockery. The path of cultivation often sees novices unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, seeking to elevate themselves above others. Their venomous words left Yi Fan with a sense of profound lesson learned. Unexpectedly, among this group was a familiar face to Yi Fan, one Han Feiyu, who had long harbored grievances against him. Gathering the disciples of the Jade Ding Cave around him, he plotted to teach Yi Fan and Zhang Wenshang a lesson. Emboldened by their perceived advantage, he brazenly declared, "Where in life do we not meet again?" At this point, a slight commotion arose from the audience below, as it was evident that some were suppressing laughter with great difficulty. Han Lien, undeterred, continued, "Though Yi Fan's realm is low, he is not to be trifled with. After all, he was capable of defeating Elder Han with a single strike. How could these fledgling cultivators hope to contend with him when he leaves them searching for their teeth? Yet, These cultivators, accustomed to their lofty positions, could hardly endure such indignities and thus sought out their own backing. In that moment, the intent to punish had morphed into murderous intent. The truth remained. Those who kill are invariably hunted in turn. Yet, the backing of a mere Minquan realm cultivator paled in comparison to in the blink of an eye. The latter had dealt fatal retribution to Han Feiyu, who ultimately sought his own demise by confronting his uncle. Such events could not go unnoticed by the elders of the Jade Ding Cave, who upon seeing Yi Fan, approached him with murderous intent, their malice unmasked. However, once they learned of Yi Fan's ancient sacred body and recognized that he was beyond their control, they entertained the thought of recruiting him into the Jade Ding Cave. Such a notion was laughable. Yi Fan flatly refused. After a protracted standoff and careful consideration, he ultimately succeeded in extricating himself, emerging renowned and accomplished. Do you recall when I previously mentioned that some from the ancient aristocratic families and sacred land factions were eyeing the sacred herbs of the ancient Forbidden Land? Yi Fan, having opened the Bitter Sea, was empowered by one such sacred herb and divine spring water. Upon learning this news, he resolved to follow this group, seeking to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. For once they entered the ancient sacred land, all cultivators would find their powers sealed. And Yi Fan's strengths lay not in cultivation, but in his vitality and strength on the periphery of the ancient Forbidden Land. Yi Fan unexpectedly encountered many of his former classmates, which stirred his suspicions, though he could not be certain. After all, these individuals had emerged from the ancient sacred land and had come to seek him out. A development that was hardly surprising that as they waited for the forces of the sacred land families to make their move, no one anticipated the appearance of a white-haired, raving old man at the edge of the ancient Forbidden Land. He seemed oblivious to the others around him, continually repeating a few phrases. They are dead. All of them are dead. Once you enter the Forbidden Land, no one can survive. I have seen rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. As for who this madman was, what would transpire among the ancient aristocratic families and sacred land sects upon their entry into the ancient Forbidden Land, and whether Yi Fan would achieve his desires. At this point, Han Lien paused slightly, snapped his folding fan shut, and smiled lightly, saying, "Please, stay tuned for the next installment." With his words, the audience below began to murmur, realizing the abrupt end of the tale. That madman clearly was no ordinary person. Perhaps he was some ancient fiend. Mr. Han's abrupt conclusion indeed left us feeling quite vexed. The last one who attempted to imitate Mr. Han's storytelling is still better than today. Chapter 56. The Top 3 of the Heavenly Talents. Listening to the murmurs from the audience below, Han Lien remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping his cool tea. In his past life, he had enjoyed reading novels and was a diligent author, well aware of the art of suspense, that if he did not occasionally tease their appetites, even the most splendid tale would lose its flavor. Moreover, now that the audience's tone had softened and their words were pleasant, he felt justified in leaving them in suspense, without a second thought. As for those complaints or thoughts of sending him a dagger, he regarded them as mere fleeting clouds, unlike the disgruntled audience members. A portion of those present felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Han Lien's words. Stay tuned for the next installment. They were now tenser than before, their bodies taut. Most of these individuals were young cultivators, their auras at least reaching the celestial phenomenon realm. After all, the allure of certain matters far surpassed mere storytelling. Their primary purpose for being here was not just to hear tales of celestial grandeur, but rather to discuss the heavenly talent rankings. In a guest room, Princess Yun Xiao, Yin Feiyang, Yu Li, and others sat gathered around a tea table, gazing toward the high platform. Upon hearing Han Lien conclude his tale, the atmosphere in the guest room grew palpably tense. That moment, Yin Feiyang suddenly spoke, turning to Yu Li. Where do you think your brother will rank among the top 3 heavenly talents? Yu Li, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by his question. Without hesitation, she replied, "My brother's strength is unmatched among the heavenly talents of the Liu realm." However, as soon as she finished speaking, her confidence wavered. Remembering something, she stammered, "But I recall my great-grandfather mentioning that while my brother possesses exceptional temperament and innate talent, his foundation can only be considered first-rate, even with the support of my Wuxing sect's teachings. Standing at the pinnacle may still present challenges. He should still have opponents." As she spoke, she observed Yun Feiyang's solemn expression, Stealthily, she grasped his hand in comfort, saying, "Do not worry. In my heart, you are the strongest." Upon hearing this, Yun Feiyong smiled faintly, and their eyes met, filled with affection, creating an intimate atmosphere. Across from them, Princess Yun Xiao and the maid Xiaolan watched the scene unfold, feeling a chill run down their spines as they had had their fill. Though they exchanged no words, the myriad of emotions conveyed through their gazes was beyond description. In another guest room, a different scene unfolded. Nie Tong and Feng Xiao sat across from each other. A plate of broad beans and peanuts between them, surrounded by scattered wine jars. They were enjoying the storytelling of Han Lian, thoroughly at ease. Upon hearing the conclusion of the tale, Nie Tong lifted a wine jar. Drinking deeply, his eyes slightly glazed, and asked, "Feng brother, who do you think that unnamed individual among the top 3 could be?" Feng Xiao, upon hearing this, slammed the wine jar down on the table, retorting, "How would I know? I am only focused on my martial arts, seldom attuned to external affairs." Seeing his reaction, Nie Tong, as a disciple of a sect, naturally possessed considerable intelligence regarding talented individuals that he did not hide his thoughts. Stating frankly, "I suspect that the unnamed individual among the top 3 could be the Daozi from Wushan Palace, Faming, or Huoyanzi from Feihua sect, or Lan Kaier from Bingyu sect." Nie Tong, with a serious expression, named several heavenly talents, but was abruptly interrupted by Feng Xiao's laughter. Wielding the confidence from his inebriation, Feng Xiao mocked lightly, "I may not know about others, but I do remember those you mentioned. Faming from Wushan Palace, with his 7 lives technique, and Huoyanzi from Feihua sect, whose fire tree flying flowers technique is indeed impressive. However, these 2 are far beneath what you claim. They might be talents, but they are certainly unworthy of the top 3. Nie Tong's face flushed red upon hearing this. And just as he was about to retort, Feng Xiao continued, "When I departed from Xiaoxiang, traversing mountains and rivers, I encountered them both that I defeated each of them with sheer force. Moreover, that Faming is rather unscrupulous. His 7 lives technique is one he executes in tandem with his twin brother." Upon hearing this, Nie Tong felt a shiver run down his spine, the effects of the alcohol dissipating entirely as he lowly exclaimed, "Feng Xiao." Feng Xiao, upon hearing the reprimand, suddenly came to his senses, noticing the displeasure etched on the other's face. He realized he had spoken out of turn and, in that moment, sobered up. However, he did not feel he was in the wrong and began to justify himself, as if in self-defense. Mr. Han once stated when ranking the prodigies that the martial fanatic Feng Xiao distinguishes not only between strength but also between life and death. Combat is inherently a matter of giving one's all. One cannot expect it to be without casualties. Nie Tong, upon hearing these words, felt the veins on his forehead throb that he took a deep breath. Gradually regaining his composure, and gravely remarked, "Both Wushan Palace and Feihua sect have produced peak Purple Mansion experts, and the 7th Realm practitioners have not yet become extinct. While speaking of such matters now may be acceptable, should a third party become aware, it could lead to calamity. Moreover, the mountain-moving Grand Master has already passed away." At this juncture, he refrained from saying more, and the guest room fell into an uneasy silence. With both men preoccupied with their thoughts, the jovial spirit of the wine thoroughly dissipated, but on the high platform, Han Lian observed that the audience below had settled down once more, his expression brimming with anticipation and excitement, fully aware of the reason behind it. Indeed, 3 days prior, he had deliberately omitted the top 3 rankings when announcing the prodigy list, promising to reveal them after the tale concluded. Now, with the storytelling at an end, it was time to unveil the top 3 on the Luoyu Realm's prodigy list. Han Lian contemplated the various figures he had encountered in his writings and proclaimed, "The top 3 of the Luoyu Realm's prodigy list are surely figures you all have your favorites for in your hearts. However, just as some prodigies have been ranked among the top 10, I fear many of you may not have heard of them if I do not mention them. Thus, while you may hold certain prodigies dear, they may not rank among the top 10, let alone the top 3 that the contenders you are pondering. I urge you to refrain from further guessing, for your speculations may not hold true. The prodigies I have ranked are the ones that matter." Though Han Lian's words seemed a touch arrogant, there was no dissent from the eager listeners below. Rather, their anticipation grew stronger. Without further ado, he stated, "As for the prodigy ranking from 10th to 4th, I have already addressed it previously, and shall not revisit it today. Now, let us speak of the 3rd prodigy, the slaughtering Shura, Yu Huang. Chapter 57. One Man Against a Nation. The Shura Reincarnated. The Xuanfeng Dynasty. Vast in territory, dominates the splendid landscapes of the Liu realm. However, over 17 to 1800 years ago, this realm was still mired in the fragmentation of 10 nations. During that tumultuous time, the world was in chaos. Today a nation would rise, and tomorrow it would fall, leaving the populace in perpetual unrest. The great tides of the world have always been such that long divisions must eventually lead to reunification. And long reunifications must inevitably lead to divisions that in such a chaotic era, there were bound to be heroes who would emerge to bring an end to the turmoil. The founder of the Xuanfeng Dynasty, Yun Liyuan, was able to topple the 10 nations and divide them into 7 paths, not solely due to his unparalleled strength at the peak of the pure Yang realm, but also because of crucial support from numerous sects within the cultivation world. At that time, Yun Liyuan assessed the world's situation and felt that fate favored him. Thus he invited the top 10 sects to join forces. The foremost among these sects was the Wuxing sect, which boasts a long and illustrious heritage, having existed for nearly 10,000 years, with a profoundly rich foundation. Over the millennia, even the most ancient ancestors of the pure Yang realm have been birthed within its ranks. This sect claims to have hundreds of thousands of followers, existing in a realm of true emptiness, with powerful individuals aplenty and geniuses as common as fish crossing a river. Tio enlists the aid of the Wuxing sect and other powers. Yun Liyuan made a grand vow that if he succeeded in seizing the world, the lands of the 10 nations would be divided among them. With such a promise, the 10 sects were naturally moved and dispatched their powerful cultivators to assist Yun Liyuan in his quest for supremacy. By that time, the world had been in turmoil for over 200 years, with countless resources hoarded by the 10 nations, allowing their cultivators to vastly outnumber those of the present day. In the fierce battles that ensued, numerous formidable beings perished, and even the 10 sects suffered greatly, losing 3 of their ranks, leaving only 7 remaining. After Yun Liyuan established his dynasty, he did not go back on his original oath, dividing the lands of the 10 nations into 7 paths according to the geography, with each sect overseeing one that they collectively selected a leader for each path to govern the territory. The Wuxing sect chose to settle in the Longchuan path. The audience below, having never heard of such matters, were filled with astonishment upon learning this intricate history. Yet some felt perplexed, unable to fathom why Han Lian would delve into these historical accounts, anticipating the confusion reflected in some eyes. Han Lian smiled and continued. Some among you may be wondering why I, Mr. Han, spoke of the slaughtering Shura Yu Huang, only to shift to this seemingly irrelevant history. But I must inform you that it is indeed relevant. Seeing curiosity arise in some listeners, Han Lian did not hold back, stating plainly, in the cultivation world, once one reaches the butterfly transformation realm, they can attain near immortality through a method known as spiritual reincarnation. This slaughtering Shura Yu Huang was a figure from 1800 years ago, who upon birth had already awakened his innate wisdom. The audience erupted in a stir at this revelation. The concept of reincarnation was little understood by the common folk, often dismissed as mere legend. Who could possibly achieve such a feat? That such a matter was directly addressed by Han Lian left them in awe. For cultivators, the implications of successful reincarnation were even more staggering, as it demanded rigorous conditions, and to possess memories of a past life from birth was indeed terrifying. Han Lian, noting their reaction, remained composed, raising his folding fan to quiet the crowd before continuing. Had Yu Huang merely been an ordinary expert or a practitioner of the butterfly transformation realm in his past life, there would have been no need for my words that he was a figure of great significance in his time, and few knew of him during his life, but after his demise, he became renowned throughout the realm. Today, as you venture to Longchuan Path, you may find his tablet enshrined in nearly every county office. This individual was the first ancestor of the 9th realm to fall after the establishment of the Xuanfeng dynasty. Honored as Shura, revered as the Shura king. As Han Lian's words echoed, countless listeners leaped to their feet, their emotions surging like a tempest. However, Han Lian paid them no mind, continuing unabated. The Wuxing sect comprises 3 surnames, Bai, Yu, Enning, and throughout history. The disciples and holy maidens have predominantly belonged to these 3 families. Yu Huang's previous incarnation was a disciple of the Ying's surname from the Wuxing sect, who rarely ventured outside and was largely unrecognized. Known only for his ascetic nature, it was only during the chaotic era of the Ten Nations that he emerged after ascending to the Nirvana realm, transforming his disposition and ruthlessly slaughtering countless sects for the sake of restoring peace. As a result, his title evolved from idle shadow to the widely recognized Shura. During this turbulent time, Yun Liyuan gathered the pinnacle of the 10 sex cultivators, and Yu Huang was among the 24 elite figures. After Yun Liyuan established his dominion over Sun capital, he fulfilled his promise to divide the world into 7 paths. With Yu Huang becoming the first leader of Longchuan Path, it is often said that conquering a realm is easier than maintaining it. Though Longchuan Path had only a small portion bordering the southern barbarians, there were still foreign nations beyond its western frontiers. These nations, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the Central Plains, sought to invade. Little did they know that by the time they arrived at the outskirts of Longchuan, the Xuanfeng dynasty had already secured its fate. Yet they had come thus far, with arrows drawn, unwilling to back down, and plotted to seize Longchuan before gradually expanding their influence. The Shura Grandmaster, with his explosive temperament, would not allow intruders to rest upon his territory. Aware of the impending invasion, he could not tolerate it. However, as the populace had yet to recover, he did not rally an army, but ventured forth alone. That on that fateful day, clad in white, the Shura Grandmaster wielded a floating dust brush, his long hair flowing like a river, and single-handedly halted a 1,000,000-strong army. Confronted by 5 8th Realm Nirvana Grandmasters and 20 to 37th Realm Purple Mansion experts, he stood resolute against them all. This invincible figure thrived amidst the battle, growing ever more exhilarated. Even when faced with overwhelming odds, he maintained the upper hand. In that clash, he fought with such ferocity that the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Transcending to the pure Yang realm, vanquishing those powerful adversaries with sheer might. And that 1,000,000-strong army, not a single soul remained. They were all sacrificed, their blood feeding the floating dust brush, which transformed into a 9th Realm spiritual artifact. The hidden 9th Realm pure Yang from the foreign nation was also severely wounded in their confrontation and forced to retreat. However, you all surely know that slaying mortals with the body of a cultivator is a grave taboo. And there are many intricacies I prefer not to elaborate upon, for his forceful ascent to the 9th Realm cost him his essence, and coupled with the burden of 1,000,000 vengeful souls, he ultimately succumbed to fate, passing away on that battlefield. His white garments remained untouched by blood, yet he was gone, leaving behind only that 9th Realm artifact. The world then began to venerate a single figure, the Shura King, who single-handedly faced an entire nation. It is said, to kill one is a crime, to kill thousands is to be a hero, and to kill millions is to be the greatest among heroes. The Shura King has never shied away from his title. Yet in every sip and every morsel, there is a predetermined fate. The foundation of the Wuxing sect lies in the land of no birth. All cultivators of the 6th Realm and above retain a spiritual consciousness within it. After his demise, that consciousness underwent 2,000 years of cyclical transformation, eventually awakening as the disciple of the Wuxing sect, Yu Huang. Chapter 58. The Sword Cultivator's Obsession, a sword walking alone. At the moment of his awakening, Yu Huang was imbued with innate wisdom, aware of his previous existence. The 9th tier spirit artifact, the 3,000 pagodas, which had sacrificed 1,000,000 living souls, sensed its master and broke free from its seal, acknowledging Yu Huang as its sovereign. Yet, Yu Huang remained the same indifferent soul, reluctant to venture beyond his comfort zone. With the wisdom of his past life and his unparalleled talent in the present, his cultivation progressed without hindrance. However, unbeknownst to all, Yu Huang had long endured torment. The 3,000 pagodas, originally a weapon of mass destruction, had become the foremost spirit weapon of the 8th Realm 2,000 years ago, forged through the blood and life essence of 1,000,000 souls. For the past 1,800 years, it lay dormant, sealed away, as even the most formidable figures of the 8th Realm could not wield it, forced to confine it. This was due to the residual souls of the 1,000,000 beings, whose lingering curses and wails echoed incessantly. Anyone attempting to harness it would have to confront these 1,000,000 grievances. Although Yu Huang could command the 3,000 pagodas, he remained Yu Huang, and one night, haunted by those resentful voices, He fell into self-doubt, questioning the righteousness of his past actions. Yet, amidst this existential crisis, after ascending to the celestial phenomenon realm, he experienced a profound epiphany that turned his hair white overnight, comprehending the true essence of extreme demonic intent, to kill for the sake of preservation. This newfound clarity allowed him to rediscover his path. From that moment forth, the shadow of the ancestral Azura faded from him, and he emerged as a true slayer of myriad beings. He weighed righteousness against his own convictions, slaying countless demons and barbaric tribes to uphold his moral code. He dared to behead the mountain lord of Mongshan and ventured deep into the barbarian lands, slaying demonic cultivators for any violation of his sense of justice. As Han Lien spoke thus, he elegantly opened his folding fan and proclaimed loudly, "The white-clad Azura Yuang shall be ranked third among the prodigies." At this proclamation, the audience erupted into applause. However, Han Lien did not pause, continuing, "Logically, with his memories of the ninth realm, it stands to reason that he could contend for the first position. The reason he is placed third is due to his excessively rigid path of killing, which he has realized contradicts the principles of heavenly conduct, depleting much of his foundation and lifespan. Furthermore, even if all humanity were to be annihilated, this extreme demonic truth would ultimately remain an illusion. Should he advance beyond this extreme demonic intent and grasp the notion of killing to preserve life, severing karma rather than slaying people, while the first prodigy remains unknown, there is no reason why another great celestial sovereign could not emerge from the pure Yang realm." With this statement, he offered no opportunity for contemplation among the audience, and continued, "The second on the prodigy list, the lone swordsman. The lone swordsman is a figure without sect or kin, a solitary entity. If I were to remain silent today, it is likely that none would know who this person truly is. His origins can be traced back to before the 10 Kingdoms. During the Battle of Tianyang Mountain in the Great Qian Kingdom, as Han Lien uttered these words, the listeners below wore expressions of perplexity, save for Master Wooding, who slightly trembled, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes at the mention of the Battle of Tianyang Mountain. He slowly articulated the phrase, his tone imbued with a mysterious gravity, prompting Lung Hanshan to glance at him. "Master Wooding?" "No matter. Simply listen to Mr. Han," he replied, shaking his head slightly, as if reluctant to divulge certain veiled information, realizing she could not extract any further clarification. Lung Hanshan suppressed her curiosity, placing her hopes in Han Lien's narrative. At this moment, her emotions were a tumult of surprise and confusion. There are 10 individuals on the prodigy list, and now 9 have been revealed, leaving only the first. But do I truly possess the capability to become the foremost prodigy? If I were to mention the Great Qian Kingdom, perhaps some would recognize it from the historical records. It was once the greatest nation in the Falling Feather realm, spanning vast territories of southern barbarians and northern tundras, its might overshadowing even the Xuanfeng dynasty. It was the collapse of the Great Qian dynasty that led to 3 centuries of chaos among the 10 kingdoms. Yet, the Battle of Tianyang Mountain is something only a select few have heard of. Tianyang Mountain is not merely a geographical location. It is also the stronghold of the Dangtian Sword Sect, a pillar of the Great Qian dynasty, which guarded the Tianyang Mountain abyss, exterminating demonic entities. This demonic presence was not merely a sect, but genuine demons. Within this sect, it was said that a pure young being would emerge every 500 years. And even 2 great celestial sovereigns had once arisen from its ranks. The path of sword cultivation is one of unwavering resolve, yet the Dangtian sword sect embodied this to an even greater degree. Adhering to the creed of better to be shattered than to remain whole, mastering the art of killing through the sword, reigning supreme in the Falling Feather realm. Yet, such a formidable sword sect found itself besieged by demonic forces. Though countless demons perished, the sect ultimately expended everything, leaving no living souls behind. Following this battle, the sword cultivators of the Falling Feather realm dwindled to a mere fraction, with none surviving, resulting in a profound decline of swordsmanship in the realm. The downfall of this sect marked the foreboding of the Great Qian dynasty's demise. This is a matter we shall set aside for now, focusing instead on the lone swordsman. Han Lien's words left the listeners in awe, igniting a sense of powerlessness within them. Yet Han Lien remained unfazed, continuing, "The lone swordsman is neither human nor a manifestation of a sword spirit. He is an anomaly, to be more precise. He transcends this realm, no longer bound by the five elements, unfettered by heavenly laws. The reason the Dangtian sword sect attracted the onslaught of demons was due to a multitude of factors, one of which was the principles of swordsmanship. A certain sword master, disillusioned by the path of slaughter, sought to create a new sword doctrine. Have any of you ever understood the game of Go? In the mundane world, Go spans 19 lines, elucidating the principles of heaven and earth, encapsulating all that exists within. This sword master envisioned a new path of swordplay based on the principles of Go, aiming to encompass the truths of all beings and to strategize in anticipation of the enemy's moves. This doctrine, which cannot be succinctly summarized by the phrase "the way of the sword," applies not only to swordsmanship but also to martial arts, celestial phenomena, and the art of cultivation. The emergence of such a doctrine caused upheaval in the heavens and was the root of the demonic siege. As I have mentioned, during the Battle of Tiandang Mountain, the Dangtian sword sect fought with all their might, leaving no living souls behind, let alone any possibility of reincarnation. The lone swordsman was born from the collective will of all the sword cultivators who perished in that battle. Chapter 59. When one dominates the 5-do sword path. The first prodigy. Do you all know what is meant by will? Han Lian's expression turned grave, and without glancing at the audience, he mused, "Will is the multitude of thoughts that linger after a person's death. It is not a spiritual thought, but a rather unique existence that if this concept is difficult for you to grasp in the mundane world, there is another term for will, which is demonic. While this interpretation may seem somewhat one-sided, the notion of will can indeed be perceived as a form of demonic essence. During the Battle of Tiandang Mountain, the Dangtian sword sect resolved to perish, sealing off their entire mountain gate from all directions, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. They faded into the annals of time, and these sword cultivators, who would rather shatter than remain whole, harbored unfulfilled desires even after death, manifesting their will within their broken swords. Should any demon escape from the abyss, they would certainly rise to combat it, and if there is a true variable here, it lies in the great sealing formation of the Dangtian sword sect. The 9 curves Dangtian sword array, collaboratively refined by 2 great celestial sovereigns, numerous sword ancestors from the sect, and hundreds of powerful beings. This formation, having been nurtured over countless epochs, had birthed a spirit, maintaining the array's operation and firmly sealing the Tiandang mountain abyss. For although the demonic entities suffered great losses in that battle, they still exist. They lie in wait, silently gathering strength to break the seal atop Tiandang Mountain and re-emerge into the world. As the day of liberation draws near, the spirit of the sword array, willing to taint its own essence to contain the will, strives to give birth to a being capable of wielding this formation. Without a doubt, the spirit succeeded. This array, infused with the wills of countless sword cultivators, with the 9 curves Dangtian sword array as its meridians and the spiritual veins of Tiandang Mountain as its bones, ultimately converged into life. This life is the lone swordsman. Though he appeared as a manifestation of the collective will of countless sword cultivators, he bore no fate or fortune. Nonetheless, he truly came into existence in response to destiny. Observing the demonic entities that roamed the Tiandang Mountain abyss, he instinctively felt their presence should not be in this world. Thus, he became the core of the sword array, drawing upon the spiritual veins of Tiandang Mountain, reactivating the 9 curves Dangtian sword array, and forcibly obliterating this abyss from its lost domain. A being with no cultivation dared to wield its own authority, though he did not perish in the process. He still paid a tremendous price. After this incident, Tiandang Mountain utterly collapsed and ceased to exist, as if everything had never transpired. Yet in the world, there emerged a foolish and simple-minded beggar. The trials of the mortal realm served to temper one's heart. And so it is that he rode past, awakening to the essence of the sword and the intricacies of the mortal realm, ultimately losing even the broken sword in his hand, regardless of the mockery, derision, or oblivion cast upon him by the world. It all amounted to mere fleeting smoke. His spirit, diminished, was refined within the sword, and all his actions stemmed from the deep-seated obsessions of his heart. He required no cultivation. He merely needed to comprehend the path of the sword, and his realm would soar to new heights. Throughout this journey, his memories continually resurfaced, and his understanding of the sword deepened. The solitary swordsman, through his enlightenment of the sword's essence, not only grasped the principles of the sword path and the heart sword method, but elevated the understanding of swordsmanship to an entirely new echelon. Once all obsessions found their resolution and transformed into pure sword intent, should there be a stone in the realm of swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly claim 5 portions of it. When that time comes, he would unfurl the 9 curves of the sky-sweeping sword array from within his heart, returning a resplendent cosmos to the world. At this juncture, Han Lien drew a deep breath and stated, "The reason I have placed him second on the talented individuals list is that he is indeed an anomaly. Though the path of the sword is formidable, it is not merely the swordsmanship that is strong, but the principles of the sword path itself. His inability to fully master the 9 curves of the sky-sweeping sword array reveals a rather evident weakness. To summarize, it can be articulated as one force breaks myriad laws." As Han Lien paused momentarily, denying the listeners a chance to inquire further, he continued, "The first on the talented individuals list, Yu Lien, the exiled celestial, Lung Hanshan." Upon uttering these words, the audience below the platform displayed little reaction, merely gazing eagerly at Han Lien, yearning to understand the reasoning. After all, even as he ranked them, only this individual remained unnamed. However, within the guest chamber, Lung Hanshan's face was flushed with crimson. She looked at Han Lien, her eyes shimmering with emotions that spoke volumes. "So it turns out, I am so strong that I can rank first on the talented individuals list? Yet I recall that Mr. Han did not say so in his earlier predictions. Why has it come to this? Surely, Mr. Han understands my intentions. Could it be that he believes only I, as the first talent, am worthy of him?" In that moment, she no longer bore the demeanor of keeping others at arm's length. Even her thoughts were in disarray, devoid of reason. Conversely, seated not far away, Master Wooding felt a tightening in his heart. He inhaled deeply, ultimately calming his mind, and raised his gaze towards Han Lien, his expression inscrutable that if Chana were the third talent, the second would suffice. But if she truly ranked first, it seems Mr. Han truly knows something. He sighed inwardly, instinctively wanting to intervene, yet with a mind swirling with 1,000 thoughts, he ultimately refrained, lowering his gaze and no longer looking on, for he had already exerted tremendous effort, and regardless, he could not fathom Han Lien's motives that in his mind, Han Lien had donned a label of mysterious and unfathomable. Moreover, the other party had not revealed any hidden cards in this celestial tower. If he were to act, though confident in his escape, what would come after? Alas, such matters, even if unspoken, would come to light eventually. According to Mr. Han's character, he would surely elaborate thoroughly. Perhaps revealing the truth sooner would lessen her heart's burdens. With this thought, he felt an unexpected lightness, as a knot in his heart unraveled. Then, Han Lien elegantly opened the jade-green folding fan, chuckling lightly, and remarked, "Now that we have reached the topic of the first on the talented individuals list, does anyone recall how I described Yu Lien, the exiled celestial, Lung Hanshan?" Upon hearing this, the audience below erupted with enthusiasm, each clamoring to voice their thoughts, a cacophony of voices. Lung Hanshan of the Cold Mountain Palace, a practitioner of the butterfly transformation realm, her celestial embodiment passed down through generations from her ancestral master, wielding the palace's spiritual artifact, the Cold Moon Wheel, single-handedly subduing the Jiao Dragon of the Tongyu realm. The audience's words were somewhat jumbled, but fundamentally, they echoed Han Lien's previous statements. Each spoke with conviction, indicating their genuine interest in the matter. Han Lien, upon hearing their words, raised his fan to quell the noise from below. He took a sip of cool tea to soothe his throat and continued, "What you say is indeed correct. However, I urge you to ponder further. If it were solely based on my previous remarks, this individual would hardly be deemed first. Today, let us recount from the beginning the tale of the first on the talented individuals list, Yu Lien, the exiled celestial, Lung Hanshan." Chapter 60. Yu Lien, the exiled celestial. Accumulation of 8 lives. Han Lien placed the jade-green folding fan upon the table and spoke earnestly. Among the top 10 on the talented individuals list, some are strong in power, some in talent, and others in heritage. Yet this Yu Lien, the exiled celestial, does not rank among the top in any of these 3 aspects within the talented circle. Her greatest strength, aside from her own capabilities, lies in her backing. Backing. The audience below displayed traces of confusion at this statement. Did not this first talent's backing solely consist of the Cold Mountain Palace? no matter how powerful the Cold Mountain Palace may be. It is but a prestigious sect, albeit one of lofty standing in the Liu realm. Could such support truly surpass that of the likes of Yu Wang, the disciple of the Wuxing sect, those among the assembled practitioners, possessing scattered bits of information, wore expressions of disbelief. For the Cold Mountain Palace, established in the Jiqi Dao, while occupying a territory, is known for its cold demeanor and seldom intervenes in the affairs of the realm. Even the Dao Lord of Jiqi is not of their to them. The Cold Mountain Palace seemed the weakest among the 7 sections. I understand your skepticism. Allow me to elaborate. Han Lian, seemingly perceiving the unspoken thoughts of some, smiled lightly. The Cold Mountain Palace stands atop the Cold Mountain at the extreme east of the Jiqi Dao, governing a territory therein. However, if you were to delve into historical records, you might not be aware that at the founding of the Shrouding dynasty, the sect that governed Jiqi Dao was not the Cold Mountain Palace, but the Nine Beasts sect. The Cold Mountain Palace was originally a hidden sect within Jiqi Dao. Its origins were obscure. But a millennium ago, a great upheaval arose. This occurrence was such that even a figure of the 7th realm would have no means of knowing, unless they had personally experienced it. Han Lian paused momentarily, then raised his finger towards the heavens above. Have any of you ever gazed up at the night sky and noticed the 2 moons, one large and one small? You might never have imagined that a millennium ago there were 3 moons. The smallest of these moons fell from the sky during a celestial shift, crashing down upon the Jiqi Dao. When this moon fell, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged chaotically. Mountains shifted and rivers flowed backward, ultimately being intercepted by this hidden sect at great cost. Such a spectacle could hardly escape the eyes of the world. The value of a moon is something all practitioners can comprehend. Coincidentally, as the moon fell within the Jiqi Dao, the 9B sect could hardly restrain their desires. They dispatched several formidable beings to seize the moon, but that hidden sect merely sent forth a fraction of their strength, repelling them and subsequently overwhelming the 9B sect in one fell swoop. With no alternative, this faction of the hidden sect had to step into the world and establish itself, taking over the position originally held by the 9B sect. This action disrupted the balance of power, and the Shrouding dynasty would not allow it. The military minister, Wenzong, descended upon the Jiqi Dao with the might of the entire realm, ultimately returning in defeat. Bested, the remnants of the 9B sect could only retreat into the Sun capital, and from that moment, the Jiqi Dao was known as the Cold Mountain. Yet, the tale does not end here. No one could have anticipated that within the core of this moon, life had begun to stir. This life had developed consciousness, and the sect leader of the hidden sect nurtured it within the spiritual veins for over a decade, ultimately transforming into a young girl named Yu Lian. Due to her extraordinary fate, born with the ability to channel the patterns of rebirth, she could also influence the lunar phases, drawing the attention of heaven and earth. This peculiarity stirred the hidden sect's ambitions, leading to its eventual fragmentation into 3 factions. 1 became the Cold Mountain Palace, residing on Cold Mountain, subduing the water veins of Jiqi Dao, guarding against the East Sea's demon race, and governing a territory. The 2nd became the Hidden Moon sect, established at the ancestral grounds of the hidden sect, preserving the lineage. The 3rd established itself as a demonic sect known as the Demon Moon Hall, with the intent of refining Yu Lian, causing her to metamorphose once more into a stellar core, thus inheriting her celestial destiny and entering an immortal realm, becoming an ancestor of a path. This was not merely a conjecture, but a feasible reality. I once told you that the history of martial arts stretches far back, counting in millennia. The ancestor of martial arts is none other than a being from beyond the heavens, who descended upon the Liu realm with the power of the stars, ultimately integrating the strengths of demonic, magical, and barbaric forces to establish martial arts and create the human dynasty that in the end. The martial ancestor stood unrivaled in this realm, shattering the void to fend off the demonic beings from beyond, and ultimately transforming back into the stars. That star is known as the Wuqing ancestor star. Some speculate that the myriad stars beyond are manifestations of great celestial beings who have transcended the void. Who truly knows? Unquestionably, the Demon Moon Hall of the demonic sect has taken a tangible form. They employed their cunning methods, unhesitatingly sacrificing several formidable beings of the Purple Mansion, ultimately slaying Yu Lian and bringing her corpse back to the Demon Moon Palace. Such actions, of course, stirred the ripples of the will of heaven and earth. It is said that the demon cultivators of the Demon Moon sect transformed entirely into malevolent spirits, leaving no survivors. After Yu Lian's demise, her spirit reincarnated. Although she did not awaken her innate wisdom, each incarnation possessed unparalleled talent. Moreover, each time she descended into the world, the Hidden Moon sect invariably found a way to locate her and bring her back to nurture her within the sect. However, the situation was not as one might expect. Every time she reached the seventh realm in her cultivation, she did not continue her practice, but rather sat in serene meditation until her demise. It was not until 300 years ago that Yu Lian ascended to the seventh realm within the Hidden Moon sect, triggering the heavenly mechanism and revealing the Nirvana celestial pattern once more. This unforeseen turn of events left countless mighty beings in shock. Some among the 10 demon sects caught a glimpse of the celestial order and, in collaboration with the demon tribes, caused the fall of the Nirvana Great Venerable through a vast number of sacrifices, obliterating the Hidden Moon sect in the process. Despite Yu Lian's formidable techniques, she could not withstand the tides of fate, seemingly aware of her destiny, and thus chose to meditate peacefully. After nearly 300 years, Yu Lian's spirit reincarnated once again, becoming Lung Hanshan of the Cold Mountain Palace. Her rebirth was inherently a transformation of fate, exceedingly arduous. Hence she retained no memories, only a singular strand of spirit. Yet, this strand was the purest, nearly forsaking all that came before. The ancestral teachings and the refinement of the Cold Moon Wheel were originally hers. However, the celestial talent's ranking did not consider these matters, but rather her power in this lifetime, which should rightfully place her at the pinnacle. Whether it be subduing the spirit-communing flood dragon or vanquishing demon cultivators, these feats were manifestations of her strength. In this lifetime, she still faced tribulations, remaining entwined with the malevolent spirits. Should she successfully comprehend her own essence and the accumulation of 8 lifetimes, she would undoubtedly reunite as a singular entity, becoming a figure of near-mythical status, one who could truly be called a sect leader. Yet, should she falter, Yu Lian, the exiled celestial, Yu Lian, being a manifestation of the moon and stars, would inevitably transform back into the moon one day. Chapter 61. The great battle approaches. Upon hearing Han Lian's words, the audience below fell into utter silence. The talents of this generation were indeed somewhat terrifying. Although they all started anew, the convergence of their past life's fortune and foundation was formidable. How could mere talents of a single lifetime stand against them? Moreover, the foremost talent was actually a celestial star incarnate, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Yet Han Lian paid no heed to such thoughts. Continuing to speak, that Lung Hanshan, as I perceive her tribulations, though she has not entirely emerged from her calamities, has nonetheless gained insight in her own tribulations that be why elucidating this point, her fortune and foundation have already begun to coalesce. Among the celestial talents of this era, if one were to unleash their hidden cards in battle, perhaps only 1 in 10 would remain. However, if none dared to reveal their desperate cards, even if 9 united, they would not be her match. Upon hearing this, the previously silent audience could not help but erupt in astonishment. Since they were all within the top 10 of the Falling Feather realm, they were already significantly above ordinary cultivators. Yet to claim that 9 against 1 could still not prevail. Was the gap truly so vast? This was merely the reaction of the ordinary listeners. Those who had already secured their places within the top 10 were naturally even more unsettled. Feng Xiao, who had been drinking, had initially ceased, but unable to resist the allure of the rich and potent wine within the Tontian pavilion. He found himself half drunk and half awake. Hearing this, his face flushed with excitement as he stood by the window of the guest room, laughing heartily. Is Yu Lian, the exiled celestial, present? Mr. Han has placed you at the top. Feng Xiao, naturally believe it. However, to claim that you can single-handedly triumph over the 9 of us celestial talents. As he spoke, he drained the wine jar completely and tossed it back into the guest room. Rushing out of the Tontian pavilion, in the blink of an eye, he unleashed his butterfly transformation realm, his voice booming like thunder. Let us settle this before discussing anything else. Feng Xiao, perhaps intoxicated by the wine, thought to himself that he had no desire to be struck. Meanwhile, Nie Tong, still in the guest room, casually took the empty wine jar, and set it aside, muttering to himself. Yet, just a few steps later, he transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the outside of the Tongtian Pavilion. Count me in, Nie Tong. This ranking of celestial talents ought to be settled with a battle. Upon exiting the Tongtian Pavilion, the two did not wait for Lung Hanshan. Both soaring into the clouds above, as they faced each other, their auras began to boom and expand. Feng Xiu looked at Nie Tong and could not help but laugh heartily, only to see him extend his palm, summoning a celestial phenomenon of white bones behind him, resembling a mountain descending upon Nie Tong. Yu Lian, the exiled celestial, I may not be able to defeat you. So let me warm up against you first. In this strike, Nie Tong clearly sensed the impending danger, and without hesitation, summoned some of his strength, manifesting a blood pool around him, where blood flowed abundantly. You truly are drunk. Let me wake you up. The audience within the tea house of the Tongtian Pavilion initially believed that Han Lian's discourse on the celestial talent rankings would conclude the session. They did not anticipate that it would spark a battle among the talents. In an instant, their eyes brightened, eager to rush out to witness the spectacle up close. Even if they could not see clearly from a distance, it was better than waiting for the results of the celestial battle here. This turn of events was not within Han Lian's expectations. He silently commended Feng Xiu, hoping he would not be too severely beaten. Observing the audience below, Han Lian cleared his throat, calling the eager listeners to a halt. Though the top 10 celestial talents of the Falling Feather realm were all merely in the Butterfly Transformation realm, each possessed strength comparable to that of great cultivators of the Spirit Communing realm. Weapons are without eyes. You all should remain in my Tongtian Pavilion to witness this contest. After his words, he swiftly opened his emerald folding fan, a thought flashing through his mind as he activated the Yin-Yang Grand Array. With a flick of the fan, the ceiling of the tea house began to transform, enveloped in mist, projecting the ongoing battle between Nie Tong and Feng Xiu within the tea house. Not only were the shadows cast, but even their voices were vividly restored. Upon witnessing this, the audience was momentarily frozen, their astonishment rivaling Han Lian's celestial talent rankings. What is this? The legendary mirage. Though shocked, the listeners did not make too much noise. They simply sat quietly, their eyes fixated on the projected battle. Above the clouds, Feng Xiu and Nie Tong were engaged in a fierce duel. The immense celestial phenomenon of bones bore down with a weighty presence, each strike resonating with a thunderous roar. Behind Nie Tong, within the blood pool, a celestial phenomenon formed entirely of blood threads emerged, drawing a bow and knocking an arrow, the blood condensing into a sharp point, growing ever more lethal. Just then, a sound of a zither rang from above the two, accompanied by an invisible blade of sound, and a tinkling laughter echoed in the ears of the crowd. Such a splendid battle. How could it lack the presence of a lady? Upon hearing this commotion, Nie Tong and Feng Xiu seemed to share an unspoken understanding, redirecting their efforts towards the sky. The bones rained down, blood arrows affixed, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. The zither's notes resonated, and figures began to appear, each radiating the strength of the spirit communing realm. Faced with this assault, they hesitated not for an instant, recklessly charging at the two, their forms expanding with vigor. Upon contact, an explosive sound erupted. Boom! A tremendous crash reverberated as the figures summoned by the zither vanished, revealing a woman with a cat-faced mask, elegantly seated amidst the clouds. Her expression one of deep melancholy. You two big men, how could you bear to lay hands on a delicate lady? Upon seeing her, the audience collectively had a single thought, the 8th on the celestial talents ranking. The illusory melody, Wu Miao Miao. As Yun Fiyang gazed at her, his eyes brightened, and a breeze swept through the guest room, whisking him away. Appearing in the clouds, he donned a jade mask, smiling as he spoke. As Miss Wu said, you two big men ought not lay hands on a lady. Whatever means you possess, direct them all at me. And no sooner had he finished speaking than a wave of zither music surged towards him. Do you wish to pluck at my heartstrings? Though it may not be your fault, my sisters despise such a dandy that a gentle breeze swirled, effortlessly dissipating the attack. Yin Fiyang turned to Wu Miao Miao, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. What a pity. Had I met you earlier, who knows, I might have kept you as a beauty by my side. Yet, compared to love, I am more unwilling to be a ruler of a nation. Chapter 62. All celestial talents assemble. Sister Yun Xiao, look at him. In the guest room, the words of Yun Feiyong were clearly heard by Yu Li. Although she knew that in the end, her complaints would be dismissed with a few casual remarks. She could not help but report to Princess Yun Xiao that rascal Feiyong truly deserves a beating. Aware that Yu Li merely sought her consolation, Princess Yun Xiao approached her, took her hand, and said, "Do not worry. No matter how formidable Feiyong may be, he ranks only 4th on the talents list. The inevitable clash among the elites will soon come, and naturally, someone will deal with him." Yet upon hearing this, Yu Li's heart tightened, and she found herself worrying for Yun Feiyong. High above in the clouds, Wu Miao Miao understood the implication of the words spoken, but merely turned her head away, choosing not to look at him. As Yun Feiyong made his entrance, Nie Tong and Feng Xiu felt a palpable pressure. They exchanged glances, as if silently agreeing to strike together, but both sensed something amiss and turned their gaze toward a certain direction. There, a figure was seen riding a donkey, bouncing along merrily. With a beaming smile on his face, he hugged the donkey's head and exclaimed, "What are you planning to do? Count me in. I won team medal with the talents list affair. But be careful. If you get hit, just call out to me, and I'll help you escape." As Su Yixiao dismounted the donkey, the creature whispered something in his ear before darting away without a trace. Yun Feiyong observed this individual, and at that moment, the smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a hint of gravity that he sensed a certain danger emanating from this seemingly cheerful young man. The person before him was none other than Su Yixiao, ranked 6th on the talents list. Surveying the surroundings, Su Yixiao's gaze finally rested on Yun Feiyong, his eyes suddenly sparkling with interest. "You are truly handsome, even more so than that big sister over there. Such good looks. How amusing it would be if I could make you cry." With that, he raised his fist to strike. This punch appeared ordinary. Yet in an instant, it unleashed a thunderous roar, stirring the surrounding clouds into a tumultuous whirl. Boom! Yun Feiyong, witnessing this display of power, felt a twitch of his eyelid. Ignoring Su Yixiao's words, he vanished in the blink of an eye. The winds and clouds converge. In an instant, the clouds above surged violently, forming a tornado that swept towards Su Yixiao. The battlefield amidst the clouds was instantly divided by this powerful gust, as Su Yixiao regarded the swirling clouds with a hint of curiosity, standing firm as he braced himself against the onslaught. When he emerged from the cloud vortex, he bore no injuries, save for his sleeves being torn away, revealing his thin arms beneath. That felt quite nice. He stretched slightly, casting a hopeful glance at Yun Feiyong. Seeing this, Yun Feiyong's expression sharpened. The cloud vortex surged once more, and with a change of his hand seals, a roar akin to a tiger's echoed. The clouds coalesced into the head of a white tiger. "Tiger devours," he commanded, as the tiger's head charged forth with a fearsome presence. Su Yixiao chuckled and clenched his fingers, drawing back as he prepared to unleash his own punch. Their strikes collided, scattering clouds in all directions. When the mist finally cleared, Su Yixiao remained steadfast in his position. This attack is somewhat lacking compared to Xiao Bai. When it roars, it has far more presence. With those words, Su Yixiao leaped high into the air, throwing a punch downwards. Yet, Yun Feiyong did not retreat an inch. The winds howled around them as clouds surged forth, forming a dragon that extended for dozens of yards in mere moments. His eyes were filled with spirit, but more importantly, with fury. The dragon's rage. With a flick of his sleeve, the cloud dragon burst forth, directly neutralizing Su Yixiao's strike. After stumbling back a couple of steps, Su Yixiao firmly planted his feet on the clouds, summoning a colossal 3-headed, 8-armed celestial figure that rose up before him. Upon this figure, 7 colors of light swirled, indicating at least a realm of 7 transformations. Just as he was about to tear apart the cloud dragon with his 8 arms, a resounding blade's cry echoed through the heavens. The azure blade light shimmered brilliantly, stretching at least 10 yards in length. It struck the cloud dragon, causing it to tremble slightly before dissipating into mist. Behind the clouds stood 2 figures, a sword-wielding hermit and a scruffy-looking swordsman. The swordsman, rugged and weathered, sheathed his broken sword after a successful strike and turned to the hermit beside him with a hearty laugh. "Master Konghuan, it seems we have arrived just in time." Whether the figure beside him heard his words remained a mystery, for he remained still and silent, as immobile as a tree stump. Meanwhile, the audience below stirred at the sight of the 2 newcomers. 7th on the talents list, Han Hai Celestial Blade, Song Jiwen. Fifth on the talents list, Blood Robe Master Kong Wan. Observing the earlier battle, an audience member murmured to his companion, "Did you see that one strike? Goodness, it must have been over 10 yards long. If I encountered him, even if he let me run a bit, I doubt I would escape." You are overestimating yourself when you possess the strength to rival Han Hai's celestial blade. His long sword will likely extend to 40 yards. Song Jiwen and Kong Wan journeyed through mountains and rivers, yet ultimately failed to catch the story told by Han Lian regarding the talents list. Upon hearing that the top 3 had already been revealed, Song Jiwen's expression turned to one of regret. However, surveying the many talents engaged in battle, all his thoughts were swiftly swept away as he drew forth his broken sword and flicked it. Then plunged into the fray, the sound of blade cries resonating around him. "Come, let us have a thrilling fight." In contrast, Blood Robe Master Kong Wan remained seated upon the clouds, observing the clashes around him. Whenever an uncontrolled attack veered toward the onlookers below, he deftly deflected it with the bowl in his hand. The ongoing battle was a symphony of wind, blade, and the harmonious music of the qin, with each faction attacking one another in a remarkably synchronized manner, avoiding the simultaneous assault of any one individual. At that moment, a figure clad in white finally made his late entrance. His expression was stoic. Cradling a floating dust, and in his hands, he held a copy of the recently penned Heavenly Chronicle, obtained from unknown sources. That he stood silently to the side, observing, and after finishing the Heavenly Chronicle, he tucked it away. Upon spotting Yun Feiyang, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from him. "Yun Feiyang." He enunciated each syllable of Yun Feiyang's name, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. In an instant, he unleashed his 3,000 floating pagodas, which coalesced into a net of steel needles that launched toward Yun Feiyang. The storm of wind and clouds he had summoned was swiftly pierced through, dispersing back into air. Upon seeing the emergence of Yu Huang, Yun Feiyang's expression shifted dramatically. With a wave of his sleeve, he rode the winds, evading the attacks. Meanwhile, in a wonton stall within Dongling City, a figure resembling a beggar observed from afar. He oscillated between clarity and confusion, pondering how many among the crowd were worthy of his blade. Chapter 63. The Battle of the Talents. I implore you all to lend your assistance. Big brother, here is your wonton soup. Just as the beggar was lost in thought at the stall, a clear voice interrupted his reverie. That he turned to see a little girl, barely taller than the table, her eyes shining with kindness. "Little one, where are the adults from your stall?" "Huh." The girl paused for a moment, then replied, "Grandpa said today is the day for Brother Han to tell stories. So he went to deliver wontons to Brother Han and listen to the tales." "Brother Han, could he be the one who narrates the Heavenly Chronicle? Though I can deduce countless possibilities of the world through the art of swordplay, I still cannot glimpse his whereabouts. He must be an extraordinary figure playing with fate." This thought flickered in his mind. But in an instant, his gaze dulled again. That he glanced at the bowl of wontons before him, scratching his head in surprise. "You must have made a mistake. I only wanted a sip of soup." "I didn't expect a large bowl of wontons. That you're not mistaken. This is the wonton soup meant for you." The little girl, seeing the ragged attire of the beggar, stepped back slightly in fear he might refuse, exclaiming, "You look worse off than before. With this big bowl of wontons, you'll feel much better." He looked at the bowl of wontons before him, overwhelmed with emotion. His once dazed eyes regained clarity. Instead of gazing at the battlefield above, he focused on Jiu Liang. Orphaned at a young age, he perished due to calamity at the age of 17. Huh? As he concentrated on his thoughts, he suddenly looked away, closing his eyes tightly. That a drop of blood trickled from the corner of his eye into the bowl. Something is amiss. Her fate has already been altered. If nothing unexpected occurs, she will lead a mundane life, passing away in her old age. Is this the handiwork of that Master Han? With this thought, a flicker of determination surged in his heart. After sipping the wonton soup, he stood up, casually snapping a twig from the stall. "The soup is delightful, Jiu Liang. Save it for me. I shall return shortly." As his words fell, he took a step forward, and his entire being began to ascend, the sword intent emanating from him gradually coalescing, with a gentle wave of the branch in his hand. The sword energy instantaneously transformed into several streams, separating the celestial prodigies engaged in fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, he had already soared to the clouds. After surveying the assembly of prodigies, he lowered his gaze and casually remarked, Of the top 10 on the prodigy list, 9 have now arrived. Since I have come, the last one should be making an appearance soon, don't you think? The group of prodigies, interrupted mid-battle, wore expressions of displeasure. Yet upon attempting to sense this individual, they found themselves unable to grasp his aura, causing their expressions to shift. This person's strength was likely beyond their own. The one who appeared unassuming, wielding a branch, was none other than the second on the prodigy list, Jian Kuduxing. In a guest room, Lung Hanshan was intently watching the projection from the tea house. Fully engrossed, however, upon realizing that the second on the prodigy list had intervened to halt the conflict, she knew it was time for her to make her entrance. This thought crossed her mind, and without any hesitation, she transformed her escaping light into a beam of radiant energy, shooting skyward. She did not conceal her presence. The chilling aura that repelled all approached her as she emerged. Beside her, a moon wheel materialized, its icy aura causing the surrounding prodigies to stiffen. Since Mr. Han has proclaimed that my strength ranks first on the prodigy list, I shall accept it if anyone here disputes Mr. Han's rankings. Let us settle this in combat. Within the tea house, upon Lung Hanshan's appearance, a wave of astonished gas erupted among the audience, and her aura, which kept others at bay, extinguished any lingering thoughts. The top 10 prodigies have gathered. One onlooker, brimming with excitement, couldn't help but shout out, "I believe I have seen this first prodigy, Lung Hanshan, just over there in the guest room." Someone suddenly recalled exclaiming, "But I wonder if there is any prodigy capable of matching Moon Lian Jixian." With this, the discussions within the tea house ignited, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Meanwhile, Han Lian observed this scene as though it were of no consequence, his gaze lifted towards the projection of the Taiyin Taiyang formation, his heart brimming with anticipation. Before his appearance in the book, Lung Hanshan was already recognized as the strongest among the prodigies, albeit struggling against fate. Yet now, with his emergence as a variable, everything began to shift. He could not stand idly by as events unfolded. Although it was somewhat ambitious to face 9 alone, the depth of his foundation and accumulation was undeniably sufficient to end the heavens upon Lung Hanshan's emergence. She captured the attention of numerous prodigies. They regarded her with varying degrees of seriousness, and a standoff ensued among the assembled prodigies. Since we are all here, let us not waste any more time. If you do not wish to battle, allow me to test this first prodigy. Though the intoxication from the sealing wine had long dissipated, his fervor surged within him, as his words echoed. The celestial phenomenon above him manifested flesh and sinew, quickly transforming into a colossal figure. Coiling serpents adorned this celestial form, with arms extending beside its head, resembling a statue. As he raised his hand, a heavy aura appeared above, swiftly transforming into the shadow of a mountain. Crashing down towards Lung Hanshan. "Mountain mover," he bellowed, the shadow of the mountain multiplying significantly, a towering 100-foot peak descending upon her. Yet, Lung Hanshan's expression remained unchanged. She merely extended a finger to lightly touch the mountain. A clear, melodious sound resonated as the mountain instantaneously turned into a transparent solid of ice, gently dissipating into a moonlit shadow, vanishing without a trace. "Niatong, your strikes are rather superficial. Allow me to engage her." Upon uttering this, he wasted no time, controlling the celestial phenomenon to charge toward Lung Hanshan. Hearing this, Niatong couldn't help but twitch his lips, but still employed his abilities to advance. Blood God celestial phenomenon. "Arise," he roared, as the blood pool behind him began to churn, a crimson arm emerging from it, struggling to break free. The celestial form was suffused with vengeful blood. Blood sacrificed to the soul, 3 lives and 3 deaths. Blood curse go. With this thought, an arm of the celestial phenomenon exploded, transforming into a massive character for vengeance, hurtling toward Lung Hanshan. Witnessing the strike from Feng Xiu and Niatong, Lung Hanshan's countenance remained unchanged. The cold moon wheel beside her spun, forming a protective barrier that deflected their attacks. Noticing other prodigies merely observing, she took a deep breath, and a celestial form, entirely radiant like moonlight, erupted, radiating 10 layers of brilliance. The cold moon wheel returned to its place behind the celestial head. As her voice resonated from the celestial form, "I implore you all to lend your assistance." Chapter 64. 1 against 9. Shadow of Moon Lian Palace. 10 layers of celestial phenomena. A complete metamorphosis of the butterfly realm. The audacity of this first prodigy, seeking to use her fellow prodigies as a sharpening stone to aid her advancement. Song Jiwen's eyes flashed with a glint of sharpness as he raised his hand to break free from his restraints. From his body, the sound of crashing waves could be faintly heard. Since the first prodigy has made her move, let me test my blade. Oceanic celestial phenomenon, arise. He laughed maniacally as surging waves manifested, water entwined with swirling sands, forming a celestial phenomenon steeped in antiquity, slashing forward. As this blade struck down, the surrounding air grew intensely heated, a thunderous roar erupting. Normally, I do not strike against women, and it grieves me to target someone as lovely as you, my dear sister. However, if I do not act, it would be a disservice. Wu Miao Miao gazed at Lung Hanshan, myriad thoughts flitting through her mind, yet she raised her hand to lightly toss her ancient zither into the air. Behind her, a seven-colored halo of a celestial phenomenon materialized. This celestial form, adorned with a phoenix crown, draped in splendid robes, radiated opulence. The celestial figure accepted the ancient zither, fingers dancing upon its strings, producing a melody of deadly beauty. The other prodigies, witnessing this, did not hold back. Apart from the blood robes and master and Yijian Kuduxing, all unleashed their abilities against Lung Hanshan. In an instant. Melodies, strikes, blade energies, and swirling dragons converged upon Lung Hanshan. She regarded these attacks with an impassive expression as the cold moon wheel behind her multiplied, absorbing all incoming assaults. Such tactics are insufficient. A hint of cold moonlight flickered in her eyes as she withdrew the cold moon wheel. Reversing her hand seals, conjuring a palace-like silhouette behind the celestial form. The secret of the passage. The numerous prodigies felt a chill run down their spines. Their spirits heightened that if the celestial phenomenon realm is the condensation of one's own celestial phenomenon, and the butterfly realm signifies the transformation of the celestial phenomenon from illusion to reality, then the passage realm is the pursuit of one's own secret of passage. Each individual's secret is unique. Only through personal discovery can one advance into the passage realm. Moreover, the secret of passage is crucial for condensing the Purple Palace. Should one falter in comprehending and refining their secret, the consequences could be dire. At this moment, many among the prodigies found themselves hovering between the 5th and 9th layers of the butterfly realm. While the elevation in strength from realms was minimal, the grasp of the secret of passage was an entirely different matter. Just then, a terrifying aura emanated from behind the celestial prodigies. They turned to find the blood-robed Zen master, who had remained silent until now. He raised his hand to touch his brow. And after a few breaths, a resplendent light pierced through the clouds, targeting Lung Hanshan's celestial form. The cold moon wheel spun rapidly, forming a light shield to intercept the blow. However, the shield only held for a moment before being shattered by the divine light, crashing down upon Lung Hanshan's celestial form, causing it to tremble slightly. As this attack wore on, the clouds above shifted dramatically. Yunfeng stepped forth, gradually rising in stature. With a hearty laugh, he summoned the cloud energy within a radius of dozens of miles, coalescing it to incite a tempest of wind and thunder, revealing a celestial form with a fearsome visage and 4 wings. This celestial manifestation radiated authority, exuding an aura of dominion. The winds rise. Yun Feiyong flung his wide sleeves, unleashing a storm of cloud energy, a white cloud column charging forward. Upon witnessing this strike, Lung Hanshan's expression grew solemn. Her celestial form emanated waves of moonlight, countering the ensuing force. When the two forces collided, it was silent yet laced with lethal intent. That moment, behind Lung Hanshan's celestial form, another silhouette resembling an ancient, gnarled tree materialized, swaying gently as it absorbed the entirety of the attack. In the passage realm, one must endure to establish. If there is assistance, I shall surely lend a fraction of my strength to this junior. Yuan gazed at Lung Hanshan, a flicker of astonishment glimmering in his eyes, and then tightened his grip on the 3,000 floating pagodas in his hand. He had long awakened his innate wisdom and was acutely aware of the perils of traversing the ethereal realm. Should he fail to achieve success today, it would undoubtedly leave Lung Hanshan severely weakened, requiring a prolonged period of recuperation, a misstep that could jeopardize her foundational strength. That said, even in the chaotic times of yore, such prodigious talents had never been witnessed. What, then, had transpired in this world? This thought flitted through his mind, but was quickly suppressed. Did I in that moment? A sense of annihilation, demise, and despair manifested within him as his flowing white hair danced elegantly, and his spirit reached an almost unparalleled zenith. That I, in the blink of an eye, the originally white floating dust transformed into crimson, with each strand of the sweeping dust resembling a sharp arrow, assailing Lung Hanshan. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of resonant sounds, the celestial phenomenon above Lung Hanshan was riddled with cracks. At this juncture, the confusion in Ejian Ku's eyes dissipated as he wielded a branch, sweeping it toward Lung Hanshan. This final surge of strength must come from me. Lung Hanshan employed her techniques to defend, but every weakness was meticulously uncovered by the lone swordsman. His swordsmanship inherently sought to unravel vitality. And when vitality was utterly extinguished, it naturally led to a state of destruction and rebirth. The sword light was piercing, shattering Lung Hanshan's celestial manifestation in an instant, just as the branch almost grazed Lung Hanshan's delicate neck. She closed her eyes. The moon and stars cast their reflections to this moment. The shattered celestial phenomenon coalesced in shadow, entirely transformed by moonlight. She gradually ascended, vanishing from sight amidst the biting cold. The tenfold halo of the lunar shadow celestial manifestation rose anew. Though the celestial phenomenon retained its previous form, it seemed to have shed all superficial embellishments, returning to its primal essence, with a mere gesture. The cold moon wheel soared back behind her celestial form, and as the moonlight flowed, the great sun in the sky appeared to dim, revealing an ethereal shadow of the moon and stars, its essence resonating with the cosmos. Celestial manifestation. From beginning to end, Lung Hanshan had not taken the initiative to strike, continually seeking to transcend her limits. Now, with her celestial manifestation shattered, she was liberated from all reservations, allowing her physical form to embody celestial essence. Upon fully merging with the celestial phenomenon, her strength multiplied manifold. With a flick of her hand, the moonlight surged outward, dissolving all previous attacks into nothingness. Within that moonlight lay an attack that appeared gentle, yet was, in reality, overwhelmingly potent. Lung Hanshan's most formidable strike. The myriad attacks from the other prodigies, primarily executed through celestial manifestations, were rendered ineffective, and one by one, they suffered varying degrees of backlash, stumbling backward. Some had their strings snapped, others witnessed cracks appearing in their celestial manifestations, while Yo Wang's 3,000 floating pagodas tumbled chaotically. Ejian Ku's branch disintegrated into dust, and the sleeve of his robe exploded due to the moonlight's force. The gravest injuries were undoubtedly sustained by Feng Xiu and Nie Tong, who had charged to the front, ultimately spewing forth copious amounts of blood after their celestial manifestations dissipated. Their shattered lungs and internal organs mingled within. In contrast, Lung Hanshan, under the illumination of the moonlight, truly resembled a celestial being. Behind her, the hazy silhouette of a palace flickered, and nearly everyone discerned the previously vague inscriptions upon it. Moon Lien Palace. Chapter 65. Unexpected Changes. The arrival of the demon sect. Thank you all, Lung Hanshan acknowledged, having single-handedly shattered her celestial manifestation of 100 days illumination and unlocked the mysteries of the ethereal realm. Her aura had reached its pinnacle. Beneath the moonlight's embrace, she gracefully bowed to the assembly of prodigies, her expression imbued with tranquility. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, ominous tribulation clouds began to thicken, heralding the onset of the ethereal tribulation. The prodigies, witnessing this, exhibited a range of expressions, receiving her salutation. The battle among these prodigies had now evolved into Lung Hanshan's personal showcase, rendering any further conflict meaningless. Just as they intended to distance themselves from the eye of the storm, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A scroll unfurled across the sky. This scroll slowly opened, spanning the heavens and enveloping the entirety of Dongling Prefecture. The scroll trembled. A colossal black lotus phantom emerged. Radiating myriad glimmers and intricate array patterns began to materialize. Upon the petals stood statues holding black lotuses, their expressions solemn, the crimson eyes igniting in an instant, releasing waves of ethereal energy that rippled through the air. Witnessing this scene, the gathered prodigies exhibited subtle changes in their expressions. However, the situation did not conclude there. The once resplendent moonlight above was suddenly shrouded in a layer of darkness that I in an instant. The moonlight transformed entirely into a scarlet HUES. This crimson light fell. The entire formation was instantly filled with a plethora of eerie shadows. Black Lotus Sect, Eerie Shadow Sect. The prodigy's expressions shifted slightly, their celestial manifestations swirling as they braced themselves for what was to come. Within the confines of the Tongtian Pavilion, the audience, previously engrossed in the thrilling battle among the prodigies, now found themselves taken aback by the sudden upheaval. The demon sect's unpredictable methods, capable of sealing the heavens and earth, were manifestly aimed at the prodigies, yet collateral damage was inevitable. Though I had anticipated that this contest among the prodigies would not conclude so simply, the scale of this turn of events still left me somewhat astonished. Previously, Lung Hanshan had only opened her celestial manifestation to the degree of 6 transformations, yet who could have foreseen that within a matter of days she would attain complete mastery of the transformation realm? Many demon sects were aware of Lung Hanshan's identity and aimed to thwart her before she could grasp the secrets of the ethereal realm. Now that her lineage had been exposed by Han Lian, and the mysteries of the ethereal realm unveiled, some could no longer restrain themselves. Han Lian sipped his tea, gazing at the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly. As a literary figure, he was keenly aware of the forces aiming to confront Lung Hanshan. To summon the shadow of the Blood Moon is truly a grand endeavor. Black Lotus Sect, Eerie Shadow Sect. 9 Beast Sect, Demon Moon Hall, Blood Moon cult to act upon my territory in Dongling Prefecture is to show utter disdain for me. It seems my earlier actions were underestimated by certain individuals. Han Lian unfolded a map, observing the colorful dots shimmering in the void, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within him that I merely wish to narrate tales in peace. Why must they provoke me? These prodigies come to hear my stories, and I cannot allow them to suffer. Very well with this thought, as he noticed Wuding Chansher soaring into the sky, all the red dots on the map vanished. And he smiled. Just moments ago, Wuding Chansher had conveyed to him, urging him to let the suspected Nirvana great master behind him take action. Old Wu, guard the Tongtian Pavilion and protect me that I shall venture out to assess the situation. As his transmission concluded, he spoke aloud, reassuring the audience in the tea house, closing his jade fan with a flourish and ascending to the heavens. Please remain calm. In my Dongling Prefecture, no unforeseen calamity shall arise. Although I am but a scholar, I have never resorted solely to words when reasoning with others. Mr. Han has taken action. Previously, a streak of escaping light had emerged from the tea house, likely another formidable practitioner. The aura emanating from that figure was beyond what an ordinary celestial being could contend with. Even if we ventured out, we would only add to the chaos. It is wiser to heed Mr. Han's advice and remain here. The audience watched Han Lian ascend, collectively holding their breath, tension palpable in the air. Only a few among them analyzed the situation, seeking to reassure the others, seeing the guards of the Tongtian Pavilion remain motionless. Their hearts gradually found solace. High above in the clouds, Lung Hanshan observed the gathering tribulation clouds above her head, her delicate features marred by concern, though she felt no fear of the impending lightning tribulation. The hue of the blood moon unsettled her spirit. Why do I instinctively harbor animosity toward this scarlet moonlight? She activated the cold moon wheel, spinning it as if to encase herself in ice, and then plunged into the tribulation clouds to AT this moment. She held no expectations for Wuding Chansher to rescue her in the short term. While the information regarding his ascension to the Nirvana realm had not been publicly disclosed, his strength was evident. Any opponent he detained was undoubtedly formidable. What she sought was to transcend through the tribulation and resolve the impending crisis. Just then, Han Lian's figure emerged from the Tongtian Pavilion, soaring upward, unabashedly revealing his aura. 6 transformations of the butterfly. The prodigies, to varying degrees, turned their gazes toward Han Lian, surprise flickering in their eyes. Han Lian paid them no mind, instead fixing his gaze on the gathering lightning tribulation in the sky. With a single step, he leapt into the tempest of thunder. Be cautious, everyone. The Black Lotus puppets are not ordinary creatures. Their weakness lies in the lotus mark upon their foreheads. Allow me to first sever this tribulation lightning before confronting them. Listening to Han Lian's words, The expressions of the talented individuals shifted dramatically, yet none made a move. Only Feng Xiu intended to enter the Thunder Tribulation to aid Han Lian, but was struck down by Nie Tong beside him. Mr. Han dares to enter the ethereal Thunder Tribulation. Surely he possesses his own means. What do you intend to do? Do you plan for me to collect your corpse from the moment the calamity clouds appeared until now? Only a few breaths had passed, yet the tribulation lightning had already amassed significantly that as Han Lian stepped into it, bolts of calamity lightning surged forth, crackling and descending upon him. Though attempting to interrupt the tribulation was somewhat challenging, it was not insurmountable. The lightning that struck Han Lian, while causing a slight tingling sensation in his flesh, inflicted no real harm. After the heart of the Azure Emperor entered his body, his physique had transcended the realms of cultivation to an unfathomable degree. Were he to be in the world of Zetian, with his current physicality, he could likely contend with the offspring of otherworldly beasts. Within the tempest of tribulation, Han Lian, relying solely on his perception, effortlessly located Lung Hanchand. At that moment, the looming lightning was brewing, but due to Han Lian's emergence, it all rained down upon him. The disturbances in the tribulation lightning caused by Han Lian's appearance were swiftly detected by Lung Hanshan. Upon seeing Han Lian, a myriad of emotions flickered through her heart: astonishment, surprise, joy, and anger, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to react. Mr. Han, do you intend to stop me from transcending my tribulation? Do you see the red moon above? Is this truly the ethereal tribulation you wish to undergo? Chapter 66. Shattering the Thunder Tribulation. Overpowering the first talent, Han Lian gazed at Lung Hanshan, silently sighing within. Even though her emotional tribulation had already begun to take shape, the heavens continued to toy with fate. Under the guise of the eerie moon, even if she were to truly ascend anew, her ultimate destiny would likely mirror that of 8 lifetimes prior, for the moon and stars fell because they refused to be assimilated by the eerie moon. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become ensnared in this web. Do you see the red moon above? Is this truly the ethereal tribulation you wish to undergo? Upon hearing Han Lian's words, Lung Hanshan momentarily froze, then lifted her gaze to the sky to this moment. The moon shadow she had summoned had fully manifested in a vivid crimson hue, its red aura beginning to gradually seep into the moonly palace that had materialized behind her. The character moon atop the palace faintly glimmered with a red glow. Observing this scene, an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose in her heart. Her ethereal realm's thunder tribulation seemed to have taken on a different nature than before. However, the tribulations of the heavens are beyond one's control. Having already summoned the thunder tribulation, it was impossible for her to halt it unless someone else intervened to take her place. Mr. Han, I harbor an ominous premonition, but it is too late to turn back. With a sigh, she revitalized herself. Even if complications arose, what mattered? As the foremost prodigy of the present age, she naturally possessed the confidence to overcome any obstacle, even if she were schemed against. She could certainly break through with sheer force. Yet, Han Lian offered no response to her words that he regarded the surging thunder tribulation with an air of tranquility that if the thunder tribulation had completely coalesced, it would indeed pose a slight problem. Yet now, Han Lian's thoughts sparked as he took several steps forward, swiftly arriving at the heart of the tribulation. Indeed, within it lay a seemingly ethereal tribulation pool, consuming the heavenly thunder energy and transforming it into Lung Hanshan's tribulation. Were I not within this tome, the fates of heaven and earth would bear no relevance to me. However, since I have arrived, I shall demand a thought to be fulfilled. Han Lian contemplated this, and within a few steps reached the side of the illusory tribulation pool. His vital energy surged forth as he raised his hand and pressed it upon the pool. Accompanied by the heartbeat of the heart of the Azure Emperor, the ethereal shadow of the tribulation pool was finally stirred, slowly lifting. Endless streams of thunder liquid cascaded down upon him, only inducing a mild tingling before transforming into nourishment for his spiritual energy. It seemed the will of the tribulation pool had perceived Han Lian. Whispers echoed in his ears, attempting to lure his consciousness and turn him into a tribulation slave. Yet, even as he exhausted the accumulated thunder liquid, he remained unshaken. That an intangible wave swept over him, and the tribulation pool suddenly blazed with brilliance before vanishing from sight. That am I now marked by the tribulation pool? So be it. After all, the tribulation pool is ultimately an inanimate object. Even if it has developed awareness, it can only act according to its instinctual nature. As for the heavenly tribulation of the Lujiuji, I have never feared it. Han Lian's thoughts flickered as he observed the calamity clouds beginning to disperse. Knowing that he had thwarted the thunder tribulation, that if the calamity had fully coalesced, it would indeed have been troublesome, but to interrupt a half-formed calamity was a simple task. Yet this was only possible for him. Had it been another, it would not have been so straightforward. The heavenly tribulation of the Lujiuji would adapt, according to the tribulation of the cultivator, that if one wished to obstruct another's tribulation. It was no simple feat if your realm surpassed that of the one transcending their tribulation. The calamity would transform into the tribulation fitting your greater realm. Conversely, if your realm was lower, the calamity might not change. But you could still find it difficult to withstand. Furthermore, if such actions were repeated, who could predict what form the heavenly tribulation might take when you truly sought to transcend your own? Han Lian waved his sleeves, stirring the air currents, and in an instant, he dispersed the calamity clouds that had begun to scatter. For a moment, it felt akin to parting the clouds to reveal the sun. Seeing Han Lian so swiftly dissolve her thunder tribulation, Lung Hanshan was somewhat astonished. Yet even more so, she felt an inexplicable sensation. Truly worthy of my admiration, Mr. Han. A remarkable man indeed. However, at that moment, her expression shifted slightly, and she quickly steadied her mind that Mr. Han, be cautious. The thunder tribulation still exists. Indeed, you are entangled in the great momentum and the secrets of the ethereal. Unless your state changes, the calamity will inevitably return. But you need not worry. Simply extricate yourself from this state. With his words, Han Lian's spirit stirred, and the dragon elephant suppression emerged, parting the clouds and mist. The imposing figure of the barbaric elephant, exuding an ancient and terrifying aura, intertwined with the chains of the prison dragon that resonated ominously, the divine dragon visible at its head but not its tail. Without hesitation, as the thunder tribulation began to coalesce once more, he summoned his celestial phenomena and struck forth. Lung Hanshan observed, her eyes narrowing. Even if she wished to hold back, her current state was at its peak. When she employed her means, she naturally exerted her full strength. She transformed into a celestial phenomenon, raising her hand in a moon-catching gesture, and the cold moon wheel materialized in her palm. As she swung it forth, the surrounding space nearly twisted. Dragon elephant, upon witnessing this, Han Lian exclaimed softly. The air reverberated with the sounds of the elephants trumpeting and the dragons roaring, as everything around them seemed to still. Watching the moon will slowly approach him, he raised his palm and lightly flicked it. With a crisp chime, the moon will transformed back into a spiritual artifact and descended. He grasped it in his hand, his figure gradually ascending, hands clasped behind him as he slowly uttered two words, suppress prison. With a clatter, the sounds of chains echoed from nowhere, and in an instant, countless chains enveloped Lung Hanshan's celestial phenomenon, gradually sapping her strength. As he gently clenched his palm behind his back, the immense celestial phenomenon shattered along with the severed chains. The strength of the dragon elephant suppression celestial phenomenon lay not merely in the dragon and elephant, but in the binding power inherent in their essence. Originally, executing this technique in one strike might not have sufficed. But it was more than adequate to deal with Lung Hanshan's current state. As Lung Hanshan's celestial phenomenon collapsed, the ethereal shadow of the moonly palace and its secrets re-entered her brow. The sealing of the celestial phenomenon, combined with the previous disruption of her spirit by the heavenly tribulation, left her momentarily unable to sustain herself, her spiritual energy slipping from her control as she plummeted from the sky. Seeing this, Han Lian's expression tightened, and he stepped forward, catching her midair. To Mr. Han, do not speak. Focus on healing. Han Lian placed a finger upon her lips, signaling for her to remain silent. That moment, the cold moon wheel, having been freed from its confinement, flew back to surround Lung Hanshan as a spiritual artifact. It possessed a considerable reserve of spiritual power, which in turn aided in restoring some of Lung Hanshan's strength, preventing her from faltering in midair. He glanced at the enormous black lotus, where the demonic puppet was clashing fiercely with the other prodigies, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze. Though the eerie demon sect targets you, you have reached this point, that I shall see to it that this prodigy list is dealt with first. Han Lian placed the remaining celestial being in Lung Hanshan's hand, imparting its usage method to ensure her safety. while he sensed the hidden fluctuations lurking around. Commanding the dragon-elephant celestial phenomenon, he charged towards the heart of the Black Lotus. Chapter 67. The battle array begins. The flag is driven into the Purple Mansion. Han Lien, wielding the power of the dragon and elephant, unleashed a formidable punch, instantly sealing a magical puppet, which subsequently shattered into fragments. Beneath the echo of the dragon's roar, the dragon and elephant's celestial manifestation soared amidst the Black Lotus. And within a mere moment, several magical puppets disintegrated into ashes that if prior to employing the heart of the Azure Emperor, his combat prowess could be deemed as that of a prodigy, then after utilizing it and unsealing the first layer of restrictions, he transcended into a monstrous being among prodigies. Naturally, dealing with those magical puppets of the Tongyu realm posed no challenge for him. Witnessing the seemingly endless onslaught of magical puppets, Han Lien comprehended the operational principles of the Grand Formation. He was unwilling to squander excessive time here, so he communicated with the other prodigies, urging them to return to the Tongtian Pavilion while he stood suspended in midair as he observed the magical puppets advancing towards him. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. With a deft motion, a palm-sized, entirely black stone tablet materialized before him. Inscribed upon this tablet were the ancient golden characters Seal of the Gods, which flickered briefly before reverting to their archaic form. Han Lien invoked the tablet, and under its mysterious energy, everything around him seemed to slow down. He activated the artifact and hurled it downwards, rapidly expanding until, in just a few breaths, it surpassed the size of the lotus leaves within the Black Lotus array, crashing down onto a core point of the formation that a S1 lotus leaf was obliterated. Several magical puppets trembled and transformed into lifeless stone statues, devoid of any spirit. Upon achieving success with the Seal of the Gods, Han Lien did not pause, but instead directed his assault towards another focal point of the array. Under such a fierce onslaught, the movements of the magical puppets within the Black Lotus array gradually slowed, their attacks remaining fierce yet failing to inflict any harm upon Han Lien. The prodigies, initially reluctant to heed Han Lien's commands, found themselves compelled to return to the guest chambers of the Tongtian Pavilion as Han Lien's methods began to indiscriminately affect friend and foe alike. Gathered together, they observed the unfolding battle from their clouded vantage point, each consumed by myriad thoughts that Wu Miao Miao, supporting Lung Hanshan, gazed skyward with astonishment, her heart racing with relief as she patted her chest. Fortunately, after arriving here, I only intended to trouble Mr. Han and did not act against him. Otherwise, I would be in dire straits. Who could have anticipated that Mr. Han not only surpasses prodigies but stands above them all? Within the tea house of the Tongtian Pavilion, the audience watched the projections with bated breath. They witnessed Han Lien enter a thunderous tribulation and shatter the celestial form of Lung Hanshan, cradling her as he descended gracefully, their astonishment immeasurable. When they saw Han Lien wield the Seal of the Gods against the Black Lotus array, rendering dozens of magical puppets incapable of approaching, they were left in awe. One must understand that just moments prior, 9 prodigies had joined forces within the array, barely managing to protect themselves. In their hearts, a singular thought emerged. No wonder Mr. Han can evaluate prodigies. It turns out he himself transcends them. As they recalled their earlier doubts regarding Mr. Han's fairness and lack of basis, their minds grew chaotic. Indeed, one must not underestimate anyone. Even a storyteller in a tea house could command their admiration. As they observed Han Lien, who was furiously assaulting the Black Lotus array with the Seal of the Gods, they could not help but swallow hard, their earlier contemplations vanishing into thin air. Just as Han Lien had obliterated a significant portion of the Black Lotus array, an individual concealed in the shadows could no longer remain idle. Accompanied by a ripple in space, a monk clad in a black robe, adorned with pure white lotus patterns, stepped forth to flick his wrist, sending a lotus flower floating gently towards Han Lien, his gaze seemingly devoid of emotion, yet laced with murderous intent. You are the Han, the storyteller from Dongling Prefecture, are you not? Originally an outsider, why do you meddle in our affairs and risk your life? Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the lotus flower detonated against the Seal of the Gods before Han Lien, its explosive force causing him to stagger backward, his footing uncertain. Although Han Lien remained unharmed, he understood the might of the attack was beyond his capacity to counter, the level of the Purple Mansion. Utilizing certain methods, one could traverse the interstitial spaces, shrouded in mystery. While not as free as those in the Nirvana realm, his prowess was nonetheless formidable that he glanced at the system map, observing the various luminous points, and could not help but chuckle. Several factions are willing to send 3 Purple Mansion cultivators to deal with me. If this is truly all they can muster, they may as well be outmatched by that donkey accompanying Sui Xiao. Han Lian disregarded the man before him, allowing the seal of the gods to gradually shrink until it rested in his palm, his expression tranquil. 2 Nirvana beings and 3 from the Purple Mansion. Should they fall here, I imagine your respective factions would feel a profound sense of loss. What are you saying? Truly seeking death? The black-robed monk's expression shifted upon hearing this. His tone sharp, he found himself momentarily uncertain in the face of Han Lian's demeanor. Han Lian, unfazed, leisurely toyed with the replica of the seal of the gods, retracting the dragon and elephant celestial form, and remarked, "Let me clarify. You are unaware that Master Wooding has ascended to the Nirvana realm. And you certainly do not know that I, Han, am not one to be trifled with. Since you have arrived, do not think of leaving." As his words fell, his figure swayed, the sun and moon celestial formation erupting into motion. Celestial manifestations beckoning forth as 2 massive banner phantoms materialized in his grasp, their movements resonating with a martial clangor. The 2 Purple Mansion experts concealed within the spatial folds had yet to react before being compelled out by the formation. The entire scope of Dongling Prefecture witnessed the Taiyin and Taiyang Dao Palace array gradually dismantling the Black Lotus array's patterns, stabilizing the surrounding space. Though it was his first encounter with a being of the 7th realm, Han Lian, armed with the battle formation, remained undaunted. He waved the phantoms of the Taiyin and Taiyang formation banners, penetrating the space, swiftly impaling the 2 figures. They were hoisted high, suspended at the apex of the formation. As the array's patterns disintegrated, a cacophony of shattering resonating through the AI in ordinary combat. The 2 Purple Mansion experts would possess myriad means, yet within the confines of the Taiyin and Taiyang Dao Palace formation, every aspect was his dominion. To restrain them was effortlessly simple. The 2 Purple Mansion cultivators, however, displayed resolve. Realizing they had lost control of their physical forms, they understood the gravity of their predicament. Those of the Purple Mansion, decisive in their actions, would sacrifice anything to escape death. In the next instant, a ghastly specter emerged from one of the figures, enveloped in a shadowy haze, attempting to flee. Meanwhile, from the other body, a blood-red moonlight materialized. Akin to an eye, retreating in the opposite direction, they comprehended their current circumstances and resolved to abandon their physical forms, seeking to escape as Purple Mansion cultivators, clinging to a thread of hope. Yet within Han Lian's domain, such attempts would not be permitted. Who could leave? Chapter 68. Subduing the Purple Mansion, the donkey's ambush. Han Lian gently caressed the replica of the seal of the gods in his hand. Under his command, it swelled against the wind, once more expanding to a size exceeding 10 zhang. He infused his spiritual energy into it, causing intricate patterns to illuminate upon its surface, emanating a mysterious wave that spread throughout the surrounding space. Although this replica of the seal of the gods was not the genuine artifact, it remained one of the rare imitations in the world, possessing a fraction of the original's might. Within this realm, it was not to be underestimated due to its inherent status as an auxiliary spiritual artifact. The seal of the gods, while not possessing overwhelming destructive power, still held remarkable utility. Upon its reactivation, the 2 fleeing Purple Mansion spiritual entities were directly subdued. Indeed, this replica of the seal of the gods retained its ability to suppress the soul. As his consciousness ebbed and flowed, fissures suddenly appeared above the 2 Purple Mansion figures, and their fleeing spiritual essences screamed in agony. Dissipating into wisps of azure smoke, in the next instant, a crimson drizzle began to fall from the heavens, interspersed with the echoing cries of vengeful spirits. Observing this scene, all who gazed upon it adopted solemn expressions. Their eyes fixated on Han Lian, their previous sentiments transformed entirely. The manifestation of celestial phenomena signified the demise of a being from the 7th realm. The black-robed monk, who had initially berated Han Lian, felt a chill creep into his heart. As a fellow Purple Mansion cultivator, he was not significantly stronger than the 2 who had just perished. Should he engage, he would likely meet the same fate. Mr. Han, you have disrupted our sex plans. The great elders will not let this transgression go unpunished, that if you release me. Han Lien, having felt the considerable drain from subduing the two Purple Mansion's spiritual entities with the seal of the gods, raised a hand to massage his brow. As he drew the two Purple Mansion essences into the system warehouse, he merely chuckled coldly upon hearing the monk's plea. Come as you wish, leave as you please. Such convenience does not exist in this world. Moreover, this is not a matter you can dictate. Since you seek my life, do not expect to leave unscathed. As his words faded, an ominous expression suddenly twisted his countenance. He opened his mouth wide and, with a single inhalation, drew the lifeless forms of the two Purple Mansion realm cultivators into his maw, causing his entire being to swell until he resembled a small mountain of flesh. From his body, an otherworldly black lotus emerged, flames of obsidian dancing and flickering around it. Upon witnessing this, Han Lien made no move. He simply stood there, observing calmly. In the next instant, a dull thud resounded, and the black-robed monk felt a momentary daze, as if the world were spinning. Before he could regain his wits, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth lunged at him, swallowing him whole. A slight disturbance rippled through the air. Yet mere breaths later, all was silent. The suddenness of this transformation was so swift that even the signs of his demise had yet to manifest. In the place where the black-robed monk had once stood, a donkey revealed itself, its eyes glinting with cunning. It let out a long belch, seemingly fearful that the Purple Mansion cultivators it had just consumed might burst forth, and it hastily covered its mouth with its hoof. Han Lien, taken aback by the sight, shook his head and chuckled softly, musing, if the esteemed elder truly desires their corpses, one need not resort to such theatrics. The donkey, momentarily stunned by this remark, shook its head and replied in human tongue. You've seen through me, truly impressive. However, I've been pondering your background for several days, yet I remain perplexed. Why ponder what cannot be understood? Han Lien gently shook his head, choosing not to engage further. As the sun and moon traversed the sky, the two battle flags of the Grand Formation dissipated into thin air, and the Dao Palace battle array reverted to the confines of the Heavenly Ascension Pavilion. With the fall of several Purple Mansion realm cultivators controlling the Grand Array, the Black Lotus Formation had long since collapsed, and the demonic puppets once tied to it had transformed into crumbling stone statues. The two descended from the clouds, and Han Lien scrutinized the donkey, suddenly inquiring, why must the esteemed elder persist in this manner? If you so desire, you could unravel the secrets of beastly creation. Who are you really? The donkey's eyes flickered with a sharp glint upon hearing the term beastly creation, as it regarded Han Lien, seemingly attempting to discern his true nature. However, seeing Han Lien respond only with a smile and silence. Its ears drooped once more, and it casually remarked, after all these years, I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, what is more liberating than being a beast? Compared to that fellow, I consider myself fortunate that I merely hope that this young lad can bear the mantle of that individual. Otherwise, at this point, the donkey merely shook its head and let out a long sigh. Han Lien fell into a brief silence, myriad thoughts flashing through his mind, before finally speaking candidly. Divine powers are no match for fate. Even if this continues indefinitely, what then? I hold great admiration for that esteemed elder, but I cannot commend his methods. The donkey paused momentarily, then resumed its rhythmic gait, exclaiming, well said, indeed, divine powers cannot contend with destiny. Yet that fellow truly is a fool. That it appears you possess quite an understanding of our backgrounds. However, you hide yourself well. I have pondered and cannot recall such a figure, were it not for his constant presence. I might have mistaken you for him from back in the day. As their conversation reached this point, Han Lien remained silent, and both fell into contemplation. Just then a rift suddenly opened in the sky above. They glanced upward and beheld divine rainbows cascading from the otherworldly realm, heralding a celestial phenomenon. The undetermined monk stepped forth, his aura still fluctuating, yet in his hand he held a translucent purple mansion. Faint patterns of nirvana could be discerned upon it. They exchanged knowing glances, instantly grasping the situation. The undetermined monk had slain yet another nirvana grandmaster. He surveyed the scene, momentarily pausing over the signs of the fallen purple mansion. Before locking eyes with the donkey, which narrowed its gaze that I in a few swift strides, the donkey approached Han Lien, nodding slightly toward it as it said, "I am ashamed. Those two Nirvana masters were old adversaries, and I allowed one to escape. However, I know their backgrounds, and in time, experts from the sect will take action that I just wonder." As he spoke, a tremor of anxiety crept into his voice, revealing a hint of concern. Not to worry, Han Lien conveyed telepathically, updating him on Lung Hanshan's condition. Upon hearing this, the undetermined monk's expression grew solemn, and he murmured an apology before vanishing in a flash. The donkey, observing this scene, couldn't help but click its tongue in contemplation, sighing, "This young lad truly is formidable. Yet he bears a heavy burden that I wonder how far he will ultimately go." Chapter 69. On the Divine Ranking. The celestial prodigy stands tall. Pray, how shall the future generations ascend? The identity of the undetermined monk, Hong Dingxue, is not particularly complex. Previously, when recounting the tale of Lung Hanshan, Han Lien had touched upon it, though he did not elaborate. Years ago, the hidden sect that acquired the Moonstar core fragmented into three factions: the Cold Mountain Palace, the Hidden Moon Sect, and the Demon Moon Hall. This undetermined monk is the protege of a former Grand Elder from the Hidden Moon Sect. What is a protege? He had followed his master since childhood, living together as if they were father and son. Though his innate talent was not the most outstanding in the Hidden Moon Sect, he was among the elite at the peak of his enlightenment. He attained a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm through a period of seclusion. Time flowed by, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. While it was not a complete transformation of the world, this century witnessed the Hidden Moon Sect's total obliteration from history. Upon learning the reasons behind this, he nearly shattered his mind and reluctantly turned to the Cold Mountain Palace, where, under the guidance of predecessors, he practiced meditation to stabilize his spirit. Yet, having experienced such tumultuous events, his mindset could not be easily calmed by mere meditation down on the frigid peaks of the cold mountain. Unable to stabilize his mind, he chose to let it all go. Seeking tranquility through meditation, he deliberately pursued a path of chaotic mind, for should his heart waver, he would pay the price with the lives of those treacherous demonic beings. Thus, Hong Dingxue ceased to exist, leaving only the undetermined monk in this world. His inner turmoil remained, and having relinquished control of his thoughts, he saw no need to resolve them. Upon learning of the Moonstar as true spirit reincarnating as Lung Hanshan, myriad emotions surged within him, too complex for outsiders to comprehend, that he even resolutely became Lung Hanshan's guardian. The demeanor with which he inquired about her condition earlier had drawn forth a sigh from deep within him. Lung Hanshan had become the undetermined monk's new obsession. Should anything happen to her, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. "Mr. Han, what is it that you wish to accomplish here through your storytelling?" Just as Han Lien was lost in thought, the donkey, seemingly pondering its own matters, suddenly posed the question. "What do you mean?" Han Lien, jolted back to reality by the donkey's words, blinked in surprise before shaking his head with a bemused smile. "I simply wish to tell a good story that I find it hard to believe at this moment." They had arrived outside the Heavenly Ascension Pavilion, and the donkey muttered under its breath before bounding off in search of Sui Xiao. Han Lien had initially intended to rest, but recalling the audience still gathered in the tea house, he decided to head there first. He transformed into a beam of light, soaring to the high platform of the tea house, where sharp-eyed patrons fell silent upon spotting him. Han Lien, feeling a surge of inspiration, dispelled the projection above the tea house. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he chuckled lightly, fanning himself with a hand fan as he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Esteemed guests, plans often change unexpectedly. Did I, Han, have come to share a tale, only to encounter such events? I truly apologize for the disturbance caused. That I am honored, but there is no need for Mr. Han to bear such costs." Indeed, indeed. If it weren't for Mr. Han, we might have perished at the hands of those demonic sections. How could we ask for more? Quite right. If we dined for free at the Heavenly Ascension Pavilion, we would be unworthy of being human. Listening to the patron's banner from below, Han Lien could only chuckle inwardly that he snapped open his jade-green folding fan, gently pressing it down, causing the noise to diminish. He closed the fan and placed it on the table, retrieving the replica of the divine ranking, which now rested in his hand, less than a foot in size, spinning slowly as its brilliance contained itself. Upon its appearance, it immediately captivated the attention of the audience, and the tea house fell into a hushed silence. Clearing his throat, Han Lian smiled and proclaimed, "This here is the heavenly monument, a spiritual artifact in my possession. I have completed recounting the celestial prodigies of the falling feather realm, and I now intend to inscribe the list of prodigies upon this heavenly monument. Those who are listed shall understand its significance." With these words, he took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Feng Xiao, Nie Tong, Wu Miao Miao, Song Jiwen, Su Yi Xiao, Kong Huan, Yin Feiyang, Yu Huang, Du Xing, Lung Hanshan. Will you 10 be willing to be inscribed?" As Han Lian called out their names, an inexplicable sensation resonated within their hearts. The group of prodigies momentarily paused, but soon responded in unison within their minds that in the next instant, the imitation of the divine ranking seemed to respond to an unseen call. Etching their marks upon it, Han Lian released his grip, and the artifact swelled in size, expanding to over several zhang. In an instant, it soared through the air, tracing an arc before landing inside the tea house of the heavenly tower. Toppling a screen and taking its place in the following moment, characters began to materialize on the previously blank surface of the ranking, revealing the names of the prodigies, including the titles spoken by Han Lian. Right below, a tremor of awareness coursed through the hearts of all prodigies. They sensed a newfound connection. Upon reflecting on the subtle intricacies of this phenomenon, they were utterly astonished, having ascended the prodigy list. They not only perceived an increase in their cultivation speed and a refinement in their comprehension of realms, but also discovered that the mental injuries sustained during their encounters with the demonic entities were gradually healing. Moreover, after being listed, they distinctly felt a powerful force suppressing all, drawing away a fragment of their spiritual essence. The information they received was almost too incredible to believe. If they perished and successfully reincarnated, they could awaken their innate wisdom through this spiritual essence. Such a method could only be described as nothing short of miraculous. Each prodigy harbored a shared thought. This heavenly steel was no ordinary object. Han Lian, however, remained indifferent to the myriad thoughts swirling in the minds of the prodigies that moment. He was manipulating the great yin and yang array, completely enveloping the imitation divine ranking in intricate patterns. Indeed, he had a whimsical idea to utilize this imitation as a sign for the tea house of the heavenly tower, leaving it here for posterity. As for why he chose to name it the heavenly steel rather than the divine ranking, he had deliberated carefully. After all, the term divine held significant implications, and should it reach the ears of those with ulterior motives, it could spell trouble. Furthermore, as an imitation, it truly could not bear the weight of the title divine ranking. After much contemplation, he concluded that it would be more fitting to associate it with the heavenly tower and call it the heavenly steel. Just then, a listener, gazing at the shimmering names on the list, suddenly recalled something and inquired, "The prodigies on the list are not fixed. If newcomers surpass them, how do they ascend the prodigy list?" Upon hearing this, the audience's eyes brightened, eagerly turning to Han Lian, anticipating his explanation. Indeed, the waves of the river push the old ones aside. With each new generation, the old is replaced. That if the prodigy list is to be updated, how would one rise to its ranks? Han Lian chuckled lightly, clapping his hands, and replied, "Those who ascend the prodigy list, upon reaching the 7th realm of the Purple Mansion, will naturally depart from it, allowing newcomers to take their place. The updating of the prodigy list is simply a matter of victors advancing and the defeated retreating. There are no other rules." As he spoke, he shifted his tone and continued, "However, to be among the top 10 on the prodigy list, one must possess strength that greatly exceeds that of their peers in the same realm. To challenge them is akin to striking a stone with an egg. That if one is truly confident in their abilities, it would be wiser to first test themselves against the most outstanding talents beneath the prodigy list." The most outstanding talents beneath the prodigy list. The listeners pondered this notion, their curiosity piqued. Before they could voice their questions, Han Lian continued, "Wushan Sword Sect's disciple Wu Wei, the hidden genius of the Guanhai sect. Guan Shanyue, the son of the military general from the Xuanfeng dynasty, Lai Shui, and others are among the top talents below the prodigy list. That if one can surpass them, they will have a fighting chance against those on the prodigy list. However, if one cannot match these individuals and recklessly challenges the prodigy list, the consequences will be theirs to bear. Wushan Sword Sect, Guanhai sect. Those are powerful sects that dominate the realm. Only by surpassing their disciples can one hope to triumph over the prodigies on the list." A young man listening to Han Lian's words felt a flicker of apprehension and murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to him, Han Lien overheard and interrupted with a light-hearted smile, shaking his head. It is not about surpassing them, but rather about surviving at their hands, that if one can endure, there may yet be opportunities in the future. But if one loses their life in the pursuit of the prodigy list, it would be a futile demise. After finishing his statement, Han Lien bowed to the audience below the platform and, taking up his folding fan, made his way backstage. Today has been quite eventful. If there is nothing further, you may disperse. As Han Lien spoke, the audience came to their senses. One individual, noticing that Han Lien had not yet departed, called out, "Mr. Han, now that the prodigy list has been discussed, will there be future discussions on other rankings in the Liu realm?" "Such matters will be addressed in due time." Han Lien replied, "There is no rush." This indicated that Mr. Han would indeed comment on other rankings in the future. The listeners, having detected no refusal in his words, were filled with anticipation. Some quick-witted individuals began to contemplate what topics they might bring before Mr. Han next. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The discussion on the rankings has sparked a strong sense of anticipation among the audience. Earning 2,000 storytelling points. Hearing the prompt from the system, Han Lien momentarily halted, shaking his head with a chuckle. These 2,000 storytelling points. What a pleasant surprise! Upon descending the platform, Han Lien felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite having endured a taxing battle that drained his mental energy, the thought of his storytelling points erased all fatigue from his mind. Let me see how many storytelling points I have now. Han Lien mused, walking toward his guest room while opening the storytelling system panel to check the points. Upon seeing the total, he was taken aback, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What had once been 5,000 storytelling points had now swelled to an impressive 30,000. Among these, 3,000 points were awarded for the audience's emotional response, 7,000 for discussing the prodigy list, and a staggering 15,000 for his storytelling prowess. This total of 30,000 storytelling points would undoubtedly grant Han Lien a substantial boost in strength. With this thought in mind, he felt an overwhelming urgency to return to his guest room and utilize these storytelling points without delay. However, as his pace quickened, he instinctively slowed down. At times like this, one must remain composed. Demeanor is of utmost importance. Demeanor, my foot. I'm ready for an epic 10 consecutive draws. In another guest room, the prodigies had already dispersed, leaving only Wu Miao Miao, Master Wooding, and Su Yixiao, along with the donkey beside them. To tend to the sleeping Lung Hanshan, that Wu Miao Miao gazed enviously at the slumbering Lung Hanshan. Though he was currently in a poor state, the image of Han Lien holding him in his arms lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Regarding Han Lien, she held no romantic inclinations. Yet recalling the expressions of the courtesans discussing him while she played the qin in the red chamber made her feel incredulous. What if those sisters knew that the woman before them was once cradled in Mr. Han's arms? What would their feelings be? Sighing, she took a silk handkerchief and gently wiped her face, lost in thought. What is love, after all? Master Wooding turned his gaze toward the donkey beside Su Yixiao, inquiring with a serious expression, what about the current situation? Due to Lung Hanshan's state of tribulation and damaged spiritual sense. The accumulation of these factors made it difficult for him to probe with his own spiritual essence, although he had already administered the finest healing elixir from the cold mountain palace. He still felt uneasy. While he couldn't discern the donkey's true origins, he had learned from various old friends that this donkey could devour a purple mansion cultivator in one bite. That it was evident that its identity was far from ordinary. The donkey, upon hearing the question, glanced up, then drank tea with gusto, chewing the leaves as though savoring fine delicacies. That girl is fine. It's merely a slight depletion of her essence due to a series of exhausting events. With a few days of rest, she will awaken to as long as she can cultivate on her own. Everything will be just fine. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and added, "Do not blame that fellow named Han." Under the conditions of the world's aberration during tribulation, it is inevitable that one would suffer from the taint of the bizarre, though the extent of the taint may vary. Though there may appear to be no visible changes to the physical body and daily cultivation remains unaltered. Haha! The taint is the taint. To dispel such a great poison of the world is not as simple as a mere reincarnation of the spirit. Taint? Master Wooding seemed to have heard this term for the first time. Expressing his confusion with a question, That it seems that the donkey has long been aware of the origins of the uncertain Zen master, that he snatched Su Yixiao's teacup and drank from it, stating, "The concepts of strange dai and demonic dai are no secrets within the hidden sect, nor among the 7 sects of the current Xuanfeng dynasty. Typically, one only comprehends their essence upon reaching the 7th realm. It is essential to understand that in the early days of this realm, the Falling Feather realm, there were no strange demons. Do you know how these strange demons came to be?" Without waiting for a response, the donkey continued in a somber tone. "The earliest strange demons descended from beyond the heavens. They brought with them strange dai and demonic dai. The former erodes the spiritual will, while the latter corrupts the flesh. Though they may appear as ordinary humans, once tainted by strange demons, they can no longer be regarded as human. Fortunately, this realm is governed by its own laws, and only when a natural order is more pliable can strange and demonic dais manifest. That crimson moon is a form of strange dai. The reason the sect of strange demons is so named is that their cultivation methods have already altered the natural laws. Those beings can no longer be called human, as such news seems unnecessary to elaborate upon. Once you convey this to Han Palace, you will surely grasp the information therein. This. He raised his head, signaling Su Yixiao beside him. "Young one, let us depart." "All right, we shall go." Su Yixiao, who had long been restless, immediately sprang from his chair and wrapped his arms around the donkey's neck, exclaiming, "I had no idea you were so formidable, knowing so much. Indeed, do you not consider who I am?" The donkey replied with a proud smile, somewhat dismissive. Just then, Su Yixiao suddenly recalled something, tugging at the donkey's ear and whispering, "Tell me, exactly what realm are you at?" "My realm? Haha, if I were to claim to be the pure young ancestor, the supreme being on the verge of enlightenment, would you believe me?" "Pah, donkey, you truly are boastful. That if you were the pure young ancestor, then I would surely be the ancestor of the pure young ancestor." The two laughed heartily as they returned to their guest room, which fell silent once more. Within the room, the uncertain Zen master gazed at the sleeping Lung Hanshan, a flicker of gentleness crossing his eyes, before turning his attention to Wu Miao, seemingly pondering something. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Wu Miao felt her heart tighten, unsure of what thoughts were crossing her mind. There are many inconveniences between men and women. You will watch over Dozy for me, and in return, I shall owe you a favor. Upon hearing the uncertain Zen master's words, Wu Miao felt her tension dissipate. She was about to respond when the uncertain Zen master continued. "I recall that the demonic sound sect has some entanglement with you. Since there are currently no Nirvana Great Ones within this sect of strange demons, how about I eliminate them for you?" Startled, Wu Miao shot upright, realizing her reaction was somewhat excessive, and settled back down, slowly shaking her head. "Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed senior. But this matter, it would be inappropriate for outsiders to intervene. Once I reach the Purple Mansion realm, I shall personally confront them." The uncertain Zen master merely nodded. Refraining from further comment, he stated that he would be in the next room, instructing her to contact him at any time should she require assistance. Before leaving the guest room, such is the tyranny of the Nirvana Great Ones, Wu Miao watched the uncertain Zen master's departing figure, her mind racing with myriad thoughts, her resolve to gain strength intensifying. In the highest guest room, Han Lian had completed his bath and changed his attire, gazing down at the cityscape, gradually calming his mind. The earlier disturbances, though unforeseen, had not affected him in the slightest. Utilizing the grand formation of the Taiyin and Taiyang Dao Palace arranged within the Tongtian Pavilion, he could easily slay a Purple Mansion powerhouse with the manipulation of spiritual energy, were he to employ the essence of his origin. Even the Nirvana Great Ones would not intimidate him. Yet he pondered what further measures those sects of strange demons might resort to after suffering such a setback. However, that mattered little. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, let them battle. When water comes, let it flow. As long as they dared to approach the Dongling prefecture city, he had nothing to fear. The only regret was that his current strength was somewhat lacking. Yet, it was of little concern, for he still possessed story points. With that thought, he gathered his focus and settled cross-legged beside his bed, gazing at his system panel. 30,000 story points, while not insignificant, were still a fair amount. With such a sum, a 10-fold draw, I shall attempt a 20-fold draw. Han Lien mused, his mind racing as he fixed his gaze upon the silver treasure chest that had begun to transform. Without hesitation, he clicked to draw. The towering silver treasure chest trembled slightly before bursting open, the familiar glow and sounds enveloping him, all reminiscent of past experiences. However, upon seeing only 5 orange beams of light, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. This draw was rather underwhelming. Silently comforting himself, he then turned to examine his rewards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Butterfly Transformation Pill 5. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Great Demon Black-Backed Golden-Winged Rock Character Fragment 5. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Exotic Beast Black-Backed Golden-Winged Rock Character Fragment 5. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tongyu Great Pill 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Divine Spring Water 2000 cc. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sacred Bodhi Seeds. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Exotic Beast Hatching Nest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Holy Land Forces, Dao Palace Secret Realm Soldiers 100. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Indestructible Heavenly Art, Dao Palace Volume. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the character fragment of the remarkable Wang Tung from the Qishir Mansion 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Glazed Treasure Seal, Dao Palace Secret Realm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Jade Purification Bottle. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sacred Medicine Fruit 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Devouring Heaven Demon Art, Dao Palace Volume. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Purple Copper Warship. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Longevity Lock. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Exotic Beast Golden-Haired Lion, Young Beast Egg 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Primary Source Stones 100. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Intermediate Pure Source Stones 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Holy Land Forces, Dao Palace Secret Realm Soldiers 100. The Great Demon Black-Backed Golden-Winged Rock character has been automatically redeemed. The host may choose whether to summon it. These rewards, truly, only amounted to 5 beams of orange light. Han Lien stared at the prizes, momentarily taken aback, and then widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that he had emptied the silver treasure chest? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and after a moment of hesitation, he opted for a draw from the gold treasure chest instead. Having previously drawn successfully, he believed he could do so again. Chapter 72, The Falling Feather Star Domain Star Map, A Grand Harvest. With that thought, Han Lien took a deep breath, watching as the silver treasure chest transformed into a golden one, before selecting to draw again. The golden treasure chest, shimmering like a galaxy of stars, opened with a thunderous crack, revealing the familiar drawing interface once more. As he observed the radiant beams of light, they swiftly coalesced into a single orange beam, causing a flicker of disappointment to stir within him. What a loss, such a grievous loss. After a brief pause, the story system's notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Falling Feather Star Domain Star Map. A star map? Han Lien, upon hearing this notification, momentarily froze, his expression taking on an odd quality. While the realms in the world of Zhitian were innumerable, he had no recollection of this particular star domain. Wait! Suddenly, Han Lien recalled something, swiftly retrieving the star map from the system's repository. This star map was not an ordinary map, but rather akin to a holographic projection. Before he could fully comprehend, it vividly materialized within his mind. The star map shifted within his thoughts, and with a cursory glance, he found his expression tightening. The regions documented on this star map were not from the world within Zhitian, but from the very world he currently inhabited within the book, in the realm of Luoyu. Beneath the gaze of 2 lunar stars, the manifestation of various celestial bodies such as Wuqiu and Taibai left him with little reason to harbor doubt, although he had never laid eyes upon a star map. The names and distribution of the stars resonated with familiarity, rendering further contemplation unnecessary. How peculiar it was. Who would have imagined that his lottery, ostensibly linked to the Zhitian Chuan universe, would yield treasures from the realm of Luoyu? Yet, upon reflection, he recalled having previously drawn talents for cultivation from this very realm, and thus he found solace in the thought. Setting aside other considerations, it was not unusual for items from this realm to emerge in the Zhitian Chuan world, where there existed no transcendence or innate pills. Such an occurrence was merely a matter of lesser probability. The star map of Liu appeared as a kind of imprint, allowing Han Lian to explore its intricacies. Should he wish to investigate a specific location on the map, it would gradually enlarge, revealing itself in full. However, if he chose to avert his gaze, it would swiftly diminish to a foot in size, embedding itself in a corner of his mind. This artifact was indeed valuable. But given his current low realm, he could not yet traverse the realm of Luoyu. It seemed he would not have need of it in the immediate future. After this thought flitted through his mind, Han Lian turned his attention to the rewards from the 20 consecutive draws from the silver treasure chest. Frankly speaking, he was quite pleased with the results of this lottery, that he first selected the summoning of the great demon, the black-backed golden-winged roc, and then began to organize his lottery rewards. The butterfly transformation pill and the Tongyu Grand pill were both exceptional items. With these elixirs, he could elevate his realm without hindrance. The only aspect requiring a moment's pause was the comprehension of the secrets of Tongyu. However, such matters posed no significant challenge for him. After a brief categorization of his lottery rewards, he classified them into several groups. Dao Palace Secret Realm Battle Soldiers, 100 low-grade source stones, 10 mid-grade source stones, and fragments of the character Wang Tong. He had previously acquired similar rewards, so he set those aside for now. The Indestructible Heavenly Skill, Dao Palace Scroll, the Devouring Heavenly Demon Skill, Dao Palace Scroll, and the Dao Sutra, Luanhai Scroll, contained teachings of the Imperial Realm, exuding an indistinct aura. Han Lian hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately decided to absorb all of them into the sea of suffering. As for the Indestructible Heavenly Skill, he had already gathered the first 2 scrolls, and he anticipated a smooth path in his cultivation. However, possessing the Dao Sutra now left him in a quandary. In the Zhetianchuan universe, the Imperial Dao Sutra was regarded as the pinnacle of the Luanhai realm. Many imperial figures based their paths on this very scripture, despite eventually forging their own imperial roads. Nonetheless, it occurred to him that the ruthless emperor had created the Indestructible Heavenly Skill with the intent of establishing the strongest imperial scripture. Furthermore, the Imperial Dao Sutra resonated with his own physique, leading him to conclude that seeking distant paths while forsaking the near would be somewhat unwise. The Devouring Heavenly Demon Skill, however, was entirely outside his contemplation. This imperial scripture could only serve as a reference for his studies. Its remarkable ability to devour others' essence to enhance oneself ultimately transformed one's physique into a chaos body, representing one of the most domineering demonic skills within the Zhetianchuan universe that he could glean insights from it. But to truly practice it would be to forsake foundational principles. Suppressing his thoughts, Han Lian turned his gaze to the other rewards within the system warehouse. Divine Spring Water, produced in the ancient Forbidden Land. Consuming it enhances vitality and can reverse aging. Holy Medicine Fruit, produced in the ancient Forbidden Land. Consumption can expand the sea of suffering and facilitate cultivation. Since these items were sourced from the ancient Forbidden Land, he felt reassured. Stifling the impulse to consume them, he continued to peruse the offerings. Holy Bodhi Seed, a seed transformed from the Bodhi tree of a saint. Holding it can expand the mind and facilitate the comprehension of scriptures, with a small probability of effectiveness on imperial scriptures. Golden-haired lion, young beast egg, a rare ancient beast of top-tier quality. Hatching will lead to self-recognition of its master. Beast hatching nest, a hatching nest refined using the Sumer method. It accelerates the hatching process and aids beasts in awakening their bloodlines. The beast hatching nest was quite a find. He seemed to recall having another beast egg previously. Han Lian searched through the system warehouse and soon spotted the egg of a hound. Nodding to himself in approval that he had been too preoccupied with trivial matters during the last lottery to hatch it. But now, with 2 eggs in hand, he figured it was the perfect opportunity to hatch both beasts simultaneously. As this thought crossed his mind, he continued to inspect the remaining rewards. Glazed Treasure Seal, a spiritual weapon from the Dao Palace Secret Realm, shaped like a tortoise. It contains sealing techniques and methods of suppression. Jade Purification Bottle, a rare treasure that creates its own realm within, capable of filling mountains upon activation. Copper Warship, a warship of the demon race, inscribed with powerful killing formations, capable of resisting all attacks below the 4 extremes secret realm. When activated with essence, it can withstand assaults below the Transformation Dragon secret realm. Longevity Lock, a rare treasure forged from saint-level scraps, utilizing the restrictions of the Luoyu realm. When activated with essence, It grants 100 years of lifespan to mortals and extends the lifespan of cultivators by several decades. These were indeed splendid treasures. Han Lien could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly examined each item. Setting aside other considerations, he had some recollection of the jade purification bottle, which had been used by Yi Fan to contain the divine spring water. The glazed treasure seal was to be his first potent weapon. Even when not in use, it would serve uniquely as a seal, .as for the copper warship, while some demons in the Zhitian Chuan Beidou star domain possessed similar vessels, in the realm of Luoyu. It was virtually an invincible asset. Though he had not heard of the longevity lock before, the mere mention of extending a cultivator's lifespan by decades spoke volumes about its significance upon acquiring these items. Several names flashed through Han Lien's mind. This lottery had proven to be a tremendous success. Just then, a sharp cry resonated in his ear, and a colossal shadow appeared above the entirety of Dongling Mansion. Master Wooding sensed the demonic energy within and unleashed his nirvana aura in a powerful surge. However, upon detecting no hostile intent, he merely remained vigilant, refraining from launching an attack. The shadow gradually diminished, eventually transforming into a black-backed, golden-winged rock of considerable size, which swiftly appeared before Han Lien's window. It regarded Han Lien with a respectful demeanor, speaking human words. "My lord, having heard your summons, I have arrived at So soon." Han Lien raised his eyes to appraise the magnificent black-backed, golden-winged rock, whose striking presence exuded an air of dominance that he said nothing further, merely smiling as he retrieved the beast hatching nest, placing the 2 beast eggs within it while gesturing for the rock to approach. "Come, let us hatch the eggs. It is quite fitting for you." "Hatch eggs?" The black-backed, golden-winged rock paused in disbelief, feeling a sense of incredulity at the notion. "Surely my lord must be mistaken. I am the black-backed, golden-winged rock, a great demon and the sovereign of the skies. How could I possibly hatch eggs?" This thought raced through its mind. Yet it reluctantly nodded in agreement. Han Lien had been observing the newly summoned great demon and immediately discerned its displeasure. He smiled and shook his head. "As we meet for the first time, would I deceive you? The eggs yet to hatch are a hound and a golden-haired lion. Nurturing them would undoubtedly bring you great benefits. The ancient beast hound and the golden-haired lion? Where on earth did my master procure these unhatched creatures?" The black-backed, golden-winged rock pondered Han Lien's words, slightly bewildered, tilting its head to gaze at him. Having been summoned to this realm, it had sensed a degree of pressure from the environment, understanding that this world could not possibly harbor ancient beasts, let alone those of the ancient variety. However, Han Lien offered no time for excessive speculation. After inspecting the beast-hatching nest, he called out to the rock, "Why do you hesitate? Come forth." Coming, upon hearing Han Lien's urging. The black-backed, golden-winged rock straightened its neck and trotted excitedly to the corner of the nest, plopping down with enthusiasm. It adjusted its posture slightly, sensing the presence of the beasts within the nest, and its demeanor brightened considerably. This creature's temperament belied its status as a rare great demon within the Dao Palace realm. Han Lien thought with a chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. The black-backed, golden-winged rock, a great demon of the Dao Palace realm, living carefree in the depths of primordial ruins, possessing a trace of bloodline from the ancient golden-winged rock, with a low probability of transforming into a true golden-winged rock. However, it is not entirely surprising, for the difference between exotic beasts and ordinary demon beasts is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The black-backed, golden-winged rock possesses the bloodline of an ancient exotic beast. Should it undergo transformation under the stimulation of the exotic beast's aura, its strength would surely multiply beyond simple measures. Han Lien harbored a fondness for this black-backed, golden-winged rock and, after much contemplation, decided to name it Dejin. Considering that the creature had not only contributed to the hatching but had also endured hardships, he casually fed it a low-grade source of energy, observing the creature's eyes light up. Treating the energy source as a rare treasure, Han Lien felt a surge of joy in his heart. He instructed it to guard him and then settled down upon his bed, adopting a cross-legged meditation posture. Once his mind achieved tranquility, he swallowed several butterfly transformation pills that in an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge, converging towards his dantian. His cultivation level gradually began to rise without any hindrance. Bottlenecks and obstacles were non-existent for him. Butterfly transformation 7th heaven, butterfly transformation 8th heaven, butterfly transformation 10th heaven. Within merely a few hours, Han Lien solidified his cultivation at the 10th heaven of butterfly transformation, achieving it in a single breath. However, as he approached this level, the remaining spiritual energy, which sought to break through to the realm of communication with the profound, suddenly came to a halt in the depths of his heart. A sound akin to a muffled thunderclap resonated. Han Lien focused his mind, determined to break through. Yet in the next moment, he felt a piercing pain in his soul, causing his body to tremble slightly. Letting out a suppressed groan, he activated his cultivation method, attempting to calm his spirit, but the mystery of the realm of communication with the profound eluded him entirely. This world truly is intriguing. Han Lien scoffed inwardly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Essentially, the mystery of the realm of communication with the profound represents a connection between oneself and this world. It is akin to the moon-lean palace of the cold cicada, which serves as a star within the realm of falling feather. Upon reaching the realm of communication, this connection manifests. Similarly, other cultivators of this realm can sense the essence of their bloodlines or the levels they attained in their past lives, which become the foundation for their current cultivation. Yet for him, as he is not a being of this world, he is naturally unable to discover his own mystery of the realm of communication here. However, there exists a method. When the martial ancestor descended upon this world, he, too, was an outsider. Initially unable to grasp the realm of communication, he ultimately resorted to invoking the fate of the martial star, making 3 grand vows, thereby manifesting his own mystery of the realm of communication. Han Lien could employ this method to achieve success as well, but he was reluctant to learn in such a manner. The mystery of the realm of communication. If it cannot be found, then he must seek an alternative path. After much deliberation, Han Lien resolved to take a bold step. He severed a portion of his own soul and began the process of refining it. The excruciating sensation was almost unbearable. Han Lien focused on the spiritual gateway, envisioning everything he had experienced in this life. Han Lien, I like you. Can we date? That's not possible. I feel that dating would distract me from reading novels. Also, are you trying to play with my phone? I won't lend it to you. It's still charging, and I need it to read. Han Lien, your grades are terrible, and you keep thinking about skipping class. Look at what you're reading, Mysterious Lantern, Tomb Robbery Chronicles, The Legend of the Overcast Sky. If you manage to get into a university, I will be struck by lightning. Teacher, it's not right to flip my desk after drinking. Han Lien, you cut class during evening study to relax on the playground, and the teacher doesn't mind as long as you don't disrupt other students. Come on, let us go. Give me your school uniform. And let us catch those couples. Teacher, you borrowed my uniform last time to catch the basketball players, and you haven't returned it to me yet. Attention students, the tourism subject does not mean we travel around. This major is focused on hotel management, that we are studying hotel knowledge to become professional hotel managers. The internship may be somewhat monotonous, but you are already a team leader and an outstanding employee. If you stay and sign a 5-year contract, you will be promoted to manager immediately. What? You want to write novels? Have you truly considered it? Good brother, I've become an editor. Come work for me. Together, we can forge a powerful partnership and earn over 10,000 a month. Good brother, you want to run away, will you? Memories flashed through Han Lien's mind like a revolving lantern, replaying the events he had experienced. Behind him, an ethereal mist began to materialize, within which faint shadows of light flickered. The Jin, guarding Han Lien, initially remained calm, but upon seeing Han Lien's somewhat pained expression, it immediately tensed. It gazed at the hazy shadows in Han Lien's mind. Bewildered. What was that? Chapter 74. The Realm of Communication with the Profound. Han Lien's masterstroke, staying up late to cultivate. The power is boundless. What to do when tired? Drink Lo Mao or Black Bull. Good brother, we need to push for a lot of updates today. It's all small change. To the young people struggling to make ends meet, keep going. We all have a bright future ahead. Life is perpetual, and so is the writing. The host traverses to another realm. System activation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the storytelling system. Beginner tasks are being initiated. In just a brief moment, Han Lien's early life unfolded before him like a fleeting spectacle. Observing his own life, he remained indifferent, neither sorrowful nor joyful. always maintaining a serene demeanor. After cycling through this several times, the memories from Blue Star finally merged seamlessly with those of his identity as a storyteller in the Falling Feather realm. Behind him, that ethereal figure gradually began to solidify. Han Lien sensed the bottleneck in his realm of communication with the profound loosening. Yet his expression showed no sign of change as he shifted his form. He soared into the sky. Upon reaching the clouds, the heavenly tribulation had already begun to rage violently. Before the tribulation commenced, the lightning sensed Han Lien and began to boil with intensity. Countless lightning serpents, as if possessing tentacles, extended towards Han Lien, that he paid little heed to this. Such levels of lightning posed no substantial threat to him. Faced with the heavenly tribulation of the realm of communication, the ethereal figure behind him finally solidified. Having already comprehended the mystery of the realm of communication, Han Lien found no need for extensive contemplation. As the thunderous roars of the sky erupted, the mystery of his realm of communication was fully revealed. Before him stood a tall figure, its features obscured, wielding a folding fan while performing a ritual with an unknown book above its head. Behind this figure loomed a magnificent structure, unembellished, with the words Tower of Heaven inscribed prominently. Drawing upon his former life on Blue Star, he regarded his current existence in the Falling Feather realm as a rebirth, thereby becoming the very mystery of his realm of communication. Once his mystery was unveiled, the tribulation unleashed by the heavens grew increasingly violent, that a brilliant radiance flashed, and a bolt of lightning struck Han Lien's chest. When the lightning dissipated, he found a spear formed from lightning in the palm of his hand. As the storm clouds parted, several figures appeared, obstructing Han Lien's path. Behind them, the vague silhouette of the tribulation pool could be discerned. The great cultivators of the realm of communication wielded certain powers that could transform decay into the miraculous. These tribulation servants, summoned by the tribulation pool when facing cultivators who posed a threat to the heavens and earth, would be trapped in a cycle, unable to find liberation. Han Lien surveyed the figures, his eyes narrowing slightly as he summoned the glazed treasure seal into his palm. Just in time for me to test it out. Let us see what kind of power the new spiritual weapon possesses. Han Lien chuckled softly, not using spiritual energy to activate it, but instead leveraging the essence from his sea of suffering. In an instant, all the spiritual energy within him was extracted, followed by a resonant and authoritative roar as the glazed treasure seal radiated a brilliant light. "Suppress," he commanded, and the glazed treasure seal shot forth, expanding to the size of a grinding disc, transforming into a bishi, and suddenly pressed downwards. The lightning flickered slightly, and the lightning spirits instantly scattered. Han Lien gently raised his palm, and the glazed treasure seal swiftly returned to his grasp. With a swift motion, he placed it back into the sea of suffering for nurturing, stepping into the midst of the heavenly tribulation. As the tribulation lightning descended, it exploded with a resounding blast, sending a tingling sensation through him. This tribulation lightning is impressive. It is far superior to the lightning of the cold cicada. Upon witnessing this, Han Lien's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Fearing that his simple azure robe might diminish the power of the heavenly tribulation, he promptly stowed away his long robe and braced himself bare-skinned to face the ordeal. But he did not even release his celestial manifestation, relying solely on his physical form to endure the trial and refine himself. As the thunderclouds rumbled ominously for the 49th time, Han Lien overturned the tribulation pool, gazing longingly at the retreating storm clouds. In the realm of Tongyu, success was achieved. After his ascension, the scars left by the heavenly tribulation on Han Lien's flesh faded completely. The mysteries of Tongyu, alongside the celestial phenomena of the sun and moon, which had previously appeared indistinct, now bore a faint resemblance to his own visage. With a flick of his hand, he donned his robes anew. A wave of his sleeve transformed the world into a state of clarity. At that moment, Han Lien felt invigorated and burst into hearty laughter, before retreating into his guest chamber. Upon entering, he raised an eyebrow at the peculiar scene before him, that Wu Changqing was waiting in the parlor of his guest room. The Jin stretched its neck to observe Wu Changqing with a hint of hostility in its gaze. "Greetings, my lord." As Han Lien returned to his quarters, Wu Changqing sensed his presence and hastily rose to bow respectfully. "There is no need for such formality between us." Han Lien gestured for him to sit. Once their cups were filled with tea, Han Lian's thoughts shifted as he conveyed the purpose of Wu Changqing's summons. Elder Wu, within a few days, I shall call upon another 100 soldiers, their strength akin to the previous ones. I would appreciate your management of this matter. The Wu Changqing accepted without skepticism, aware of the unwavering loyalty of those soldiers. Understanding what was appropriate to inquire about and what was best left unasked, Han Lian reiterated several precautions regarding the arrangement of the Tongtian Pavilion, and Wu Changqing assented to each point. As he prepared to take his leave, Han Lian suddenly recalled something. With a flick of his hand, he produced 30 elementary source stones and presented them before Wu Changqing. Elder Wu, you have immersed yourself in the Dao Palace realm for quite some time. It seems you are nearing a breakthrough. Here are 30 source stones for you to keep, 20 to aid you in breaking through to the Four Polar Realm, and the remaining 10 for the Taiyin and Taiyang formation, to be used in case of emergencies. Upon seeing the source stones on the table, Wu Changqing trembled slightly, and despite his seasoned demeanor, he could not hide his emotions that my lord, I have already stated. There is no need for such formality between us, Han Lian interjected with a smile, adding, this world is far more complex than it appears at first glance. Although the Tongtian Pavilion seems formidable, to me, it is but a fade of paper. Without guardians of the Four Polar Secret Realm, it may withstand the test for a short while, but over time, it will surely falter, while I continue to grow stronger. It is prudent to have additional safeguards in place for peace of mind. That Wu Changqing grasped the underlying message within Han Lian's words and felt a shiver run down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his fists and declared, my lord, rest assured, I shall remember your words that if I cannot break through to the Four Polar Realm with these 20 source stones, I would rather end my own life. It would be less painful. He gathered the source stones with a swift motion, bowed deeply to Han Lian, and then turned to depart. Once Wu Changqing had left, the Jin poked its head out, gazing at Han Lian with a look of eager anticipation. My lord, we too wish to break through to the Four Polar Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Han Lian fell silent for a moment before chuckling and chiding, first, tend to your egg, and you shall certainly be rewarded in due time. Chapter 75, Pinnacle of Tongyu. The plea of the uncertain Zen master gazing at the divine sources within the system's repository, Han Lian felt a sense of reassurance. These source stones might pose a challenge for him to use in breaking through. Given his profound foundation and chaotic physique, which consumes spiritual energy at an alarming rate. However, for those he summoned, utilizing these divine sources for their breakthroughs would likely be considerably simpler, that is exemplified by the recent tales he recounted. Yi Fan had merely acquired a source stone with a few impurities, comparable to a medium-grade source stone, yet it was sufficient to attract top-tier cultivators from the realm of Dantian for trade. While the efficacy of the 20 elementary divine sources may be somewhat lacking, the life essence contained within would undoubtedly facilitate a Dao Palace secret realm cultivator's transformation into the Four Polar Realm. The tide of fate, having been set in motion by me, will undoubtedly yield to my will. This realm shall not easily confine me. Han Lian chuckled coldly to himself before returning to his bed to solidify his realm. Upon realizing that his realm did not require consolidation after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, Han Lian retrieved the Tongyu Great Pill from his repository. Feeling the surging medicinal power within, he hesitated briefly before swallowing it whole. In an instant, the visions of past lives and present flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. I was born in the falling feather realm, a child of heaven and earth. The chosen one. At birth, the celestial phenomena heralded my arrival. At 14, I began my cultivation, transcending the ordinary in a day and attaining innate prowess within 3 days in the span of 49 days. I reached the stage of the golden body without leaks. At 16, celestial phenomena appeared. At 18, I underwent metamorphosis. At 21, I achieved Tongyu, and by my 30th year, I ascended to great power. I am the foremost prodigy of this realm. My lord, the Han Mountain Palace and the Tongtian sect have intermarried for generations. Now we plan to eradicate the Guijing sect. Should we lend our strength, my lord, the heavens face calamity, under their protection. We must do our utmost to assist in the past, the martial ancestor transformed into the martial melody, and the lady has already ascended as the moon. Now, as the demonic forces invade, I implore you, my lord, to transcend the multitude of stars. I beseech you, master, to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the world. The way of heaven is constant, as the natural order is about to be thrown into chaos. I shall restore balance, illuminating the mundane world with my brilliance, and strive for an extended lifespan for this realm." Han Lien laughed heartily, igniting his spirit and vitality, transforming in an instant into a radiant morning star. He ascended gracefully, aiming to align with the celestial tracks and repel the foreign invaders.